I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Weeping Ghost Grounds, my lord. I've captured that old man. Along with Baylin's voice, there was a low thud as if someone was being tossed to the ground. Alright, let's go see your little brother. Leylin laughed and left first, with James and Jenny trailing behind him. Outside the carriage, Beylin was holding a large steel sword, his clothes tattered, thus revealing his firm muscles, and his skin also seemed to be glistening. He was staring at the old man in black clothing. The old man still had the brand of a black skull on his face. This was naturally Rhodes, who had just escaped. If one talked about strength, this level 3 acolyte wouldn't be so easily taken down by Beylin, a grand knight. However, Leylin had first done something to Rhodes' body, and Rhodes himself had lost confidence after seeing how terrifying Leylin was. This was how he had been able to be captured by Beylin and brought here. My lord, how should we deal with him? Beylin swung his large sword at Rhodes, an evil grin on his face. However, knowing Beylin, he was simply intimidating Rhodes. Seeing his brother who had chosen to embark on the wrong path, James's expression was complicated. A few times he opened his mouth to say something but quickly shut up. After all, Leylin was the one in charge here. Besides, Rhodes had been caught by Leylin's disciple, so he did not have the authority to deal with his brother. You can't kill me. Rhodes gasped, body seemingly tied up by an invisible rope. Blood rushed up to his face, leaving him flushed. Oh, and why is that? Leylin asked with a smile. I'm part of the Argus family. If you kill me, Master Siegfried won't let you off, Rhodes answered while struggling. Dream on. Before he even finished speaking, he was interrupted by Jenny. The young girl's face was filled with contempt. You're just the conferred title of a subject in the family. Even if you're a level 3 acolyte, who do you think Master Siegfried would choose to listen to, an official magus or an acolyte? These words were like a sharp arrow, directly piercing into Rhodes' heart and causing him to turn pale. As long as these conferred subjects did not possess any land, to put things nicely, they could be said to be subjects of the family. In reality, they were high-grade servants of the Argus family, and this was also Rhodes' position. In addition, even Siegfried would not offend a magus of the same ranking over an acolyte. I'm afraid in Grandpa Siegfried's heart even if my uncles or even father were to offend a Lord Magus, he would send them over to the magus as an apology. The girl looked at Rhodes who seemed to have lost his spine and had no intentions of taking revenge, and instead took pity on him. Siegfried was a very distant relative of theirs. His family tree had probably branched away 7 to 8 generations ago. Whether it was Jenny's father, her uncles, or anybody in the family who would take control of the Argus family, it didn't matter who it was as long as they had the blood of the Argus family. Losing one of the families, who was a hindrance, would not really be a large issue for Siegfried. Only after gaining enough strength is it possible for magi to make connections with each other. Jenny clenched her fists tightly, her desire for power intensifying. One day, I will advance to become an official magus. In that moment, Beylin seemed to see boundless starlight shining from Jenny's eyes. How about him? What should we do? Beylin scratched his head, seeing James who seemed to want to say something. He was getting a headache. Let him go. Leylin suddenly exclaimed. My lord. James was evidently pleasantly surprised and half knelt. I thank my lord for his benevolence on behalf of my useless brother. It was obvious that he still thought highly of his biological younger brother. However, the one calling the shots here was Leylin. Without fully understanding Leylin's intentions, he did not dare say a word for fear it would cause Miss Jenny trouble. Now that Leylin was letting Rhodes go, gratefulness could be seen in his eyes. Since Lord Leylin has spoken, I have no objections, Jenny spoke up, though James smiled wryly in his heart. This tone meant she was furious with him. However, for his brother, he persevered. Shoo shoo. An invisible rope was pulled on by Leylin, and Rhodes was made to stand up. Leave. Don't let me see you again. Beylin pushed Rhodes and pretended to be threatening him by gesturing with his sword. Rhodes totally ignored Beylin's threats and glanced at his brother James, a complication expression on his face, and quickly left. All this time, he did not dare to take a glance in Leylin's direction. Leylin laughed. This was just a level 3 acolyte who was basically like an ant in his eyes. It didn't matter to him whether Rhodes was killed or released. However, since this could earn him a good impression, why not? He believed that he needed to return to the side of people who abide the law and were kind. Even if he didn't feel this way at all in his heart, it was necessary to display that image on the outside. When associating with a magus who was a stranger to them, a good reputation would lower many people's guards. For instance, right now, James and Jenny's eyes no longer showed the prudence and cautiousness they originally had. Now, there was more admiration and respect towards him. Rhodes was extremely intelligent. After knowing Leylin's status as an official magus, he wisely chose not to bother them with their journey any longer. Just like this, the undisturbed journey went past many towns, allowing Leylin and Balin to learn more about this place. Twilight Zone was not a peaceful area, and places, where the sunstone and light were not able to reach, were filled with many darkness-type creatures. Moreover, apart from humans, there were many other intelligent species which inhabited such areas. Along the way, Leylin met several handsome-looking mice men the size of human kids that rode large spiders as their steeds. They seemed to be a type of elf. According to Jenny, these were dark elves that even had a kingdom in the areas where light did not reach. The might of their species was about the same as humans. Of course, the creatures which were the greatest threat to Leylin and their party were those lurking in the shadows. Without flames or the sunstone to dispel the darkness, these creatures would swarm forward like mosquitoes, devouring unaware travelers to bits. Hence, to travel in Twilight Zone, apart from having enough fire starter items or sunstones, power was a necessity. Otherwise, the only outcome was having regrets after becoming feces in the desolate field. Of course, all of these proved no threat in front of Leylin, an official magus. Even if it was a horde of the most brutal creatures, they were just cute little pets in front of him, which could be broken apart easily. Reverence filled Jenny and James's eyes as they looked at Leylin, who had closed his eyes for meditation. Leylin had lent a hand several times along the journey. But just this power was the corner of the iceberg that Leylin possessed. It was enough to leave Jenny and James in utter shock and reverence. All those times when he struck had might exceed the guardian of the Argus family Siegfried. However, just at this moment, the horse carriage which had been moving stopped. Lord Leylin, Jenny and Sir James, in front of us is the Weeping Ghost grounds, should we make a detour? Balin opened the door and in one of his hand, he held a broken piece of the map. On the map, the area that they were about to reach was the Weeping Ghost grounds. It was circled in red, with several splatters of red ink that made it seem like spilled blood. We're going to the eastern capital, and the fastest way is through the Weeping Ghost grounds. This will save us a good half of the total time. If we're making a detour, we must head north to the Jerry Basin, and then through the Sicily Valley. This will cost us a lot of time, James explained to Leylin. So then, what special dangers are there in the Weeping Ghost grounds? Leylin asked as his interest was piqued. From James' speech, it seemed like he had also approved of this route. Of course, all this was only possible if Leylin was with them. The Weeping Ghost grounds is a very famous forbidden area in the whole of the Twilight Zone. It is said that two powerful magi had a battle here, hence causing many mysterious types of phenomenon and power lurking within, which are still present up till now. James was extremely solemn. History has it that the Weeping Ghost grounds has gobbled up many adventurers who doubted the myth. Mercenaries, knights, acolytes and once even an army of 10,000. According to myths, one official magus had once managed to pass through the Weeping Ghost grounds. According to his description, there seemed to be many spirit bodies within the area. These spirit bodies were filled with malicious intents. Once someone were to enter the area, they would be relentlessly chased after. Spirit bodies, huh? That really brings back memories. Leylin grinned. He had dived deeper into his research of spirit bodies. There were not many magi who were more competent than him in this field. It could be said that the least of his fears was a spirit body. Furthermore, since a magus had already successfully passed through this area, then it would most likely not be very dangerous. We'll head through the Weeping Ghost grounds then. I wish to see the traces of previous generation magi. Leylin laughed as he spoke. As for James and Jenny, glee was written all over their faces. Lost the Argus family's marquee illness demanded immediate attention, and time was running short. If they were unable to send the dragon-blooded flower bud back to the Marquis on time, he would very likely be poisoned to death. By then, Jenny's two uncles would have most likely seized control of the internal powers within the Argus family. This was a scene that Jenny was not willing to witness. However, to let her and James pass through the Weeping Ghost grounds, that would only be courting death. Hence, After hearing that Leylin agreed to it, Jenny and James were exhilarated. Oh, I got this. So, we'll pass through the Weeping Ghost grounds, right? This name is really distasteful. Balin spoke casually and returned to the driver's seat, before cracking his whip. As a local, the only knowledge he knew of his world was Potter Town and the nearby woody wastelands. Due to the limited traffic and deficiency of information that Potter Town received, he had no knowledge of other places. In fact, this was his first time traveling. Along with the horse neighing and the creaking made from the spokes of the wheels of the horse carriage, they gradually entered the area of the Weeping Ghost grounds. As the Weeping Ghost grounds was labeled a forbidden area, very few travelers dared to tread through it. The roads had long since been abandoned, with many weeds and shrubs growing on the sides. Balin could barely recognize the tracks that were once used as they traveled on uneven ground. As the horse carriage went deeper into the Weeping Ghost grounds, a layer of thin mist veiled the area, slowly engulfing their surroundings. At first the mist was rather mild, but as it got denser, their vision was reduced to only a distance of 5 meters from the horse carriage. Lord Leylin, the mist is too dense now. Balin slowed the pace of the horse carriage. To be going quickly under such poor conditions was simply seeking death. I got this. Leylin waved his right arm, and a thread of gray mist swirled in his palm. It was dispersed in one moment, yet they converged immediately after. There's a bit of chilliness in this aura. Also, it's not purely made from water vapors, he then ordered. AI. Chip. Analyze components. Beep. Mission establishing. Gathering source material. Analysis beginning. The AI. Chip's voice intoned. Very soon, a composition image appeared in front of Leylin's eyes. The main component of this mist is water at 98.2%. There are also mixed amounts of salt, protein and other digestive enzymes. Through comparison with the database, it is determined to be the tears of a human. Accuracy. 99.99%. The AI. Chip's reply shocked Leylin a bit. After a moment had passed, the corners of his lips curled upwards. Using tears as mist. Interesting. I have even caught a whiff of some spirit bodies in this. Lord Leylin, is there anything wrong? Jenny and James looked at Leylin, their eyes filled with worry. During the AI Chip's analysis, outsiders could only perceive Leylin staring blankly for a second before grinning to himself. Weeping Ghost Grounds was a forbidden area established atop countless skeletons. If not for this official magus, Leylin, standing guard this time, Jenny and James would not have dared to approach this area. Furthermore, even with Leylin around, Jenny and James were still wary after entering the Weeping Ghost Grounds and did not let their guard down for a single moment. Lord Leylin, the mist is too much. I've lost my way. At this moment, Balin stopped the horse carriage and turned back with an apologetic expression. How can this happen? Jenny and James looked at each other before stepping out of the horse carriage. Very soon, they were stupefied by the amount of mist there was. In front of the horse carriage were 3 forked paths. They seemed to be like branches of an ancient tree, winding and crooked, heading towards different directions. There stood a badly damaged, rotten wooden signpost with countless vines creeping on it. On the sign, the black words which had almost faded away were the names of the different paths and even had arrowheads pointing to their locations. Hut of the Weeping Woman, Paradise of Wailing Creatures, Jones Pastry Shop. What strange names are these? Jenny was bewildered. I haven't been here before, but according to the map there should only be one path, nothing like forked paths of any sort. It seems like we've met with some trouble. James sighed exasperatedly, but deep down he felt a little more relieved. Previously, he did not know what terrors were hidden inside the Weeping Ghost Grounds, which made him be on guard all the time. However, now that trouble had presented itself, he felt a little better. At the very least, now that some troubles had appeared, their party had to solve them. HNG. Petty tricks. At this moment, Leylin walked out too. As he saw the sign, his expression showed distaste. Very soon, a layer of red light flashed past Leylin's pupils, and the surroundings underwent a tremendous change. The gray mist immediately thinned, revealing many bizarrely shaped trees. As for the signpost, many tiny 3-headed snakes and toads now covered the words which were previously there. These are only the effects of poltergeists, affecting the mental soundness of regular humans and even acolytes. If it's only up to this extent, it would be such a disappointment. Now I will lead the way, and you will just follow my movements. Leylin let Jenny and James sat in the horse carriage as he took up the role of assistant driver. Yes, my lord. After Leylin sat beside him, Balin inhaled a deep breath, feeling much more relieved than before. Which way do we go? None of those paths, head to the extreme right. Leylin sneered at the originally pitched forks. At this moment, in Leylin's vision, the three paths had all disappeared, turning into three huge caves that were covered by trees. If the horse carriage entered those areas, they would definitely meet with a dead end. Once they had deviated from the main path, they would be trapped in there. But, those are granite rocks. How are we going to travel through that? Balin scratched his head. The direction that Leylin had pointed in was where a large granite rock sturdily stood, with algae growing on it. Pock. Before Balin could finish talking, he was smacked on the head by Leylin. Just go where I tell you to. Why do you have so much rubbish to say? Balin wailed, but his experiences and training with Leylin allowed him to quickly follow the instructions given. The horse carriage moved forward, charging towards the 10-meter-tall granite rock. Hey, there are only 5 more meters, should we stop now? Balin questioned Leylin as he rode forward. However, as no reply was given, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and urge the horses forward. 3 meters. 1 meter now. Balin cried in alarm, but at the very end he gave up and shut his eyes. Pop. As the head of the horses crashed into the granite rock, the expected impact and cries did not happen. Balin widened his eyes in shock, and very soon a strange sight occurred. The heads of the 2 horses had already extended into the huge granite rock. Looking at this scene, it seemed like the huge rock had swallowed them. The huge rock continuously engulfed the horses from their head to their necks, to their back and tails, and finally towards Balin. Yikes. Balin unconsciously extended his right hand to block the impact, but very soon a flash appeared in his vision. Pop. A feeling like walking past a wall of water came onto him, as Balin looked at the surroundings in awe. After passing through the granite rock, the mist thinned by a considerable amount. With the torches carried by the horses and the frightening physical abilities as a Grand Knight, Balin's vision had already extended to over a dozen meters. On both sides of the road were black birch trees, growing in an orderly fashion. In the middle was a small path, which was where the horse carriage was traveling on. As for the original 3 forked pitches, they had completely vanished by now. Did we stumble upon some strange illusory spell earlier? As a level 3 acolyte, James was the quickest to understand what had happened. However, Leylin did not answer his question. On the contrary, he turned even more solemn, much more than when he looked at the pitched forks. The direction is wrong. This isn't the scene that I saw earlier. In his earlier observation, the correct path that Leylin saw should have been a small road laid with brambles, but not such a neat and orderly-looking road like this. Don't tell me that I have also been influenced by the illusion earlier. Leylin's face turned dark. However, the astonishment deep within his heart far surpassed what his face revealed. He was already a rank 2 warlock. Although he was injured, a simple spirit body could no longer affect his senses. AI. Chip. Scan the surroundings. Leylin rubbed his temples and ordered as a flash of blue light glowed in his eyes. Beep. Mission establishing. Beginning scan. Alert. Alert. Due to unknown interference, the scan is unable to be accomplished. We'll try again in 1 second. BZZT. BZZT, the AI. Chip responded. However, very soon the feedback received was like a broken tape mixed with a radio with no signals, giving off a buzzy feedback noise. This piercing noise grew louder and louder, finally turning into the ear-piercing wail of a woman. Woo, woo, this noise filled Leylin's head, making him dizzy. Have you guys heard anything? I think I hear a woman crying. In reality, Balin muttered. He soon received the responses of Jenny and James, as too. Over there. James suddenly pointed. Leylin also looked in the direction James had indicated, and under a rotten birch tree, a woman wearing a long black dress was crouching and weeping. This voice, it's Marcia's. I won't ever forget it. An incredulous look was on James's face. He quickly hopped off the horse carriage and rushed to the woman. Dreamland's creature, Marcia, my beloved Marcia, is that you? Agitation filled James's voice as he skipped lightly towards the woman in the black dress, reaching out his hands to pull her shoulders back. Leylin stood on the horse carriage while observing, yet he did not stop James. The situation right now was extremely strange, and he needed a guinea pig to test the waters. James used some force to turn the woman in black dress around. Suddenly, all he saw was a face with no orifices, but only a black swirl on it. Shoo! Horror filled James's face as he seemed to be pulled into a long black string and was continuously swirled as he was absorbed into the woman's face. The whole process was extremely quick, ending just as Leylin was about to lend a hand. However, through a replay, he could clearly see how James was stretched and distorted bit by bit into more than a dozen meters and eventually absorbed into the woman's swirling face. This time disorder left Leylin feeling so disgusted that he wanted to puke. At the same time, his heart sank. This is definitely not any sort of spirit body, but a more terrifying existence that I am still unable to comprehend. In an instant, Leylin recalled from the AI chip's database that back in ancient times, battles between two high-ranking magi would often devastate the earth and seas around them. At the same time, they could separate the dimensions of space and time, causing others to perceive things incorrectly. Especially in such places, there would often be strange beings with terrifying powers. Some of these existences were extremely weak, such that even a level 3 acolyte could easily eradicate them. However, some others were so terrifying that they could even surpass the powers of the morning star magi, directly causing the stars in the sky to fall. This black-clothed woman is but an apparition. Once certain conditions are fulfilled, the swirl on her face activates, swallowing any objects that come close to it. Leylin made his conclusion in an instant. Right now, my power is still lacking. Against such an apparition, which obviously isn't weak, choosing to engage without any further information is simply a foolish act. Run. His body instantly turned into black mist and vanished into the thin air. With the flicker of black light, Leylin's body appeared several hundred meters away with a black arc that followed behind. Woo. However, the ear-piercing screams still sounded in Leylin's ears, the pitch of which was even higher than before. Leylin was stupefied as he found himself changing directions and flying towards the woman in the black dress. Ka-cha! The woman stood up and her skull split open into two halves. From that gaping hole, rows of razor-sharp fangs were revealed, as though her face had turned into the jaws of a creature. Bang! The giant jaw snapped shut, and darkness enveloped Leylin. Leylin felt as if he had fallen from an extremely high place and hit the ground before his body shuddered as he regained consciousness. I seem to have been swallowed by that woman earlier. Where is this? Leylin rubbed his head as he looked at his surroundings. The room was dark and small, with many spiderwebs at the corners. There was not a single piece of furniture, nor even windows or a door. It seemed to be a small, sealed basement of the sorts. Besides Leylin, there also lay Balin and Jenny. Their eyes were shut tight as they were unconscious. It seemed like they would need a long while before regaining consciousness. An even deeper illusion. Leylin was extremely solemn. If the three pitched forks of the road were the superficial layer of this illusion, the woman in the black dress was the second layer, and this, the third. An illusion. Also, Leylin did not have much interaction with the dreamland, but in ancient times, the Magi had once conquered another large world, in which the inhabitants had wielded dream and illusory powers. Through the powers of the dream realm, they could easily accomplish anything, and were even revered as gods by the ignorant inhabitants of the other planes and dimensions. Also, through a short paragraph recorded in antique books, Leylin knew that the further one threaded into an illusion, the more difficult it was to escape. I've got to get out. The third level of an illusion is dangerous enough. Black flames ignited in Leylin's palm, latent fireball. The black fireball struck a corner of the basement, creating a deep hole. First I must understand the constructs of this illusion. Leylin rubbed his chin. He had no better solution against such a power, so he could only test things out before searching for other methods. Leylin jumped into the dark hole he created. It's the 193rd time, yet I'm back at this place. Leylin looked at Jenny and Balin who were still unconscious, his expression looking extremely severe. Through my experiments, I have already understood the three-dimensional constructs in here. As expected, the deeper the level of illusion, the less sturdy the dimensions within are, which will finally turn into chaos. If the dimensions here were to collapse, there were only two possibilities. Either one would enter a deeper leveled illusion, or if their spirit was unable to bear the brunt of it, they would directly be swallowed by the caster of this illusion. I've tried all other places, so I am only left with this now. Leylin kicked the unconscious bodies of Balin and Jenny away, revealing the dusty gray floor beneath them. With a fireball, the ground was shattered. Pop! The floor of the basement cracked open, and Leylin jumped into it. It's still the same basement as before, but Jenny and Balin have already disappeared. Good. Very good. There is finally some change. Leylin's eyes swept over the surroundings. It was still the same cramped basement. However, what was different than before was that Jenny and Balin's bodies were no longer here. Signs of repair that cannot keep up with the damage done, huh? Next, I'll have to, as if plucking the strings of a zither, both of Leylin's hands streaked across the void, creating circles of ripples. Under the movements of his fingers, the texture of the underground basement resembled water with light ripples. The greater the area the ripples covered, the more the void contorted, until finally, a pop sound was heard. The space of the underground basement shattered, and Leylin's body dropped downwards once again. Mirrors, bright mirrors, were everywhere, reflecting the appearance of a black-haired, noble youth. This should be the interval between the two levels of the illusion. Leylin touched the ice-cold mirror and made a deduction. Right now, he had momentarily escaped from the illusion. This would definitely draw the attention of the caster. However, this was the effect he desired. Woo, woo. At this moment, the weeping voice of an adorable girl traveled over. Leylin abruptly turned his head, and in one corner of a mirror, he saw a little purple-haired girl wearing a red dress with white socks who was crying. Woo, Alice has lost her little bear. Big brother, can you accompany me to search for it? The little girl stopped her crying and looked at Leylin with imploring eyes. My apologies, but I cannot. Leylin shook his head. But why? The little girl was puzzled. Alice is extremely obedient. Don't you like Alice? As she spoke, more mirror images appeared in the surroundings. I want to, but let us speak first. Leylin tried his best to speak calmly. He did not have much experience dealing with such strange entities. Furthermore, the other party was a higher dimensional creature. Their trains of thought and level of thinking would be different than humans. Leylin himself did not know if he could convince it to let him go. Won't you accompany Alice to find her little bear? No. Leylin shook his head resolutely. It was rumored in legends that similar things had happened before. Once one agreed to such a request, it would be treated as them having signed some sort of bizarre contract, and they would fall under the manipulation of others. Some were even indefinitely sucked into other dimensions. Although there were a few lucky ones who had obtained mysterious strength through such encounters, Leylin was never one who relied on gambling, especially when his life would be at stake. Crash. Just as Leylin rejected her, countless beetles poured from the mirrors and engulfed him like a tide. I'll still have to attack. Leylin's brows furrowed. He knew that he had to demonstrate his strength before the other party would acknowledge him. Latent fireball. Eyes of petrification. In an instant, his whole body was covered in scales, and black flames continuously billowed from his hands. Even his eyes had a mysterious light that shot outwards. Pock, pock. Many of the black beetles were petrified as they fell to the ground, turning into a pile of dust. As for most of them, they were burnt into nothingness by the black flames. However, the beetles still poured out continuously from the mirrors, and what Leylin had managed to get rid of was but one hair from 9 oxen. The strength of my opponent has far exceeded my imagination. Leylin smiled wryly as he tossed a red powder out, scorching touch. 2 scorching rays of light were released, clearing the path in 2 directions. However, Leylin's face turned pale immediately, and his consciousness wavered. The crystallized spiritual force had even more cracks opened, almost shattered. Scorching touch was a rank 2 spell, and right now Leylin only had a portion of his spiritual force solidified. With the strength of a rank 1 magus, he would naturally receive backlash from recklessly using a rank 2 spell. This backlash was considered relatively light. If he were to use the innate talent of a rank 2 magus, it was very likely that his sea of consciousness would undergo drastic changes. Chi-chi. The sea of beetles cried incessantly, once again pouring towards Leylin. Leylin, whose spiritual force was already depleted, could only watch as layer after layer of beetles engulfed his body. Eastern region's capital city, the black beetles completely covered Leylin's body. It was as if he was wearing a very thick black coat. Numerous beetles tried to gnaw on Leylin's body. Their teeth struck upon his black scales, resulting in crinkling noises. Leylin's body emitted a black light and the layer of beetles trembled and fell off, but right after they just extended their exoskeletons and crawled back up. These beetles eventually even advanced to the only exposed part of Leylin's body, his eyes. They wanted to completely submerge him in the sea of their bodies. I underestimated them, Leylin muttered. He had not expected that these black beetles would be so troublesome. There was not enough time for him to execute toxic bile. Ah, how can I die in this place? Leylin roared, and at this exact moment, the giant Chemoian serpent's bloodline within his body began to violently circulate. Soon, Leylin's pupils became amber-colored vertical slits, and while facing the sky, he let out a loud hiss. Hiss. It sounded fierce, and appeared very sinister. A tremendous, devilish aura was cleanly emitted from Leylin's body. It was as if a predator from ancient times had been resurrected. Black energy spewed out of his body and congealed behind his back, taking the form of the giant Chemoian serpent, which hissed into the sky. Rumble. Rumble. Along with this huge shockwave, the beetles, which had forcefully crawled all over Leylin, turned to dust in midair, as if they had all been struck by bullets. Leylin's roars still echoed, and the power and emotions in his blood vessels recklessly surged. Ka-cha. Snap. The surface of the surrounding mirrors covered with cracks and then exploded with a loud bang, exposing an opening of hollow space. Foo. Foo. Leylin stopped his roaring and started panting heavily. Just now, at the critical moment, the blood essence of the giant Chemoian serpent within his body had exploded, which had also placed a very strong burden on his body. Currently, Leylin was surrounded by pitch-black nothingness. Spread about on the ground were the butchered limbs of the black beetles. Who? The mutilated corpses of the black beetles hovered in midair and formed the black face of a woman, which said, a warlock with the bloodline of the ancient giant Chemoian serpent. I also get a whiff of the nauseous odor of spirits from your body. Her lips squirmed as she spoke in the ancient Byron language. It seems like it only likes the pure spirits of humans. As for the bodies of warlocks, not only do they have a distinct bloodline, their spirits are different from normal spirits as well. Hence it doesn't like this scent. Although he put on a calm expression, Leylin was inwardly excited. Using the ancient Byron language, he said, I accidentally intruded upon your territory. I request that you let me leave. I will also pay a ransom for it. This existence wasn't human, so Leylin bluntly stated his conditions. Not bad. However, I do not like the spirit of a warlock. The huge human face responded, as for the price for redeeming your spirit and those of the other two civilians, I ask that you give me those green spirit crystals in your pouch. The green spirit crystals. Leylin was startled. Immediately, upon his hand, were some beautiful crystals that emitted a green radiance and luster like that of a green diamond. Yes, precisely. The huge human face spoke. Those are the ancient, pure spirit crystals that I got by killing the loathsome evil in the ancient spirit-slaying sect's secret realm. There are rumors that these crystals are valued equally highly by all existences in the different worlds. A flash of understanding went through Leylin's mind. So that will be the ransom for releasing me and the other two. Leylin nodded, expressing his agreement. Then he asked, what happened to that old man in the beginning? He is deeply immersed in the illusion. He has already lost himself within my body. The huge human face replied. Leylin had already guessed that to be so. He sighed, send me out. Who? Leylin opened his eyes and found himself lying on one side within the carriage. Balin and Jenny were on the other side, and James's body had silently vanished. In the same way, the soul crystals also disappeared from Leylin's hands. Here it is, the original location of the three forked paths. By now, the gray mist had settled down for the most part. The three forked paths and the huge granite rock had all faded, and in their place was the original road. Leylin could clearly recognize the direction, and he quickly drove the horse carriage and left this place. This time, it was really dangerous. While Leylin kept driving, some traces of fear still lingered. If not for the enemy having disliked the idea of having her spirit contaminated by Leylin's bloodline, or perhaps even having feared the power of Leylin's bloodline, Leylin would have also ended up like James, being forever trapped in the body of that huge face made of beetles. The further he went, the more the mist began to clear up, until eventually, it completely vanished, exposing the view of overgrown fields on both sides of the road up ahead. The Weeping Ghost grounds are truly a dangerous place. The traumatic experience that Leylin had just gone through caused him to keep turning around and check behind his back as he continued to drive, up until he completely lost sight of the Weeping Ghost grounds. Behind him, the fading gray mist congealed again to form a wall that blocked his view. I also wonder about the two magi who had once fought there. What rank were they, and what was the result of their battle? Leylin thought, and then he sighed. Just the aftermath of a fight had disturbed time and space and had created such a strange place. Leylin knew from this that these magi's powers exceeded his own imagination. They were probably existences that surpassed Morning Star Magi. There will inevitably be a day when I, too, will reach such a level. This time's incidents only reinforced Leylin's resolution to become stronger. Oh, where am I? After leaving the Weeping Ghost grounds, Balin woke up, holding his head with his hands. How do you feel? Do you remember anything from before you lost consciousness? Without turning around, Leylin asked while he brandished his horsewhip. My memories are not very clear. I think that we encountered a woman as we passed through the gray mist. Balin looked as perplexed as he sounded. Very soon, the horse's reins were placed in his hands. You woke up just in time. You can drive the carriage instead of me. Leylin pushed the whip into Balin's hands and sat back to enjoy this free manpower of his. Balin's physique was that of a grand knight, and thus, he woke up before Jenny. However, Jenny was still a level 1 acolyte, so she woke up soon after Balin. Very good reaction. Leylin looked at Jenny, who was still pretending to be unconscious, as he touched Jenny's hand and complimented her indifferently. So it's Mr. Leylin. Jenny shuddered and opened her eyes. I thought it was the bad guys. Afterwards, she opened the carriage window and looked out of it to see that there was no gray mist. Have we already left the Weeping Ghost grounds? Where is James? Yes, we are now in Olive Fields. We will be seeing the capital city of the eastern region of the Twilight Zone in 2 days at most. Leylin slowly nodded. As for James, you had best prepare yourself mentally. A short while later, Balin, who was driving outside of the carriage, heard Jenny cry out in alarm. No, it cannot be so. You are telling a lie. Bang. The carriage door opened, from which a tearful Jenny could be seen. Jenny, you. Seeing Jenny look so broken-hearted, Balin was bewildered. Sob. Sob. Jenny threw herself into Balin's embrace and began to cry loudly. The Twilight Zone was divided into 5 regions: the East, West, North, South, and Central regions. The capital city of the Eastern region was the most flourishing city in all the Twilight Zone and was also the center of politics and business. Many aristocratic families had set up their headquarters here, forming the Aristocrats, alliance which held a major influence in the entire Eastern region. There were also many magi conducting research and establishing academies in secret locations there, which caused this place to be a meeting point for magicians. In the center of the city, there was a sunstone that was the size of a small mountain, which brought eternal light and heat to this entire region. The city's walls are very tall. On this day, in the Eastern region's capital city, a country bumpkin could be seen gaping at this tall and sturdy castle wall. Enough. Leylin used the sheath of his sword to hit Balin on the head, stopping him from continuing to behave like this. Although the Eastern region's capital city looked huge, as he looked around, it seemed to Leylin that it was the same as Nightless City. As a result, the way Balin behaved made Leylin feel ashamed. You really are causing me to lose face, he reprimanded Balin. Hearing this, Balin rubbed his head and looked at the surroundings, only pointing at the citizens from time to time. Only after a while did he smile in embarrassment as he said, Lord. From the day I was born, I have never set eyes upon such tall city walls. I'm really sorry. Leylin was rather speechless. If not for the number of people around, he may have even harbored thoughts of killing Balin right there and then. Tee-hee, Lord Leylin, Balin has only seen Potter Town until now. This degree of astonishment is quite a reasonable reaction. At this moment, Jenny, who was nursing her sorrow, was amused by Balin's behavior. She sniggered as she helped Balin out of his predicament. However, after seeing Jenny answer for him, Balin drooped his head in embarrassment, not doing any other potential things that could be unbearable to look at. After all, in front of the girl he loved, Balin still had to put up some poise. All right, since we have sent Miss Jenny back safely, we should bid our farewells now. The atmosphere in the horse carriage turned silent, yet Leylin still smiled and faced Jenny. What? 2 shocked gasps were uttered by the 2 youths. Why? This is too sudden. Balin felt that something was amiss, yet he could not put his thoughts into words. Lord Leylin, I still request that you visit my Argus family. My father will definitely wish to have your acquaintance, and Balin's as well. Jenny bit her lips. From the start, I mentioned that we were only traveling together out of convenience. Leylin's expression turned resolute. As for you, Balin, you can return with Jenny. Furthermore, there are already people coming to receive you, Jenny. He smiled. Thud thud. Right after Leylin spoke, the continuous thuds of hooves of horses sounded out. The approaching party was a group of white knights sitting upon handsome steeds. On the tops of their helmets was a white feathered ornament. Their armor had not even a single speck of dust, and even their horses were fully white in color. Settling down, there was a shiny insignia on the flags held by this group of white knights. Lush sun vines formed the border of the insignia, and in the middle were a giant sword and shield. On the top lay a crown, which represented the profound origins and illustrious history of the household. It's the Sunvine Argus family. That well-known family where the Marquis is. That is their Silver White Knight Squadron. Could it be that some important figure of the Argus family is setting out on a journey? The citizens and passers-by fervently discussed amongst themselves, and Balin put on an extremely complex expression. All get going. Jenny looked at Balin and spoke. Oh, all right. Balin replied sluggishly. Only now did he realize how great a distance he was from Jenny. Let's us leave too, my lord. Balin sucked in a cold breath of air and spoke with resolve. We will remain in the city for a period. As for the location, I'm sure you don't need to know. You'll definitely be able to find us, won't you? Leylin spoke to Jenny, before disappearing into the crowd along with Balin. As for Jenny, she inhaled deeply as she clutched onto the pouch that contained the dragon-blooded flower bud. Miss, our men have immediately reported your arrival upon receiving the news. We are here to escort you home. The leader of the Silver White Knight Squadron looked at Jenny as he took out a badge with a red jewel embedded in it. All right, let us quickly enter the city. This time, I have completed the mission of bringing back the dragon-blooded flower bud for my father. Jenny muttered. Very soon, she was escorted by the squadron leader to a lavish horse-drawn carriage. This young lady of nobility shed a tear, as she could no longer hold her emotions in. Twilight Zone's eastern capital was extremely large. The permanent residents amounted to over 100,000 people. Of course, most of them were just regular folks. Even so, it brought about an extremely wealthy economy in the area. As they were in the subterranean world, the architecture of the buildings and the items sold here were different from those on the south coast. From Leylin's observations, everything was engineered with defense in mind. The whole capital was like a massive fortress. Even the buildings themselves within were built with their defensive capabilities in mind. It seems like the environment for the humans in the subterranean world isn't that great. It might even be inferior to that on the south coast, Leylin pondered as he analyzed his observations. In the south coast, any danger would have long since been driven away or controlled by the Magi. Not one species would engage in a long battle with the humans, hence the living conditions were better there. However, it was a different story here. Apart from humans, several other intelligent beings resided in the Twilight Zone. Some of them even had their own kingdoms. Hence, the horde of darkness beasts that forever lay in the shadows was the greatest nemesis for all intelligent beings. Under such harsh conditions and the struggle for survival, the buildings and houses were not made to pursue aesthetic beauty, but rather, they were built with defense in mind, which was crucial for their survival. My lord, what are we going to do here? Balin carried a knapsack and a greatsword. He gave off an extremely gallant disposition, yet he wore a vacant expression on his face. Their reason for leaving Potter Town was to send Jenny back. However, now that she had safely returned, Balin felt that part of his heart was vacant, as if something of importance had gone missing. First of all, find some lodging, and then rent a building. Leylin looked at the bustling crowd and smiled. After all, the inns in the capital aren't cheap. If we want to stay for long, we'll have to buy or rent a flat, settling down. We're going to stay here instead of returning. Balin could not express his current feelings. However, permanent residence, thinking that he could be in the same city as Jenny, it immediately turned into a happy thought. Is there anything in Potter Town that is worth being nostalgic over? Leylin grinned at Balin until the little chap bowed his head down in embarrassment. This poor fellow thought that it was because of him that Leylin had decided to reside here permanently. He thought that it was so that his heart would be filled with gratitude towards Leylin. Alas, on the contrary, this was based on Leylin's own interests. After recovering part of his strength, Leylin could wait no longer to get into contact with the Magi of the subterranean world. Although Leylin had exercised a mind-searching technique on Aaron and the other acolytes, much of the information that he had gleaned was still incomplete. Due to their lack of status, no precious information could be obtained. Furthermore, the circles of official Magi and regular acolytes were on two completely different levels. Leylin had no desire whatsoever to even take a look at the bizarre area that he got from Aaron's memories. As for the eastern capital, it definitely had many Magi and academies for Leylin to come into contact with. Even the Magus forefather of the Argus family was an excellent choice. Not long later, Leylin brought Balin to the upper-class district on the northern side of the capital and rented a two-story villa. The area of the villa was rather vast, and its walls were sturdy and tall. As for its windows, they were both tiny and few in number. Within the tall fences with coiled barbed wire laying on top of it, there was a tiny garden and a training ground. A villa of this standard was considered way above average in the eastern city. Typical merchants and nobility would not even be able to afford it. However, this was just peanuts to him. Even without considering the vast amounts of magic crystals that he carried, just the gold he had gotten from Jenny was enough for them to live extravagantly for a couple of years. Back in Potter Town, Jenny had almost cleanly swept all of Leylin's highly priced equipment off the shelves for the use of her employed mercenaries and adventurers. Later on, to thank Leylin, who had lent her a hand together with Balin, she sent even more gold and jewels to him. To Magi, items such as currency were not essential items. Hence, Leylin was extremely generous with his purchases. Finding a villa and preparing the procedural documents was only hastened with the help of this worldly wealth. Ha! A steady and loud shout sounded. Leylin put down the coffee and newspaper he was carrying as he peered out of the window and towards the training ground. Balin stood on the training ground as he practiced, his bare upper body revealing his chiseled muscles. After settling down, this fellow had turned even more diligent, training like a madman each day. He even sought Leylin's permission to join a mercenary group to hone his skills. Still harboring the dreams of a knight being together with a princess. Interesting. Leylin looked at the youth with interest. If I had a word in things, and had helped him in reaching his goal, his dreams would most likely be fulfilled. But why would I? The glory of a story lies in the unknown. To him, Balin was just a chap that he picked up on a whim to do odd jobs for him. Occasionally, he would guide him in some night training, but other than that, it was not worth it to spend any more effort on him. On the contrary, as he was very curious about the developments of the story between Balin and Jenny, Leylin had adopted the mindset of an audience member watching a show. Ever since he obtained the premonition through the sacred flame by chance, he knew that Balin and Jenny were no regular folks. To be more precise, they were some of the main characters in the Twilight Zone. Such a life would definitely be anything but ordinary. Suddenly, Leylin smiled. Finally here. Loud doorbells sounded from the front gate. Who is that? Balin took a white towel from a wooden rack beside him and wiped off his perspiration as he ran to open a small, partitioned box on the door. Just then, Balin saw the girl of his dreams. Jenny, why are you here? Glee was written all over Balin's face. Why, am I not welcome? Jenny smiled. Welcome. Of course, you're welcome here. Balin immediately opened the door. Jenny walked in wearing the outfit of a noble. Her beauty and elegance left Balin awestruck. It was obvious that Jenny did her makeup delicately. Not only was her attire vibrant with various ornaments, she even wore 2 giant ruby earrings and a sparkling diamond pendant. What is it? Do you not recognize me anymore? Jenny chuckled as she spun in a circle. No, I mean, you're too ravishing today. Balin's face immediately turned as red as an apple. This helpless reaction left the maidservants behind Jenny snickering. In addition, it was only then that Balin noticed the several knights standing alongside the maidservants. This discovery left him feeling a little gloomy, but it was very soon concealed. Jenny, has your father's illness gotten any better? Balin asked. Yes, thank you. It's much better now, but things are getting complicated. The purpose of my visit today was for this, and of course, also to see you. Jenny swept her eyes at the vicinity. Where is Mr. Leylin? I wish to be granted an audience with him. The Lord is in the house. I'll report to him. Balin now had an urge to cry. No need for that, I've heard it. Pa. The windows were pulled open, revealing half of Leylin's figure. Do enter, beautiful miss. Jenny did not dare tarry facing this official magus, so she curtsied and entered after telling her subordinates to stay outside. In the guest chambers, Jenny sat opposite Leylin and between them were 2 coffees. As for Balin, he stood behind Leylin. There were only these 3 people in the guest chamber. With a wave of Leylin's hand, the room was covered by a layer of black energy particles. Magus Tower. The whole drawing room seemed to be covered by a black halo of light, and even the cracks on the window were also completely sealed off as if they had been covered with a layer of black cotton. This kind of strange scene caused Balin to be amazed. Feeling curious, he tried to touch the black cotton. The light quickly refilled the path that his hand passed through. Balin enjoyed this very much, and when he looked at Leylin, his expression was much more respectful than in the past. During this journey, Balin had come to know of Leylin's identity as an official magus from Jenny and James. For Balin, who was from Potter Town, a knight was already considered to be an awesome, lordly identity. However, a magus, This was already something that was only heard of in legends. In fact, Balin had always fantasized about becoming a magus and wielding the powers of lightning, fire, and ice. This was also because if he could become a magus, he would be able to marry Jenny. But unfortunately, all his hopes were easily dashed by Leylin's words, "You don't have any talent in this field." Leylin also noticed that Balin's aptitude was poor, at only around level 1, which was known as the least suitable aptitude for becoming a magus. He could only remain as an acolyte during his entire lifetime. However, even if he did not have a suitable aptitude, if he was diligently taught, he might possibly be able to become an acolyte. The identity of an acolyte was much better when compared to a knight. However, the problem was that training an acolyte required a lot more time and energy than training a knight. Now that they were no longer at Potter Town, Leylin did not have any time for leisure, so why would he waste time on Balin? Thus, Leylin had turned down Balin's request without the slightest hesitation. Even so, Balin was very interested in the mysterious power wielded by magicians. "Okay, this place has been sealed by me. If you have something to say, say it. It will remain a secret between us." Leylin spoke out. After hearing Leylin's words, Jenny grimaced as she said, "As expected, nothing can be hidden from Lord Leylin." Jenny, did you not come to visit us?" Now, Balin finally reacted. He was about to make a fuss, but Leylin quelled him with a warning glance. Balin quieted down and listened attentively to Jenny's narration. "After having received the dragon-blooded flower bud, my father's condition has greatly improved. He is now able to get up from bed and handle simple tasks, and his spirit has also improved a lot." Jenny looked slightly cheered up for a moment, but in the next, her expression darkened again. "But good things don't last long. Taking advantage of the fact that my father was recuperating, my two uncles once again convened a family meeting. They want to usurp my father's title. I came here today to seek help from you." Jenny stood up and performed an official curtsy to Leylin and said, "My lord, if only you can help my father get past this current crisis, we will repay you with anything, including my own self." "Jenny, you." Listening to this, Balin became anxious, but he felt helpless, as he could not do anything to help her. Hearing what Jenny said, Leylin remained composed and began to mutter to himself. When Jenny began to believe that Leylin had been possessed, he began to laugh out loud. "I have no intentions of participating in the Argus family's matter. However, I will pay your family a visit in 3 days' time." About a quarter of an hour later, Jenny left after having gotten what she wanted. Although Leylin hadn't clearly stated which side he would support, a good relationship with an official magus was something no family would dare to neglect. But what Jenny did not notice was that after she left, Leylin's lips curved up in a sneering smile. "You hid so many things, yet you are still counting on me to come and help you. Do you people think I am an ignorant person with nothing better to do?" The reason why Jenny's uncles dared to openly go against her and be so brazen is likely because they have a powerful backer and a high certainty of succeeding, thus forcing the original successor to seek external help. With such a guarantee, Leylin was 70% sure that they had gotten approval from Siegfried. In such a situation, Jenny and her dad placed all their hopes on Leylin, even sacrificing Jenny herself as the bait in the gift. Do you really believe that I would involve myself in your matters for the sake of Balin's happiness?" Unfortunately, Balin's happiness, and even his life are only like toys to me. With a ruminating smile, Leylin glanced at the towering figure of Balin standing near the gate. 3 days later, Leylin, dressed in the black ceremonial suit of the nobility, visited the Argus family with Balin in tow. "Lord Leylin, to be seeing you is an honor in itself." Having been informed by the servant, Jenny and her father, the Marquis Argus, came out and greeted Leylin. Leylin also sized up Marquis Argus while he acknowledged his greeting with a smile. This Marquis had a full head of hair that was as bright as gold and shared many physical characteristics with Jenny. He currently wore a warm, cordial, and appropriate to this occasion smile on his face. Behind him, 2 servants bowed with bent waists. This was a most sincere and deferential invitation to come in. Leylin indifferently grunted and nodded his head, and alongside Marquis Argus, he walked in. Afterwards, Leylin walked slightly ahead of the Marquis. A magus originally possessed a lot of stamina and authority. After seeing Leylin walk ahead of him, the Marquis' smile only became more fervent, as if he did not care about these matters. Behind the two were Balin and Jenny. Balin opened his mouth on several occasions, wanting to talk to Jenny, but after he saw the solemn Jenny, who was dressed up as if to attend a royal feast. He was unable to say anything, and just closed his mouth. It went without saying that this serene, well-constructed mansion of a marquis, as well as the respectful and cautious servants that stood on both sides of him as he walked past, all frightened the wits out of this youngster. After welcoming Leylin, the marquis thought to introduce Leylin to the other relatives but was interrupted by a sudden voice. "Oh ho ho, my dearest older brother, if you invited so many guests, why did you not invite us too?" Upon hearing this voice, the marquis's smile remained, but a trace of wariness appeared in his eyes as he introduced the owner of the voice to Leylin. "My lord, these are my two brothers, Lucas and Kermode." Then he turned to the two men who had entered the hall and said, "This is Lord Leylin, who met Jenny while she was on her journey. These two must be the treacherous uncles that Jenny said are trying to usurp her father's position." With just a glance, Leylin had, with a lot of interest, sized up these two middle-aged lords. Lucas, Kermode, and Marquis Argus all looked alike after all, they were brothers. However, Lucas's eyes were purple and Kermode's eyes emitted a silvery radiance. It was all very strange. But what caused Leylin to feel startled was that these two uncles' bodies emitted energy waves that were like those of magicians. These two were actually acolytes. "We greet Lord Leylin." At this moment, these two lords also respectfully bowed to Leylin. The Marquis found this behavior of theirs very hard to believe. "Respected Lord Leylin, my ancestor Lord Siegfried cordially invites you to visit him and look around his laboratory. Also, he expresses his gratitude to you for having given a helping hand to the Argus family." Lucas respectfully conveyed his ancestor's words. This invitation caused sunken expressions to appear on the Marquis and his daughter's faces. In this entire drama, only the foolish youth known as Balin was unclear on what the significance of this invitation was. The Magus Siegfried held a position of paramount importance within the Argus family. Sending this invitation via Lucas and not via the Marquis clearly indicated whom Siegfried was supporting. "I am very honored." Leylin gave a slight nod and then immediately left the place, following Lucas, all the while not glancing at the ashen-faced Marquis and Jenny. In the secular world, Magi all had very headstrong personalities due to the power they all wielded before leaving. Lucas and Kermode looked at Marquis Argus in contempt, making the atmosphere awkward all around. "What is going on?" the rather stunned Balin asked Jenny, having just come out of the daze caused by the recent happenings. Although Balin's intuition told him to follow behind Leylin, looking at Jenny caused him to involuntarily remain beside her. It's nothing, my family's ancestor wants to meet Lord Leylin." Jenny was barely able to smile. Ka-ching! A sound of breaking glass was heard as the goblet in Marquis Argus, hands shattered into pieces, crushed by him gripping it too tightly. Leylin, following Lucas and Kermode, arrived at the back half the Argus family's mansion. The further he went in, the tighter the security was, but with these two people leading the way, Leylin traveled unhindered, and reached the middle of the rear courtyard. Finally, "Our ancestor, Lord Siegfried is in here. We ask for your forgiveness, as we are not allowed to accompany you in." Lucas and Kermode brought Leylin in front of a huge conical tower, and then bowed and left. Each and every movement of them was executed perfectly, showing the flawless deportment of the nobility. Leylin failed to pay any attention to them, as he was distracted by the white tower in front of him. Stability runes, restriction runes and runes which can transmute mud into stone. This is some very good construction. Moreover, I can sense the aura of energy particles in the air. It looks as if within this building, there is a source of at least two elements, energy particles. Leylin gently stroked the surface of the white tower with admiration in his eyes and sighed. This white tower, the curves of which were similar to those of a cow's horn, was built by a magus. Just the expenses of the solidification runes and the cost of building the pond of energy particles left Leylin in astonishment. It is a construction worthy of a magus that has lived for several hundreds of years. If I wanted to set up a tower like this, I would need to spend at least half of the resources that are currently in my pouch. While thinking this, Leylin sighed. A specialized and private laboratory held many advantages. Not only was it magically concealed, one could carry out covert experiments within it. However, since Leylin had no fixed residence, there was no way that he could construct such a tower for himself. Gay as might. Haha, an outdated work such as this can also get a sigh of admiration from Magus Leylin. It is indeed my honor. At that moment, the door at the base of the white tower opened, revealing a linen-clothed old guy, who grinned at Leylin. It was evident that he had overheard Leylin's deliberate sigh. This humble self is Siegfried Argus. I greet Lord Leylin. This old guy's expression was respectful, and he slightly bent his waist to bow, as was per the magus etiquette. This etiquette was passed down from ancient times, and was something Leylin had only seen in ancient books. He remained unfazed and repeated the same bow as he said, I, Leylin, greet Lord Siegfried. After the perfunctory greetings were done with, Leylin was able to size up this Lord Siegfried. Siegfried's style of clothing was very casual, as if it could be torn apart with a single pull. It was more leisurely and comfortable compared to the splendid attire of the lords in the outer hall. The current Siegfried was not someone that Leylin would associate as being the trump card of a great family. If it weren't for his right hand, Leylin would have assumed Lord Siegfried was just a peasant farmer. That was right, his right hand. This Siegfried's right hand was a robotic limb that gave off an awesome, bright, metallic luster, even the gears and the welded portions were clearly visible. Ka-cha, ka-cha. Siegfried extended this right hand as he said, I shall call you Leylin. I lost my right hand permanently while experimenting with a spell. I know that a flesh and muscle hand can be transplanted, but I find that a mechanical hand is much more useful. Bang. Then, his mechanical hand split open into finger-like parts, which were tools like tweezers, scissors, pliers, etc., and they were wildly swaying in mid-air, looking like silver-colored tassels. How is it? This hand was created especially for me, using my specific measurements, by my old friend, an earth elf called Grandmaster Oak. Very good. Leylin nodded. This kind of a very precise machine limb is extremely rare even in the south coast, and thus Leylin was also not stingy with his praises. It was clear that this Siegfried was very happy with the admiration from a fellow magus. He then invited Leylin into his lab to look. Siegfried, did you build an energy particle pond in here? Due to Leylin's graceful and cultured mannerisms, he soon became friends with Siegfried. They addressed each other directly by their first names. This showed how well their relationship had progressed. While Leylin casually walked around Siegfried's lab, he came in front of what looked like a small pond and he asked this question. This small pond was surrounded by stable, ferrous metals. On top of the pool was a strange and complex pattern, and in the middle of the pool was a khaki-colored liquid. A large number of energy waves could be felt fluctuating from the pool. Yes, I have built here an earth element energy particle pond. This task consumed all of the resources that I have accumulated for nearly 100 years. Siegfried's face appeared to experience a muscle spasm, but the next moment, it was replaced with an expression of pride. After building this energy particle pond, the concentration of earth element particles in this place has increased to 55%, and the results of my cultivation have been more remarkable when compared to using just meditation techniques. The element particle pond's ability was not restricted to the one mentioned prior. Magi could use the energy within this pond to replenish themselves in a crucial moment, and the element particles within could be used to attack enemies. Thus, a magus having such a pond would be stronger within his own territory when compared with his peers. With his strength as a semi-converted elemental magus, within this white tower, Siegfried's attack power would be roughly equal to that of a 70–80% converted elemental magus. Oh, that's right, I haven't properly introduced myself. I am a reputed instructor at the Earth-Fire Association, and I cultivated using their high-level meditation technique, the Gaia's Might. It is divided into 3 layers: Earth, Magma, and Organisms. I am currently still in the stage of Earth. A high-level meditation technique's progress is too slow. Having said this, he looked at Leylin with curiosity, very much interested in the background of this magus. It seems that sharing one's experiences with a high-level meditation technique is a tradition amongst the Magi of the Twilight Zone. As this information flashed through Leylin's mind, he smiled very modestly. I come from a very small institute known as Goodlaw. This institute specializes in researching in ancient reptilian creatures. It is very focused in that field. I cultivate with a damaged high-level meditation technique called the Sacred Flame. Currently, I am stagnated in the first level of that meditation technique. After that, he explained, in simple terms, the first level of the Sacred Flame and its difficulties. As expected, he concealed that mystical ability to predict forthcoming events. Leylin, this meditation technique of yours is quite badly damaged. Stroking his beard, Siegfried's eyes shone as he looked at Leylin. How about you join our Earth-Fire Association? Our high-level meditation techniques are more whole as compared to your Sacred Flame, and moreover, we could continue to share our experiences. No thank you. Leylin shook his head. Changing meditation techniques is too dangerous. I advanced to a level 1 magus by depending on my sacred flame technique. I can't get rid of the impact it has on my spiritual force in such a short time. Moreover, I also want to pass on my good law school's inheritance, as it was my teacher's dying wish that I do so. Leylin's tone remained firm and unwavering, it spoke of his resolve. He knew that this invitation of Siegfried's was only small talk, and that it was not actually sincere. Moreover, in a situation where he did not know about the Fire-Earth Association, he did not want to rashly become one of its members. That's right, acolytes can switch meditation techniques, but for a level 1 magus, after his sea of consciousness is stabilized, it would be extremely troublesome if he decided to switch out his meditation technique. Siegfried also solemnly agreed. It seemed that a while ago, he had spoken out without thinking. As for Leylin's background, he did not have a speck of doubt regarding that. After a memory search on Aaron, and having spent 2 years in Potter Town, Leylin had already grasped the customs, traditions, and manners of speech of humans of the underworld. He gave no indications that he was not from their world. In addition, there were countless acolytes in the subterranean world, and schools that had only 1 or 2 magi to pass on the inheritance were similarly too many to count. And perhaps one day when these magi could not find the right apprentices to inherit meditation techniques, that school would naturally cease existing. As for other lucky magicians who had obtained high-level meditation techniques, they would be considered the pillars of support for passing down inheritances in their small academies. Thus, even if he hadn't heard of any good law, Siegfried believed Leylin to be only a disciple of some small-scale academy, perhaps even a bright shining disciple who was his school's sole magus. Siegfried even felt some sympathy towards Leylin. Not only are high-grade meditation techniques easy at first and difficult later, the further one advances the more difficult it becomes to keep advancing. For a magus to train in them, they must meet some very lofty requirements in regards to their physique and spirit. It would be no easy task for an acolyte to find a complete meditation technique that is suited to him. Leylin nodded in agreement with what Siegfried said. With a high-grade meditation technique, a magician at the acolyte or level 1 magus stage could easily advance, but then onwards, it would become harder. In addition, finding a complete meditation technique that would suit one's own physique depended upon one's character and luck. Even Leylin was initially unsuitable to practice the Chemoyan's pupil technique. Only after transplanting the bloodline did he have the qualifications to study that high-level meditation technique. No matter how difficult it was to advance using a high-level meditation technique, magi who used such techniques were much better off when compared to those magi of the south coast who advanced by depending on resources. Siegfried's magician tower was divided into 5 floors. The lowest floor was where the refined metal puppets stood guard. On the second floor, there were rooms that stored treasures and junk. The third floor consisted of a magician's garden, a room for cultivation, and a room for training. The fourth floor had the lab and the elemental pool. The fifth and final floor contained his bedroom, a room where he received visitors, and other rooms for similar domestic purposes. After Leylin had taken a look around the tower, he was invited by Siegfried to go to the 5th floor. Now, can you tell me the purpose of your visit, Leylin? The two of them had enjoyed their afternoon tea along with some light refreshments before they each took a seat on the sofa. The old man, with a wise expression in his eyes, laughed and then asked Leylin that question. Well, the fact is, Leylin paid attention to how he phrased his next words. I have been wandering around in the woody wastelands, and do not understand much about the current situation of magus powers in the capital. After hearing Jenny say that her family had an existence such as yourself, I decided to pay a visit. Another reason is that she and her father had spent a lot of effort in inviting me over. Hee. You are very frank. Siegfried wore a happy smile. Regarding these descendants of mine, I have no interest in their matters. In my opinion, they are all a pack of feral wolves, and only an alpha wolf chosen after a bitter competition will have the qualifications to lead the Argus family. He let his descendants cruelly fight it out amongst themselves, and from amongst them, he would choose the one who was capable of wielding power within the family. This kind of speech that was dripping with blood showed the cold and detached outlook of a magus who had lived a long time. Leylin could also understand some of Siegfried's thoughts. It seemed that he had already cut off any feelings he had for his close relatives. These blood-related descendants of his were no better than strangers to him. Because it was like this, Siegfried would be so cold and detached, and consider them as mere beasts or even commodities to be traded. Recently, Lucas had contributed an item that was of some use to me, and because of that, I have started favoring him. Siegfried indifferently talked about the internal disputes in his family. Of course, if Leylin is taking Jenny's side, then I shall immediately put an end to Lucas's dreams. As far as Siegfried was concerned, Lucas was but one amongst the younger generation, while Leylin's status was on the same level as his own. Thus, to strengthen their relationship, no hesitation was needed if sacrificing a small benefit of Lucas was needed. Secret Night Technique. Oh. No. I think you've misunderstood me. Leylin hurriedly shook his head. While I am acquainted to Jenny, I also have no intentions whatsoever to partake in the Argus family's internal strife. Leylin made his stand. With just one sentence, the calamity that was befalling Jenny and her father would be resolved. Even Lucas would not hold any objections anymore. However, what has all this got to do with Leylin? Not only that, but after influencing Siegfried's decision, Leylin would owe him a favor. Favors are oftentimes the most difficult of things to repay. Moreover, directly interfering with another Magus family matters could be seen as being disrespectful. Whether or not Siegfried chose to mask his emotions, he would definitely be displeased about it. Leylin did not concern himself with these issues. On one hand, Jenny's father had some worldly factions supporting him, while on the other hand, Lucas had the backing of Siegfried. There was simply no hesitation when weighing the benefits. After all, with his years of experience, he was already used to making decisions by weighing benefits. This was also the principle that Magi practiced. As expected, after hearing Leylin's words, Siegfried smiled even more broadly. Leylin, I think you are still unfamiliar with the Magi factions in the capital, right? Don't worry, you can pay me a visit to learn more about it whenever you like. I'll also bring you to some Magi organizational places for networking and to make some new friends. That'll be fantastic. After achieving the goal he came for, Leylin revealed his joy. Leylin and Siegfried then exchanged some information that they knew about high-grade meditation techniques. Although Siegfried had amassed a bountiful amount of information for 250 years, he was still somewhat amazed by some of the theoretical practices simulated by the AI chip, so much so that he almost wanted to immediately have them undergo practical tests. This was a form of acknowledgement of Leylin's scholarly knowledge. As for Leylin, he respected the time that Siegfried had placed into his experiments. After their sharing of information, both parties felt that the time spent was extremely short. Hence, only after setting a date for their next meeting did Siegfried reluctantly send Leylin off. Now that Leylin had neglected to help Jenny's father, the series of events that happened could only be expected. During the Argus family's council, Lucas had amassed enough backing to take on the role of the next family head and to obtain the status of a marquis. During that very same night, the original marquis died a painful death from a poison attack. As for Jenny, she was accused of putting poison inside the dragon-blooded flower bud, thereby murdering her father. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this was the lowest kind of setup with a childish ploy. However, Lucas wanted to use this very method to know who stood on his side within the family and at the same time establish his dominance. This deliberate misrepresentation of making a deer out to be a horse was done to punish Jenny, and to set an example for others. After using a few lightning-quick moves to rid himself of the opposing factions within the family, Lucas had a firm grip on the powers within the Argus family. The entire family implicitly allowed this to carry on, and even corroborated the story of Jenny poisoning her own father. Power struggles were often this harsh. Win, and become king. Lose, and become a dog. This was but another example of the bloody battles in this dog-eat-dog world. Jenny dashed rapidly through a dark forest. This girl of noble birth had now lost her elegant and haughty appearance. Her skirt had already been torn apart by the shrubberies. Blood streaked her face and she had an extremely miserable appearance, worse than a beggar's. Dearest father. Tears streaked down her face as she continued running. The events had transpired so quickly that they left Jenny thinking that the whole thing was all but a dream. Her backing, which was her very own father, had died just like that through a conspiracy. Worse yet, she was labeled as the murderer. Dear heavens, Jenny did not know how perverted one had to be to brandish her as the murderer. However, what followed next left her speechless. Under the immense political power, such absurdity was validated by the others, and even labeled her as a wanted criminal. In fact, if not for the few loyal servants and kin who had tipped her off and protected her along the way, she would definitely not be able to escape with just her strength as a level 1 acolyte. Of course, after helping her, those close ones encountered terrible fates. Plop! Jenny stumbled on a tree root as she ran. Mud was splashed in the area as this young lady sobbed spasmodically as she knelt on the ground. Even if she managed to escape this time, what good would there be ahead of her? Be it other nobles or even the common folk, she would be seen as a murderer. Her eventual outcome would either to be caught and be sentenced to execution, or to hide her name and honor in dirt, never revealing her identity. Just from thinking about this fact, Jenny adopted a bleak outlook for her future. Woo, why did things turn out this way? Jenny cried. Gg. Look at the pathetic state you're in. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded behind her back, leaving shudders throughout her body. She turned around and saw a tall knight in armor, who had a malevolent scar across his face. Dagger, Todd, one of my father's personal bodyguards, even you dare to betray me. This man had the terrifying strength of a grand knight, and was even one of her father's own bodyguards, and as such commanded quite a lot of trust. Todd only sniggered towards the lamentations of the young lady. However, his smile made his scarred face look even more horrifying. In fact, I've always been on Lucas's side, so there is no betrayal per se. Jenny's pupils dilated as she suddenly got a bad premonition. And as the reward of being an undercover operative, Lord Lucas has allowed me to seek pleasure with you before killing you. Todd licked his lips and revealed a wanton grin. 5 years. A full 5 years of listening to you call me Uncle Todd. In reality, during my duties I have thought frequently of possessing you, feasting on you, ripping you. You sick pervert. After listening to the man admitting to the desires of wanting her even since she was a 10-year-old girl, Jenny's hair stood on ends. Yes, I'm a pervert, but what can you do about it? Missy of the Argus family. Todd advanced as he peeled off his gloves. Relax, I will give you a great time. Jenny scuttled backwards, as if Todd was some kind of terrifying beast. However, Todd was, in this moment, worse than a monster. Save me. Help. Someone please save me. The girl wailed helplessly as tears streamed down her face. Stop. At this moment, an extremely youthful voice sounded. What followed soon after was the wind caused from a blade being swung. Todd jumped back and looked at the lad who had emerged from nowhere. Balin. Jenny snuggled into Balin's arms as she sobbed quietly. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. Balin stared coldly at the large knight in front of him. He seethed in fury, for had he arrived a moment later, something bad would have happened to Jenny. It was the first time in his life that Balin wanted to kill someone so badly. Kill me, are you able to? Todd unsheathed the sword hung at his waist. You must be this Missy's lover. I've decided that I will first chop off your 4 limbs, then take her right in front of you. At the time, your expression will definitely be extremely fascinating to watch. Perhaps, you can even join us. Todd licked his lips and smirked. Arg. Balin swung his cross blade that carried a flash of white light as he could not bear to listen for a moment longer. Grand Knight. Todd turned solemn immediately. His giant sword was swung forward as it clashed with the cross blade, emitting sparks. Clang clang clang. Todd retreated several steps. What power! The vibration sent from Balin's swing left his hands somewhat numb. Kill him, Balin. Kill him. Jenny wailed loudly behind Balin. Under the encouragement of his loved one, Balin advanced and struck, sending Todd staggering backwards by several steps. Ping! Just as the 2 weapons clashed, Todd suddenly released his giant sword and rushed to Balin's side like a sweeping wind. Ka-cha! A black dagger suddenly appeared in his hand and pierced towards Balin's heart like a venomous snake. Balin struggled to move his body away, and a layer of spiritual life force appeared on his chest. Pock! As if thin leather, the dagger pierced through and left a deep gash on Balin's chest, allowing blood to flow profusely. Shing! Todd suddenly appeared from a distance away as he licked the edge of his dagger. Now you'd know why they call me Dagger, huh? Because I like to cut the flesh of my prey with this dagger, and then watch them die of anguish. Todd's face turned red and he spoke excitedly, your blood is the tastiest I've ever tried. Secret Gale technique. Todd shouted and spiritual life force wrapped around his calves. Shik. He advanced again, this time even faster than before. Damn it. Secret technique. Cross star. After suffering from several more wounds, Balin could not bear it any longer and shouted. Wang. His body suddenly doubled in size as a layer of translucent armor protected him. Chamber of Commerce. Ka-cha. Todd's black dagger slashed across the translucent armor, but it harmlessly bounced off. It's a defensive secret technique. Todd's eyes gleamed. There were many secret techniques for Grand Knights, but many of them were just a large boost in a single attribute. For example, Todd's secret technique focused on speed, raising it to twice his original speed. From what he could see, Leylin had mustered a technique that boosted his defense. Dummy, once your technique wears off, you will still be slain by me. A sinister smile appeared on Todd's face. However, Leylin suddenly moved. Speed. Leylin was extremely quick. As he moved, his translucent armor created a shrill noise from the wind passing through. Todd could only see the bare afterimages. It's actually the two attributes buff. Todd cried out hoarsely, yet the greed in his eyes only grew more apparent. Such a technique was of a considerably high grade that existed only in myths. Even the Argus family had not seen anyone wielding such a technique for the longest of times. However, Todd did not have much time to think. Leylin had already appeared in front of him as he raised his cross blade, furiously slashing down at Todd. Clang! Todd jumped back and parried with the dagger in his hand. Pung! As the two weapons clashed, Todd's dagger was sent flying out of his grip. There is even a strength buff. 3 attributes. A secret technique that buffs 3 areas. Todd's mind was blank at this moment. A 2 attributes buff was not unheard of, but this 3 attributes buff of a Grand Knight level was practically unheard of, even in legends. However, Leylin had no desire to explain things to him. He charged forward and swung his sword at Todd's neck. Pooh! The head that carried a scarred face was sent flying, as a blood fountain gushed to a meter's height from the neck. Jenny, are you alright? Leylin dispelled the translucent armor and rushed to Jenny's side. I'm alright, Jenny replied involuntarily, before seeing Leylin collapse at her side. Although the cross star was a technique taught to him by Leylin, who was not a Grand Knight, the might of it exceeded that of other Grand Knight techniques, but still retained the same properties of a Grand Knight technique. As for Leylin, who had activated this technique, he entered a feeble state. Even raising an arm was too difficult for him, only his eyes and mouth could just barely move. Why are you this silly? This does not even concern you, Jenny wept, and tears once again streamed down her face. Kiki, I'm fine. Leylin tried his best to mask his current weakened state, but it was all done in vain. I've thought about it. Let's seek asylum from Lord Leylin. He will definitely be able to protect you. Leylin spoke what's on his mind. We can't do that. Jenny wryly smiled and replied. Leylin, can't you discern the truth from this misfortune? Lord Leylin has already abandoned me. Jenny smiled bitterly. You had better return to Lord Leylin, where he can protect you. Lucas won't be able to cause you any harm, no. Leylin's face flushed red. I won't leave you even if I die. Leylin. Jenny crouched down as both of them engaged in a passionate kiss. After the long and intense tongue fight, Leylin seemed to have changed immediately. Let us go. To the middle region. To where the dark elves' kingdoms are. To the area of darkness. Whatever it is, let us leave here to a place where no one can find us, and live happily ever after. All right, Jenny resolutely replied. The two exchanged gazes and smiled brightly. It seems as though Leylin has decided to leave. Leylin ruminated in amusement as he saw the extremely tidy and neat room, in which a letter lay on the table. To him, Leylin was only a pet that he was raising while nursing his injury. As for the current Leylin, he had already returned to the right path, and no longer had time to take care of Leylin. Perhaps it was the best choice to allow him to leave. Furthermore, Leylin did not have much use for Leylin. Even if he was turned into a branded swordsman, the strength of a rank 1 magus was not sufficient to aid Leylin. However, this is my first time having good intentions. I hope you can pass down my cross-blade technique throughout the Twilight Zone and not ruin the name of my Farlier family. A profound light flashed in Leylin's yes. Through the sense of the sacred flame he already knew that Leylin and Jenny were not regular folks. What's more, they would be taking the stage in Twilight Zone as the main characters. One would expect that in the near future, they would definitely not have any sort of peaceful lives. Troubles would come searching for them one after another. But only then are things interesting. My setup can finally be put to good use. Leylin smiled gently, before putting this matter at the back of his head. Today was the day that he had set with Siegfried to meet other official magus. Leylin had been anticipating this day for quite a while. So it's here. Leylin and Siegfried, dressed in common folk clothes, walked into an extremely lavish shop. Gersi's Chamber of Commerce, the most outstanding conclave in the whole of the Eastern Twilight Zone. Some of the nobility even know that there is a magi organization supporting this conclave from the shadows. Siegfried smiled as he explained this to Leylin. Although they spoke as if no one was beside them, their voices did not travel far enough for the people in the surroundings to hear. As for us, the other magi who are in small associations or are wandering around, we like to gather here for a couple of days and exchange some valuable insights gleaned from recent experiments or the experience gained from meditation techniques. Sometimes trades will be conducted too. Of course, all these are only restricted to the official magus level. Siegfried wore a large black glove, hiding his metal prosthetic limb within it. Welcome. How may I help you? Two beautiful maidservants came over and asked after Siegfried stepped into Gersi's chamber of commerce. Take me to the VIP room. Siegfried handed a gold card to the maidservant, whose eyes immediately started to shine. My two lords, please follow me. She bowed deeply, showing off the curves of her chest. As she led the way, she exaggeratedly swayed her hips. How is it? Do you want to play for a while? Siegfried asked Leylin with a smile on his face. I have no such urges now, so maybe after this. Leylin smiled indifferently and replied. As the maidservant in front heard Leylin's words, disappointment streaked across her face. Although she was somewhat disappointed, the maid still quickly brought them to an extremely lavishly decorated room. My apologies. As my level is not high enough, our manager will take over and assist you from here. The girl bowed again and took her leave. Our Magus VIP cards are different from others, so the person who is serving us next will know our requirements and will bring us to the conclave. Siegfried explained the process simply to Leylin. The membership registration is extremely simple. You need to first reach the rank of an official magus, and then have another magus refer you. I'll set a referral up for you later. I appreciate it. Leylin smiled gently. Boom. At this moment, an oil painting in the VIP room swung open, revealing a flight of stairs. Honored guests, please follow me. An upper-class woman with the spiritual force of a level 3 acolyte appeared in the tunnel. Her skin was flawless and white like porcelain, without any traces of pores. All right. Siegfried nodded his head and allowed the lady to lead the way. However, he spoke to Leylin without the lady hearing. She is an example of the high-grade goods that Gersi's Chamber of Commerce is offering. If you're interested, you can apply to purchase a few of them later. The chamber is rather generous to the newcomers, needs a slave at the level of an acolyte. Leylin was in shock. This level of a slave was much better than the ones appearing in the Nightless City on the south coast. Back in Nightless City, Leylin, who was a rank 1 magus, had only managed to purchase a level 3, old geezer acolyte who was nearing the end of his life. Evidently, even though both of them were level 3 acolytes, a charming lady would definitely command a higher price than a dying old geezer. The passage was rather short, and after a couple minutes, they soon reached the end. After opening the door, Leylin was brought into a great hall. The light of multiple sunstones penetrated through the crystals in the four corners of the hall, illuminating every corner of the hall. At this moment, magi were seated in different circles while chatting in soft voices. Upon their tables were several green fruits and drinks. Apart from that, many delicacies that were unknown to Leylin were placed there for the magi's taking, yet very few bothered to taste them. Come, I'll bring you to see some of my friends. After looking around, Siegfried's eyes lit up after he noticed a group of red-haired magi sitting in one of the circles, and he promptly dragged Leylin over to them. Here, these are the magi from the Earth-Fire Association, and they are also my friends. As for him, this is Mr. Leylin, a wandering magus who had recently come to our eastern capital. Siegfried made the introductions on both sides, and Leylin smiled and sent his greetings to the group of magi. Together with Leylin's disposition as a noble and his increased charisma due to the fact that he was a warlock, he very soon managed to break the ice and began to mingle with them. Icy Jade Scorpion Breath. Leylin looked at the members of the Earth-Fire Association. The magi sitting here were rather few. Including Leylin and Siegfried, they only amounted to 5 people. No matter if it was the South Coast or the Twilight Zone, it was not easy to advance to an official magus. However, once someone advanced, their status and position would undergo massive changes. When I had recently studied Gaia's might, I felt that it was very difficult to attract the earth element energy particles. It was especially so on the topic of gathering Gaia's aura. At this moment, one of the red-haired magi impatiently began to talk. For that, I believe an energy particle pond will help you, Siegfried interrupted with his own opinion. That is not realistic. It consumes too many resources. I suggest using 3 kinds of meditation assisting runes, but then there is the problem of impurities in your spiritual force later on. Leylin found that these magi of the Earth-Fire Association discussed quite a bit about their experiences while training using their high-level meditation technique, Gaia's Might. Some of the problems discussed had been researched very thoroughly, and it helped Leylin a little bit in his cultivation and perfection of his sacred flame and Chemoyan's pupil. The common practice in the Twilight Zone was like this: people would get together and discuss their experiences in meditation techniques, and thus hope to jointly advance. Of course, one was delusional if they thought that just relying on these casually discussed phrases would help in the completion of Gaia's Might. Thus, these magi were not worried that their cultivation secrets would be leaked. When it was Leylin's turn to share his experience, he talked about his breakthrough through a small bottleneck, which led to some reminiscing among the other magi. Although it had only taken him a short time to advance to a rank 2 magus, his Chemoyan's pupil had also advanced to the second level, which was considered a high level. Moreover, after obtaining another high-level meditation technique called Sacred Flame, under the constantly inferred data by the AI chip, Leylin's understanding of meditation techniques had far surpassed the knowledge of these old geezers who had immersed themselves in meditation techniques for several hundreds of years. It seems that later on, one must not only bitterly cultivate by themselves but also often exchange experiences with their peers. Just this one discussion had given Leylin new ideas for resolving the complexities and misunderstandings he had with his own meditation techniques. This was despite the fact that this discussion was only pertaining to the Gaia's Might, which was not the meditation technique Leylin practiced. Furthermore, relying on the information collected by the AI chip this time, Leylin could derive a deeper understanding of his two meditation techniques. This was only natural, as magi followed the ancient principle of equal exchange among themselves. Leylin paid attention to the fact that these magi only talked about general things and the mentioning of the various means of doing something. The genuine, concrete details could only be mutually exchanged between two magi in a way like a business transaction, and strict confidentiality was expected between these two parties that had made the transaction. Just now, Siegfried had sold some information related to the energy particle pond, and had got a huge remuneration. After the public information exchange session was over, the next session was the transactions between two people. If one was an official magus, then they could set up a table with items to be sold and await customers. The atmosphere here was completely different from that of the open-air stalls and street vendors. Magi were not very eager to strike a deal, but rather, they loved to showcase and play with their precious resources. It was a common sight to see both buyer and seller chatting and smiling, some even had wine out to toast their successful trades. Unfortunately, although these underground resources were also very valuable, most of them held no interest for Leylin. With the AI chip's knowledge of some ancient information, he could easily identify the items on display and recognize their names and origins. It was a pity that while these resources were useful for a level 1 magus, they were of no use to Leylin, who had already advanced to a level 2 magus. However, after all was said and done, the underworld was not the same as the south coast. Leylin did not recognize some of the items on display, and as a result, his curiosity was piqued. What is this? Leylin walked up to a table just ahead and picked up an item that had been placed on a white tablecloth. It was a uniquely shaped bone flute, with one side having some irregular, round holes. This is the Saxon bagpipes, which was inherited from the Mackenzie era's Leiden Archduchy. It is said the tune it produces is very beautiful, even surpassing the songs sung by mermaids. Thus, it can be used as bait to trap mermaids. Unfortunately, ever since the Leiden Archduchy's destruction, there hasn't been anyone who knows how to play this instrument. The seller was a middle-aged fellow who was suitably attired for this occasion. In his hand was a long-stemmed wine glass full of a dark red wine. I am very interested in these kinds of ancient musical instruments. I have currently already acquired 3,912 varieties of musical instruments from different eras, and have housed them in my collection room. However, this item that I'm holding right now will not be able to shine on my hands, so I am in search of a more suitable owner. The middle-aged gentleman's face appeared regretful as if he was saying goodbye to his own lover. If you can use this item to play the ancient requiem, then it is all yours. He raised his glass of wine to toast Leylin. I beg your pardon, but I have only a little understanding in playing a musical instrument. Leylin was somewhat silent, but this was also the norm for magi. Due to their long lifespans, apart from always doing experiments and cultivating, magi also took some time to have some extra fun. Preferring to hoard some special kind of collectibles was not a very common or safe hobby. Some dark magi even experienced a big change in their temperaments, as they got addicted to collecting strange collectibles, some of which even reeked of blood and finally caused harm to others and themselves. That is truly regrettable. However, one day, I will definitely be able to find its genuine owner. This gentleman seemed to truly feel regret inside. Come, let us drink to the moment that my precious item will find its owner. Toast. Cheers. Leylin inwardly sneered, but still picked up a glass of orange juice. Then middle-aged gentleman touched his glass to Leylin's, issuing a clear, ding, sound. There were but a few in this trading session like this strange, gentlemanly magus. Most of the magi were doing their exchanges quietly. There were some who had clearly defined that their items could only be exchanged for items or resources, while the others also accepted magic crystals and completed their transactions. In the Twilight Zone, magic crystals were also a commonly used currency among magi. Leylin exploited those transactions that used magic crystals to buy several resources that could only be found in the Twilight Zone, intending to go back and look over each of them thoroughly. Because he was worried that both parties' magic crystals might have subtle differences, Leylin had purified all the magic crystals he had brought from the south coast and had converted them into magic crystals with the purest essence he could produce. Magic crystals with this kind of purity were just like that magic crystal used by Leylin when he had opened the ancient teleportation formation. This was because after undergoing the purification process many times, it was now impossible to find any characteristics of the south coast in Leylin's magic crystals. It was just like that matter with the gold coins. The decorative design on the gold coins from the south coast was not too similar to those from Twilight Zone, but Leylin had melted down all his gold coins into a lump of gold so that no person would be able to tell that it was from the south coast. While Leylin was walking around, he was occasionally observing the other magi bargaining, trading, and so on, silently watching and learning from them. At this time, however, something on a white table caught his attention. What is this? Leylin picked up an item that looked like a shard of ice from the white table, appearing to be interested in that item. This ice shard was preserved within a green jade box as if it was a very valuable treasure. However, this feature wasn't why it had caught Leylin's eye. While he was walking to this table, he had felt a movement in his blood essence, as if it were reacting to some item, and that item was this ice shard. At this moment, while Leylin was holding onto the ice shard with both his hands, the sensation he had felt before had now intensified. Z. Asterisk. A white mist appeared out from that ice shard and very quickly condensed into a layer of thick frost that froze Leylin's fingers. This degree of white frost could not do any harm to Leylin, but he still was pleasantly surprised to find that when this cold air invaded him, there was an odd change that had occurred to the Chemoian's bloodline in his body. This feeling, it is as if a person who was burning with rage suddenly had ice-cold water poured on him. It really is very enjoyable. Leylin heaved a mental sigh. A warlock's emotional instability was a bloodline illness, and it had already caused Leylin trouble for a long time. Although the AI chip, in accordance with the research notes and the original prescription of the tranquility potion left behind by the great Magus Sirholm, had allocated more of the high-level tranquility potion, in the end, it could only suppress the illness, and could not completely cure it. Now, this ice shard-like item in his hand caused him to feel some hope. I feel that this item I am holding can suppress the negative effects on my emotions for at least a year. If I find more items like these, then perhaps the emotional instabilities can be completely cured. A joyous sparkle appeared in Leylin's eyes, but it was quickly concealed. He did not want to expose any emotion before he got his hands on the name and origin of the ice shard. This is the icy jade scorpion's breath. Icy jade scorpions live deep within ice caves, and their saliva has the effect of boosting the advancement of plenty of ice element high-level meditation techniques. It is being sold for 500,000 magic crystals, or can be exchanged for an item of similar worth. In front of Leylin was an extremely beautiful female magus. Her long purple robes could not hide the curves of the body. Instead, it was even more enchanting as the robes failed to conceal them. Her light purple hair was let down like a waterfall, and her exquisite face carried a smile. This woman's looks definitely ranked in the top 10 of all females Leylin had ever seen, and in addition, she looked extremely intelligent and capable. I have an experiment which requires a large amount of this item, can you bring me to the ice cave? Or perhaps, I can purchase them in bulk. From the smile of the woman, Leylin knew that she had seen through his urgent need for the icy jade scorpion's breath, so he just calmly admitted it. Research and experiment. Meanwhile, a magic crystal was tossed onto the table. Leylin kept the icy jade scorpion's breath in his palm with no intentions of returning it. Is it just an experiment? The purple-haired magus said with a grin. The magic crystal on the table flew into her hands, leaving behind a flickering black afterimage. Leylin merely looked at her with a vacant stare, as if what he had said was the truth. All right then. The female magus elegantly raised her finger, on which her fingernail had been painted with the red sap of a daffodil, and kept the magic crystal. I'm Celine. You can contact me in the future for more information regarding the icy jade scorpion. This is my secret imprint. She then passed her secret imprint, which looked like a purple daffodil, to Leylin. Leylin nodded and left the area, and right after that, a plump magus walked up to Celine and began to chat with her earnestly. Leylin, my friend, where are you going? At this moment, Siegfried strolled up to where he was. You came at the right time. Do you know who that purple-haired female magus is? Leylin pointed at the female magus who occasionally covered her mouth and giggled while conversing animatedly with the plump magus. Oh, that's Celine, the inheritor of a small guild. Although the guild's strength isn't much, she is a famous beauty of the eastern capital. However, she's extremely crafty, and many magi who have harbored designs on her have suffered. She's not someone you'd want to provoke. Siegfried looked at Leylin before grinning. Why, are you interested in her? No, we just had some dealings previously. After listening to Siegfried's explanation, he was even more sure that Celine was not a simple woman. The grip he had on the box unconsciously tightened. However, the icy jade scorpion's breath was paramount to his path as a warlock, so he absolutely could not miss this chance. It seems like I'll have to play with this vixen for a while. Leylin smiled as he glanced at Celine. In the eastern capital, within the villa that Leylin bought. After Balin's silent farewell, only Leylin was left as the sole occupant of the grand villa. As Leylin had not bought any slaves, it felt rather empty in here. At this moment, Leylin had separately constructed a concealed tunnel in the underground cellar. At the end of the tunnel was a spacious underground lab, at the center of which was a silver metal experimental desk with test tubes lying on top of it. All of these things were items that Leylin had brought along with him. What a strange item. At this moment, Leylin used silver tweezers and held the icy jade scorpion's breath as blue light shined in his eyes. With the aid of the microscopic analyzing abilities of the AI chip, the surface on the icy shard continuously enlarged, finally revealing a strange rune with 6 sides. Chilliness churned and emanated from this strange rune. Beep. The analysis of the components of the icy jade scorpion's breath is complete. Creating matrices and images. Beginning simulation of the experiments on bloodline. Soon, the AI chip's voice intoned. Let's begin. Leylin inhaled deeply. Authorization received. Beginning the simulation of experiment on bloodline. The AI chip worked on the data. Leylin's eyes blurred as he seemed to enter a different dimension. He could vaguely make out a translucent human figure with purple blood running through their veins. Injecting the icy jade scorpion's breath. With the AI chip's voice, 2 thin metal needles pierced the humanoid figure at the shoulders, and images then showed a strange white liquid flowing into the body. Voila! Once the icy jade scorpion's breath had entered the body, it frothed as if hot oil had met with icy water, creating a very strong reaction. The experimented on body began to shake violently, and the numbers which represented the data of the figure changed wildly, almost turning into a blur. Blood flow and pressure are increased, and burden on the body is multiplied by 5. From time to time, the AI chip would update and interpret the new figures for Leylin. Begin the radiation of energy particles. Stabilize the vitality within. Leylin ordered once again. Soon, black dark elemental energy particles began to emanate from the experimental body, and under such radiation, the body slowly began to stabilize. Finally, the experimental body returned to its original state, and the purple blood in the body continued to flow, just like wine inside a glass. The main difference was that the blood had dulled a little and become darker. Warlock's bloodline emotional stability experiment was successful. Estimated time for suppressing the core emotional waves, 345 days, 13 hours. The AI chip gave an accurate analysis of the experiment. If the dosages increased, could it prevent any troubles in the future? Leylin asked the AI chip. Data is insufficient. Analyzing the data's probabilities, the AI chip once again went into a computing mode. Only after 5 hours had passed did the AI chip come up with a reply. Success rate is 67%. Requires more high-level icy jade scorpion's breath. As expected, This kind of icy jade scorpion's breath can really cure problems with warlocks' emotions. Leylin's eyes shone brightly with happiness. Although the ancient bloodline, warlocks had powerful physiques and magic capabilities, it was very difficult for them to advance. However, this was not the main reason why the warlock inheritance declined. As a result of their access to powerful ancient bloodlines, a warlock would also inherit the intact genes which were deeply imbued with tyrannical and terrifying emotions of ancient predators. Because of this, a warlock's personality was often irascible, and they were quick-tempered, which was a fatal flaw in the Magus world. No matter how powerful one was, what was the point in having such power if one could not control their own spirit? Therefore, the calm and rational magi could pass on their legacies. However, there were no traces of warlocks on the south coast and Twilight Zone, perhaps only the central continent had some of the legacies left behind by warlocks. Icy Jade Scorpion. Leylin quickly sorted out all the information he had related to this organism. After being told the name of this crystal, Leylin began an intensive study on the characteristics, habitats, capabilities, etc. of this organism, and gathered all of the relevant data. Icy Jade Scorpion, a high-energy organism that reaches the might of a rank 1 magus in its adult stages. In search of fertile lands, they often reside in icy caves. Legend has it that they came from another world back in ancient times, and after entering the Twilight Zone, they underwent some evolutionary changes. Only the special radiation reflected from certain types of topaz are able to sustain their lives and reproduction capabilities. Their crystallized breath is known to have stimulating effects on certain high-grade meditation techniques. This was a brief summary of all the information Leylin had gathered. The Icy Cave's resources had already been monopolized by several guilds, and was in the process of being excavated. It would be extremely difficult for Leylin to enter on his own. No matter what, I have to obtain the Icy Jade Scorpion's breath. Flames of desire glinted in Leylin's eyes. Even if the heavens fall and the earth crumbles, I will not stop under any circumstances. Suppressing a bloodline warlock's emotional instability proved to be extremely difficult, as even though there were so many ancient magi, they could only discover ways to suppress it. If not for Leylin having the AI chip and bloodline acting as a reminder, he definitely would not have been able to discover the use of the Icy Jade Scorpion's breath this easily. Leylin did not feel that he would chance upon such a lucky encounter again. However, using the Icy Jade Scorpion's breath as a suppressant may not work for all warlocks, and may not even work for others with the giant Chemoyan serpent's bloodline. However, the AI chip managed to find a resource that is able to work specifically for me. Leylin's face was extremely solemn. There were no remedies to treat the emotional instability of warlocks. Also, due to the difference in bloodlines, each warlock had a unique bodily attribute. Hence, Leylin himself was not sure whether the Icy Jade Scorpion's breath would be effective. It was very likely that the Icy Jade Scorpion's breath would aid Leylin, but not another warlock with the giant Chemoyan serpent's bloodline. In other words, the unique characteristics of this resource made it especially effective for Leylin. Furthermore, the rise and fall of other warlocks was of no concern to Leylin. He only cared that the Icy Jade Scorpion's breath was useful to him, and that he needed more of it. It would be best if he could find another Icy Jade Scorpion's breath of higher quality. I'll have to plan for this. I need a calm and collected mind. Leylin looked at the icy shard between the tweezers. Through the experimentation on the AI chip, I now know that although the Icy Jade Scorpion's breath can suppress my mental fluctuations and allow me to be sane for close to a year, there will also be some side effects. I have to concoct some potions to get rid of these side effects. This would not stump Leylin at all. After residing in Four Seasons Garden for such a long time, Leylin was no longer a potion master who had just advanced. The Four Seasons Garden was a large-scale power that was formed of potion masters. They had various information on all sorts of potions, as well as ideas on concocting ancient potions, and these experiments were not too difficult. Naturally, Leylin had absorbed all of the information stored within the Four Seasons Garden like a sponge, all while practicing his potioneering skills at the same time. Through various trades and experiments, Leylin estimated that his skills had far surpassed that of his mentor, Professor Croft, after leaving the Four Seasons Garden, and had even reached the realm of a potion grandmaster. A potions grandmaster. Their success rate for brewing high-grade potions was around 30%, and they could even research and try brewing new types of potions on their own. Negotiations. There were only a few potion masters in the entire south coast, and they were all pursued and worshipped by many major powers. Hence, Leylin did not dare to expose his attainment in potioneering. Advancing to rank 2 at his age was already heaven-defying, but if he revealed his skill in potioneering, he would be called not a normal genius, but a freak of nature. A potion master's progress was not dependent on his theory research. He had to do a great amount of practical work. Only after wasting lots of resources could he get plenty of experience and thus make progress. Even if Leylin was freakishly talented, he simply could not be promoted to a higher level in potioneering without doing anything. If many magi decided to investigate him, the existence of his AI chip might even be exposed. Because of this, Leylin had always concealed his genuine realm in potions, choosing to stay silent regarding this. The most important aspect of a potions master was innovation. By relying on their wealth of knowledge and experience, they could improvise formulas and still attain a very high success rate. Thanks to Leylin's current attainments in potioneering, he only had to think for a short while before being able to recall several formulas to be used together with icy jade scorpion's breath that would negate its side effects. In order to completely eliminate the side effects of the icy jade scorpion's breath, I'll need arrow frog venom, reddish stony feces, and the egg of the black mountain goat, and then I'll be able to start the neutralization process. Leylin eventually selected a formula. Coincidentally, I have one portion of all of these items. Soon after, he was deeply immersed in the brewing process. The usage of this icy jade scorpion's breath concerned the success or failure of eliminating the side effects from his bloodline, and thus, he had to be serious. 2 days passed before Leylin emerged from his laboratory. There were slight differences between his condition from 2 days ago and now. His personality had become colder, and he now gave off an unapproachable aura. His skin had turned softer, and it constantly emitted a jade-like luster. A chilliness seemed to emit from his black hair, decreasing the surrounding temperature by a few degrees. After having brewed the potion, Leylin was itching to make use of it and see if it would successfully suppress his bloodline. The AI chip had already given Leylin definite assurance that while the potion was in effect, even if Leylin was to take part in bloody battles every day, the effects of his bloodline wouldn't corrupt his rational thinking. Only now did Leylin have the confidence to research on the icy jade scorpion's breath. Siegfried, previously, I asked you to get some intelligence about Celine's guild. Is there any news on that matter? Celine, I now have some time, so tell me where it is. We can go there directly and talk in person about the matter concerning the icy jade scorpion. The first thing Leylin did was send out 2 short messages using secret imprints. A few minutes later, he received an answer. A khaki-colored imprint of a mechanical arm shown upon the contact book. I had previously gathered some intelligence, and coupled with your generous reward, I have already gotten a better understanding of nature's alliance. I'll pass on the information to you later. Siegfried conveyed some good news to Leylin. Thank you. I will come and visit you later. Leylin smiled. Compared to Siegfried, Celine's answer was much simpler. There was a time and a place, and everything else could only be discussed once they reached the place. What a shrewd woman, Leylin evaluated. I just hope you don't go and get yourself ensnared too. This is the place. Leylin had arrived in front of an elegant office in the eastern capital. This building was rather different from the usual structures of the subterranean world, which placed an emphasis on defense. Here, it was extremely majestic and sought to be elegant and pleasing to the eye. It was adorned with all sorts of flowers and plants, while its defense was unbelievably weak. This contrasting style, along with the top-class luxurious items inside, had attracted the attention of several aristocrats, causing them to rush madly towards this place. However, it implemented a very strict system for its members, and only a limited number of customers were received. The supporter of this place was also extremely firm, and after rejecting the requests of a few aristocratic families, the demand sharply dropped. Leylin entered this office and began to recall the information Siegfried had given him. Nature's Alliance. This was the guild that Celine was in. It was said that this small-sized guild had affinities with various plants from another world, and their greenhouse handling of plants and research of these plants were extremely unique and cutting-edge. Furthermore, although the high-grade meditation technique of the Nature Alliance did not have strong fighting abilities, it was extremely useful in playing the role of support. Furthermore, the training in this technique allowed the practitioner to permanently change their appearance slightly, turning them into handsome men and pretty ladies that would be able to attract pursuit from the opposite sex. Lastly, The magi that graduated from these guilds were completely different from traditional magi with their stubbornness and unwillingness to communicate with others. Most of them were intelligent, capable, and extremely adept at socializing. They had quite a good reputation outside, and even had a good relationship with other small guilds. This was all the information Siegfried had gathered regarding the guild behind Leylin. Leylin had also found much valuable information from within. Changing their appearance, being good at socializing, having a powerful backing, it looks like the high-grade meditation technique of Nature's Alliance can't directly increase one's strength. It might increase one's charisma or illusory abilities. In addition, they have a good relationship with most small guilds, and a few medium-sized guilds. This means that it's almost impossible for there to be a rank 2 or higher magus in charge, else it would have long since become a large-scale guild. If Leylin was still a rank 2 warlock, he would naturally force his way through. However, as he was still sustaining an injury and could not yet use his full power, he had to remain low-key indefinitely and not attract unwarranted attention from magi who were rank 2 and above. Hence, he had to be patient and enter the game that this wily vixen Leylin was playing. "Hello, mister. Do you have an appointment?" As Leylin stepped in, he was respectfully stopped by two maidservants. As they greeted him, Leylin caught a whiff of an extremely simple yet elegant perfume. The two maidservants were dressed extremely well, and they clearly had training in their poise, which could rival that of women in nobility. However, the few knights that stood behind the maidservants were enough to cause people to dispel their stray thoughts. "I have an appointment with Leylin," Leylin answered. "Lord Leylin, please follow me." After hearing Leylин's name, the two maidservants' bodies shuddered slightly and they became more respectful to Leylin. "Lord Leylin is waiting for you in the Horizon Pavilion." "Horizon Pavilion? Isn't that the guest room that is reserved for people of the highest importance?" A passing noble youth squealed, attracting the attention of passers-by. "I haven't heard wrongly, it is the Horizon Pavilion. Exactly what background does this young man have?" "I haven't heard anything about a noble paying a visit." From a secret hall nearby, all sorts of mutters could be heard. Though their voices were extremely low and quiet, they were still able to travel into Leylin's ear. Leylin followed behind the maid-servants. Under everyone's astonished gazes, he headed towards the meeting point designated for the people of highest importance. After walking through several corridors that were lined with flowers and plants, Leylin finally reached the Horizon Pavilion. The two maid-servants opened the door for Leylin before retreating. Mist. A layer of thin white mist engulfed the entire room, and in certain corners of the room were the glittering of jewels, making the place more magnificent than before, its picturesque beauty like a place of fantasy. This mist seems to have a type of tranquil and relaxing effect, which is rather useful for even a regular human's body. Leylin made his deduction after catching a single whiff of it. He even understood the formula to replicate the mist. It's a pity that it doesn't have much of an effect on an official magus. Leylin continued to observe the layout of the Horizon Pavilion. Green plants took up a huge portion of the room, but the layout was extremely neat and tidy, giving off a feeling of being one with nature. In the Twilight Zone, green plants were extremely valuable resources, as the light from sunstones was used to grow various fungi and oats. As for vegetables and fruits, they were extremely rare items only for the nobility, much less plants that were only used for aesthetic viewing purposes. Leylin rested on a chair made of vines, seemingly unaware of Leylin's arrival. Her long, slender legs were revealed, and with that beauty of hers that could cause wars between kingdoms, it was no small temptation, even for an official magus. Ahem. Leylin lightly coughed, following which, the woman lying down was roused in shock, and she proceeded to greet Leylin with a smile. "You're here, Magus Leylin." Each and every movement of hers had elegance in it, and coupled with her voice that was as sweet as a skylark's, it could leave one intoxicated. "Hello, Magus Leylin." Leylin gave a perfunctory greeting, the expression on his face neither warm nor cold. The spiritual force of an official magus was enough to engulf the space within the room, and when Leylin entered, he did not conceal the aura on his body. It would be strange if this woman did not realize his arrival at all. However, even if it was done on purpose, Leylin's behavior could not invoke any hatred. It was as if a little girl was playing a prank, which was not annoying. However, after witnessing this scene, Leylin was even more sure of the meditation technique she cultivated in. A superior illusory technique was not only cast on opponents, but also on the user. It would often leave opposing magi finding it unbearable to inflict pain on them. It was extremely obvious that Leylin's meditation technique had reached such a level. Leylin, there is only one effect from such a meditation technique, and that is to increase affinity with others. Natural affinity. Affinity to all things. At its peak, it will even affect intelligent creatures and their unconscious state of mind. Furthermore, it will also attract the illusion elemental energy particles. Leylin quickly deduced Celine's meditation technique. Terrifying. At its later stages, this meditation technique will even affect official magi, where the energy particles will enter the magus body and influence their spirit's natural inclinations. Of course, Celine's attainment in this meditation technique had not reached such a level yet. Furthermore, Leylin had only conjectured the level higher than her current state, which may not even be true. Evidently, her lustrous appearance could still not enchant Leylin. Hence, Leylin had not completely disregarded Celine's beauty and found another chair made of vines, which was facing her, to sit on. I'm sure that Miss Celine is extremely clear about my intentions on being here. The attitude that Leylin showed caused Celine to furrow her brows. However, very soon she smiled meaningfully as she stood up and stretched her back. Since Mr. Leylin had already mentioned it, then I won't beat around the bush any longer. Celine smiled wryly. The icy cave is not controlled by my guild, Nature's Alliance. As for the icy jade scorpion, its venom poses a problem even for magi. Furthermore, the elite icy jade scorpion has the might of a semi-converted elemental magus. Legends have it that a peak rank 1 magus could not even beat their king. Under so many unfavorable circumstances, we have to pay a huge price for every icy jade scorpion's breath that we obtain. What's more troublesome is that this species cannot be tamed, and they will attack any other living thing. To be frank, that material that I put for sale was the very last piece I owned. Celine continuously poured forth her grievances, seemingly pitiful like a weak and helpless damsel. One would often forget her identity as an official magus. However, Leylin would not fall into such a trap. Furthermore, even if she really had met with such troubles, Leylin had no intentions of helping her. My apologies, but my reason for coming here this time is to amass large amounts of the icy jade scorpion's breath. Also, if you were to meet with difficulties, we could change our negotiations. Bring me the permit to enter the icy cave and a detailed map. In exchange, I'm willing to fork out large amounts of magic crystals, precious resources, and even top-grade research materials. Leylin spoke in a rich and overbearing manner. Of course, to enter the icy cave, he could deal with other organizations or simply choose to infiltrate his way in. However, having an honest identity was always a good thing. Furthermore, Leylin had already inquired about the other factions who were safeguarding the icy cave. They were either a type of intelligent species or those extremely obstinate, conservative humans. As to whether Leylin could obtain anything from them, it remained a mystery. No matter what, if Leylin did not want to cause a huge stir, the best way was to get in through Nature's Alliance. Of course, if he was left with no other choices, Leylin did not mind going into seclusion for a good while before he regained the might of a rank 2 warlock and force his way in and even monopolize the area for himself. Entry permit, even a map. Celine bowed her head as she pondered, but she very soon declined. My apologies. Mr. Leylin, you aren't from Nature's Alliance, so if I were to let you in, the other factions would not be too pleased about it. However, if you were a member of Nature's Alliance, then there wouldn't be any problems anymore. Celine grinned. Leylin laughed loudly. Just for a mere entry permit and you want me to join as a member, aren't you a little too naive? It definitely will not stop at that level. If you, Mr. Leylin, are willing to join, Celine is willing to give you the honorary title of a professor, with 500,000 magic crystals as a salary each year. Furthermore, the precious resources and experiment lab will be open to you. Mr. Won't you give Celine a hand? Celine sounded extremely sincere as she spoke in an endearing manner which could enchant people. Ripples seemed to emanate from her big, shiny eyes. Leylin was shocked for a while before he smiled and met Celine's eyes with his. Under the detection of the AI chip, an extremely indiscernible spiritual force was revealed to him. Moreover, the direction that it headed towards was Leylin's brain and his sea of consciousness. She actually dared to cast an illusion on me. Leylin did not know whether to laugh or cry. This woman was acting somewhat recklessly. Not to mention the automatic counterattack from his bloodline. As a rank 2 warlock, his massive spiritual force was enough to cause Celine a backlash which could turn her into an idiot. However, he still had uses for her, so naturally, he would not be this vicious. From Leylin's eyes, a large crimson-colored light surged forward and crumbled the incoming spiritual force into pieces. After realizing this had happened, Celine's face turned pale. Leylin, who had adopted a low profile, had always been suppressing his spiritual force and energy waves that he radiated. On the surface, he was just another ordinary rank 1 magus. For this very reason, Celine was willing to cast an illusion on him. However, from the looks of it, this magus by the name of Leylin was concealing most of his strength, which had caused her to be on the losing end. In many cases, magic could turn around and backfire on the person who had cast the spell and cause him or her damage. Celine struggled, wanting to shift her eyes away. However, her neck seemed to be stuck in a certain position, unable to move even an inch. Shocked, Celine could only gaze pitifully at Leylin, hoping to gain his understanding. After playing around with her for a while, Leylin gave a faint smile and curbed the crimson rays coming from his eyes. Meanwhile, Celine trembled violently, 2 red lines flowed from her beautiful nose and created a flaw on her attractive face. A peak rank 1 magus. You're a peak rank 1 magus. Celine did not even bother sorting out her appearance and exclaimed. Through this spiritual force encounter, Celine could tell that he had a spiritual force that was as deep and profound as an ocean. The icy and terrifying aura it had caused her much fear. She was extremely confident in her abilities in casting illusions. Based on records on meditation techniques, only someone who had the strength of at least a rank 1 peak magus would be able to forcefully break her illusions. At this point, magi like them had basically completely converted their elemental essence, and their whole body had undergone a slight change. Ordinary illusions were basically useless. And Leylin right here was a peak rank 1 magus. My apologies. Celine did have the slightest clue that Mr. Leylin had already been promoted to the peak of rank 1. Please forgive me for that sudden probing just now. Thank you so much for letting me off. Celine looked grim, got up, and bowed towards Leylin with an expression of reverence. In this situation where guilds were usually managed by official magi, a peak rank 1 magus was enough to destroy several small guilds. Celine was extremely familiar with the destructive power of a peak rank 1 magus. Magi at this level were enough to be the trump cards of medium-scaled guilds. Why would they appear here? While Celine was bowing, she secretly raised her head and took the measure of this young man who was preposterously good-looking. All sorts of thoughts emerged in her mind. It's nothing much. How is it going regarding the trade? Leylin shook his head slightly. Just showing a bit of strength was enough for this little vixen to see the disparity between them. When the difference in power was like that between heaven and earth, any scheming would be useless. The trade isn't very urgent. Please wait for a while longer. Celine's attitude had now undergone an 180-degree change. She bowed slightly, and then flitted away into the darkness like a butterfly. She did not make him wait long, appearing in front of him again within a few minutes. However, she now wore a purplish gold gown and had dressed herself up, and did not look as pitiful as she had been. She was also holding onto a round disc. This is the collection at our office. There aren't many produced every year, and we only use it to entertain important guests. Celine smiled daintily, placing the item on the round dish on the table. It was a seed that was in the shape of an olive. There were also patterns that were similar to that on walnuts and was probably the seed of some plant. Celine's pale jade-like hands brushed at the seed. Wang! Along with a circle of green rays, the entire seed began to tremble. Pock! A white feeler burst out of the seed, extended itself, and then increased in number. After the feelers were brown branches, followed by green leaves and pink flowers. Under the green rays, this seed rapidly went through its entire brief life, and when all the flower petals fell away, a red fruit that was like an apple appeared on a branch. This is a special local product of ours, the Sicily fruit. As it stays ripe for just a short period of time, it needs to be eaten right after being picked to be able to enjoy its pure, unadulterated taste. Celine explained to Leylin while giving a gentle smile. The miracles in life are truly splendid and numerous. Leylin praised. Such a miracle was only possible by using magic. He picked the fruit off the plant, and the plant, which had lost its fruit, quickly wilted, and in seconds, turned into a puddle of gray liquid. A packed munch. Leylin took a bite of the fruit that had been created by using magic to accelerate its growth. As for any poisons, after having awakened the toxic innate talent of the giant Chemoian serpent, he was basically immune to most poisons in the world. Perhaps only the terrifying toxins that originated from ancient times might be able to affect him. As the fruit entered his mouth, a fragrant and sweet juice flowed between his teeth. It tastes pretty good, and it also seems to be beneficial towards one's spiritual force. It is still rather effective for official magi who are gathering spiritual force. Leylin gave a slightly surprised glance towards Celine. The Sicily fruit is only effective for official magi who are eating it for the first time. If a magus rank is too high, or if it is eaten multiple times, it is probably only useful for satisfying one's taste buds and stomach. Celine could only force a wry smile, pointing out the flaws in the fruit. Even so, it is still remarkable. Leylin shook his head. The effects of this fruit were akin to those of a potion for spiritual force. If this was on the south coast, countless official magi would be looting this everywhere. Here, however, any small power was able to bring it out, and Leylin once again learned more about the abundance of resources in the subterranean world. After displaying his strength, Leylin was extremely calm and composed, enjoying the top-grade delicacies, wine, and other great things that Celine brought out, while occasionally speaking to her. After that, Celine took the initiative and brought up the trade that Leylin had been talking about. Is my lord really not going to even consider Celine's suggestion? Celine stared at Leylin with puppy dog eyes. I don't have any plans to join any powers and be tied down. Leylin rejected her straight out. Please don't worry about that at all. Nature's alliance is very small and I, Celine, am the only official magus. My lord, you wouldn't have to do much. Celine guaranteed. Also, the moment you enter, we will release to you all of Nature's Alliance's high-grade meditation techniques and information regarding the secret spells that have been passed down. After all, it was very rare for a peak rank 1 magus to be seen traveling alone in the Twilight Zone. One could go so far as to say that they could be seen once in 100 years. If one wanted to walk far on the path of magi, it was essential that they possess large amounts of resources and knowledge, and these were things that only large powers possessed. Hence, those wandering magi were usually not that powerful. Anyone who was a semi-converted magus was considered rather powerful, and as for being a peak rank 1 magus, that was virtually impossible. Even if there were one or two who were extremely lucky, they would immediately be roped in by large magi organizations, and would definitely not continue to wander. Now, however, Celine knew there was a tremendous opportunity in front of her. The moment she recruited Leylin, Nature's Alliance would automatically become a medium-ranked guild that would not lose out to top powers. Hence, whilst knowing that she did not have much hope in this endeavor, Celine still wanted to give it a try. Though she had previously used her own beauty to seduce a few magi, most of them were nothing special, and all they wanted was to gain possession of her. It was extremely disgusting, but she had to endure the disgust that rose within her and continue to have dealings with them for her guild to continue to exist. If her guild had a peak rank 1 magus taking charge, things would definitely be different. My apologies, but, Leylin spoke, causing Celine's expression to pale. But it's not as if there isn't a roundabout way of doing this. However, Leylin's next words caused Celine's eyes to shine. I can go through the motions of entering the Nature's Alliance Guild to obtain the entry permit to enter the icy cave. Also, I want everything that you promised me, and in return, I can even personally help you to expand the guild to some extent. After this, you and your Nature's Alliance are not allowed to reject any of my requests. Remember, I mean any at all. Leylin altered the conditions a little, leaving Celine to sink deeply into thought. Fine. After muttering to herself for some time, this clever woman quickly nodded and accepted Leylin's terms. There were few chances to recruit a peak rank 1 magus. In addition, though Leylin would only enter the guild in name, as long as she did her utmost if Nature's Alliance were to get into trouble, wouldn't he help out? I can. Even. Celine raised her head and looked at Leylin's handsome features, flushed red, and then ducked her head. However, considering her experience, she knew to rein in her emotions. I'll pass you the high-grade meditation techniques and information regarding spells as soon as possible. May I know when you are planning to enter the icy cave? I can arrange. Celine's head automatically lowered. Such an attitude surprised Leylin. Don't I have to sign some contract? I recall that when most guilds recruit new blood, some even get them to leave behind a portion of their soul. I trust Lord Leylin, Celine resolutely stated, which left Leylin somewhat stupefied. Of course, he would not leave any traces of his spirit to be bound by a contract. However, he was prepared to use the trial's eye to reassure her. After all, he still had many items that could be used to concoct the solution of the nefarious Filthbird's feathers. However, it seemed like Celine was slyer than he thought, and was also willing to take risks. Perhaps, In the future, Nature's Alliance would be able to shine through her leadership and walk the path to glory. Leylin looked at Celine, who seemed like a maidservant now, as he smiled in a toying manner. A few days later, on a tall, fertile land, in front of a mighty construction. Celine wore purple robes, seemingly with a bewitching intent. This caused the two acolytes behind her to gulp down their saliva. Between the two acolytes, one of them was female. She herself was intoxicated by Celine's beauty, and her gaze held a trace of adoration. Lord Celine, are we really waiting for a peak rank 1 magus here? As for the other male acolyte, he was somewhat in disbelief. It was a peak rank 1 magus after all. Such strength was enough to be granted the position of an elder in large guilds. Why would such a magus lower his status and enter a small guild? Or perhaps, maybe it was for Lord Celine. The male acolyte racked his brains to derive a plausible explanation while tightly clenching his fist. As for the female acolyte, she gritted her teeth. As for what she thought, that peak rank 1 magus must have used some methods to cause Lord Celine to succumb to him, and intentionally joined the guild to use it to his advantage for a long time. Obo, Ilya, although this Lord Leylin has a relatively good-natured disposition, you cannot be disrespectful. You are the hope of my Nature's Alliance. If you have the chance to be favored by Lord Leylin and become his disciple, the chances of advancing to a rank 1 magus in the future will be extremely high. As for Celine, she did not consider the complicated feelings of her acolytes and even tried to instruct them at this moment. The reason for her bringing the two acolytes who had the highest chances of advancing into an official magus with her was twofold. First, she wanted everyone in the guild to know that she had recruited a peak rank 1 magus, and on the other hand, she had hoped for Leylin to take them as his disciples, to further strengthen the ties they had. GGG. Isn't that the guild leader of Nature's Alliance? Who might be this important for the ravishing beauty Miss Celine to personally welcome him? At this moment, a group of magi walked out as the large gates of the construction creaked open. The one walking at the forefront was middle-aged, with a half-naked torso and 8 long legs that propped up his body. At his buttocks was a sack of silk. It seemed to be a half-man half-spider creature. Moreover, a genital tube hung from his lower abdomen in the open. Looking at it, Obo felt it repulsive, and as for Ilya, she lowered her head. However, they could not express their disgust, as this creature had the might of a semi-converted rank 1 magus, which made it stronger than Celine. Through the sensing of the spiritual force, they could see that the halo of energy particles surrounding the creature's body was mightier than that of their guild leader. It's been a really long time, Magus Skrill. Celine smiled jubilantly and went forward to greet the creature. The Magus Skrill looked at Obo and Ilya in disdain, before looking at Celine. Miss Celine, why do you have to safeguard the Nature's Alliance? There are so few acolytes, and much less potential. This will only end with you squandering your youth and your precious lifespan. Why don't you join us at the 8-Claw Spider Guild? I can give you a position which is just beneath mine. Skrill licked his lips as he lustfully looked at Celine. My apologies, Sir Skrill, Celine smiled with some difficulty, and as Skrill edged closer, she caught a whiff of his repulsive odor, which left her rather pale. On the other side, Obo and Ilya's eyes had already turned red. If not for Skrill being an official magus with a might that surpassed Celine, they would have already dashed forward. Skrill was a leader of one of the small-scale guilds that had banded together with Nature's Alliance to guard the icy cave. Very long ago, when Nature's Alliance was at its peak, Skrill's guild was still a pathetic, tail-wagging, pity-votes-garnering, tag-along of a guild. However, after Celine took over the leadership position, Nature's Alliance's power started to wane. Only then did Skrill begin to mercilessly reap the benefits that originally belonged to Nature's Alliance, and even express his interests in Celine. Crystal Mask Celine herself had only just advanced to become an official magus. Compared to Skrill, she was obviously lacking. In addition, all the magi that were on good terms with Nature's Alliance were not willing to offend a semi-converted magus just for this small matter. As with their responsibilities in their respective guilds, they had to consider many more things than most other magi. Even if Celine were to win over a few magi by using her body, those she could win over would at most be regular official magi that would be much weaker than Skrill. This was what had allowed Skrill to be so unreserved with his actions. The smile on Celine's face gradually became more forced as Skrill made things more difficult for her along every step of the way. At the same time, she also sent warnings to Obo and Ilya, telling them not to do anything that might provoke Skrill. Obo and Ilya felt as if their hearts had been slashed, as they were only able to clench their fists at this scene. Leylin continued, the reason I'm here is to welcome a famed professor into my guild. He wishes to enter the icy caves. Famed professor. Skrill's brows furrowed. Is it Wagron or Noah? With just their measly amount of strength, they'll just be a burden, Skrill sneered. No. The professor we've invited is a traveling magus from the eastern capital. In fact, I myself was rather surprised that he actually agreed to enter Nature's Alliance. A grin surfaced on Celine's face. Anyways, he's already here. Hee hee. How powerful can a traveling magus be? Celine, I hope you didn't get cheated. Skrill's disdainful expression was still on his face. He's here. Where is he? Here. Leylin's cold voice sounded from behind Skrill. Skrill's body stiffened. How powerful was this official magus to be able to escape his detection and sneak behind his back without any trouble? If not for the greeting, it would have been an easy task for Leylin to kill him with just a spell. He turned around rigidly to the sight of a young magus in black standing behind him with a gentle smile on his lips. However, the aura he was giving off was terrifyingly strong. The moment he appeared, dense dark elemental particles permeated the area, repelling the elemental particles revolving around Skrill. The aura of an elemental essence conversion, AP peak rank 1 magus. Skrill had even begun to stutter. Oh, great Gaia. A peak rank 1 magus was basically a tyrant in the Twilight Zone. Why would one choose to enter a small guild such as Nature's Alliance to be a professor? Skrill could not make sense of this situation. Looks like you aren't very respectful to the guild master of our Nature's Alliance, huh? Leylin stared at this magus with interest. Surgical transplants, or meditation techniques that can alter the body shape. I really want to explore further with that research. Though his words were indirect, Leylin's gaze was enough to cause Skrill to shiver in trepidation. My lord, you're such a joker. We of the Eight-Claw Spider Guild and Nature's Alliance have always been friendly with each other, so why would I be trying to make things difficult for Guild Master Celine? Ha ha, Skrill bowed towards Leylin, lowering his head and smiling apologetically. Is that so? Leylin shot Celine a glance. Yes, Lord Leylin. Celine glared coldly at Skrill until an imploring look appeared in his eyes, and then spoke. In that case, go back first. I still have some matters that I wish to discuss with Celine. Leylin instructed. Of course. Many thanks, my lord. Skrill immediately ran back to the fort as if he had been granted an official pardon, not daring to overstep his boundaries. Celine, it looks like your Nature's Alliance isn't doing that well. Leylin looked at Celine, and then slightly eyed the two level 3 acolytes, both of whom were gradually flushing red. My apologies. Celine gave a wry smile. Ever since my mentor passed away, we of Nature's Alliance have not seen anyone advance to an official magus in a long time. All that's left is me working alone, which has caused our situation to go downhill. However, with my lord joining us, I'm sure the situation will improve. A peak rank 1 magus was the trump card of middle-scaled guilds. With Leylin, Nature's Alliance would obviously be able to develop more. Whatever. However, I hope you remember our arrangement. If not, I won't actually help you if you cause some trouble that's difficult to deal with. Leylin reminded Celine. What he had agreed on was that in exchange for her high-grade meditation techniques, accumulation of information regarding magi as well as easy access to the icy cave, he would be a professor in name. In fact, Leylin would only be joining the Nature's Alliance in name. Though he had other plans, he did not wish for Celine to use his name to create trouble outside. Don't worry, Celine guaranteed. She was an intelligent woman and knew not to touch Leylin's bottom line. Obo and Ilya, quick, greet my lord. She called out to the people behind her. Upon hearing her words, Obo and Ilya bowed, looking dazed. We give our greetings to our lord. Their heads were low, and they did not dare to look at Leylin. However, from their voices, their admiration was apparent. A peak rank 1 magus. Obo and Ilya had never imagined that such a magus would appear in Nature's Alliance. Now, with a top-notch magus like Leylin in charge, Nature's Alliance seemed like it would once again emerge as a top power. Obo and Ilya were immeasurably emotional. Ever since they were young, they had been taken in by Nature's Alliance and naturally had developed very deep feelings for the guild, hoping that it would become more powerful. Even their resentment from Celine almost being snatched away had lowered considerably. Alright, Celine, where are the things I wanted? Leylin gestured with his hands, getting the level 3 acolytes to leave, and then spoke to Celine. Seeing that Obo and Ilya were not enough to catch Leylin's eye, Celine could only sigh in her heart. She then produced a light gold-colored leaf and a sheet of dark yellow parchment paper. This is a map. In the other hand, recorded on this gold leaf is the only high-grade meditation technique that we have, the original crystal mask. I hope you can take care of it. Celine's expression was very sincere. This attitude was rather surprising to Leylin. He immediately took the map and took a look. Within were numerous potholes and markings. It was obvious that Nature's Alliance had been exploring the icy caves for a long time. Even so, they had not explored the deepest level of the cave, which went to show the immense size of the cave. This was the reason why Leylin had wanted the map. Otherwise, wouldn't it mean that he would need to blindly explore the icy caves for months or even years before he could gather enough of the icy jade scorpion breath? Also, this crystal mask. Leylin naturally knew the significance of Celine passing down the original high-grade meditation technique to him. To some extent, this was a symbol of Nature's Alliance. Celine's actions were like she was handing over much of her authority to Leylin. In addition, handing out the original meditation technique allowed Leylin to see that she did not do anything suspicious to the technique. Celine was unafraid as she met Leylin's gaze, her eyes filled with a fervent hope and pleading. Leylin pursed his lips and extended his hand to take the gold leaf, and a trace of silver spiritual force entered it. Discovery of spiritual force, permission to allow transmission of information. The AI chip prompted. Permission granted. Under Leylin's orders, large amounts of data entered his brain, which also answered the question of why Celine had been so generous as to pass him the original. There are only 2 levels to the crystal mask. Leylin found it hard to believe as he looked at Celine. Shouldn't all high-grade meditation techniques have at least 4 levels? In ancient times, high-grade meditation techniques were not just any simple techniques. They represented a route that could allow one to enter the ranks of the Morning Star Magi. In other words, high-grade meditation techniques had at least 4 levels of information, allowing Magi to train until they became Morning Star Magi. The second half of the technique is lost, my lord. Celine looked bitter. To be honest, most of the high-grade meditation techniques in the Twilight Zone are incomplete. There is no way to advance further. After listening to Celine's narration, Leylin suddenly thought of Siegfried's meditation technique, Gaia's Might. The high-grade technique of the Earth-Fire Association seemed to only have 3 levels, allowing Magi to train until rank 3. There was no another way for them to advance. Even in ancient times, high-grade meditation techniques were not staple goods, and there were a few wars in Twilight Zone. Though the inheritances were successfully passed down, we now lack a lot of the information regarding subtopics and other information. Celine explained to Leylin. In addition, even though we have 2 levels of the crystal mask, none of the Magi in Nature's Alliance have successfully trained in both levels. The contents of the second level need to be supplemented with mirage crystals from the fog world, but unfortunately, these materials have been gone from the Twilight Zone for over 10,000 years. Seemingly afraid that Leylin would think of this meditation technique as having little value, Celine quickly handed out something else. These are the spell models that Nature's Alliance has been accumulating until now, within which are our research materials on 4 rank 2 magic spells. She produced a crystal ball and passed it to Leylin. In addition, we can increase our offerings to you to 1,000,000 magic crystals per year. Rank 2 spells. Leylin was inwardly exhilarated, but his expression remained stolid. Don't worry, I've made my promise to you, and I definitely won't go back on my words. Icy Cave. As far as Leylin was concerned, he had collected high-level meditation techniques to supplement the AI chip's information bank and to further understand the contents of the Chemoyan's pupil and sacred flame. With the AI chip's formidable computation abilities, even if the data was somewhat incomplete, it did not matter. Difficulties regarding advancement were not the issue here, and in any case, Leylin himself would not be practicing all these techniques. Good. I am already aware of your sincerity. Under Celine's somewhat stunned gaze, Leylin threw a light gold leaf, the surface of which acted like a memory crystal, back to Celine and indifferently told her, I now want to enter the icy cave by myself, my lord. The icy cave's terrain is complex, so even though you have a map, would you allow Obo or Ilya, or even Celine herself to guide you personally? Anxiety was present all over Celine's face, as this was an opportunity for her relationship with Leylin to become better, and she did not want to miss it. No need for that. Leylin immediately rejected her suggestion. In addition to the fact that Leylin had many secrets that were inconvenient for him to reveal in front of others, bringing along people would bring no benefits. According to the AI chip's analysis, The higher the rank of the icy jade scorpion was, the better the quality of the icy jade scorpion breath would be, and therefore, Leylin desired to penetrate deep into the depths of the icy jade scorpion's lair in hopes of finding a higher rank beast. For the commonly found, dangerous adult beasts, which were equal to an official magus in terms of strength, 2 level 3 acolytes would simply be like food delivered on a platter. Even if Leylin were to go, it would bring more demerits than benefits. In that case, I request that my lord informs me when he comes out. Leylin has not brought my lord to have a look at the guild. Leylin bit her lip, and finally issued her invitation. I will. Seeing her wanting to speak more but hesitating, Leylin smiled inwardly, and immediately complied. Then, following behind Leylin, Leylin arrived at the entrance to the icy cave. Here the Nature's Alliance, 8-clawed spiders, the teal vine, other guilds and factions guard this place together. They have jointly formed a council of elders to oversee this place. In the past, our Nature's Alliance naturally held a vast influence within this council of elders, but it is very unfortunate that ever since my teacher passed away, Nature's Alliance's power has been reduced, and now, we have been pushed aside to the lowest authority. While Leylin brought Leylin inside a huge building, she occasionally enlightened him as to the current situation of the Nature's Alliance. Along the way, Leylin could often see many magi and acolytes, all wearing different kinds of Chinese gowns with different symbols on them, pass by him on their way in and out. This place is known as the Ice Fortress. The 6 guilds jointly vested some funds and built the fortress, and the guilds' members defend it. Also, many other guilds have set up their own special laboratories here, and they analyze the various materials obtained from the icy caves. Although our current authority is not much, escorting my lord inside is not a problem. Leylin spoke as she led Leylin to the base of the fortress. Within the man-made fortress, Leylin saw a huge white crevice. A cold wind blew out constantly from the crevice, causing the temperature inside the cavern to drop by several degrees, to the point that even the white wind was condensed into cold ice and white snow which formed a thick layer that covered the entire crevice. The icy cave is filled with this type of ice wind all year long. Incidentally, the cold air and sharp ice ridges inside the cave are thorny nuisances even for our official magi. After many years of exploration, we discovered that this crevice here is the least harmful, and is a most suitable entrance. Other places are either a dead end or it requires a long period to withstand the chilling cold air. Even a rank 2 magi cannot necessarily withstand it. Leylin nodded. There were also other giant surface cracks outside the icy cave, but by seeing how all the magicians paid no attention to them, he knew that these entrances simply were death traps, and that here lay the safest path. Isn't this Magus Leylin? Do you want to enter the icy cave to explore? At this time, the magus guarding the entrance greeted Leylin with a smile, a warm expression in his eyes. When Leylin saw that this magus had a floor-length white beard, he somewhat speechlessly sneered inwardly. No, I am only escorting our guild's honorary instructor to the entrance, Leylin replied with a smile. Honorary instructor? Him. The old man was startled first, but then immediately began sizing up Leylin, this newly arrived magus. Although with Leylin's ability, she couldn't attract an extremely formidable magus, some comparatively shallow official magi had willingly become members of Nature's Alliance Guild to get close to this beauty but were ultimately rejected by her. Based on the facts that she had revealed, Leylin had tried to find at least a semi-converted elemental magus to join the guild. It was obvious that among her admirers, only Skrill had met these requirements, but Leylin would not agree to that. Hello, young magus. I am known as Old Madre. The elderly magus was carefully measuring Leylin up, but he nevertheless spoke very politely. I am called Leylin. Nice to meet you. Leylin smiled but remained very reserved. Because of him frequently being in the habit of compressing his spiritual force, Leylin's aura and fluctuation of energy waves were concealed, and thus, Old Madre was unable to discover Leylin's true strength. However, even this alone was enough to catch Old Madre's attention and cause dread, as the unknown was often feared and considered dangerous by all, particularly the magi. Since he is the honorary instructor of your guild, he can certainly go in. After confirming Leylin's capabilities, Old Madre reverted to his business-like appearance. Immediately, he pulled out something that looked like a metal ball, from within which a red light radiated, and submerged into the entrance. Within the void, there were faint trembles, these invisible distortions blasted out unceasingly, revealing a red-colored network of rays that covered the entire entrance. This network was clearly a previously arranged defense mechanism, but it was unknown how it concealed things so that there was not even a leak of any magic waves. Such an arrangement, Leylin hesitated and inwardly muttered. If I did not know what it was beforehand, perhaps my identity would have also been discovered by it. It is dangerous within the icy caves. A cold wind that is comparable to a level 0 magic attack blows everywhere, and there are also many high-energy organisms that gather in some places. Hence, I request that you please not go in too deep. Old Madre exhorted a couple of sentences, and then immediately gestured an invitation to Leylin. My lord, the cold air attack of icy jade scorpion is of an extreme yin nature. I am begging you to be careful. This was the last sentence Celine said to Leylin. This scene caused old Madre, who was standing to one side, to be somewhat envious, but he did not say anything. But he was different compared to Skrill. Old Madre only had warm feelings of admiration for Celine, his attitude did not change to one of terrifying possessiveness. Therefore, when saw that Celine's intention was to cherish Leylin, he had only chosen to observe this scene. I will be careful. Leylin smiled in agreement, and after that, he signaled to old Madre with a nod and then submerged himself within that cold wind and snow. Woo, woo. The cold wind howled in Leylin's ears as it violently blew about while he hurriedly slid down. Finally, along with a light sound, Leylin steadily stood in a snowy area. How is it so deep? Aren't I already at least 3 kilometers underground? Leylin surveyed his surroundings. With the howling icy wind, there was much noise, like 10,000 musical instruments are being played at the same time. The illumination contrasted greatly in here against the fortress, as it was pitch black within the underground icy cave. Illuminate. Leylin lifted his right hand, and a ball of light that was like a bright, incandescent light bulb calmly appeared on his palm. Let's go. As Leylin lightly shouted, the light ball rapidly rose in mid-air and rotated. The ball of light immediately illuminated this place. Leylin took a quick look all around him. He was currently within a semicircular, underground icy cavern, the surroundings of which had countless densely packed holes in the walls. It was as if he was within an anthill. All around on the walls was a thick, translucent layer of ice. The light from his illumination technique fell upon this ice layer and was immediately refracted into multicolored light that made for a magnificent feast for the eyes. Flap sounds of wings beating against the air resounded massively, as if tens of thousands of sparrows were trying to free themselves from a bag, waking Leylin, who was standing awestruck while observing his surroundings. Immediately, massive black dots welled up from within the underground cavern. Upon taking a closer look, these black dots all had a pair of transparent, fleshy wings, forked tails that were similar to what swallows had, and tiny eyes and sharp ears that brought about an eerie feeling. Sun-chasing bats. There are at least 10,000 of them. Leylin quickly estimated the number of these bats. Chiik, chiik, the numerous bats cried out, and as if black clouds were blotting out the sun, they revolved around that light ball and projected a shadow upon the ground. Chiik. After the colony of bats had surrounded the light ball, as if they had obtained a command, they suddenly started to mindlessly attack that light ball. Their wings continuously smacked that ball of light, and like that, they wrapped up the entire light ball, causing not even a sliver of light to be seen. The entire cavern was once again plunged into darkness. A moment later, the fluttering of wings once again echoed and the numerous sun-chasing bats scattered, but there were no traces of the light ball. Oh, Leylin sighed. Igniting light in a region shrouded in darkness is clearly dangerous. In the subterranean world, the Twilight Zone's human race made up only a small portion of the living organisms, and most darkness creatures had already been thoroughly exterminated, and because many of them were weak, they had no option but to hide upon seeing light. However, in some desolate places outside of Twilight Zone, such light rays would instead stimulate the terrifying characteristics of these creatures of darkness, leading to a relentless barrage of attacks. The creatures of darkness outside of Twilight Zone and the ones that Leylin had just encountered were entirely different matters. The tide formed by the massive amounts of foreign creatures of darkness were also something that even official magi generally avoided. An approaching conspiracy if the route that Leylin had taken had been filled with hordes of darkness creatures on the way to the eastern capital, the journey would not have been so quiet. Even if Leylin were to survive, Balin, Jenny, and James definitely would have died in the mouths of these dark elemental beasts. It was obvious that within the icy caves, in the places that these beasts convened, they hated light, they would attack with all they had the moment that they detected any. Even I would need to spend a lot of time and magic to deal with all of those bats every day. It's not worth it. Leylin sighed. While the groups of bats were running amok, he had used a concealment spell. Hence, he had naturally not been pursued or attacked by the bats. After doing some experiments, Leylin made up his mind. Night vision. He used this spell on himself. This was an essential spell for many magi in the subterranean world. With this spell, they could see things in the dark as if it were day without giving off any light that would attract aggressive beasts. AI. Chip, display the map in your records. After he casted the spell, Leylin gave an order to the AI. Chip. Immediately after, a 3D image appeared in front of his eyes. This was the simulated model the AI. Chip had formed after analyzing the map Leylin had given him. Nearby Leylin, there were red dots that constantly moved nearby Leylin, indicating the activity of high-energy beings. Compared to the previous inflexible map, this was even more detailed and reliable. In a cave like this that was as complicated as a maze, Leylin had a definite advantage with his AI. Chip. At the very least, with the AI. Chip recording down everything, he would not get lost. The icy cave could easily cause people to get lost. Every year, there were acolytes or even magi in the guild who got completely lost in the cave. According to other magi, if they had been enticed to enter deeper areas, they would have likely died in the mouths of the dark elemental beasts. Show me the best route to where the icy jade scorpions are the most active. Leylin ordered once again. Then, on the surface of the 3D map, a red line extended from the marker for Leylin's current location. It led to the deeper levels of the icy cave, even marking a few important areas. Let's go. Leylin looked around him and then disappeared into the crevasse. Within the fort, in a concealed room, Skrill saw the scene of Leylin sending Leylin into the icy caves through a crystal ball, a grim expression on his face. Did that bitch Leylin think that I wouldn't dare do anything to her if she found a peak rank 1 magus to depend on? Skrill's facial muscles began to contort as he stared at the shapely body in the image, his expression especially insatiable and passionate. You're mine, and I will get you and make you my most beautiful treasure. Skrill moaned in an abnormal way. How is it? Have you made your decision? Meanwhile, in a corner of the world, black mist rose and constantly changed shape, eventually turning into a human figure with vague features. There's a large issue with your plan. Leylin has already recruited a peak rank 1 magus into her nature's alliance. Our original plan will not work. In front of others, Skrill concealed his previous expression and seemed cold. Peak rank 1. A startled gasp was heard from the mist. Is your information accurate? Why would a peak rank 1 magus be willing to join a small guild? How would I know? Skrill's face darkened. Being scared away by Leylin like that was the ultimate humiliation for him. He could easily repel the elemental particles around me, and his elemental conversion was at a very high level. Even if he's not a peak rank 1 magus, he can't be too far from that. I wonder if that whore, Leylin, tempted him. At the mention of Leylin, Skrill's mood worsened again, leaving him feeling frustrated and unresigned, as if a delicacy meant for him had been robbed by someone else. Gigi, a peak rank 1 magus is a little troublesome, but you should also believe in the guild backing us. A peak rank 1 magus is definitely not enough to hinder our plan. The person shrouded in the mist was very confident. What do you plan to do? A peak rank 1 magus isn't so easily dealt with. Besides, 2 peak rank fighting would definitely lead to a huge commotion. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? A curious look appeared on Skrill's face. Gigi, it's not as if we don't have a peak rank 1 magus in our organization. Did you forget about that good opportunity we have? He will definitely accept. Do you mean? Skrill's eyes brightened. Ha! Leylin breathed out white mist. The moment water vapor reached the outside air, it immediately condensed into tiny crystals that fell to the ground and produced slight sounds. AI. Chip, what's the current temperature? Leylin casually asked. The temperature is now -75 degrees Celsius. The AI. Chip immediately answered. This temperature was more than deadly for regular humans, but in Leylin's eyes, this was a mere chill. As he advanced deeper, he reached the very borders where Leylin's map indicated. It was at this place that he entered the territory where the icy jade scorpions were active. The icy jade scorpion's breath. Fire burned in Leylin's eyes. This material was extremely effective in suppressing the issues he had from his bloodline, and so he definitely needed to get his hands on it. As the overall data and gene composition was different between magi, this was as good as hitting the jackpot for Leylin. If he missed this opportunity, he really had no clue where he would find this material again. Discovered being that matches host's description. Distance: 621 meters. The AI. Chip prompted. causing Leylin to perk up. He followed in the direction the AI chip indicated, and not long after, he saw the actual body of the being. At the end of the tunnels of the icy caves, there was a huge cave, on the surface of which were mosses and little bushes, forming a rather infertile area where food was produced. Here, two groups of beings were having an intense confrontation. On one end was a large, transparent, green scorpion that looked as if its entire body was made of green ice. The two large pincers in front constantly danced back and forth, and its venomous sting curved behind it, moving erratically and looking ready to strike. Blue, chilly air was produced occasionally, from the mouth of this icy jade scorpion, and spat towards its opponent. With just a look, Leylin knew that this large icy jade scorpion was what he was looking for. Facing the icy jade scorpion was a group of blue ants. These ants were the size of a mature adult's finger. Their two large and sharp saw teeth kept opening and closing, producing terrifying, ear-piercing sounds. It was a pity that in the face of the hard shell of the icy jade scorpion, their attacks were futile. Even if they crawled all over the body of the icy jade scorpion, they could not affect its movements. On the contrary, every time the icy jade scorpion raised its large pincers, numerous ants were sent flying. The chilly air puffed out by the icy jade scorpion also froze many of the ants into little crystals, which it then swallowed. This was a battle where the icy jade scorpion was foraging for food. It was the absolute winner here. AI chip, scan the data of the icy jade scorpion in front of me. Leylin immediately ordered. After advancing to become a rank 2 warlock, the AI chip that was spiritually bonded to him had also gained many benefits. Besides a power-up in its simulation abilities, beings like this that had force field-related innate skills could have their data taken down as long as they were below rank 2. Of course, for beings above rank 2, the AI chip would be discovered and counterattack. Icy Jade Scorpion Strength, 15.9, Agility, 10.3, Vitality, 25, Spiritual Force, 45, Special Attacks, 1. Icy Breath, an attack where the icy jade scorpion spits out large amounts of extreme icy air. Power, 30 to 45 degrees. 2. Freeze. When heavily injured, the icy jade scorpion can seal itself in ice and lower its bodily needs to the minimum until its body completely heals. 3. Icy Armor. The icy layer on the surface of the icy jade scorpion's body can effectively defend against physical and magical attacks, and also has a slight rebound effect on light magic. The AI chip quickly sent out a row of data, and displayed a projection of that icy jade scorpion in front of him. Even amongst rank 1 magi, this is quite powerful. Leylin judged. A magus's strength could generally be decided based on their spiritual force. Acolytes were definitely below 20, while rank 1 magi, which were otherwise known as official magi, had a spiritual force between 20 and 80. As for rank 2 magi, it was above 80. Based on Leylin's conjectures and the simulations from the AI chip, the spiritual force of peak rank 2 magi could reach 200. The strength of most rank 1 magi's spells was between 20 and 80 degrees. Not only were its various stats were extremely high, the strength of its breath could even reach past a degree of 30. With its innate defensive spell like Icy Armor, even a regular rank 1 magus was not its opponent. This strength is almost that of a semi-converted magus. I wonder what the elites or even emperors of the icy jade scorpions are like. At this point, the battle had also reached an end. Experiment and seizure. Leylin shifted his attention to the battlefield. The icy jade scorpion had now completely won, and after a single hiss, most of the blue ants fled in all directions. The icy jade scorpion did not chase after the defeated army of ants. Instead, it crawled to the top of a mound and used its large pincers to dig at the mound, revealing a nest with numerous holes that made it look like a honeycomb. In it were large numbers of orderly lined up white eggs. Chi-chi. The icy jade scorpion gave a cry of exultation and began to pig out. My apologies, but I'll need to disturb you for a while. However, its feeding time was interrupted by another being. The tiny red eyes of the icy jade scorpion were fixed on the human figure in front of him, its two large pincers constantly flying in the air and its poisonous stinger flexing behind its back. Chi-chi. The icy jade scorpion was instantly enraged by Leylin, who had disturbed its meal. Large amounts of icy mist was produced from its mouth and aimed at Leylin. Ka-cha, ka-cha. The temperature in the cave lowered, and everywhere this icy mist passed by, exposed rocks shattered into countless fragments. Extreme cold. The unique breath of the icy jade scorpion is said to possess an ability from the icy world. Leylin muttered to himself while covered in the blue icy mist. Immediately after, the large amounts of blue gas vied to enter through Leylin's skin. Beep. Detected absorption of large amounts of icy energy. Extremely effective towards suppressing bloodline issue of emotional instability. Saved. The AI chip intoned. It's not enough. This level of iciness is not enough. Slightly disappointed, Leylin shook his head. He then extended his right arm, at which large amounts of icy mist converged, forming a small spiral in the air. This sight caused the opposing icy jade scorpion to pause its actions. Ka-cha, ka-cha. The blue icy mist shrunk in Leylin's hand, and its light blue luster disappeared, revealing a pure hue. Minutes later, the icy jade scorpion's breath had completely disappeared from Leylin's hand. Left over in his palm was a thin piece of ice that looked the same as what Celine had traded to him, though this shard was much smaller. The crystal shard of the icy jade scorpion's breath. Leylin glanced at the white icy shard in his hand and suddenly sighed. A silver ray of light flashed, and the icy shard suddenly disappeared from Leylin's hand. This icy jade scorpion is still too weak, and its breath can only help in suppressing my emotions by a small amount. If I really want to cure myself, I'll need to do tests on an even more powerful icy jade scorpion. Leylin looked at the icy jade scorpion in front of him. As it spat out large amounts of chilly air, the surface of this large scorpion looked transparent, and it was looking at Leylin from afar, seemingly about to escape. It still has a certain level of intelligence. Seeing its behavior, Leylin was even more interested. I need to obtain a complete experimental body, record its data, and gather some materials. Leylin looked at this large scorpion that looked to be formed entirely out of green ice and broke out into a smile, several hours later, in a large icy cave that had just been opened. The entrance to the cave had been sealed by Leylin. He had also used some concealment methods to prevent ordinary beings from discovering this place. On a large ice platform in the middle of the cave were tens of black iron pillars standing tall to form a cage. The icy jade scorpion from before was kept inside, occasionally letting out low growls. Leylin off to a side, holding a petri dish that held a green shell within. This shell was from the exoskeleton of the icy jade skeleton. Drip drop. A droplet of red liquid was dripped onto the surface of the icy shell, causing the shard to begin to boil and produce large amounts of steam. The shell constantly melted until all that was left was a black fragment. Leylin was delighted upon seeing this. A glimmer of excitement appeared in his eyes, and he used a pair of tweezers to transfer this fragment to a test tube. I've pretty much gathered all of the samples and data. All that's left is to gather data on the icy jade scorpion's breath. Leylin glanced at the icy jade scorpion in the cage and suddenly clapped. Pock pock. Large amounts of sparks flashed at the top of the black iron cage, and blue streaks of electricity whizzed on the pillars, reaching the body of the icy jade scorpion. Chi-chi. Enraged, the icy jade scorpion growled and spat out large amounts of chilly air. This chilly air formed a thick layer of frost on the metal cage, but most of it automatically drifted to Leylin, forming another one of the white crystallized ice shards from before. Effects of electrostimulation. Excellent. Next is to try flames. Leylin snapped his fingers and black flames ascended, as vibrant red tongues of flames extended and engulfed the icy jade scorpion. After extensive experimentation, Leylin finally gathered the information he needed regarding the icy jade scorpion's breath. Matured scorpions can spit out this extreme chilly air attack 5 or 6 times a day. Each time, the amount can form a shard that is a tenth of the size of what Celine gave me. Leylin glanced at the icy jade scorpion in the cage. The scorpion currently had its pincers trailing on the ground, looking lifeless. The green on its body had almost disappeared, turning it into almost a translucent crystal scorpion. Due to its characteristics, Leylin wondered once again if he should confine a few icy jade scorpions, but quickly discarded the idea. Based on the information he had gathered from Celine and Siegfried, these icy jade scorpions could only survive in the icy caves. The moment they left, they would immediately die. Should they survive, their later generations would slowly turn degenerate. The icy jade scorpions could only maintain their unique properties while living in the icy caves. In addition, though these beings had some intelligence, they were very obstinate, or rather, fascinating. This was because Leylin had found a control mechanism inside its sea of consciousness. Protect this place. Protect the queen. Such determination seemed to be passed down with its bloodline, constantly existing in its mind. If Leylin wished to expel this brand, he would need to destroy its sea of consciousness. However, the icy jade scorpion have long since died, which would render this whole effort meaningless. They are so tightly bound as a group. Such a strange control over them made it difficult for Leylin to understand. In wolf packs, there were instances of the alpha males being chased out after losing in a battle for power. However, the icy jade scorpion made Leylin think more of queen bees or queen ants. Only in these sorts of simple organisms would there be a situation of ultimate power and control. It looks like there's a need to go to the nest of the icy jade scorpions. Leylin muttered to himself while looking at the icy jade scorpion trapped in the cage. Though he could occasionally come over and gather the breath of the icy jade scorpion to suppress the issue with his bloodline, he could not truly cure it. What he wished for was something that could completely eliminate all of the negative emotions from his body. It wasn't really a matter of convenience, but rather, it was the fact that it was a weak point that others could target at any time. Leylin wasn't going to be so stupid as to let it be. It was evident that just the icy jade scorpion's breath could not achieve this. Leylin could only place his attention on the elites that were a rank higher than this icy jade scorpion, or even their emperor. With this thought, Leylin immediately got to work. Using the information he had gathered from the body of the icy jade scorpion, he produced a few materials from his spatial pouch and created some powder that was specifically useful against icy jade scorpions. This powder would produce a unique smell after being burnt, which was an indescribable temptation to icy jade scorpions. With this powder, Leylin walked around the region where icy jade scorpions were active and caught over 10 regular icy jade scorpions, and even an elite as well. Elite icy jade scorpions were bigger than the regular icy jade scorpions by a factor of almost 1.5 times. Their jade-like bodies were also covered with mysterious patterns. These patterns covering the back of these elite icy jade scorpions were curses, but they were incomplete, causing Leylin to be puzzled. All Leylin could do was get the AI chip to record these images so that he could do research on them in the future. These elite icy jade scorpions were almost as powerful as semi-converted magi. With the added bonus of being in the icy caves, their strength was even further amplified. However, in front of Leylin, who had now regained enough of his power to be equivalent to a peak rank 1 magus, it was like snow that had been exposed in front of the sun, allowing him to obtain many good research materials. The quality of the elite icy jade scorpion's breath was far above that of regular ones. It was enough to suppress the negative emotions caused by his bloodline for 10 years, which filled Leylin with more hope of being able to completely rid himself of it. Leylin was now hidden behind an icy plain, watching a group of icy jade scorpions that were migrating. There were tens of icy jade scorpions gathered here, and with Leylin's interference, about half of them had left the area. Moreover, these were all matured bodies. The entire group went berserk for a period of time, but even after sweeping through the area, they still could not find any traces of Leylin. The icy jade scorpion emperor could not do anything but choose to migrate to another location. However, this was exactly what Leylin had planned on. Previously, the icy jade scorpion emperor had hidden in a nest that was heavily guarded by numerous elite icy jade scorpion guards. The moment there was any situation, Leylin would immediately be met with the attacks from the entire family. The icy jade scorpion emperor was akin to the existence of a peak rank 1 magus. Along with the tens of icy jade scorpions, all of which had the strength of official magi, peak rank 1 human magi would almost certainly die. Even if it was Leylin, it would be difficult if he could not use his full power as a rank 2 warlock. However, the situation had changed. Icy Jade Scorpion Emperor. Due to Leylin's use of guerrilla tactics, the cyclone of Icy Jade Scorpions had lost many of its members. In addition to this, the Icy Jade Scorpion Emperor had been separated from the safety of its den. It chose to make its move. This movement was the opportune moment for Leylin to act. With just a thought, Leylin caused a fierce, black hurricane to suddenly appear to sweep across the ice field. As the violent black hurricane swept forth, the layer of ice that had remained frozen for 10 million years immediately cracked open, and turned into white powder that scattered in the wind. The hurricane slightly took on the shape of a tornado, collided with the cyclone of icy jade scorpions that were in the process of moving away. JJI. JJI. The cyclone of icy jade scorpions suddenly emitted intense howls. As they made this noise, all the icy jade scorpions immediately gathered together. Puffs of frosty air came out from their mouths as they constructed a very thick layer of ice that formed a wall in front of them. As if unsatisfied with the firmness of the ice wall, these icy jade scorpion did not stop exhaling. Instead, they continued until the ice wall's thickness had exceeded 2 meters before they gradually stopped. Ka-chok, ka-chok. The black hurricane threw itself at the ice wall, and an ear-splitting noise similar to scraping one's fingernails on glass echoed. Little flakes of ice were constantly being shaved off the wall. The icy jade scorpions at the back immediately increased their rate of puffing to patch up the gaps in the wall caused by the hurricane. The remaining icy jade scorpions united, and their combined power was equivalent to 10 official magi working together. Even a peak level 1 magus would have to withdraw if facing an attack of this degree. But Leylin was no ordinary peak rank 1 magus. Although the total quantity of his current spiritual force was only that of a peak rank 1 magus, but his spiritual force had already undergone the rank 2 warlock advancement, and as such had the ability to solidify. HMMPH. At this moment, a cold snort was heard from within the black hurricane. Immediately, a massive amount of silver spiritual force dispersed and covered the surface of the black hurricane. Silver cracks appeared on the hurricane's surface. From afar, there seemed to be a layer of silver on top of the black wind blades. Bang! Bang! Under the attack of the wind blades, the giant ice wall could no longer hold on, and deep fissures appeared in the wall. These fissures increased in size until the wall crumbled completely. Ka-cha! Bang! The giant ice wall fell to the ground with a loud noise, and the black hurricane then engulfed the entire cyclone of icy jade scorpions. Gee! Numerous icy jade scorpions roared, the jade radiance on their bodies glimmered as they resisted the attacks of the wind blades. Although the attacks of these wind blades were very strong, most of these icy jade scorpions were fully grown adults. With their icy armor and their defenses from the chilly air about them, they remained in a deadlock for quite a while. The black hurricane came quickly but disappeared just as fast. In several seconds, the hurricane had swept through the place where the cyclone of scorpions was and vanished into the horizons of the ice field, faintly emitting incisive sounds. However, after hearing these sounds, all the icy jade scorpions became frantic as if they had gone mad, and pursued the hurricane. It was a pity that speed was their weakness, and they could only look on helplessly as the hurricane swept further and further away, until it finally faded into the horizon. Leylin urged the hurricane on, and the green shadow wrapped within sped forth until it was confirmed that the icy jade scorpions could no longer overtake it. Only then did the hurricane disperse, revealing the identity of the green shadow. After seeing the black hurricane dispersing, the figure of a green icy jade scorpion was revealed. This icy jade scorpion's build was slender, and it appeared to be very gentle and exquisite. Compared to ordinary icy jade scorpions, it was rather on the small side. However, it was different from other icy jade scorpion partially because of its imposing mannerisms. In addition to these, on the back of this icy jade scorpion was a complete pattern, which had been seen earlier on the body of an elite icy jade scorpion, though it had been incomplete. This pattern had the form of a distorted female's face. This icy jade scorpion emperor assumed an offensive stance and lifted both its arms, facing Leylin. You do not need to struggle anymore. You should know of the disparity between our strengths. Silver spiritual force flashed in Leylin's eyes while he grinned. Relying on his present strength, he would need to squander a large amount of spiritual force and magic power to face off against the cyclone of icy jade scorpions that had already lost most of its soldiers. After all, the opposing party could be regarded as a group of magi working together, with a peak rank 1 magus commanding them. As he had yet to recover his strength as a rank 2 magus, even Leylin felt dread. But now, he only needed to take care of the icy jade scorpion emperor. JJI. Reacting to Leylin's words, the icy jade scorpion emperor calmly issued a sound that increased by several pitches that made it even more piercing. A big, green, misty brilliance was emitted from its shell, forming a thick ice armor that covered its body. After putting on this ice armor, the icy jade scorpion emperor increased in size. It had gone far beyond that of an elite icy jade scorpion and was almost the size of 3 ordinary icy jade scorpions added together. Whoosh! The icy jade scorpion emperor simply left an afterimage where he had stood as he turned into a dark green ray that wanted to attack Leylin. Sigh. In the end, this problem can only be resolved with brute force. Leylin quickly drew back, and the moment he retreated, the ground suddenly exploded, crushed stones flying everywhere to reveal a big hole. Pooh! The icy jade scorpion emperor withdrew its pincers, and puffed out a big blob of blue icy breath without hesitation and aimed it at Leylin. Ka-cha! Ka-cha. The sounds of solidification constantly sounded, and there was even a transparent twisting seen in the air. Such chilliness. It even caused the air to freeze. Seeing such a powerful chilliness, Leylin could not help but be excited. Only this type of crystallized breath could completely eradicate the emotional instability that had resulted from his warlock bloodline, AI. Chip. Scan the opponent's data. Leylin's eyes flashed blue. Beep. Task established. Beginning scanning. Beep. Target is covered by an unknown force field, unable to be scanned. The AI. Chip quickly intoned. Oh. Large amounts of black air were emitted from Leylin's body, forming a shield adorned with various patterns. It smashed into the chilly air. He could disregard the breaths of regular icy jade scorpions, but the attack of this icy jade scorpion emperor was not something he could withstand with just his body. If he did that, he suspected that this fierce chilly air would freeze his body to death. The shield formed of black air slammed into the blue icy mist, and darkness formed at the center. It was like a black hole, swallowing the shield and chilly air and even the air itself. Unknown force field. Where is it? Leylin asked. With the amplified power of the AI chip, only rank 2 creatures could shield themselves from the scanning. This icy jade scorpion emperor was clearly at peak rank 1. At its back, where the distorted human face is. The AI chip responded quickly, and after hearing this expected answer, the gears in Leylin's mind began to turn rapidly. A few exceptionally formidable creatures from other worlds had almost godlike strength. They had formed unique runes of their own that symbolized their path, achievements, strength and many other attributes. This rune often had a mysterious strength that could be used as a link to them and could be passed on to descendants, and could even traverse dimensions. This phenomenon was more distinct in bloodline creatures. Leylin even suspected that the perfect rune formed from his innate spells, as well as the rune of the human face on the back of the icy jade scorpion emperor could be classified as such. GG. Seeing Leylin blocking its attack, a trace of human-like mockery appeared in the gaze of the icy jade scorpion emperor. It suddenly lifted its back. Wang wang. The female face on its back seemed to come to life, rays of green light circulated and produced an ear-piercing wail. GG. Invisible sound waves streaked past Leylin's body, and he was in a slight daze. Shoo. The icy jade scorpion emperor immediately seized this rare opportunity and rushed to Leylin's front as its large claw snipped at Leylin's waist. Meanwhile, Leylin looked absent-minded and was actually stuck in a daze, allowing the icy jade scorpion emperor to attack as it liked. Ka-cha. Sharp giant claws immediately chopped Leylin's body into 2, and large amounts of blood, water, and internal organs gushed out. The icy jade scorpion emperor's gaze exhibited its elation. Shua, shua, shua. However, this joy did not persist for a long time. The blood that flowed from Leylin's body seemed to have a life of its own as it twisted, forming a crimson cage that closed in on the icy jade emperor. Leylin, who was now in 2 halves on the ground, began to transform, finally revealing his true appearance. He was formed of countless shadows, and was actually an illusionary virtual body. There was a flash a distance away, and Leylin appeared. He looked at the human face on the back of the icy jade emperor, fear still lingering in his mind. What a terrifying illusory spell, to actually be able to affect me, even though my spiritual force is already solidified. If not for having met that banshee in the secret plane of the spirit-slaying sect and done research on the spiritual attacks like whales, it would have been dangerous. The attack of the human face on the back of the icy jade emperor was even more powerful and strange than that of the banshee. Leylin had almost fallen into its trap. Gee. Countless blood tendrils climbed up the cage, engulfing the icy jade scorpion emperor. It constantly howled and waved its large claws around, constantly puffing out. I need to finish this fast. Leylin flung out numerous potion bottles. These bottles exploded in the cage, forming an immense fiery mist that kept the icy jade scorpion emperor inside. This was what Leylin had brewed through numerous experiments, a potion that was especially made while taking into consideration the properties of the body of the icy jade scorpion. Though he did not have a sample from the icy jade scorpion emperor, Leylin had increased the dosage. Based on the simulation experiments from the AI chip, this potion was enough to affect a peak rank 1 icy jade scorpion and cause it to become rigid. As expected, as more mist entered the body of the icy jade scorpion emperor, with crimson tentacles constantly twining around it, its howls became weaker until they disappeared. Ancient war within the icy caves, in a hidden room. This was the temporary laboratory that Leylin had created in the basement. It was like a large-scale basement, with icy jade scorpions trapped in various holes. However, they all looked lifeless, as if most of their energy had been sapped. At the center of the laboratory, Leylin was excitedly facing a small mountain of ice. At the end of the war, the Emperor of the Icy Jade Scorpions found that it was impossible for it to escape, and it could only resort to its ultimate innate skill, freezing. This was an ability unique to Icy Jade Scorpions, where a layer of solid ice was formed around the body until their injuries recovered. The fact that it had used this move showed it had no other alternative. The block of ice in front of Leylin was huge and could be even said to be an ice mountain. Large amounts of mist emanated from the mountain, lowering the surrounding temperature. The layer of ice was no ordinary one. Its hardness could even be compared to steel. The Emperor Icy Jade Scorpion's protective layer of ice was naturally even more terrifying than that of regular Icy Jade Scorpions. However, this was merely a small issue for Leylin. Besides, though this move could protect the Emperor Icy Jade Scorpion, it was also a prison. Hence, after completing his research, Leylin had used this layer of ice to imprison it. Leylin was now holding a thin, long needle, and jabbed it into the ice mountain. This needle had been custom-made. It was a shiny silver color and almost a meter long. The moment it contacted the surface of the ice mountain, it produced a sound similar to that produced when molten iron meets water. Next, a red dot appeared on the surface of the ice mountain. The silver needle had pierced through the layer like it was going through cotton, and directly reached the shell of the Emperor Icy Jade Scorpion. It was currently like an insect frozen in amber, unable to move and even unable to blink. The needle shook a little and then pierced into the body of the Emperor Icy Jade Scorpion, extracting some green blood. After seeing this blood, Leylin's expression showed his excitement. Half a day later, Leylin stared at the green blood essence in the petri dish, looking hesitant. The Icy Jade Scorpion Emperor was now similar to a peak rank 1 magus in terms of its strength, and that obviously meant he could not refine the pure ancient bloodline from it. Even so, Leylin had found a lot of information from its bloodline. Some ancient creatures could use a special method and transmit information and images to their descendants through their bloodline. This information was hidden deep within their genes, and only the creature itself could awaken it. But warlocks were different. Their research and understanding of bloodlines was enough to undo the complicated genetic lock and allow this ancient information to see the light of day once more. Leylin had found some ancient information in the bloodline of the Icy Jade Scorpion. Though I don't know if it's good or bad, I'll just look at it. Now, after seeing the blood essence of the Icy Jade Scorpion Emperor, even Leylin's own giant Chemoyan serpent bloodline trembled, giving him some confidence. Retrieving spirit memory. A sliver of silver spiritual force extended from Leylin's forehead, entering the bloodline of the Icy Jade Scorpion. Rumble. It seemed like he had gone through a long period of darkness before he saw light again. Leylin woke up, but he now found himself immobile. However, his body kept crawling, as if he was an observer that was living in this body. He could observe, but had no control. Surrounding him was a world of white snow with a layer of ice on the ground. Leylin saw his reflection on the layer of ice on the ground. He had 6 jointed legs and a stinger, but his upper body was that of an adult male, though his 2 large hands had turned into pincers. What kind of ancient creature is this? Leylin was stupefied. There was little information passed down in the south coast. There was no record of this being in the illustrated handbook of ancient creatures, and there were also many powerful creatures from other worlds that were not recorded. That was why Leylin did not know the true identity of this Icy Jade Scorpion Emperor ancestor. However, the vast, bubbling strength it had made it obvious to Leylin that this creature was far above him in terms of might. It had even reached the level of a morning star magus. Pak! An ice mountain that was thousands of meters tall broke into pieces in front of the scorpion man, and it brandished its large pincers as it advanced indifferently. Occasionally, it would battle with beings that were as powerful as it was, and the stray ripples would break off large fragments of ice. Until one day, Ka-cha, the scorpion man had just ripped up an ice dragon, and was gulping down its flesh and blood. As if sensing something, it raised its head and looked into the horizon. Rumble. The heavens split and the earth shattered. In the sky far away, it looked as if someone was tearing out a large hole. A horizontal crack that spanned 100,000 meters emerged in the sky. Snakes. A giant black snake with silver armor. There was even the giant Chemoyan serpent that Leylin was especially familiar with rushing through the spatial crack, entering this icy world. The appearance of these giant ancient serpents marked the start of a massacre. The scorpion man howled. He could feel that just the stray ripples from the spatial crack was enough to heavily injure or kill him. Furthermore, every one of those snakes did not lose out to him in terms of strength. However, affected by his own bloodline and the surroundings, he couldn't help but rush to the opening of the spatial crack. Along with him were other beings of this world: icy dragons, giant chilly eagles, ice spirits, and even some creatures that were natural enemies were somehow summoned, putting down their prejudices against each other and rushed to the battlefield. The two forces slammed to each other, blood and flesh flying, the space contorting around them. The scorpion man and a giant serpent battled. It was as if he had gone crazy, constantly attacking it. This all came from a premonition deep inside him. If these snakes were to continue existing here, this place would be damaged or even destroyed. Kill, kill, kill. Life and death battles went on, and it was common for morning star magi to fall. There were also corpses falling from the sky, their auras enough to make Scorpion Man tremble in fear. HSSs. At this moment, a loud hissing from a snake caused the Scorpion Man to come back to himself. All of the creatures on the battlefield looked at the spatial crack. A ferocious ancient aura leaked out through the crack, and all the snakes respectfully lowered their heads. The Scorpion Man was forced to lie on the ground from the pressure. The black crack suddenly extended, and a large ball of snakes that was the size of a planet seemed to want to pass through the crack and descend on this world. The aura emitted from the snake ball made the Scorpion Man shudder from the very depths of his heart. The other creatures of the icy world were just like him. Wang wang. The entire icy world trembled, layers of ice breaking to reveal a female giant who was several tens of thousands of meters tall. This female giant had a very boorish face. She had copper armor, a pike and a green shield. The female giant first roared at the snake ball, but received no answer. The large snake ball constantly forged forward, widening the spatial crack at its seams. Upon seeing this, the female giant raised the pike in her hands and pierced towards the snake ball. A devastative power appeared on the surface of the pike, red lightning flowing around the body of the pike. It was as if the gods had cast out a pike that could destroy worlds. HSSs. The pike arched through space, appearing in front of the snake ball. The snakes that had entrenched themselves separated, revealing the body of a beauty in the middle of the snake ball. Every single strand of her hair was made of tiny snakes, yet she did not look strange, but was instead very charming. The woman smiled sweetly, surpassing the limits of race with her enchanting features. All creatures, and even space in the world found her pleasing to the eye, not wanting to see her take on this pike. A few creatures of the icy world even betrayed their faction and began aiming for the female giant. However, before they even came close, they turned into powder by the lightning on the body of the female giant. Pock. Two large palms formed of countless groups of snakes extended from the snake ball, grabbed hold of the pike and broke it. The pike that seemed to hold the powder to destroy the world was split into two halves by these large hands. However, they were not yet satisfied, ruthlessly grabbing at the female giant. A black blade formed out of the spatial crack instantly appeared in front of her. Bang! The female giant's head and body separated, and large amounts of green blood spurted out. A violent explosion resounded through the battlefield, and countless dangerous spatial cracks were created. A droplet of green blood that was almost as large as a human head fell on the back of the Scorpion Man. The intense pain and burn immediately caused him to let out a miserable cry. He was then swallowed by a large spatial crack. At the last moment before he was swallowed up, the Scorpion Man looked at the giant mountain wyvern made entirely from an ice mountain and descended onto the battlefield, breaking the spatial crack. Within the snake ball, a woman's sigh was heard: darkness. A darkness that spread throughout the heavens and earth surged up and invaded Leylin's body. Ha! Leylin gasped in large breaths, cold sweat rolling down his face. That woman. The one inside the snake ball. I've seen her before. Leylin immediately thought of the dreamlike trance he had been when he had advanced to be a rank 1 warlock. The woman inside there looked to be exactly the same person as who he had seen from the bloodline of the icy jade. Scorpion Emperor. Unless, that woman in the snake ball is the legendary mother of 10,000 snakes. And was the war that I just saw the battle where the ancient mother of 10,000 snakes invaded the icy world. Information of the bloodline and a conjecture. Leylin felt that he had correctly deduced the gist of the story. In ancient times, after the mother of 10,000 snakes had failed to take over the shadow world, she brought her descendants with her and migrated to the purgatory world. It was probably during this time that she had infiltrated the icy world. However, the inhabitants of the icy worlds naturally resisted this invasion. According to Leylin, the scorpion man seemed to have received some powerful spiritual insight. Being able to interfere with the strength of a morning star creature through the spirit was either the work of the female giant, or the will of the world. The result was the death of the female giant, but with the great effort on the part of the Ice Mountain Wyvern, the mother of 10,000 snakes' plans to invade the area were thwarted. In the great battle, the female giant had been killed, and a droplet of her blood had landed on the back of Scorpion Man, which had wounded him greatly. Unable to avoid the spatial crack, he was swept in. In the end, Scorpion Man had traveled to the Twilight Zone through this spatial pathway and had then died from his injuries. Even so, he still had the strength of a morning star magus, and the blood of the female giant, whose power was inconceivable. Hence, after his death, this entire region was affected by the radiation from ice, forming a topography and climate similar to that in the icy world. The icy jade scorpions evidently had some connection with the Scorpion Man, but this connection had degenerated. Its human upper torso had completely disappeared, and there were no other obviously similar characteristics. It's because of this that icy jade scorpions could survive. They were actually creatures from another world. They could only survive and reproduce because of the radiation of extreme cold here. Leylin sighed and thought about the mother of 10,000 snakes. He reckoned that the mother of 10,000 snakes should have attacked the icy world after migrating from the purgatory world, due to the fact that this world must have been extremely important to her and her race. After the setback when trying to seize the shadow world, she had no choice but to withdraw and bring her race to purgatory world. However, the fire attribute of the purgatory world did not quite suit snakes, which were more compatible with the shadow element. After reproducing and beginning to adapt, their race even began to have some fire elemental attributes in their blood, but they were also mixed with the chaotic will of the purgatory world in their bloodline. This could be the origin of the emotional instability of warlocks with the bloodline of the giant Chemoian serpent. After all, snakes were usually not so emotionally unstable as to lose control and rage. Based on Leylin's deductions, the issue with ancient warlocks with snake bloodlines should have been an apathetic nature, and they might have even needed to hibernate. However, with the chaotic will added in from their time in the purgatory world, their emotions were also altered. The original characteristic of coldness had become a fiery temper. Hence, the mother of 10,000 snakes had attacked the icy world once more, probably hoping to use the chilliness there to treat the emotional instability issue with her bloodline. Of course, her plan failed in the end, but the icy world had also paid a large price. For this reason, the icy jade scorpion breath from the icy world was useful in treating the emotional instability that stemmed from Leylin's bloodline. Sigh, what a complicated relationship. Leylin held his forehead, which was starting to hurt from how hard he was thinking. Though these are all but conjectures, my thoughts should be correct. It doesn't matter even if I'm wrong, since the mother of 10,000 snakes, Ice Mountain Wyvern, and the Purgatory, Icy, and Shadow worlds are too far away to even matter. Leylin smiled wryly. I just need to know one thing, which is how the breath of the icy jade scorpion emperor can heal my emotional instabilities. That will be enough. AI, chip, set up a plan to extract the icy jade scorpion breath and design my treatment process. Leylin immediately ordered. Mission establishing, beginning analysis. Setting up data model. After receiving the command, the AI chip quickly began to operate. Meanwhile, Leylin, deep in thought, stroked his chin. Honestly, after seeing that ancient war, it was impossible for him not to be stirred up. That droplet of blood that had dripped onto the back of Scorpion Man had stirred up Leylin's interest as well as his desire to conduct research on it. That was a strength that far surpassed Morning Star Magi. It might even be equal to a great rank 5 Magus. It could even be from a bloodline that was at rank 6 or 7, which even ancient Magi would have found difficult to attain. If Leylin gained it, how much stronger could he become? Though warlocks could not change their bloodlines, doing research on the blood of these existences was sure to be unbelievably useful for his future. In addition, the Scorpion Man had the strength of a Morning Star Magus while he was alive. There was no need to refine his blood. It was the purest bloodline possible from an ancient creature. Leylin's breathing became rough just from wishing that he could enter deeper into the icy caves and look for the remains of the Scorpion Man. However, he then smiled wryly. Based on the remaining memories left in the bloodline of the icy jade scorpion emperor just now, Leylin knew that Nature's Alliance and the other small guilds only controlled a tiny area of the icy caves. Deeper underground, there lived all sorts of icy creatures that were 10 or even hundreds of times stronger than the icy jade scorpion emperor, all of which formed their own small icy world. The remains of the scorpion man were probably at the deepest level of this icy world. There, rank 2 icy creatures would be running rampant. It wouldn't even be surprising if rank 3 creatures emerged there. Even if Leylin became a rank 3 warlock, was not sure that he would be able to leave without a scratch. He would need to at least have the strength of a Morning Star Magus to completely break into this place to get the remains in bloodline. Strength. It all comes down to strength. Leylin smiled wryly and gave up on any thoughts of exploring further in. Though those were great items, Leylin was not going to risk his life for them. Leylin had always been very prudent. If he was less than 70% confident, or if his life would be in danger, he would definitely choose not to take this risk. Besides, in a situation where the icy caves had existed for such a long time and yet nobody had realized their true origins, Leylin was not afraid that other magi would come here. There were also the icy creatures down there, which were a great defensive line. He had already figured things out. Once he had enough power, he would come back here and obtain the presents from Icy World. Things need to be done one at a time. First, I need to deal with the problem of my emotional instability. Leylin's pupils returned to their calm state, his expression revealing his rationality. Outside the icy caves in the Twilight Zone. Take note, the expedition into the icy caves is very dangerous this time. Though you are all the cream of the crop in our guild, as long as you haven't become an official magus, you have virtually no way to protect yourself in there. Take care not to leave the sight of the team leader, understand? A valiant-looking middle-aged man dressed in armor was currently preaching to a group of acolytes. Hey, Mully, are you bringing acolytes down there again? Old Madre, who was guarding the area, greeted him with a smile. Yes, the joint conference is beginning soon. It's best to raise the strength of these little monkeys under me. It can't be helped even if it's a little dangerous. How is it? Have there been any icy explosions or migrations of dangerous creatures within the caves? Currently, I haven't received any reports that mention such a thing. Furthermore, there's currently a famed professor from Nature's Alliance in there. If there is a problem, you can ask him for help, especially since we're all allies. Old Madre laughed and then mentioned Leylin. Professor Leylin, who came from the eastern capital. I heard that he's a master at the peak of rank 1. Though Mully said all this, he still looked unwilling to accept this. It looked like even if he really met Leylin, they wouldn't be able to get along. After all, it was shocking that a peak rank 1 magus had entered a small guild such as Nature's Alliance. Like many other magi, Mully thought that Celine was bragging. Celine really is quite pitiful. She's been going around looking for help non-stop. Nature's Alliance is in a very dangerous position. Old Madre sighed, but a glimmer of delight flashed in his heart. Whether it was Leylin or Mully being on the losing end in there, it was still going to be a delight to see. HMPH. Whose fault is it that you two are always harboring evil intentions towards my Celine? Madre thought in his heart while revealing an enthusiastic grin. Compared to when Leylin had entered, he was much more passionate while explaining things of note to the acolytes. From an outsider's perspective, old Madre was still a very respectable senior. Whoosh! At this moment, large amounts of chilly gusts of wind blew out from the crack in the ground, and the acolytes could not help but wrap themselves tightly in their clothes. This means someone is coming up, huh? They're fine. Old Madre was bewildered. What's going on? Mully rushed over and asked. It's Magus Leylin. He's out. Magus Celine has already come here quite a few times to check if he's out yet. I need to inform her. Old Madre did not take him seriously, even complacently laughing after seeing Mully clenching his two fists. Bang! A figure with a large, icy mountain on his shoulder rushed out from the crack. Are you Leylin, the new, famed professor that joined Nature's Alliance? Mully sounded impolite. Yes. What's the matter? He was beaming widely. This person was naturally Leylin. In this period of time, after constantly extracting the breath of the icy jade scorpion emperor, he had already healed the emotional instability from his bloodline using the treatment designed by the AI chip. The extreme chill originating from Icy World, as well as support from the AI chip had completely expelled the chaotic will in his bloodline that came from Purgatory World. Though there might still be an issue deeper in his DNA, the AI Chip calculated that until he became a Morning Star Magus, the emotional instability of warlocks would not be an issue. Leylin was therefore in a good mood. The headquarters, location, Mully hesitated. Although he doubted the other party's strength, Magi were a rational bunch. If it wasn't for Selene, he would not even dare to provoke the other party. Now, he was somewhat uncertain. If Leylin really possessed such huge power and he decided to challenge him, wouldn't he be courting death? Immediately, Mully opened his mouth wide. In this moment, Leylin had already thrown the ice mountain on the floor, producing a loud sound. Within the ice mountain stood a thin-bodied icy jade scorpion that was unmoving, as if it were a statue. Selene, get some people here and move these items. Leylin contacted Selene through the secret imprint, and from the other end came a surprised squeal. Oh, previously, Magus Leylin went down with the purpose to do research on the icy jade scorpion. It looks like his gains were pretty good. Unexpectedly, he even caught a smaller one. It seems like it's a young one. Old Madre smiled and explained. While in its frozen state, the icy jade scorpion's breath was suppressed to its lowest and Old Madre did not see it. No, damn it. This isn't some young icy jade scorpion. It's the icy jade scorpion emperor. A peak rank 1 icy jade scorpion emperor. Mully retreated while stammering. I have seen it before. This is absolutely the icy jade scorpion emperor. Look at the terrifying markings on its back. Mully retreated to the edge of the site, afraid that the icy jade scorpion emperor would go wild at any time. Rorg. Seriously. Madre picked up what seemed like a pair of glasses and placed it on his nose, taking a good look at the icy jade scorpion. This was then followed by a squeal as she took a few steps back. Magus Leylin. Did you catch this? Old Madre started to stammer as well. Of course. Leylin smiled and nodded. After having suppressed the emotional instability from his bloodline, Leylin massacred all of the regular icy jade scorpions and collected their materials. As for the icy jade scorpion emperor, he could not bear to kill it. After all, its value while still alive was much greater than the value of the materials on its body. He still had many simulations that he needed to complete on the icy jade scorpion emperor, and Leylin was also extremely interested in the waning of the icy jade scorpion's life once it were to leave the radiation from the icy cave. Hence, he had to wrap the icy jade scorpion emperor and bring it out. Leylin could only gather all the materials from the regular icy jade scorpions inside the spatial pouch, and since it could not hold living beings, he had to carry an ice mountain all the way out. However, the look of disbelief on the faces of these two magi that turned into one of respect was rather amusing to Leylin. He did not intentionally try to conceal his powers, but there was the underlying intent of showing his might. After all, the might of a peak rank 1 Magus was not unfounded, and an icy jade scorpion emperor with a strength comparable to a peak rank 1 Magus was enough to intimidate everyone. Although Selene had been actively disseminating the information of her guild, she had not acquired the acknowledgement from the other guilds as Leylin had been keeping a low profile. Most magi had even thought of this as an elaborate scam and were here merely to look for trouble. But now, these small guilds would think twice before coming forward. Though he wasn't afraid of trouble, he hated having to personally involve himself in these small matters. It wasn't a bad idea to scare them away with this icy jade scorpion emperor. Even between peak rank 1 magi, their battle abilities were varied. Since Leylin was able to catch a icy jade scorpion emperor that was similar to a peak rank 1 Magus, didn't that mean that he was at the top of the peak rank 1 magi? Old Madre and Mully exchanged glances, and their gazes towards Leylin was filled with reverence. Lord Leylin, it's great that you could come back safely. At this point, Selene was excited as she brought back the two acolytes from before. Leylin looked at them and nodded. It seemed like Selene had been waiting here with these two acolytes after he had left, which was rather considerate of her. An icy jade scorpion is a creature with the might of an official magus and they lived in clusters. Initially, I had my worries, but thankfully we were under the blessing of Gaia. Selene patted herself on her chest and was hesitant at the start, as she was worried for Leylin. Hearing that, Old Madre and Mully surreptitiously rolled their eyes. The one who should be worried should be the icy jade scorpions. This lord had already captured the icy jade scorpion emperor and the remaining icy jade scorpions had either disbanded or sought refuge with the other cyclones. At this moment, Selene found the ice mountain beside Leylin. Do we need to move this? Send 2 people to follow me to shift it to the eastern capital before we look for a lab to analyze it further. Leylin patted on the ice mountain behind him. If you wish to find a lab, the headquarters of the Nature's Alliance is just nearby for your lordship's usage. Celine's eyes sparkled and suggested, furthermore, I would like to discuss in detail with your lordship regarding the previous matter. Your headquarters is nearby. Great. Let's go. Leylin nodded in agreement. There wasn't anything important in the basement he used in the eastern capital. All valuable equipment was carried on his person at all times. As for the overall facilities, Nature's Alliance's lab was definitely better than his own established lab. Hop on and call another carriage to move this ice mountain back to the headquarters. Celine commanded. She went forward to take a good look at the icy jade scorpion. Through the translucent ice, a rune that closely resembled a face could be seen at the back of the icy jade scorpion. This is the icy jade scorpion emperor. Celine covered her mouth with her eyes wide opened. Whoosh! A huge waterfall which seemed to fall from the sky like a white curtain, created huge splashes in the underground pond. A constant rumbling sound of the water echoed in the surroundings. After passing the waterfall, there was a small canyon. Scattered around the canyon was a variety of plantations and some historical structures. The landmarks and road signs were covered in vines, with constant rays of light shining from above. This was where the Nature's Alliance headquarters resided. Leylin looked around with curiosity at the whimsical constructions. Although these buildings appeared slightly run down, there were slight glints of magical glows which indicated the existence of a powerful spell that had been cast on the wooden walls. Nature's Alliance, albeit being a small guild, had accumulated their high-level meditation techniques over multiple generations in the past hundreds and thousands of years, proving their might. Periodically, a few magi acolytes, dressed in gray gowns, would come out of the building to greet Celine. Oh Celine, it has been so long since you last visited. At the same time, a gray mole jumped out from a human-sized mushroom and lifted its claw, greeting Celine. The gray mole was the size of a boy and had sparkling bright eyes brimming with liveliness. It had a spotlessly white mustache that dropped down from the bottom of its mouth to the floor. Nice to meet you, Grandpa Cedric. Celine expressed with respect, I brought your favorite berries. Celine carefully placed the two strange fruits that looked like green dates on the ground. Not bad. That's my favorite. The gigantic mole used its agile claws to pick up the fruits and threw them into its mouth, crunching noisily. This is my newly recruited famous professor. Leylin Farlier. He will be having the same level of authority as me. Celine introduced, after the mole finished eating. Leylin what? The mole took a good look at Leylin with beaming eyes. Deep in immeasurable power. Looks like you have pinned all your hopes on him. Leylin looked at the mole, a guard animal. It has the strength of a rank 1 magus. Not bad. At this time, Celine introduced to Leylin, Grandpa Cedric was Nature's Alliance's guardian during my great-great-grandmother's time. He is usually very gentle, just don't disturb his sleep. After introducing the two to each other, Celine brought Leylin to a hall. There were tens of acolytes waiting in there. Seated at the front were Obo and Ilya whom Leylin previously met. To think that a magus guild will end up with only a rank 1 magus, an animal as a gatekeeper and a few apprentices. What a failure. Leylin became speechless as he followed Celine in. Celine went forward and introduced Leylin to the acolytes. This is Professor Leylin whom I've invited over. From now, all of you need to respect him like how you respect me. No, you all should treat him with even more respect. Do you all hear me? Professor Leylin. The acolyte greeted with their beaming eyes. Leylin's past achievements slowly spread around through Obo and Ilya. The apprentices felt extremely happy and elated knowing that they have a rank 1 magus taking charge. Nice to meet all of you. A magus is a follower of the truth. I hope to see all of you in the hall in the future. Leylin spoke a few words and indicated Celine to let the students leave. All along, Leylin did not like such situations and furthermore, he was not interested in the group of acolytes. The sole purpose of gathering the students was to introduce Leylin. The introduction ended within minutes, leaving Celine and Leylin in the hall after the students left. Can we talk now? Seems like something was wrong before I left the icy cave. Leylin took a glance at Celine as he asked with a smile. I can't seem to hide anything from you. Celine bit her lips and finally made up her mind. Joint conference, do you know about the joint conference of the Eastern Guilds? Celine asked. Joint conference? Leylin repeated. In the Twilight Zone, there was a parliamentary system, but it was simply a compromise between all the large and small organizations. One would be able to understand just by taking these words literally. Besides, Aaron had also information about this in his memories. My apologies. I've been wandering in the borders of the regions and I don't know much about this. I've heard something, though. Isn't it a conference where multiple guilds segregate their rankings and profits? Leylin answered. Exactly. Celine's wry smile became more prominent. The Joint Alliance is a grand occasion for the Magi in the Eastern Capital. Every 20 years, all the guilds in the Eastern Capital will gather. 9 council members will, in their capacity as hosts, mediate all conflicts, conduct another election, and divide territories. Even the rating of guilds will be decided during this joint conference. As long as they are not large-scale guilds, all can apply, and after some inspections, territories will be redistributed. With more benefits, the guilds that do not meet the requirements to hold their ratings will be demoted, and the territories they hold and most of their rewards are transferred to other new guilds. So, what you wanted to ask me concerns this rating. Leylin pondered while looking at Celine. Yes, my lord. Celine bit her lips. Because of my mentor, Nature's Alliance's rating during the previous joint conference was that of a small-scale guild. My strength is inferior to my mentor's, so my ranking will cause us to fall till. We aren't even rated. In this case, most of our benefits have to be given away, and since we can't enroll many acolytes, Nature's Alliance will eventually die out. Through Celine's explanation, Leylin had a better understanding of the rating system. Generally, there were 4 rankings. They were the unranked, small-scale, middle-scale and large-scale guilds. From Leylin's perspective, as long as there was one official magus in the guild, they would be unranked. Most guilds in Twilight Zone had this rating. Above that was the small-scaled guilds like Nature's Alliance. They possessed specific areas where they made profits, such as the icy caves, and there were usually a few official magi or even semi-converted magi taking charge. There were then the middle-scale guilds. Not considering other details, at the bare minimum, they needed to have a peak rank 1 magus. In large-scale guilds, they were the elite guilds with rank 2 magi in charge. Since the establishment of the joint conference, there were only a handful of instances where guilds were rated to be large-scale. Every time this happened, there would be a huge revolution involving the deaths of countless magi. The evaluation was not necessary to be in tandem with a magi's rank, as battle power differs even within a rank itself. Hence, the ratings relied entirely on battle power. They would usually exchange hands with others of the same rank, and the shedding of blood on the battlefield was not uncommon. Of course, there was another method. As long as one submitted research material that the 9 council members approved of, one could also be rated according to the merits of the research. However, this was an extremely difficult process, and few had passed through the rating review using this method. Celine's mentor was said to be astonishingly powerful. Though he had yet to become a semi-converted magus, he had somehow drawn a tie with a semi-converted magus and had thus been thought to have an equivalent level of strength. Nature's Alliance had thus been acknowledged to be a small-scale guild and received permits to estates and mines. If their rating went down this year, all of these would naturally be revoked, and without these resources, Celine alone would not be able to continue managing the Nature's Alliance. Hence, she had no choice but to look for outside help. However, a semi-converted magus was already considered an elite within the ranks of rank 1 magi. At most, they would have been groomed by other organizations. Though Celine had attracted the attention of a few official magi, some of whom were inferior to her, with the allure of her body, what use was it? The rest were like Skrill who had some ulterior motives, and Celine didn't dare to make use of them. Leylin's appearance gave Celine a sliver of hope. As long as my lord agrees to lead us in the joint conference, everything in Nature's Alliance will belong to you, including myself. Celine slowly took off her coat, revealing her delicate body. Under the translucent light that shone on her pale, exquisite skin, she was even more alluring. Along with that expression of one preparing to die for her cause, it made one have the desire to ravage her. But why me? If these are the conditions, I believe there are many magi, such as Skrill, who are willing. Leylin was expressionless. Women were merely for him to cope with stress. Sex was not anything special after he performed it one too many times. If I'm going to sell myself, I'm obviously going to sell it to someone more powerful. Skrill had been a candidate, but he was already responsible for another guild, and his appearance is a little too strange. Celine's answer was direct and very practical. Pock, pock, pock. Leylin applauded. Intelligent, rational, able to see the big picture. Fine, I'll go to the joint conference with you. In that case, I'm yours now, my lord. A blush appeared on Celine's cheeks. The next day, with Celine guiding, Leylin strolled around the headquarters of Nature's Alliance. He then went straight to the library and did not emerge from it. As for indulging in pleasures of the flesh, Leylin merely satisfied his needs every once in a while. He could resist it during such crucial times. Celine naturally understood this. After seeing Leylin in a hurry to pounce and start flipping through the books, she tactfully retreated. Leylin watched her back and nodded. He was quite satisfied with this woman. She was rational, smart, and rather pretty. AI. Chip. Record. He ordered silently, his eyes flashing with blue light. After all, Nature's Alliance was a magus guild. There were thousands of books gathered in the library, including information about the culture, geography, and politics in the Twilight Zone, amongst other information. More importantly, there was an account of the magus world. These were all things that Leylin now lacked. As such, he did not restrain himself at all and ordered the AI chip to record everything. As time passed, the database in Leylin's AI chip was enriched. He now had a very profound understanding of the Twilight Zone. Leylin proceeded further in, and even browsed in a few of the secret libraries within Nature's Alliance. Some of these areas were forbidden territories and acolytes were not allowed to enter. However, he was now a famed professor in Nature's Alliance. After agreeing to Celine's request, he basically had control of this area, and there was no issue at all. The items in the secret rooms obviously held more precious things than what was displayed in the public areas. Not only was there large amounts of research data, there was also information from Magi expeditions, regarding meditation techniques, reserves of high-grade content and even some conjectures by senior Magi. To be honest, at Leylin's level, general research materials and information were not much to him. What he really cared about were the hypotheses and speculations of the senior Magi. Though a lot of them were proven wrong by the AI chip's calculations, they could still provide some new ways of thinking for Leylin. In addition, there were differences between the studies in the subterranean world and in the South Coast. The essence of these differences was worthy enough for Leylin to use as a reference. At this moment, Leylin had unintentionally flipped to a page that held research material that he was interested in. The Maintenance and Mending of the Sea of Consciousness. This was a very old scroll. It was a volume formed of leaves strung together, with information recorded on it using images and words, and it had an aura of nature. What was written down had left Leylin astonished. His Sea of Consciousness had been injured while using the ancient teleportation spell formation, and even the edges had cracks. The AI chip could only give the suggestion of solidifying spiritual force and slowly mend it. Hence, Leylin was now unable to use part of his spiritual force, and only had the strength of a peak rank 1 magus. Though this was effective, it was just too slow. After 2 years of recuperation in the town, his injuries had recovered by just a small amount. Leylin was getting impatient and was seeking a way to accelerate this process. AI chip, record this information and analyze the feasibility of this method for me. The Sea of Consciousness was linked to the roots of Magi and Warlocks. Leylin did not dare act without caution. Beep. Information has been recorded, setting up a simulation model. Beep. Effectiveness on host body, 12.92%. The AI chip quickly arrived at a conclusion. So low, Leylin was in disbelief, and could only force a laugh. One's Sea of Consciousness differed from person to person, and it was only natural that the mending method had such an effect. But it's a good thing that it works. I'll gather more information on this topic and let the AI chip design a treatment plan based on the state of my body. The rate of success will then increase. Leylin comforted himself. The books in the secret rooms did not have information on just this topic. A lot of the information here was useless or even harmful to acolytes but was extremely useful for Leylin. He had even found a notebook with reflections concerning the use of rank 2 spells. It seemed to have been written by a great magus. Nature's Alliance was merely a small guild, and there had never been a rank 2 magus here. He wondered where they had obtained this from. But Leylin accepted this with a smile. This notebook could supplement the rank 2 spell models that he had received from Celine. Remodeling by freezing in the Nature's Alliance's laboratory. Leylin stared at the large ice mountain, his expression revealing his regret. Around the ice mountain were numerous crystals that were emitting blue light that constantly swept across the ice mountain. They formed a spell formation, and the blue light. Failure of simulating icy radiation. Icy Jade Scorpion Emperor's life force is gradually weakening. The AI chip intoned with no emotion. Bang. All of a sudden, the crystals emitting blue light exploded, and the rays from the spell formation dimmed. Is it still a failure? Leylin sighed. This was the icy jade scorpion emperor that he had taken captive. Ever since he had brought it from the icy caves, it had been constantly weakening. This was even happening while it was in its frozen state, or else it would have long since died. Leylin had no other ideas. After multiple failures while trying to simulate the special radiation from the icy world, he had already given up on this idea and was preparing to make use of this icy jade scorpion emperor as much as he could. It's impossible to extract an ancient bloodline from it, and I've already recorded all the information I've obtained from its blood. So, Leylin shifted his gaze to the back of the icy jade scorpion emperor. The rune of a distorted woman's face seemed to be alive. Through the memories in its bloodline, Leylin knew that this type of icy jade scorpion originated from the scorpion man that had the might of a morning star magus. The moment Scorpion Man had been drawn into the spatial crack, a drop of the female giant's blood landed on his back. From then on, the Scorpion Man's bloodline was tainted by the blood of a higher-ranking being. The descendants of the Scorpion Man all had this rune on their backs. Strictly speaking, the rune on the back of the icy jade scorpion was just a projection of the power of the female giant's bloodline. However, just a projection, and the wail it let out was enough to almost catch Leylin in an illusion. In addition, the bloodlines of these higher-ranked creatures all possessed incredible might even if there was just an aura of it left. AI. Chip, how's the analysis on this fear-inducing rune? Leylin asked. Analysis complete. Obtained freezing and healing runes that are incomplete at 45%. Able to make a cross-reference with 31% of the information with the Wailing Banshee, the AI. Chip intoned. Huh. Leylin was surprised. Looks like the innate ability of the icy jade scorpion to freeze and heal itself was affected by and formed from the blood of the female giant. He suddenly had a thought that would exploit the icy jade scorpion emperor to the fullest. If I combine that information about the technique to mend my sea of consciousness with the icy jade scorpion emperor's innate skill, burning through its bloodline and stimulating the abilities of the runes on its back to form a bloodline imprint that can be used once, Leylin's eyes shone blue as he calculated, in that case, I can also use this freezing ability once, and its effects will even be amplified. The power of the bloodline inside would be enough to mend the damage to my sea of consciousness. Using solidified spiritual force could do this as well, but it took far too long. In addition to this, Leylin wanted to regain his strength as a rank 2 warlock as soon as possible. Freezing was a unique innate talent of the icy jade scorpions. While heavily injured, they could protect themselves in a thick layer of ice. Not only was it an ultimate defense, it could also help heal injuries. Now, Leylin wanted to use this ability on himself. AI. Chip, what is the feasibility of this idea? Leylin immediately asked in his mind. Large amounts of information and graphics flashed, and the AI. Chip gave an answer. Feasibility is at 87%. Host body first needs to undergo changes in order to be able to tolerate icy radiation. As expected, it's possible. Leylin's eyes exhibited his joy. The innate freezing ability of the icy jade scorpion emperor, as well as the slight projection of the power from an ancient bloodline, was definitely able to repair the sea of consciousness of a rank 2 warlock. This was the optimal method to make use of the icy jade scorpion emperor. After all, Leylin already had a lot of materials from the icy jade scorpions. Besides, how could materials from another world be more important than his own strength? In that case, I should start making some preparations. Leylin glanced at the icy jade scorpion emperor in the ice mountain. Covered in a block of ice, this icy jade scorpion emperor looked more fantastical, the green on its body looked almost alive. Only the weakening of its life force and breath showed that it did not have long to live. AI. Chip, prepare the bloodline ignition potion. It's essential to make some preparations. Leylin's eyes glinted coldly. To completely make use of the freezing innate ability of the icy jade scorpion emperor, it was necessary to burn up all its blood completely and stimulate the fear-inducing rune on its back. Then, one needed to model it into a freezing bloodline rune, which involved a very complicated process. However, all these preparations needed to start from somewhere. This was to ensure that this icy jade scorpion emperor could live through this, and secondly that Leylin himself could adapt to the harsh cold while in the frozen state. 3 days later, in the laboratory. Leylin, may I enter? Celine's voice could be heard from outside. I've already undone the alarm spell formation. Come in. She promptly heard Leylin's answer and did not hesitate as she pushed the door to enter. The moment she entered, Celine instinctively wrapped her clothes tightly around her. Within the laboratory, large amounts of mist was everywhere. There was even a thick layer of frost on the surrounding walls and some instruments. Meanwhile, Leylin was naked in a giant glass tank. He was soaking in a blue icy liquid that seemed to be seeping into his body bit by bit, turning him a little blue. What are you doing? Celine had long since gotten used to Leylin's naked body, and she naturally approached him without flushing red. She judged the trough and was puzzled. She found this icy aura very familiar. Isn't this the unique radiation of the icy caves? All of a sudden, Celine thought of its origins. No, this is just an imitation. It isn't even 50% of the original, and can't keep an icy jade scorpion emperor alive. Leylin breathed in deeply, and the icy blue color in the tank faded, turning from a dark blue to a lighter one, to the point that it was slightly translucent. Over 10 seconds passed, and the icy liquid in the trough had turned translucent. Leylin stood up and walked out at this point. Celine had prepared a towel and began to dry the droplets of water on his body like a caring wife. What do you plan to do to the icy jade scorpion emperor? Celine inquired. We're both going to go to the joint conference of the guilds in the East Capital. When that happens, only Grandpa Cedric will be here, and it can't deal with an icy jade scorpion emperor with the strength of a peak rank 1 magus. Don't worry, I'll take care of it by then. Leylin was overjoyed. Through the tempering of his body with the icy radiation over these few days, he had gradually gotten used to such a chilly temperature. With a few more remodeling attempts, he would be able to make use of the freezing innate ability of the icy jade scorpion emperor without any residual effects on himself to treat his injuries. Of course, he would not mention this to Celine. She was an intelligent woman who knew what could and couldn't be asked. Do you need clothes? After dressing Leylin, Celine rested her head on Leylin's shoulder, her nimble little tongue licking at Leylin's earlobes and silently hinting at something. Of course not. Leylin laughed and pressed her down. A warm breeze blew, causing one to have the urge to take a nap. In the subterranean world, the humans of Twilight Zone could not divide the year into 4 seasons. They had only 2 ways of detecting the current season. One was based on the activity of the planet's crust, and dividing the year into the cold and warm season. Another way was through specific crops, and dividing it into the planting and harvesting seasons. Such a warm breeze was the most obvious indication that it was the warm season. Leylin sat on the back of a horse carriage with Celine by his side. An aromatic, crisp smell traveled over from Celine's hair, causing Leylin to feel slightly restless. The people driving the carriage were the 2 level 3 acolytes, Obo and Ilya. Within all of Nature's Alliance, these 2 were the ones who were somewhat able to do this. The animals used to pull the carriage were obviously not horses, but an animal found underground wildebeests. These animals were a lot larger than normal horses. They also had bony armor, and what was most obvious was the single horn on its head. These animals were more patient than horses, they could also withstand some amount of radiation, and were the first choice for light magi of the Twilight Zone when they went out on expeditions. Of course, they was only useful for ordinary acolytes and magi. As for even more powerful magi, they were naturally able to tame even more ferocious, mystical creatures, or even top-grade pets while they went on their journeys. For a small guild like Nature's Alliance, using a wildebeest showed how hard-pressed they were. However, they had no choice. After Celine took over, Nature's Alliance had not been in a good state and had been pressured in many areas. Based on the intel she received, there was a large possibility that the Nature's Alliance would be demoted from its rating in the joint conference. In this situation, Celine had no choice but to look for external help. She could only turn to Leylin. Though Leylin had been said to be a famed professor in name only, Celine had been tactful and given most of the authority in Nature's Alliance to him. Leylin wouldn't turn down such a large gift as well. He also needed help from the other organizations for his upcoming plans. He had wanted to help Nature's Alliance expand and assist them based on the agreement they had. However, it was also not a bad idea to take over this organization. Leylin thought to himself as he eyed Celine, who looked calm. Nada Highlands, have you made inquiries about this already? Leylin asked Celine, who was at the side. Based on intel from a few close friends, the person targeting us at this joint conference is Skrill of the 8-clawed spiders. Celine smoothed her hair out, revealing her pale neck. One could also see her well-developed chest. Skrill, that spider man. Leylin turned a blind eye to Celine's unintended seduction. The crystal mask that Celine trained in had a special effect, in which the magus would unwittingly bewitch the people around them. This was not very effective on a semi-converted magus, and even less so on Leylin. He's merely a semi-converted magus. With a few helpers, you'd be able to take care of him, right? Leylin glanced at Celine. If it was only him, I could somewhat contend against by using some help my mentor left me, but, Celine's eyebrows showed her gloominess at this. There seems to be another power supporting Skrill. I see. Leylin nodded. Of course, all I hope for is that my lord maintains the Nature's Alliance's current standing. Celine has no wish for anything more. As if afraid Leylin would change his mind halfway through, she quickly spoke and clarified herself. Don't worry. Since I've already agreed, you can trust me. Leylin didn't pay any attention to whoever was working behind the scenes. The bloodline imprint of the icy Jade Scorpion Emperor was completed, and once his body could adapt to the icy radiation, he could regain his strength as a rank 2 warlock. A rank 2 warlock, and especially one like Leylin with a powerful bloodline, had a strength that far exceeded that of a regular rank 2 magus. Whatever Nature's Alliance had, it wasn't enough for a rank 2 to covet it, was it? AI. Chip. How much longer will it take until my body adapts to the icy radiation? Leylin closed his eyes and asked. Beep. Based on the current data on host body, estimated time left, 56h34 minutes. The AI. Chip quickly gave an answer. 2 days later, which is after the joint conference ends. Leylin muttered to himself and then checked his stats again. Leylin Farlier. Rank 2 Warlock. Bloodline. Giant Chemoian Serpent. Strength. 21.1. Agility. 14.4. Vitality. 27.9. Spiritual Force. 79. Magic Power. 79. Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. After so many days of hard work and treatment using all sorts of potions, he could only draw out a small amount of his solidified spiritual force. This was not enough to break through the bottleneck of rank 1. This strengthened Leylin's resolve to use the freezing innate ability. If not, who knew how much longer it would take for him to regain his strength as a rank 2 magus. After mending my sea of consciousness, my battle power will be even more powerful than it had been on the south coast since I'm no longer affected by my emotional instability, Leylin calculated in his mind. I look forward to it. In the icy caves, with the icy Jade Scorpion Emperor's breath, as well as its icy Jade Scorpion's bodies, he had thoroughly eliminated the issue of emotional instability. However, this was not a complete elimination. Perhaps after he advanced to a higher rank, the chaos and tyranny in his bloodline and genes would explode forth once more. However, with the detections by the AI chip, Leylin was sure that while he was a rank 2 or even rank 3 warlock, the emotional instability would not affect him. Getting rid of this issue, he now possessed all the advantages of being a warlock with an ancient bloodline with no disadvantages at all. How much more power could he display? When strength and intelligence were combined, there was nothing that could hinder a warlock in a pursuit of the truth. My lord, what's on your mind? Celine leaned over. Nothing much. Leylin tugged her into his lap, a hand slipping down while following the curves of her waist. My lord, not here. Outside there are people outside. Celine blushed, rejecting Leylin's embrace. Outside, Obo and Ilya outside ducked their heads in embarrassment. All the thoughts they had died down after seeing the strength that Leylin flaunted every once in a while. Not a highlands. The ground in this desolate area was filled with a white quartz gravel. Usually, this place would be filled with creatures of the darkness, but they had now left the area. At the heart of the Nada Highlands, a bright ball of light that spanned for around 10 meters was hanging in midair like a little sun, emitting light and warmth. Under it gathered magi of different tribes who looked different and wore clothes of various colors. Even if it was just passive radiation and energy fluctuations that were emitted, the gathering of so many magi forced the creatures to avoid them. After all, this was still within the eastern capital of the Twilight Zone, and not a place for the creatures to flaunt their prowess. Any magi that was stronger than them could exterminate all the higher-ranked darkness creatures. However, if this was outside the Twilight Zone, where human activity was low, the situation would be reversed. The creatures of the darkness had an absolute advantage based on their numbers. There would even appear formidable creatures that could rival a magus, which would encircle and annihilate magi. Lulu. Meanwhile, another horse carriage bringing a few magi passed through. The horned horse pulling the carriage seemed to sense the strength of the magi, and neighed in worry. The Magi merely shot a glance at this area. Upon finding out that it was a small-scaled guild, they promptly lost interest and continued along their way. However, there were a few Magi that exchanging glances in secret, staring at the carriage without even blinking. Rattle. Obo and Ilya respectfully opened the door to the carriage, bowing as they welcomed the two professors inside. Selene alighted first, her face unusually flushed and clothes slightly untidy. However, she soon regained her calm. That's quite a lot of Magi. Leylin also descended from the carriage, scanning the area and commenting with a smile. He had sensed the aura of large amounts of energy while on the carriage, and now, using his naked eyes, he knew that there were at least 400 official Magi gathered here. This was no small number, and these were merely the representatives from various large organizations. They still had much more guards than their headquarters. Only Selene, whose guild was about to fall apart, would come with the full power of her guild, leaving no one behind to protect the headquarters. These 400 Magi seemed to intentionally cause pressure on the area, the radiation from their bodies slowly yet steadily emitting, and even causing the land here to have a different smell. 400 nuclear reactors piled together, exposing all their strength. If this happened in my previous world, it would be a huge issue. Leylin's lips curved up in a grin. But upon closer inspection, there are still some differences between Magi in the subterranean world and in the south coast. Leylin observed and thought, as there was less light, or perhaps because they had never been under the sun for a long period of time, the Magi in Twilight Zone were paler. In terms of clothing style, there was a large variety. There were even some bizarre Magi who were completely naked and did not have any clothing on their skins. Some nature elemental Magi advocated being in harmony with nature and felt that clothes would interfere with this process. Hence, they had this strange behavior. Though this was not acknowledged by many Magi, this was a matter of principle, and for this reason, others could not oppose this logic. Leylin also found another point. These Magi did not have any distinctions such as light and dark Magi. Black and white robes were merely the formal attire of the Magi here. There was no special meaning. He saw many Magi donning black and white robes joking together, and it didn't seem like they were going to attack each other. Perhaps the distinction between light and dark Magi is a situation unique to the south coast. Upon seeing this scene, Leylin's eyes flashed. My beloved Selene, it's been about a year since we had last met, yes. At this moment, an upper-class woman wearing clothing filled with gems and tassels, looking as if she were about to attend a ballroom dance party at a palace, approached them, greeting with a smile. This is Mistress Sash of the Obsidian Throne Guild. She's a good friend, as well as an ally of our guild. Selene explained in Leylin's ear and then proceeded to press her cheek to Mistress Sash's as a greeting. Hello, Mistress Sash. This is the famed professor of our guild, Mr. Leylin. Selene introduced him to Mistress Sash. Hello. Mistress Sash looked Leylin up and down, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. I remember that with the conditions of your Nature's Alliance, as well as permission of the joint conference, you could only recruit one famed professor, right? It looks like Selene is betting everything on you. Leylin also observed this Mistress Sash. Along the journey the conference, Selene had given Leylin a simple introduction to this ally guild, the Obsidian Throne. Mistress Sash was very tall, and her nose was pointed. Paired with her blue eyes, she gave off a unique feeling that was similar to the European style in Leylin's previous world. I will do my best, Mistress Sash. Leylin was naturally aware that though there had been precedents of finding outside help for the joint conference, things still had to go according to the rules. A small-scale guild like Nature's Alliance could, at most, allow one person to vie for their ranking under the name of a famed professor. How did one tell which guild they were from? This was actually very simple. Just by looking at the high-grade meditation technique the magus cultivated in would make everything clear. After advancing to become an official magus, high-grade meditation techniques produced different effects that made them easy to distinguish between. Killing Intent, the only high-grade meditation technique in the Nature's Alliance, the Crystal Mask, had been recorded by Leylin. It was a technique based on illusions that used energy from plants as supplements. There were merely 2 levels to it. As specific materials required to advance to the second level were only able to be acquired from another world, there had never been another rank 2 magus in the entire history of Nature's Alliance. Leylin possessed the Chemoyan's pupil, and had already confirmed his path as a warlock. Naturally, he wouldn't change his meditation technique. As a result, with one glance, outsiders would be able to tell that he was not a magus trained by Nature's Alliance. Based on the rules at the joint conference, magi like himself were able to make an appearance, but small-scaled guilds could only choose one such magus, and the chosen magus could not be changed. Don't worry, I have faith in Leylin. Celine said confidently. Leylin appeared to be a peak rank 1 magus. This kind of strength was equivalent to a medium-scaled guild's trump card. Naturally, Celine wasn't very worried. Is that so? That's great. Mistress Sash covered her lips with a black foldable fan, and smiled coquettishly. What? Did you receive some information too? Upon seeing her reaction, Celine immediately set up a soundproof barrier around the three of them. Yes, I received intelligence from my boy toys. Skrill of the Eight-Clawed Spider Guild seems to harbor unkind intentions towards you. Moreover, he has the support of a medium-scaled guild called the Dense Fog Forest. After saying that, Mistress Sash looked at Leylin and said, and they seem to have made preparations against you, and external support. Medium-scaled guild. Dense Fog Forest. Sure enough, Celine's face registered a slight change. These medium-scaled guilds possessed at least one peak rank 1 magus as their trump card. The number of official magi and their knowledge greatly surpassed that of Nature's Alliance. How could this not worry Celine? Is there anything valuable enough inside Nature's Alliance that the Dense Fog Forest Guild is coveting? Leylin immediately wondered. Being a medium-scaled guild, Dense Fog Forest Guild possessed resources and minerals that Nature's Alliance could not compare with. Furthermore, even if the Nature's Alliance were to fall to an unrated guild, the Dense Fog Forest Guild might not be the one that would gain control of their territory and resources. So the Dense Fog Forest has to be allies with the Eight-Clawed Spider. Once the Nature's Alliance falls and loses its seat within the Guild Alliance, Eight-Clawed Spider would be able to take over its resources. With a little more edging from the Dense Fog Forest, the Committee of the Alliance would not hesitate to hand the empty seat over to them. What resources do the Nature's Alliance and Eight-Clawed Spider have in common? Only one. The Icy Cave. Leylin needed just a bit of time to understand the nature of this power struggle. As long as one found out who the beneficiaries, or those indirectly gaining benefits were, the situation would then be made clear. After all, nobody would be willing to do thankless jobs. During this period of time, Leylin had somewhat gotten familiar with the resources Nature's Alliance possessed. Honestly speaking, these resources weren't valuable enough for Dense Fog Forest to be interested in. The only possibility for this was that the secrets within the depths of the Icy Cave had been exposed. In the past, the Icy Cave had only been an area rich in production of frozen materials, with the Icy Jade Scorpion as a specialty. It isn't that valuable, which is why it was allocated to Nature's Alliance. However, within the cave's depths actually lies an icy world of a larger scale. The icy world even has the remains of a creature with the strength of a morning star magus and a drop of blood from an even more powerful bloodline. After obtaining the information held within the Icy Jade Scorpion's bloodline, nobody could be more knowledgeable about the Icy Cave than Leylin. Bluntly speaking, this was a big treasure trove, especially for a bloodline warlock. Leylin's eyes sparkled, with a tinge of chilliness within. Only benefits like this would be valuable enough for Dense Fog Forest to act secretly. Looking at the situation, information about these benefits has not been spread. If it was, the entire Twilight Zone would have been in an uproar, and numerous magi would have formed groups to explore it. Celine, please ask around and find out how the Oaken Leaf Guild and Emerald Vine Guild been doing lately. Leylin ordered Celine suddenly. Yes, my lord. Celine straightened her body and walked over to a corner. The runes from the secret imprint on her body continuously brightened. Thereafter, she returned, a worried expression on her face. They have all received Skrill's invitation. His influence is now similar to a spider web, extending to these two guilds, just as I thought, Leylin sighed. This was the final point of confirmation. Right now, Leylin was certain that the Dense Fog Forest must have found out about the Icy Cave's uncanniness, and decided to bribe the Eight-Clawed Spider to crowd out other guilds so that they could monopolize the entire Icy Cave. Find an opportunity to kill them. The flash in Leylin's eyes caused Celine to be nervous, as if an ancient monster was seated beside her. Currently, Leylin had impolitely claimed the entire icy world. Should the Dense Fog Forest dare tread on his property, he would not let them off easily. Actually, if we just want to resolve the crisis Nature's Alliance is facing, there's a better way, which is to reveal the secret of the Icy Cave. Even Dense Fog Forest cannot oppose the entire Twilight Zone. Under the pressure of the joint conference, the Dense Fog Forest would be akin to an ant that could easily be crushed. However, this would not be in my best interests. With Leylin's strength, he could probably gain benefits merely by following the majority of the Magi, but there was just too much uncertainty. Should those overpowered rank 3 Magi be lured out, Leylin did not have confidence that he could snatch anything from them. If that were the case, he would only get the leftovers, and that would truly be a pity. Not to mention, should the Twilight Zone still have the presence of Morning Star Magi that could destroy the entire icy world, Leylin would definitely be reduced to tears. As a result, for Leylin, it was best to let the secret of the Icy Cave Guild stay a secret until he advanced to become a Morning Star Magus. He would later then return and reap all the benefits. But, if that's the case, the dense fog forest would have to be eliminated, and that needs to be done fast before their leader has the time to react. In his heart, Leylin had already meted the death penalty to dense fog forest and 8-clawed spider. With just a few thoughts, Leylin had already roughly understood the gist of the problem. To him, since this possibility was the greatest, he would rather kill the wrong person than to not let the matter go. Dense fog forest and 8-clawed spider needed to be eradicated, and he would even be able to conveniently seize their high-grade meditation techniques and collection. What was more wonderful was that this could be done in the name of revenge for Nature's Alliance, which would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. While pondering, Leylin emanated a massive spiritual force with traces of killing intent, which caused Celine to retreat. Even Mistress Sash gave an excuse and walked away. What happened? Celine worriedly asked. Naturally, she didn't know that with merely a word or two, Leylin had managed to deduce the truth, which had helped him make the decision to kill. Nothing much. Leylin smiled, hiding the truth from her. For interests of such a huge scale, Leylin did not feel at ease revealing his plans to others, even to Celine, whom he had gone to bed with. I'm thinking about what Mistress Sash said about her boy toys. What did she mean? Leylin cleverly changed the topic. Boy, toys. Celine's face changed, and she replied, You know, some Magi may have strange interests and bizarre hobbies. Mistress Sash has sadistic tendencies and is also skilled in this area, so, sadism and masochism, I know. A look of understanding flashed in Leylin's expression, but he then rolled his eyes. There really were all sorts of Magi. Leylin, are you skillful in things like that? After some moments, Celine returned to Leylin's side and asked shyly. Don't worry, Leylin replied matter-of-factly. Since the culprit had been identified to be merely a medium-scaled guild, Leylin didn't have anything to fear. What he was concerned with was how he had to proceed in order to prevent higher-ranked Magi from interfering. It was at this moment that a commotion arose among the Magi. They dispersed in 2 directions, revealing a line of people. The 9 enforcers are here. Celine whispered to Leylin. Leylin stared at the 9 Magi walking over. There were both male and female enforcers, but they were no longer young. Their hair was white, and many of them wore glasses. They held dictionary-like books and feather pens or scales, and their eyes glistened with wisdom, giving them a scholarly aura. However, their energy fluctuations left Leylin dumbfounded. Peak rank 1. Peak rank 1. Peak rank 1. They are all peak rank 1. How? Weak. Leylin rolled his eyes. The subterranean world only possesses this much strength. Honestly speaking, if these 9 enforcers only had this much strength, using toxic bile before he had gotten injured would have resulted in the instant death of these 9 enforcers. He would even have killed or injured the surrounding Magi as well. What is going on? Looking at the surrounding Magi paying their respects to the 9 enforcers, Leylin pondered. Looking at the situation, either the subterranean Magi have flaws that make it hard for them to advance, or the higher-ranked Magi have a more intimate circle, and hence do not participate in the conferences of us rank 1 Magi. Leylin stroked his chin. Whatever it is, I have to reevaluate the strength of Magi in Twilight Zone. The Fallen City, since everybody has gathered, then I can begin the announcement. Let the 325th Eastern Region Magi Joint Conference begin. After looking around, the council member in the middle immediately spoke. Even though his voice was not loud, he could be heard by every magus present. Once he spoke, the books, calligraphy brushes, weighing scales, and the other items in the arms of the 9 enforcers immediately emitted faint rays of white light that floated in the air. I summon the Fallen City. 9 rays of light shot out from the books and other materials in a flash and converged into a big white sun. Boom! The tall pagoda violently shook and a big crack from the abyss opened. The Magi looked very calm during this kind of disastrous earthquake and only used their powers to protect themselves and their apprentices, as well as their luggage, horses, and so on. Bang, bang, bang. A few huge stone statues suddenly broke through the ground floor, emerging like tall mountains that cast large shadows on the surface. These are the Twilight Zone's ancient Magi, Ignis, Nicolot, and Morph. As this was happening, Leylin casually introduced the Magi Joint Conference to Leylin. Since ancient times, the Joint Conference was not just organized by anybody but fixed in this location. In the legends, the Fallen City was an ancient city to consecrate the ancient Magi. The 9 huge stone statues in the middle were in fact the 9 most famous Magi in the ancient times. As a matter of fact, the 9 Magi of the Joint Conference were also emulating these few Magi. Crash! Big chunks of stone fell, like how bamboo shoots fall off in springtime when it rains. A piece of solid stone beneath Leylin lifted him up as it rose to the last position at the top. Leylin looked around. The Magi were now seated exactly in the center of the fallen city. The entire building appeared similar to the ancient Colosseum of Rome, just like what the people of ancient Greece practiced. The circle of outdoor seats surrounded the middle area. Outside the conference, 12 slim, spotless marble pillars glistened in the sunlight and appeared to support both heaven and earth. The Joint Conference controlled the way to summon the fallen city. It's a pity that we cannot find any materials related to the end of the war, or a single living creature. Otherwise, we can restore the glory of the ancient Magi. Leylin, who was beside Leylin, gasped in admiration. Many Magi went to their respective places and formed a circle, surrounding the altar in the middle. Leylin looked. The ones in the front were the middle-level guilds, followed behind them by the low-level guilds, like him and Leylin, that sat in the middle section closer to the back seats. As for the rest, the unranked guilds, they sat in the outermost section. Each seat took up a lot of space as a suitable distance was maintained between each one, which allowed the Magi to be able to see each other without feeling restricted. This site was enough to accommodate 10,000 people, but now there's barely a few hundred Magi. Naturally, there was ample space between each magus. How were these 9 council members selected? Leylin pulled Leylin closer into his embrace, and whispered into her ear, each large-scaled guild would send a representative, before its Magi present voted for them. Leylin was slightly embarrassed, but she still explained it to Leylin. Oh, basically, the Eastern Twilight Zone only has about 9 high-level guilds. Leylin stroked his chin. This kind of strength was similar to the South Coast. Only that he was unsure of the numbers of rank 3 Magi present. But deep down he had some reservations. Although high-grade meditation techniques were widely taught and of a higher grade than in the South Coast, most of them were incomplete, and needed a few special otherworldly materials for their practitioners to advance. This meant that there would be fewer higher-rank Magi in the Twilight Zone and they possibly would be weaker than their South Coast counterparts due to the Twilight Zone being isolated from the external world. The first point of the conference's agenda is to observe a minute of silence in tribute of our Magi ancestors. They were true pursuers of knowledge, the founders of the Twilight Zone. The 9 council members in the front immediately stood up, as they solemnly and respectfully bowed their heads. And in their hands, a pure, white flower bud slowly bloomed. The petals of the flower bud looked like countless rays of light that created a dreamy illusion. Immediately after, the Magi disorderly stood up to observe the minute of silence. The rays of light in their hands transformed into the shape of the white flower bud. This is the light daisy, a specialty of the Twilight Zone that is used to represent the recollection of the dead in our grief. Leylin's eye flashed and concentrated some of his spiritual force to observe Leylин's actions. The magic of transforming the flower was only a magic trick, one that even acolytes could easily learn. Leylин's abilities were immediately recorded by the AI chip, which then provided the composition of the spell model and the spiritual force. Zoom. Leylin followed swiftly with a layer of white light twinkling in his hands. In a flash, numerous light daisies in the open space bloomed as formless ripples continuously circulated, and pure light rays of flower petals dispersed and spread to the sky. A rain of petals floated down, some of them dispersed atop the sculptures of the 9 ancient Magi. It was at this moment that Leylin suddenly raised his head. To his eyes, numerous petals seemed to use some form of mechanism or magic, and the 9 stone statues at the heart of the center were subtly trembling. A desolate, ancient aura filled with abundant energy surfaced in the center. And looking at the surrounding Magi who were calm earlier on and had seized the moment to close their eyes, Leylin realized that they were actually in concentration. Leylin also released his energy, letting his spirit and that aura connect. Boom. Like the eruption of lava, like the coming of a tsunami wave, an intense vibration incessantly shook Leylin's heart, and at the same time, many confused thoughts crossed his mind. This is a high-level meditation aura. Leylin gave Celine a somewhat intoxicated look, and immediately came to his senses. Regarding what these Twilight Zone magi said, they're lacking materials only obtainable from other worlds, and their meditation techniques cannot be improved, and now this aura that comes from an ancient meditation technique is to guide them on which path to follow. Although this acted only as a guide, there were still many benefits for a rank 1 magus. Moreover, who knows, there might be geniuses that could use this ancient aura and be able to make modifications on their meditation techniques and skip the steps of using rare and ancient resources. It's a pity. In fact, there is no ancient technique that inspires me. Furthermore, rank 2 magi have already decided their path and are continuously intensifying further. So those magi who have been promoted to the second rank also don't look up to these. After waiting for the rain of petals to pass, the 9 huge stone sculptures regained their tranquility, and many of the magi were then obsessed with keeping their eyes closed. Alright, now to the second point of the agenda, let's come to an agreement. The magus that stood in the middle and who held the weighing scale said softly, with his voice being channeled through an unknown device, was heard by every other magus present. Soon after, 2 magi walked up to the front and debated loudly with him, and occasionally displayed the recordings of light. And the magus holding the weighing scale would make his judgment after having listened to both parties. Magi from both sides would generally accept the result, and occasionally those who did not would start to challenge each other at the center of the site. Can we believe this council member's verdict? Leylin asked Celine, who was beside him. Gandor, the council member, is a fair and wise senior, and we usually trust his judgments. Moreover, the golden weighing scale that he holds symbolizes fairness. His personal beliefs forbid from violating fairness and justice. Celine explained softly to Leylin, do not ask such questions out loud, otherwise the other magi will despise us. Oh, Leylin nodded his head indifferently. However, he was somewhat bored looking at the issues that were discussed one by one here. Although there are contradictions in this joint conference, he understood clearly that it was for the protection of the entire strength of the Twilight Zone's magi, and instead of internal conflicts, we should be focusing on foreign enemies. Humans were not the only rulers in the Twilight Zone, there were also many darkness creatures out there, just like the neighboring Elven Empire beside the humans, that left many intelligent beings wary of them. But Leylin was not convinced by this concept. To him, if the Dark Magi were to come in power, they would have already started a war and would be constantly fighting. And through such bloody wars, a selection of the acolytes would be conducted. They would start off from a low-intensity battle which would then gradually increase in difficulty. In this manner, an elite force of magicians could be created. It was not worth having such an indecisive situation. This situation was similar to current state between the light and dark magi. Leylin, it is the guild evaluation right after, you need to be careful. Celine cautiously reminded Leylin. Don't worry. Leylin replied calmly, and at this moment, 2 unfriendly gazes were laid on him. Leylin's brows furrowed as he looked at the source of discontentment. At the seat of the 8-clawed spider, Skrill lowered his head without delay, but his eyes had a sinister tint. You will never survive today's ordeal. From today onwards, Celine is mine. What trump card do you have? Or is the dense fog forest going to interfere? Leylin remained calm, knowing that Skrill had slipped away like a beaten-up dog at the sight of him. He strongly believed that Skrill had some sort of backup to rely on. But to Leylin, the strength of a middle-scaled guild was not enough to threaten him. Alright, continuing to the 5th agenda of the conference. The guild's evaluation, a council member declared. In a split second, the magi on site all looked on with eagerness and attention. Challenge for these magi, mediating the conflicting views from before, was merely a small matter. However, the evaluation of guilds could directly affect their interests. Hence, the atmosphere turned solemn very quickly. Cough cough. The council member in the middle coughed lightly, and only after it quietened down did he begin to speak. The evaluation process will go the same way as before. We will first announce the results before the evaluations are open to challenges. Each guild has, at most, 3 chances. Lower-rated guilds can challenge higher-rated guilds, but higher-rated guilds are not to interfere with the lower-rated guilds. Guilds of the same evaluation can challenge each other to settle any conflicts, and those who are defeated have to wait until the next time. Leylin found Celine stiffen from worry after hearing the council members' words. Even if you don't have enough strength, those resources are all given out to you by the joint conference. They're not yours in the first place, so why are you so worried? Leylin was a little speechless. From his perspective, one would be able to obtain territory that was proportional to one's own strength. While Celine's mentor had still been around, there had been nothing to fear, but once Celine took over Nature's Alliance, she should have reduced the scale of the guild and given out the resources she had. That was the most sensible course of action. This time, if not for Leylin sticking his head into the matter, things would not end well for Celine. Of course, the situation would be vastly different with Leylin around. Furthermore, the icy caves were something Leylin needed to have, by hook or by crook. Next, after the declaration from the council members of the start of the event, the site began to get livelier. Many magi exchanged glances. Though they had many thoughts, none of them made their move right away, as if they were waiting for something. After a long silence, a magus in ashen robes stood out from a corner. We from Gold wishes to challenge the Seaflower Society. Gold is an unrated guild, while the Seaflower Society is a small-scale guild. The challenge is permitted. May the magi of both guilds enter the stage. A magus wearing presbyopic glasses flipped through a thick book and nodded. The Seaflower Society sent out an old geezer with blue hair and some strange runes on his face. His guild had been pointed out and challenged, so naturally, he was not in a good mood. Didn't this imply that their Seaflower Society had already fallen this low? At this thought, killing intent flashed in his eyes as he made up his mind to make this an unforgettable lesson for his opponent. Meanwhile, the magus in ashen robes was stupefied. Upon waiting for the confirmation from the council member once more, 2 fluctuations from spells exploded at the site. At the same time, a light yellow dome of energy shot out from all corners, protecting the audience and council members from any stray attacks from the battle. Leylin watched on with interest. He wasn't very clear about the strength of the official magi in Twilight Zone, and this was a good opportunity for him to find out. Through the few mediations from before as well as what was currently happening, he was able to understand many things. As subterranean magi were faced with powerful enemy forces, there were no scholars who solely focused on just research. These magi were quite formidable, and they were fast in setting up their spell models. They had also grasped the technique of the instantaneous and silent release of spells, and on average, their battle power was 1 level higher than that of magi from the south coast. In addition, most of them had grasped 1 or 2 spells with immense killing power, and they had no apprehensions about using them. This was another characteristic of theirs that allowed them to surpass the magi of the south coast by a large margin. Bang! All of a sudden, the scene of the battlefield changed. The ashen-robed magus waved his arm, and 2 large black crosses appeared, which crisscrossed and pierced towards the magus from the Seaflower Society. The Cross of Anginus. The magus from the Seaflower Society yelled out the name of this spell in fear, continuously adding a few more protective layers in front of him and evaded at a flying speed. Serrator. You can't escape. The ashen-robed magus hissed for a long while, and his clothes split open at the back, revealing a pair of giant wings. Whoosh, whoosh. The black feathers on the wings were like steel, the tip revealing a luster seen on sharp objects. With the impetus from the wings, he soared into the sky. 2 gray crosses of light flew to his feet, forming something like 2 sets of eagle claws. Su, su, su. The gray figure constantly flashed, and after producing his wings, his speed increased until he almost became a shadow. The gray figure constantly collided with the defensive layers. Ka-cha! The defensive layers of the magus from the Seaflower Society seemed to produce a tearing sound before it was being completely ripped apart. Pooh! Large claws mercilessly tore at the chest of the magus from the Seaflower Society, and the man let out a miserable cry. Meanwhile, one could see with their naked eyes, the withering of flesh spanning out from the magus of the Seaflower Society's wounds. I admit defeat. Before the other claw reached his body, this magus immediately yelled. However, a cold glint appeared in the gaze of this ashen-robed magus, and the gray claw increased its speed by 30%, that's enough. A council member holding a scale shouted coldly, and the powerful spiritual force of a peak rank 1 magus swept across. A brownish-yellow hand rose from the earth and protected the injured magus from the Seaflower Society, protecting him from the attack of the ashen-robed magus. My apologies, my lord. I was unable to hold back in time. The ashen-robed magus descended onto the ground and removed the effects from his spells, regaining his appearance as a regular human. He bowed, looking respectful. HMPH. Gold's challenge was successful, so it is now promoted to be a small-scaled guild. The Seaflower Society will now be demoted a ranking and is now in the unrated category. All the resources that have been allocated to the Seaflower Group Guild by the Joint Conference will be transferred over right away, and our council members will supervise this process. This council member furrowed his brow and snorted, but still announced loudly. Many thanks, my lord. The ashen-robed magus bowed once more. Meanwhile, the magus from the Seaflower Society became deathly pale and fainted. Leylin, who watched on, was not too surprised. After all, since the ashen-robed magus had taken the initiative to challenge the Seaflower Society, it was natural that he must have been confident. After that, a few unrated guilds chose to challenge some other guilds. Most of the challenged guilds were small-scale guilds that were declining, and almost all of the challenges were successful. Only one small-scale guild won, protecting what belonged to them. This contest mostly happened between small-scale and unrated guilds. The medium-scale guilds rarely went on stage, and as for large-scale guilds, they were remote existences that only served as witnesses and judges. Dear council members, we of the Eight-Clawed Spider wish to challenge the Nature's Alliance Guild. Suddenly, Skrill's voice sounded out. The magi present shifted their gazes towards him. Usually, challenges between similarly ranked guilds rarely happened unless there was enmity between them. As the Eight-Clawed Spider Guild was already a small-scale guild, they would only cause Nature's Alliance to lose their resources if they were victorious. What they would obtain would be meager. Skrill, if you had any conflicts with Nature's Alliance, why did you not mention it during the mediation period and instead wait until now? The council member holding the scale furrowed his brows. My apologies, my lord. The animosity between us and Nature's Alliance is not appropriate to be declared here, but please approve my request. Skrill bowed, sounding resolute. The lines on the council member's forehead became deeper. Honestly speaking, he did not want there to be internal friction between two small-scale guilds. However, Eight-Clawed Spider was not a medium-scale guild, and challenges between guilds of the same ranking were allowed. The moment Nature's Alliance was defeated, not only would they lose their spot, but they would also have to hand over all their resources to be redistributed by the Joint Conference. Skrill could only, at most, obtain a portion of these resources. As there were no benefits to it, few magi chose to do this. However, Leylin knew that they would definitely choose to take the icy caves. Knowing the situation, the abyss in his pupils grew darker, and a sneer appeared on his lips. All right, guild leader of Nature's Alliance, Celine, who will you send on stage? The council member looked towards Celine. I invite our famed professor, Mr. Leylin, to represent my Nature's Alliance guild in battle. Celine gave a slight bow. Leylin sighed and stood up. I am also sending out our famed professor to represent we of the Eight-Clawed Spider on stage. At the other side, Skrill immediately bowed and moved aside to reveal the figure behind him. It was a human figure completely wrapped in black mist. There were also numerous black tendrils fluctuating around it. They both sent out famed professors. The surrounding magi broke out into a discussion. Though small-scaled guilds could invite famed professors to act as external support, only one professor was allowed to act. Since there were very few magi working alone, such situations rarely appeared. Now, with two suddenly appearing, it was no wonder that the magi were surprised. There were a few magi who could somewhat see through part of the strength of Leylin and the person wrapped in mist, and they shrunk back in fear, their eyes showing their terror. You have both chosen famed professors to battle. The council member holding a thick book looked at Leylin, and some probing spells even flashed, before he flipped through his book. Professor Leylin of Nature's Alliance Guild does not belong to any other guild, and can thus represent Nature's Alliance. Magus Skrill, please get the magus behind you to reveal his face for inspection. The council members spoke to Skrill. Seeing this, Skrill could only speak to the person wrapped in the mist in a low voice. The black mist then dissipated, revealing a face that was foreign to all the magi here. Xerxes greets all of you. What appeared in front of the audience was a very androgynous face. Even the voice was neither male nor female, one could not tell this person's gender. The magus called Xerxes seemed to want to provoke Leylin, shooting him a glance from the corner of his eyes. The famed professor from the Eight-Clawed Spider meets the requirements as well. I hereby announce, 6 stars. Just when the council member was about to announce the start of the fight, Leylin suddenly interrupted him. What? Do you want to admit your defeat right now, Celine? Of course, Skrill did not dare to be brazen with Leylin. In fact, regardless of whether it was Leylin or Xerxes, he could not afford to offend either of them. Hence, he could only taunt Celine. Rubbish. Celine retorted angrily, worriedly looking at Leylin at the same time. Leylin, he wouldn't just give up because of his inability to clearly see through Xerxes' strength, would he? Celine clenched her fists, and even started breaking out in cold sweat. Honestly, with her talents and meditation skills, Celine was very confident previously that she would be able to defeat all the magi that had competed in the previous rounds. However, upon seeing Leylin's strength, her confidence had dissipated into thin air. Right now, Celine realized that she did not understand Leylin a single bit. Magus Leylin, do you have any problem? The council member holding the books asked. I recall that during the evaluation, other than these battling methods, aren't there other ways as well? Leylin looked around the arena and took in Skrill's taunting, Celine's anxiety, and Xerxes' killing intent. He laughed abruptly and then questioned. Once the word went out, all the magi looked stunned. Yes, there is such a rule. You can even be exempted from fighting through your research contributions. The council members quickly responded with little emotions. However, the results of your research have to be made public, and must be recognized by the council members. Furthermore, since Nature's Alliance is a small-scale guild, the information you provide has to be at a rank of at least 5 stars. Research with a rank of 5 stars was equivalent to research conducted by peak rank 1 magi, and is obviously not easy to obtain. Celine had the same idea previously, but unfortunately, the council members' evaluation of research was extremely strict. Furthermore, the 9 biggest large-scale guilds were already at the level where you could find the region's finest research. Hence, very few things would interest them. Moreover, a lot of time and effort was required to obtain research data of this level. The time invested in the research is no less than the time taken in inviting a semi-converted elemental magus. Hence, after conducting the research for a period of time, Celine gave up on that idea. Should your research data not be at the level of 5 stars, it would mean that you lose your independent research without garnering any gains. We hope you can think it over. Please do not worry, I am very confident in my own research. Furthermore, magi have always been virtuous people searching for the truth, so in this path of the search for knowledge, I do not mind sharing the results of my research with my fellow man. Leylin's words were immediately well received by the crowd of magi. Many high-level magi that are on friendly terms would gather to exchange their own experiences so that they could improve together. We can see the glory of ancient times in your being. The 9 council members nodded their heads. Please present your information. I object. Skrill immediately shouted. He agitatedly pointed towards Leylin, his 8-clawed spider legs seemingly trembling. We were first in issuing our challenge. Even if the information were to be presented, it can only be done so after the challenge. Objection overruled. Magus Leylin's ways are in accordance with the ancient rules. A few council members immediately suppressed Skrill's objection. Magus Xerxes, on the other hand, just coldly started, his thoughts unable to be determined. Looking at the scene before him, Leylin snickered to himself. Under the witness of so many magi, a battle to the death would be like a monkey show set up for an audience. Was that really in his best interests? Even though many magi would be willing to do so under the influence of the interests involved, Leylin was not one of them. Furthermore, in front of the 9 peak rank 1 magi, along with the magi troops, Leylin would not be able to kill. Otherwise, as Leylin's injuries were not yet completely healed, he would not be able to defend against the joint attack of 9 peak rank 1 magi. He also did not want to offend the 9 large-scale guilds that the 9 peak rank 1 magi belonged to. After all, the large-scale guilds must have magi of at least rank 2. Leylin did not want to find trouble at all. Hence, since he was not able to kill, there was no point in accepting the challenge and putting on a monkey show for others. Naturally, Leylin would choose the most effortless method. He smiled, his every movement resembling how the ancient royalty were trained. He seemed calm, and together with the unique warlock's charm that he had, this convinced many of the magi. The eyes of Mistress Sash, whom Leylin had previously met, lit up like 2 balls of fire. Immediately, Leylin passed his already prepared research data to the council members. This was, in part, the flawed articles he had seen in the Nature's Alliance. The research had already progressed to the final stages, but unfortunately, because of the lack of crucial steps, the articles were not able to be developed into a meditation. However, Leylin was different. He was a rank 2 warlock, and had the support of the entire knowledge vault of the South Coast. He could be said to have a bird's-eye view of the whole situation. Together with the incredible mathematical operations of the AI chip, with a few tweaks here and there, Leylin would be able to produce research of a high caliber. Leylin was able to obtain the data without much trouble, and the information did not cost very much. However, when presented externally, these data were considered to have at least a rank of 5 stars, the equivalent importance of a peak rank 1 magus. This was sufficient to allow the magi present to vie for the information. Sure enough, upon receiving the crystal ball filled with research formulas and graphical information, the faces of the council members became more solemn. Their faces were serious while they perused the crystal ball in succession, and all the while, they were animatedly engaging in discussion. In the end, they even gathered in a circle, agitatedly discussing and letting out cries of argument from time to time. Meanwhile, Skrill's heart grew heavier, while Celine's face revealed a smile. The magi outside were anticipating the results, eager to see Leylin's research data. With regards to all the goings-on, Leylin pretended not to notice and continued to calmly stand upright. Just based on this cultivation of calmness during the chaos, Leylin received the admiration of the magi here. Eventually, the council members returned to their seats. The council member sitting in the middle even removed his presbyopic glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Bang! He aggressively slammed his gavel downwards, which meant that the official evaluation of the research would begin. According to the council members' unanimous decision, the information Magus Leylin has provided regarding the biological structure and bloodline of dark elves is to be classified as having a rank of 6 stars. Wah! The venue resonated with cries of wonder. The fact that Leylin's provided information would be able to be passed the test was within the expectations of many of the magi. This was because magi were not stupid. If they were to present any information, it must be because they were confident that it would suffice. However, little did they expect that the information Leylin provided would actually have a rank of 6 stars. Research of this nature must be close to the standards of a rank 2 magus. These data will be recorded in the collective data vault. All magi present will be able to use these contributions. After the council member had made the announcement, he immediately beamed. Magus Leylin's aspirations and intensive studying spirit has obtained my admiration. May I know whether there will be a chance in the future to invite Magus Leylin to my institute to undergo an interview? It would be my honor. Leylin bowed slightly. Meanwhile, on the side, Celine seemed a bit dazzled. Master, we have succeeded. Only when the sound of Ilya cheering entered her ear did she return to her senses, her eyes watery with tears that were on the verge of falling. At this moment, all the difficulties they had experienced in the past, along with the ridicule they had to suffer, appeared in her mind. Teacher, can you see this? HMPH. Skrill's face was extremely dark. He glared at Celine. Consider yourselves lucky this time around. I hope that luck will always follow you. After which, without turning back once, he left the venue, with Xerxes unhurriedly following behind him. This time around, the plot of the 8-clawed spider was fruitless, and with the possibility of inducing rage from the dense fog forest, Skrill did not want to stay at the conference for a single minute longer. Leylin, thank you. After Leylin returned to his seat, Celine held his hands, her face filled with a genuine smile. It was nothing. Leylin smiled. Actually, Leylin was very sure that this matter was far from over. After their open and above-board plans have failed, the opponent could only utilize underhanded means now. Underhanded means? But those are my favorites. Leylin smiled coldly. Right now, during the joint conference, the only restrained party in this case wasn't merely his opponent but himself as well. After all, he had started off as a legitimate dark magus. Bloodshed and killing were very common to him. When that happened, it would be too late for the other party to have regrets. With regards to Leylin's contributions, the Nature's Alliance was able to be exempted from the challenge this time around, and could be considered to have survived an ordeal. After the evaluation, there was nothing much to see at the conference. There were only a few guilds left to compete with one another. During the majority of the time, the apprentices would compete in a friendly context. This was also one of the reasons why Celine had brought Obo and Ilya to the conference. Leylin had completed his task at hand, and so he sat with Celine, who was beaming, as they watched other magi compete. Leylin, I can't believe that I would see you here. At this moment, a magus with a gold-plated, robotic right hand walked over, his face radiating with happiness. I can't believe this, you actually joined the Nature's Alliance without telling anyone. Hello, Siegfried. Leylin greeted him. There was no other choice since they had something very tempting to me in their hands. Moreover, I'm only an honorary professor, which means I can also gild. Oh, I know. Siegfried's face revealed a smile that all men would be able to understand. It was obvious that Leylin was bewitched by Leylin, was it not? Come, let me bring you to meet some of the high-ranking officers in the Earth-Fire Association. Compared to his previous interactions with Leylin, Siegfried was now more cordial. After all, Siegfried was currently not able to discern Leylin's true abilities. However, based on the presentation of his high-end research standards and academic attainments, it was worth it to rope Leylin in. In addition, a few high-level guild's council members had all expressed their friendliness in succession, which made it even more plausible to try and rope Leylin in. Mistransformation. A carriage traveled across the dark plains unhurriedly. 2 wildebeests pulled the carriage. Due to the unhurried nature of the journey, these 2 steeds snorted as they gnawed at the plants along the path from time to time. Around the carriage, a layer of light illuminated the surrounding land. This was due to a constant illumination magic being applied to the horse carriage. Leylin, you made Obo and Ilya lower the speed of the carriage, and you also had me prepare this. What is this all about? Within the horse carriage, Celine asked Leylin as she suddenly raised her head and lifted a crystal ball that glowed with runes. It's obviously to wait for somebody. Leylin reclined on the cushioned seat as he squinted his eyes. Is it Skrill from the 8-clawed spider? Celine was an intelligent woman, and her expression changed immediately. Not only that, but perhaps also Magi from the dense fog forest. After all, I am here. Leylin chuckled and suddenly walked out to the front of the carriage. Professor, look. The horse carriage stopped, and Obo, who had been riding, stuttered. In front of him, a dense wall of fog formed and blocked the way. Although there were areas in the twilight zone with dense fog, such thick fog was abnormal. The power of the Magi who were mingled within the fog had given away their determination to massacre them tonight. A fog barrier, a specialized spell only known to Magi from the dense fog forest. It really is them. Celine sighed from behind. What should we do? After having experienced so many things, Leylin had already taken a leading role in Celine's heart. Since this was the case, once she encountered a problem, she would seek out Leylin's opinion first. As planned, all of you do not have to interfere with this, just keep yourselves safe. Leylin hopped down from the horse carriage and walked towards the wall of fog. Under the illumination of the light, the gray fog seemed to congeal like a serum, with spiral waves occasionally forming. No matter how well-mannered, organized, or awe-inspiring they are, a magus will always be a magus. For the sake of benefits, taking a small risk like this is nothing. Leylin smirked. Under such circumstances, if all of them were to perish here, Leylin would be able to take care of any repercussions later by tidying things up a little after having killed them. As such, he wasn't surprised but was rather happy instead. It really saves me the time of gathering them all in one bunch like this. Leylin immediately raised both his hands and pressed on the wall of fog. Ka-cha, ka-cha. With Leylin as the center, a layer of frost began to spread and froze the wall of fog. In a very short amount of time, the wall of fog had turned into walls of ice that revealed inverted images of the objects in the surroundings. This frost power came from the aftermath of the icy radiation he had received, which he had just released all at once. Not bad. Leylin looked at both his hands. His hands now were snow white, like jade, and even revealed a luster deep inside them. With the adaptation to increased tolerance to the icy radiation completed, I can begin to freeze the imprints inside my bloodline. Leylin smiled and gently tapped on the icy wall. Ka-cha, 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 ka-cha. Fine cracks appeared and spread rapidly from where his fingers had tapped. Seconds later, the web of cracks covered the entirety of the ice walls, which subsequently shattered and turned into fine shards of ice that fluttered into the wind. Rumble. With a huge rumbling sound, the wall of fog crumbled like toy bricks breaking apart. Several figures were soon revealed after the dispersion of the fog wall. As expected, it's you, Skrill. And also, Xerxes. Celine gritted her teeth. The ones obstructing their way were Skrill, Xerxes, along with several old geezers. Their bodies radiated the might of semi-converted elemental magi, with traces of gray fog that continuously swirled around their fingers. Expressions of alarm could be seen on the faces of the geezers as they were rather frightened by Leylin's apparent ease in his dispelling of the fog wall. You are indeed a peak rank 1 magus, Mr. Amongst this group, the androgynous Xerxes, who was distinctly the leader, said and bowed. These are issues that we have with the Nature's Alliance. Would Mr. Leylin please choose to back down for the moment? After this matter, no matter what conditions you have agreed on with them, we will multiply them manifold. As he finished speaking, it was like as if seal that had come undone as a violent power coursed through Xerxes' body, which made Selene turn pale. As for Obo and Ilya, they had almost fainted. A peak rank 1 magus. He is actually a peak rank 1 magus. Selene clutched the hem of her robes tightly. Under the presence of another magus of equal standing, one might choose to compromise. However, Leylin shook his head and outright refused Xerxes' suggestion. To him, anyone who coveted the icy cave could only be a certain type of person, a dead one. Pardon me for my impudence then. In the next moment, Xerxes, who still had a calm air, underwent a tremendous bodily change. Similar to a fiery volcanic eruption, intense energy waves emanated from his body, and countless gray energy particles condensed and formed a tide of energy waves. Fog Giant. Along with Xerxes' incantation, a giant elemental genie appeared. From waist down this genie was a mass swirling fog and its upper body had the shape of a man. Its whole body was grayish-white, and the muscles on both arms were extremely defined. Its ginormous stature was also extremely impressive. In my name, I order you to kill him. Xerxes pointed at Leylin. The fog giant roared, and two fists the size of hills smashed towards Leylin's direction. Attacking with such power from the start. Are you planning to kill me? The slight smile about Leylin's lips did not falter. Looks like he's guessed that I know about the icy caves and thought I was a contender, so he's planning to kill and silence me. In actuality, this opponent had guessed correctly, but what they did not know was that Leylin's strength far surpassed them, and had the same intentions of killing them. Wind. As he faced the fog giant's attack, Leylin merely recited a syllable. Wang. A violent black tornado formed between him and the giant. The large number of wind blades pushed the giant's fists back. HSS's. Following that, a spiritual force more powerful, more sinister than Xerxes descended upon the battlefield. Black darkness elemental particles swept through like a tide, crushing the energy wave that Xerxes had formed into nothingness. In the twilight zone, darkness elemental particles were very concentrated. On top of that, the solidification of Leylin's spiritual force as a rank 2 warlock could overpower his opponent. Countless darkness elemental particles gathered around Leylin, to the point that they could be seen with the naked eye. As a light wind lifted him into the air, the elemental particles fused with the tornado. Its volume had expanded immediately and it turned into an ancient creature with a ferocious, violent aura. This was a tall and lanky giant beast that was around 700 to 800 meters long. It had dense black scales on its body, and a pair of amber eyes that were as large as a water jar. It carried with it a malevolent, bloodthirsty aura. Meanwhile, Leylin stood on this large black giant snake, appearing to be calm. Just the confrontation between this giant snake and giant was enough for Skrill, Selene and the others to try their best to take shelter and quickly retreat to another area. This is a battle between peak rank 1 magi. Just a single ripple of energy can easily destroy you. Be careful. While Selene retreated, she protected the two acolytes and warned them. Meanwhile, Obo and Ilya were staring at the person on top of the large giant snake enviously, their expressions filled with yearning and hope. Selene could only smile wryly at this scene. How could one reach the peak of rank 1 so easily? These two acolytes were the core seeds of her guild. One would already thank the heavens if they could rise to become an official magus in the future, but to reach Leylin's level. Difficult. He's actually this strong. On the other end, while Skrill knew Leylin was at the peak of rank 1, he had no idea how powerful magi like Leylin could be, and he could only gape in response. How is Lord Xerxes? Seeing the fog giant beaten down by the giant black snake, Skrill was extremely anxious. Don't worry, our guild leader is very strong, and he hasn't even brought his trump card out yet. The other two semi-converted elders immediately comforted him. In their eyes, however, there was very little confidence. Distinguished Leylin, you truly are an opponent worthy of respect. At this moment, Xerxes suddenly exclaimed, this next attack will be my last. I hope you won't disappoint me. Mist transformation. Xerxes muttered in a low voice. Large amounts of fog were sent out from his body, and it constantly gathered at the body of the fog giant. Meanwhile, Xerxes' body shrunk until all was left was a pile of clothes. Meanwhile, the fog giant rapidly increased in size until it was 50% larger than before, and fluctuations could be seen on its face. With a gray flash of light, Xerxes' face appeared there. I remember now. This is mist transformation, the strongest attack of the guild leader of the dense fog forest. He once used this attack to kill a magus who was similarly at the peak of rank 1. Be careful, Leylin. This Xerxes is the disguise of the guild leader of the dense fog forest. Leylin, who was standing not too far away, suddenly seemed to remember something and reminded him loudly. I see. Leylin nodded. The effects of his opponent's spell were not half bad. The original fog giant's attack power was only around 60, but after mist transformation, the AI chip warned Leylin that the number had increased to almost 79. This was practically the limits of what a rank 1 magus could do. It was no surprise that his opponent could kill magi of similar rank with this attack. Severe injuries. Leylin glanced at the fog giant that was in front of him. After Xerxes fused with the fog giant, not only did its strength increase, but its movements also became more agile. Based on the principle of elemental essence conversion, can the physical body itself be converted into an element? An interesting train of thought. How knowledgeable was Leylin in this area? He had stored all the academic knowledge from the south coast in the AI chip, and with a few glances, he could roughly deduce the theory and application behind this ultimate attack formed from fog. It's a pity that a magus body is the only place where spiritual force can be stored. The moment the physical body is converted, it will then lose the chance to go one step further. Leylin sighed, seemingly looking upon his opponent with pity. This attitude had obviously infuriated Xerxes, and with a roar, the fog giant charged over. Leylin fearlessly manipulated the large giant serpent and had it coil around his opponent. Boom, 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 boom. The scale of the battle increased in size, and giant rocks the size of hills were smashed by the two of them, flying in all directions. There were even some sparks at the tail, creating a trailing flame. To this extent, not only Leylin but also the other magi were stunned. Meanwhile, while on the back of the giant snake, black light flashed in Leylin's eyes. Numerous black fireballs flew out from the shadows. The fireballs converged and condensed, forming a small, blazing black sun that was even more sinister looking. Latent Fireball, the spell that Leylin had invented, had a reputation that could rock the south coast with the numerous magi that had been killed by it, had finally revealed itself once again in Twilight Zone. And the magus he was facing was at the peak of rank 1. Xerxes' expression became serious, evidently sensing the destructive power hidden within Latent Fireball. Ha, ha, pant, pant. Making the first move, Xerxes took in a deep breath, and two streams of white gas that could be seen with the naked eye rushed into his mouth. This stream was extremely powerful, to the point that even a tornado appeared in the air. Even bits of plants and little rocks began to float. After taking in this large amount of air, the fog giant's chest expanded at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. It was as if it was a giant frog. Secondary energy air cannon. The giant opened its mouth, puffed out, and a light green compressed air bomb-like cannonball attacked Leylin. Go! The air cannonball brought with it immense wind pressure, and Leylin's clothes rustled loudly from the wind. Meanwhile, Leylin indifferently pointed at the latent fireball in the air. The black latent fireball immediately stretched out, formed a black lance that caused distortion ripples in the air, and charged to the front of the air cannonball. Pooh! Like a balloon that had been pierced, the black lance pierced through the air cannonball. Following this, the secondary energy air cannon exploded and deflated. The black lance's power continuously extended as it ruthlessly used its momentum to plow into the chest of the fog giant. Black rays flashed and some flames blazed on the body of the giant, tenaciously extending till they covered half its chest. Xerxes, who had fused with the fog giant, winced, and had evidently felt pain. Ah! The latent fireball burned not only the physical body, but also the formless spiritual force, and even the spirit. Xerxes began to scream pitifully. Don't think you can get away with this when you've gotten me in this state. Xerxes looked resolute, bringing the fog giant in front of the black giant snake. Self-detonate. With this thought, the entire fog giant exploded. The black giant snake was drowned in fog and fire. Rumble. The ground constantly vibrated, as if a large earthquake had happened. Dust floated tens of meters high and blocked the whole scene from view. Moments later, a human figure was launched out from within the dust. It's the guild leader. A few magi from the dense fog forest immediately went up to help. Xerxes did not look to be in a good state, with a large hole in his chest and numerous wounds all over. All of a sudden, rays of light fluctuated above his face, and his original face disappeared, revealing that of a middle-aged man who looked to be a pacifist. It really is the guild leader of the dense fog forest. Leylin muttered not far away, the crystal ball in her hands constantly flashing with light. Guild leader, are you all right? A few semi-converted magi elders immediately asked concernedly, after catching hold of Xerxes. He's also injured, but his injuries are slightly lighter than mine. He can still battle. Let's leave quickly. Though Xerxes looked to be seriously hurt, his ability to think was not compromised. Understood. The few magi made to leave, with Skrill following closely behind. All of you can leave except for him. Leylin's voice sounded from within the cloud of dust. Shortly afterwards, an icy blue ray of light shot out, striking Skrill, who was trying to activate a scroll. A blue layer of ice immediately formed around him, turning him into a blue, human-shaped ice sculpture. The dust settled, revealing Leylin's figure. He was now extremely pale, with some blood at the corner of his lips. The fluctuations of his spiritual force were unstable, and he looked to be seriously injured. Since Lord Leylin has spoken, we'll leave him behind. Xerxes struggled to answer, and upon hearing this, the semi-converted magi supported Xerxes and retreated, not even sparing a second glance in his direction. Leylin. Leylin immediately rushed out, not hiding any of her worry. I'm fine. Leylin waved his arms. Have you recorded everything down? Yes. I'll send them to the council members of the joint conference and indict them. Leylin looked furious. No, not yet. Leylin waved his arms. Also, bring Skrill along as well. He's an important witness. Yes. Though Leylin was still doubtful, she naturally did not dare ask more questions after having seen Leylin showing off his might. As she wanted to give Leylin space to recuperate, Leylin went outside and squeezed in with Obo and Ilya. In the carriage, there was only Leylin and the frozen Skrill. A layer of black elemental particles instantly formed a divide that split the interior and exterior of the carriage into two completely different sections. Leylin stretched and stood up. It did not even look like he was injured at all. A surprise attack midway and having a witness is crucial enough to indict the other side for serious penalties. However, this will, at most, shake dense fog forest's position. It isn't practical if we want to completely uproot them. Leylin understood this well. In addition, since their opponents had tried to kill them, it was all right for Leylin to fight back and even kill one or two magi from their side. However, if he did not let this matter rest and eradicated them completely, then that would be going against the laws of the subterranean world. Magi grasped the bigger picture in the Twilight Zone and attempted to unify against the Elven Empire and darkness creatures. Hence having such internal conflicts were disapproved of within the committee. Even a rank 2 magus would find it difficult to deal with this situation, much less Leylin, who had yet to completely recover. Hence, he had to tempt his opponents to slip up even more, and then respond while protected by a valid excuse. After seeing my strength, I'm sure they must be feeling uneasy. Leylin grinned while stroking his chin. Besides, the seeds of enmity have been planted. Believing we're almost equally powerful and considering my status as heavily injured, paired with the tremendous benefits from the icy world, I believe they wouldn't consider trying to settle this with us. Rather, they'll try to eliminate me as soon as possible. Medium-scaled guilds had an ample number of hidden cards. Furthermore, besides the guild leader, they had many powerful magi that, when they banded together, would cause a great deal of grief even to a peak rank 1 magus. Xerxes had not gone all out this time, naturally because he believed in his might. The next time, he would come out at full strength. However, this was what Leylin wanted. Their opponent was already at their doorstep, and wanted to eliminate the guild. Under these circumstances, it was reasonable for him to strike back brazenly and destroy the enemy, right? Besides, the buffering time before this that had happened was enough for Leylin to use the freezing bloodline imprint to regain his full strength. Once he regained his strength as a rank 2 warlock, he would be free to wander freely. As long as he did not meet anyone like that old rank 3 freak previously, he would definitely be able to protect himself. Next up, Leylin shifted his gaze to Skrill, who was in the block of ice. The Spider-Man's eyes were unblinking, and he was only able to display a pleading expression. Leylin smiled gently and advanced. When the carriage reached a waterfall, Leylin descended from the carriage with a pale appearance. Meanwhile, Skrill had already been retrieved from the ice and was now merely unconscious. Celine ordered for him to be imprisoned. This was obviously Leylin's plan. Using a few methods, he found that Skrill did not, in fact, know much about the icy world. All he knew was that the dense fog forest was drooling over the icy caves, and Leylin's killing intent died down. From his perspective, Skrill would make a pretty good subordinate. He was semi-converted, and that was enough to do many things in Twilight Zone. In addition, he was an able witness. Though Leylin did not believe in this method, this was enough to mitigate some potential troubles. Though he was unafraid of trouble, he did dislike it. It was not a bad idea to reduce it as much as possible. Lastly, Nature's alliance was much too weak. To complete his grand plan, he would need a few capable subordinates. Leylin could not really trust Celine. It wasn't in fear of her betrayal. This woman was far too intelligent, and after gaining a large amount of power, she might prioritize her own benefits over Leylin's words. She might not betray him, but there might be instances where she paid lip service to him, using her position and getting overconfident. Hence, it was necessary to pull in and control people who would definitely side with him. In Leylin's eyes, Nature's alliance's power would expand greatly, and would require his own staff. If not, it was easy to be hoodwinked. After seeing the demise of the dense fog forest, he was sure that Skrill would make a sensible decision. After all, dark magi were also very adept at controlling emotions. Frost innate spell. A few days later, rumors had begun to spread around the Twilight Zone. The rumors claimed that the guild leader of the dense fog forest longed for the resources held by the Nature's Alliance and the other small-scale guilds, and had been plotting to absorb them on the sly. There was even news that the dense fog forest wanted to openly rob and murder the guild leader of the Nature's Alliance. Even though the assassination was not successful, there were rumors about both Celine and the Nature's Alliance honorary professor, Leylin, being seriously injured. These rumors first started spreading within a small circle of magi, but very soon more people came to know about them. What was stranger about this situation was that the dense fog forest had not sent anyone to refute the rumors, but had instead added fuel to the fire. The largest propagator would reap the most benefits. Even though medium-scale guilds or even large-scale guilds had done the same, it was rare to see such unfiltered, unsightly tactics like those of the dense fog forest. Immediately all small-scale guilds of the Eastern Twilight Zone became cautious and distanced themselves from the Nature's Alliance. At the narrow valley behind a big waterfall, Nature's Alliance's headquarters. Celine looked inside the laboratory within a large icy mountain that was a short distance away inside. Upon returning to Nature's Alliances, Leylin had practically stayed in the laboratory the entire time. I need time to heal. Remember, whatever the matter may be, don't disturb me. That was Leylin's words then, but the cold icy look within his eyes had caused Celine to be even more fearful. Obviously, Celine had instructed the release of the rumors within the Twilight Zone as to ensure that the dense fog forest would have some reservations before making their next move. However, dense fog forest silence was not expected, and this made Celine's heart very heavy. In these kinds of situations, the natural thing to do would be to first flare up and then to maintain silence. I hope Leylin can recover soon. Celine's eyes revealed a sense of worry. At this point in time, Leylin was the only person she could depend on. At this moment, within the laboratory that had already transformed into an icy mountain, Leylin seemed to have been leisurely observing his palm. On his palm that was as white as jade there appeared to be a glowing white layer radiating from it. Frost. Leylin gently recited an ancient spell in the Byron language. Whoosh. A cold wind whistled, and many snowflakes rotated on his palm and formed a small frost tornado. I can't believe that after the frost had taken effect, not only has my sea of consciousness fully healed, a power within in my body regarding an ability related to frost energy has also been awakened. Leylin casually toyed with the mini frost tornado on his palm, his eyes revealed that he seemed to be distracted. In his mind, his rejuvenated body had received a set of data from the AI. Chip. Leylin Farlier. Rank 2 Warlock. Bloodline, Giant Chemoyan Serpent. Strength, 21.1, Agility, 14.4, Vitality, 27.9, Spiritual Force, 104.3, Magic Power, 104. Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force Beep. A new innate talent has been created within the host's body, transferring data the AI. Chip's voice intoned. Host's innate spell. Increase in affinity and control of frost energy particles. Reduction by 40 degrees of frost-related attacks. Ability to manipulate frost energy in a small area. This is similar to having a new innate spell, even though it is only rank 1. No, that's not all. Leylin immediately ordered the AI chip to show his graph on elemental capabilities. In fact, everyone has an affinity with various element types, only that it is extremely small and almost negligible. Talented acolytes had affinity with various element types far greater than that of the normal levels, at least 50 times and above, and that was also the Magi World's official levels. Originally, Leylin had the most affinity with the darkness element type, followed by the fire type, and then the plant type, which was such a small amount that it could be ignored. With regards to his affinity with the other elemental types, they were so minute that it could only be represented in decimal points. As for now, the graph representing Leylin's elemental affinities had experienced minor changes. The darkness element type still had the longest bar, and even exceeded that of previous levels. This strengthening of Leylin's innate gift could be attributed to the numerous triggering of Leylin's bloodline. And because he chose to cultivate in the darkness element. Thus, he obtained an increase in the element, which was a lot higher than that of other elements, even exceeding that of the total of the remaining elements. The next highest ranked element Leylin had an affinity with is that of the red bar that represented the fire element, which had also experienced an increase, though of a smaller magnitude. After the fire element, was that of the green bar representing the plant element type. It was extremely short, indicating that Leylin's innate gift in this area was not as developed as the other elements. After this, there was an additional bar. It was a shade of pale blue, representing the element pertaining to freezing, frost, and ice. Originally, the affinity levels were extremely low, to the point that the AI chip did not represent it in the histogram. However, now the frost element type had obviously obtained a large-scale increase. Under the detection of the AI chip, Leylin now possessed an innate talent in the frost elemental affinity. So, this is the way to increase elemental affinity after birth. Leylin sighed deeply. What a pity. This is not of any use to me anymore. The elemental affinity typically represented the path a magi took. When Leylin was still a rank 1 magus, he had already chosen the darkness elemental particle type to develop in, even choosing to convert his elemental essence in it. This was the most sensible decision because the darkness type had the highest elemental affinity, which meant that the results it could produce along this path would be the greatest. Hence, he was currently not able to change his elemental type, nor wished to change it. Furthermore, his innate ability with the frost elemental type was too low, and could not even measure up to that of the plant type. To have an insignificant increase of innate ability was of little value. However, this can be something worth thinking about. Leylin stroked his chin, and appeared to be deep in thought. Since the elemental affinity type could be changed and influenced by skills acquired after birth, what about that of the spiritual aptitude? Honestly, compared to the newly increased frost elemental affinity, Leylin would much rather have hoped for an increase in spiritual aptitude. His spiritual aptitude had been examined when he first entered the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. It was of the most common grade 3 aptitude. Amongst the many acolytes, this is considered as a medium level. After his bloodline as a warlock had experienced numerous advancement, upon the AI chip's re-examination, his spiritual aptitude had now received a boost, and was now considered a good level within that of the other grade 3 aptitudes. However, it was still far from enough. Compared to geniuses with grade 5 aptitudes, Leylin knew that he still had a long way to go. If not for the help of the AI chip, the support of large doses of potions, and the good fortune of acquiring the bloodline warlock heritage, he would not know where he would have been now. As a result, he had been continuously searching for the easiest ways to alter his spiritual aptitude. However, these methods were rarely seen in the Magi world. There were probably ways to increase one's elemental affinity, but with regards to spiritual aptitude, its involvement with many other aspects and its intangibility made it difficult to conjecture. At most, only a handful of magi who were skilled in high-grade meditation techniques could have, when promoted to a new level, forcefully increase their spiritual aptitudes by a small amount. At this moment, Leylin involuntarily laughed. Perhaps I was too greedy. The spiritual aptitude involves the spirit. I had not been as in-depth in my previous research, and am now lacking in skills as well. After I get promoted to a warlock of a higher rank, and have commenced discussions with a few other higher-ranked magi, perhaps I would be able to find solutions to rectify problems of this nature. Leylin thought to himself. Regards this the frost innate spell, he glanced at the pale blue bar chart again, I can only put it aside for now. However, in his heart, he had already been making plans. For the innate ability he had in the frost element type, perhaps in the future this gift would be useful, in particular when he would decide to explore the icy world or when side effects from the removal of his warlock bloodline. These abnormal changes had been caused by the radiation from the icy world and might not be that simple an affair after all. No matter what, being able to increase an area of ability, albeit not being able to raise it any further in the future is still pretty good. Leylin opened his eyes and his face revealed a smile. Furthermore, what's most important is still this. Rays of silver spiritual forces radiated from Leylin's eyes into the frost tornado within his hands. Whooshed together with the rapid wind movements, the frost tornado's physical form expanded multiple times, and the edges of the spiral formed sharp knife blades. The surrounding areas were seemingly frozen as pressure radiated from Leylin's body. Finally, I've managed to recover all my abilities as a rank 2 magus. Leylin's smile became bigger. Having recovered his peak strength from when he was on the south coast, and having removed the emotional instability of his bloodline, the power he now possessed was greater than ever before. In actual fact, on the night of his return to the Nature's Alliance headquarters, Leylin had used the runes that the icy jade scorpion emperor was carrying on its back and had made a mark of the frost bloodline. Furthermore, Leylin had secretly left Nature's Alliance headquarters and had chosen a safe place to practice the defrosting process. With regards to his personal safety, Leylin had never liked or wished to depend on others. He had left for treatment, and had not allowed for anyone to discover him. During his defrosting period, he had created a protective ice layer around him, one that was harder than steel, and hence could have assured his own safety. Furthermore, under Leylin's deliberate control, the entire thawing process was extremely fast. It took just one night for him to have solved the problem. Under Leylin's meticulous calculations, it was no wonder that he had smoothly restored his original abilities without any big hiccups. The so-called treatment here was merely a facade Leylin had let out to lure others into taking the bait. It's about time, I have already ordered Celine to secretly release the news. Through the interrogation these few days, Skrill has already given in, and will soon be sent to the committee members of the conference just like that of the crystal ball. Leylin's eyes shined with a tint of deep thought. Imagery evidence could be falsified, but if a witness was present, the dense fog forest, who was a medium-scale guild, would definitely still be in trouble. Invasion and siege continuing the trial of the joint conference, the dense fog forest would most likely not be destroyed, but there would be bloodshed. In addition, a decrease in their evaluation was a possible punishment, which would be a big loss in benefits. Needless to say, the seriously injured Leylin was here too. Since there was so much hatred, the only way to end this would be through complete destruction, was something that the other party could not tolerate. Thus, they would take advantage of Leylin being in the midst of recovery by gathering all their manpower, and destroy the Nature's Alliance. This was what Leylin also hoped for. I had specially given him a few days to rally his men. I hope he doesn't let me down. Leylin sneered. Shortly after, he turned and looked towards the canyon's exit. Coming. At this moment, Magi wearing black Chinese-styled gowns stood in a circle outside the canyon, silently crowding around several figures in the middle. The leader of the group, a middle-aged man with a face worthy of veneration, was the escaped guild leader of the dense fog forest. Tisk tisk. Gus, you really should be embarrassed, being reduced to this miserable state after getting injured from an honorary professor in a small-scaled guild. So, Gus's was his real name, and the previously used name, Xerxes, was fake. Another man who stood tall beside Gus was an elderly man in his 50s or 60s. He had wrinkles all over his face. With his slanted nose, sharp, narrow pairs of eyes, it made him look even more sinister than Gus. Even as he mocked Gus, no anger was seen in the eyes of the surrounding magi from the dense fog forest, as if they never heard what was said. The reason for their change in attitude was that this old man was radiating huge waves of energy. Among the emptiness in the middle of the circle formed by the old men, radiations of spiritual force could be observed. Impressively, it was the strength of a powerful peak rank 1 magus. If you had been me, the result would not have been any better. Gus sighed in the face of mockery, but deep down, was still fearful of Leylin's strength. Having profound knowledge of Gus's strength, the old man turned solemn too. If Leylin has already recovered from his injuries, then I want twice the compensation. If it's doubled, let it be doubled. Gus promised immediately with clenched teeth. I have actually used an ancient, light protector, rune. That's the reason why I could recover fast in such a short period of time. The other party could not possibly have such a thing. This was the confidence Gus had, as he hailed from a medium-scaled guild. To him, as a small-scaled guild, it was impossible for Nature's Alliance to have such an asset. Zhuzha, you're right. Besides, they are at most at the same level with you, how can they stop us two on their own? The old man chuckled. My lord guild leader, the broken signal has been repaired. At this moment, a semi-converted elemental magus walks over and spoke to Gus. Great. Attack immediately. I want the Nature's Alliance guild removed entirely from the Twilight Zone. A malevolent look swept across Gus's face, and he suddenly raised his hand. More than a dozen of different colored bright lights fluttered out of the canyon. Unexpectedly, each one was a rank 1 magus. As a medium-scaled guild, it was not a big problem if the dense fog forest nurtured or recruited official magi, considering the long, accumulated history of the more than 30 magi. This time, Gus planned to use a large number forces from his guild. Bang! More than a dozen brilliant lights rushed to the entrance of the canyon, but were immediately stopped by a membrane formed from a defensive layer of light. It's just defensive formation made by an insignificant small-scaled guild. Destroy it. From the layer of bright light, a screeching sound was heard and black light converged, forming the shape of a large axe. The head of the axe even had strong black iron chains coiled around it which were threads of bright, cold and threatening light. Ka-cha! The giant hatchet ruthlessly struck. In the wake of the loud strike, the entire membrane of light fell apart, disintegrating and dispersing into small specks of light that gradually darkened. Enemy attacking. As an official magus, Leylin was the first to react. Her face turned deathly pale and a gush of cold wind sent her to the entrance of the experiment lab within the icy mountain. Shaw. The black light flashed past, a mole no smaller than the size of a young boy crawled out, his two long, grisly beards dragging across the floor. This Leylin. Causing trouble this time. If I am still alive later, you'll have to send me 10 times as many berries as before. The mole stroked his beard, with an unwilling look on his face. Damn it. If it wasn't for the deal that I made with that stupid old man at that time, I wouldn't have to be stuck here defending his place. All of the acolytes, meet me here now. Leylin did not even have the time to force a smile, let alone talk to the mole. She just communicated directly with the rest of the acolytes in the guild. She was extremely sure that the attack this time around was from the dense fog forest's men. In fact, during a war between the official magi, acolytes were just cannon fodder. By sending them out was only a disgrace, and even causing needless casualties. Currently, they had a slim chance of survival. Leylин's eyes flashed with a tinge of hope, and started shouting towards the laboratory, My Lord Leylin. It is the magi of the dense fog forest. They have violated the rules of the joint conference and launched an attack on our guild. But what took with Leylin by surprise even more than the sudden attack was the fact that there was no reply from inside. Leylin repeated the message thrice, and it was only after she could not wait any longer and broke the layer of ice, that Leylin's voice responded. I'm still in the midst of recovering. If this gets interrupted, I'm afraid that there will be immediate repercussions. How much longer do you need? Leylin clasped onto her handkerchief tightly. 10 minutes. After some silence, Leylin's voice was heard again. All right, I will fight for you during this period of time. Leylin took a deep breath towards the acolyte that was previously there and cleared her throat. As the guild leader, I command you to protect this place at all costs. It might be hard to you, but with the help of spell formations, I need you to persevere just for 10 minutes. Yes, my lord, we will fight to the end. After being distracted for a moment, the acolytes below started an uproar one after another. Obo and Ilya were among those acolytes. It was obvious and they clearly understood what the future had in store for them if their guild was defeated today. That's great. Let's activate it. Grandpa Cedric. Leylin took a deep breath. Okay, alright, I can't stand youngsters like you all. The mole shook his head and suddenly plopped to the ground. In some instant, black rays of light spread out, forming a big spell formation runes on the ground. A barrier of light rose and combined with the original spell formation, engulfing Leylin and the experiment lab within. Boom. Blast. At this moment, a group of enemy magi arrived at the scene, and the acolytes that were not able to get into the barrier in time were severely injured. A small boy was cut in half by a blade of light. His upper torso was still wailing as he tried to breathe. Another female acolyte, who was decimated into a pool of blood by a green sphere that fell from the sky, did not even had time make a sound. More and more acolytes were instantly buried to death by huge broken structure of the building that was shattered by magic spells, also without being able to make any sound. As Celine looked at the devastating scene in front of her, she was unable to control herself and broke down into tears. They were the future potential magi of nature's alliance, where her sweat and blood were poured in. I found it. It's here. This new barrier of light, which was visibly thicker and stronger than the ones before, caught the attention of the enemy magi quickly. Very soon, more than a dozen rays of light enveloped the entire place, creating faint shadows in the middle. Clang. Celine threw a communication device on the ground. The signal is disrupted. Hold on. She placed her palm on the barrier, as a huge wave of spiritual force and magical power was poured forth and injected into the barrier. The rest of the acolytes followed suit, though their spiritual powers were very weak. With a mere touch, most of the acolytes' faces turned pale, as though they had been beaten up by a large hammer. Boom. Both sides did not exchange many words, and more than a dozen colorful energy beams bombarded the spell formation. Bang. Numerous acolytes lay paralyzed on the floor, most of them having fainted. Celine could barely even stand up straight and was on the verge of collapsing. Upon seeing two shadows behind the numerous magi, Celine's expression was filled with despair. At this time, it has not even been half the time that Leylin had requested. Fighting against the two peak rank 1 magi had made Celine lose all hope and strength to fight back. In the laboratory behind Celine, Leylin quietly waited, a cold and detached expression on his face. It should be roughly about now, right? He muttered. In fact, Leylin could have fought back, but he had waited until the Nature's Alliance had racked up a disastrous amount of casualty. As for the dead acolytes, they did not have much importance to Leylin, and their deaths weighed lighter than specks of dust in his heart. As long as the opponent left irrefutable evidence of an attack, what were the deaths of a few acolytes? Also, these acolytes were under Celine's guidance. If he really wanted to gain complete control of the Nature's Alliance, more blood would have to be shed. Now, however, it was time. Gus and the rest of them had done so much damage to the Nature's Alliance that even if Leylin were to kill them all, it could be reasoned as self-defense. This excuse may not be very good, but it was definitely better than having none. The acolytes that have died and the data that have been perished, Magus Gus. Why? Just why? Celine retracted her hands and looked at the barrier which was damaged by the combined attacks of the enemy. The guardian animal too was severely injured as it spat out blood, smiling bitterly. Benefits. Naturally, everything is for our own benefits. Gus's voice was ice cold, as if not having any of the emotions that a normal person would have. He had also turned a blind eye to Celine's charms. You hindered my path, and I just want to settle the dispute, that's all. Ruthless retaliation, what gains are you referring to? I can give them up straight away. There was a glint in Celine's eyes. This is your final chance. If this happened before the joint conference, I might have given it a thought, but now, Gus shook his head and said, there is no further need for you to stall for time. There has been no Magus who has ever been able to survive after being hit by my fog giant's self-detonation. Even if Leylin manages to survive the blow, he's probably incapacitated, unable to move a single muscle. Celine felt complete despair as her last hope was shattered. Get on with it. She closed her eyes and exposed her pale neck. Where is Skrill? Gus asked at the end while he formed a ball of distortion filled with destructive energy. I have no idea. Leylin personally carried out the interrogation. Then you are no longer of use. The indifferent Gus released the ball of distortion in his hands. Pooh. A layer of a black scaly shield appeared out of nowhere in front of Celine, and it managed to block the explosion from the attack. After the smoke dissipated, a black-robed Magus had already appeared in front of Celine. Leylin. Gus's eyes widened in fear as he fearfully uttered the name. Tell me, how do you guys want to die? The corners of Leylin's lips curled into a vibrant smile. Do it. Gus's face flushed red as he shouted. Double the amount. Bear in mind that it is double the amount. The old man with a hawk nose beside him released large amounts of elemental rings, forming a brass ring with mysterious runes on the surface. While executing this attack, he did not forget to turn back and remind Gus about his remuneration. Gray mist started to form immediately and the fog giant from their previous encounter appeared once again. Unlike the last time, rays of light which resembled starlight started to emerge from every Magus who was present and connected to the body of the giant, making the giant's aura rise to a frightening level. The brass ring was thrown around the waist of the giant and it strapped tightly around it in that instant. Roar. The giant let out a devastating roar. While its lower body was shrinking non-stop, the mist on its upper body started to aggregate once again, and formed a body of muscle with a toughness that was as strong as granite. A combination spell. Leylin, who was behind Leylin, couldn't help but to let out a sound at the sight. Even her breathing began to get rough. The opposing side has 2 peak rank 1 magi, along with 10 or so magi elders. Meanwhile, Leylin, had no time to process the thoughts in her head before her jaw dropped at the sight. Silver. A faint sliver of light started to appear on Leylin's body. At this moment, even the air seemed to be frozen. An oppressive pressure could be felt descending onto the battlefield. Materialized spiritual force. A rank 2 magus. The hawk-nosed old man made a strange sound. Despite bleeding profusely from his mouth and nose, the old man started to recall his spells, risking recoil in doing so while he retreated in haste. It was a pity that this was all too late. A pillar of silver light streaked across the sky and arrived at the top of the old man's head. No! The old man exclaimed in anger, and an incomplete protection rune on his neck exploded, resulting in an inferno of crimson flames. Following that, the old man stopped in his tracks for a moment and nearly fell to the ground. He had obviously felt the peak elemental spiritual force residing in the flames being instantly destroyed by the silver materialized spiritual force when the two forces collided. As the spiritual force being manipulated was dispelled, the inferno of crimson flames lost sight of its target and began spreading to the surroundings. The silver spiritual force soon descended down on its target. It formed a silver cross-shaped sword after having elongated and pierced the old man in the chest. Drip, drip. The old man was bleeding profusely and droplets of blood could be seen dripping onto the ground. He tried humming, but no energy particles were triggered. The solidified spiritual force of a rank 2 magus far surpassed the spiritual force of an converted magus in terms of quality. The spiritual force residing inside the old man's consciousness was no match for the silver spiritual force and was completely locked down with a single hit. This rationale was very similar to what had happened to Leylin, when he had been confined by the Gargamel on the Mountain of White Bones. After Leylin had completely recovered his rank 2 magus power, even a peak rank 1 magus was nothing more than a slightly stronger ant in Leylin's eyes. The sight had the magi from the dense fog forest at a loss. With just one single blow, the peak rank 1 magus was on the verge of death. They had only heard of this kind of terrifying power in legends. Gus's face started to turn pale from despair before it finally became a grim roar. Under his manipulation, the gigantic fog giant ferociously charged in Leylin's direction. Leylin started to slowly open an ancient scroll in his hands which was radiating with destructive energy that could be felt in the surroundings. Scorching touch. A bunch of red powder started to spill out, and 2 long and narrow energy beams which carried the destructive force of a rank 2 spell shot out from Leylin's hands. The fog giant was immediately scorched and 2 large holes were created from the attack. Boom. A large amount of the mist started to dissipate and all the magi who were connected to the mist giant started to collapse to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Leylin appeared in front of Gus. Zoom, 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 zoom. While he was moving, several snow-white ice arrows were abruptly shot out. Zoom, 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 zoom. Confronted with the might of the arrows, the innate defensive spell formations of rank 1 magi were shredded easily like pieces of paper. The heads of numerous magi exploded, similar to watermelons exploding. At the sight of this unbearable scenario, even Gus, who was preparing a spell, could not help but feel anger and a sense of despair. The number of rank 1 magi that had died constituted almost half of the dense fog forest's forces. All his efforts to accumulate this power all these years had gone down the drain as he lost 70 to 80% of his forces. But at this moment, Gus had no time to think about this as Leylin arrived in front of him. Protection of Andes. Gus shouted loudly and a colony of black ants emerged from his face, clothes, shoes and all over his body and formed a peculiar-looking black shield. A futile effort. Leylin looked indifferent and raised his right hand. A layer of black rays started to gather around his palm and formed a bunch of black scales. Chemoyan's scale. Partial snake transformation. Po. Leylin's palms were filled with an enormous amount of energy which penetrated the shield. The colony of ants on the shield let out a shrill sound as they tried to gnaw at the black scales, but it was to no avail. Your last resort is just a scroll engraved by a rank 2 magus. How disappointing. The silver ray of light in Leylin's eyes started to shine brightly, and with his right hand, he grabbed Gus's wrist. Pock! The scroll, which was already triggered halfway, suddenly lost all its luster and revealed its true appearance of what seemed to be a broken piece of goatskin paper as it fell to the ground. Do you have any last words? Leylin asked Gus as he sealed his spiritual force. You will be punished by the joint conference. I swear on that. Gus's eyes turned red. Pock! After which, his brain exploded, white brain juices, blood, and fluid spurting everywhere. Just this. How pointless. Leylin retracted his right hand. He appeared in front of the hawk-nosed old man and placed his hands on the head of an old man who was on the verge of death. Do you choose death or subservience? The old man who was bleeding profusely and nearing death struggled to open his mouth. I'm willing to be subservient to you, my lord. Set a pact now and surrender a strand of your spirit source, or else you will end up like the others. The tone of Leylin's voice was very indifferent, and the pile of corpses surrounding him made the old man have no thoughts of defying the order. Iron, am willing to serve under your command and become your most humble servant. Your future commands shall be my eternal mission. Even with his eyes blurred with tears, the old man still struggled to speak. A fluctuating thread from the abyss was established between the two. Very good. Leylin recalled the silver spiritual force. That was restricting the old man. My lord. Iron kneeled down to give his regards, the wounds on his body already beginning to heal on their own. He had been restricted by Leylin and lost his ability to recover. Once he was freed from the silver spiritual force that was restricting him, there were far too many ways for magi to heal themselves. Please accept your humble servant's loyalty. Although he had regained his freedom, the old man Iron had no desire to fight against Leylin as he had been deterred by Leylin's actions. With Iron's words, a glowing spirit source floated out of his forehead and flew to Leylin's hands. After losing his spiritual source, Iron's face turned pale and beads of sweat could be seen dripping down. Leylin for his part kept the spirit source carefully. A magus spirit source was very important to them, and if Leylin were to destroy the source in his hands, the old man would suffer a severe blow and might even die straight away. The best case scenario would be for him to have a mental breakdown. It could be said that once Leylin had the spirit source, it was akin to him holding the old man's fate in his hands. All good and done. Leylin clapped his hands. This kind of one-sided process and astonishing means from Leylin had made it difficult for Selene to process anything. My lord, Selene had no idea of what to say. Have you ascended to rank 2? She said this carefully after deliberating over it for a while. Yes. Leylin happily smiled. The injury I suffered has, instead, made me break through the restraints to my meditation technique and allowed me to rise to the realm of rank 2. Selene did not have the courage to continue probing despite knowing it was not the truth. A rank 2 magus. This was already a power that belonged to large-scale guilds. Facing this insurmountable gap in power, Selene could only accept whatever Leylin had to say. Wake those acolytes up and follow me. Leylin pointed to a few of the acolytes who were lying on the ground that included Obo and Ilya. What for? Selene's face was filled with doubts. Naturally, it will be to retaliate. Leylin's face broke into a cold smile. Since the opposing party has been so eager to find us, how can we not repay what they have done? But, the joint conference. Selene had only spoken a few words, but she decided to swallow the rest. At this moment, she had no other choice. Abyssal breath, my lord. That's the dense fog forest's headquarters. Old Man Iron pointed to a fog-shrouded forest in the middle of the basin, with a look of respect on his face. Currently, Iron was completely submissive to Leylin and existed as his servant. Leylin walked behind him with conflicted feelings. Together with Obo, Ilya, and the other rank 3 acolytes, their faces were red with emotions. Rank 2 magus. Their famed professor was actually a rank 2 noble magus who actually defeated a lot of enemies with just one blow. They were proud of this kind of glory. The dense fog forest is still a medium-scale guild, with an extremely strong magi formation barrier. With several protected and contracted beings as the first line of defense, does this not mean that we are? Iron had revealed all of Gus's defensive lines backhandedly. We do not need anything. I alone am sufficient. All of you keep in mind, without my orders, no one is allowed to step into the basin. Leylin's face was stern, after which, he transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared in midair. A sound could be heard as he traveled. Selene and the rest saw an illusory shadow of a snake appearing in midair. The huge snake forcefully appeared and seemed to transform into the face of a terrifying devil. The shape of the devil's face seemed to resemble Leylin. After half an hour passed, they had obtained permission to enter the dense fog forest, and they saw huge amounts of rotten corpses. A few huge high-energy beings whose size resembled small mountains could also be seen dead on the floor. Their corpses, not yet fully decomposed, had emitted an unpleasant smell. Your task is to completely search this area, and take away any resources that are of value. Leylin slowly landed on the corpse of a huge beast. That scene had made many absolutely horrified. Yes, my lord. Initially, Celine had doubts over why Leylin had wanted to bring a batch of acolytes over. However, now she fully understood his intentions. After having searched the dense fog forest, Leylin had arrived near the premises of the headquarters of the Eight-Clawed Spider Guild. This time around, Skrill appeared beside him. If Leylin could subdue even Iron, naturally Skrill was not a big issue. Go. Announce that the Eight-Clawed Spider will be disbanded, and that all the Magi shall join Nature's alliance. Leylin ordered Skrill. As you wish, my lord. Skrill bowed to Leylin, evidently afraid of him. His fear was to the extent that he was willing to accept such orders. With regards to the subsidiary guilds of the dense fog forest, Leylin did not intend to exterminate all of them fully. In any case, since they had no chance of knowing the icy world's secret, it would be for the best to subdue all of them to increase Nature's alliance's strength. Furthermore, all of the dense fog forest magi had been exterminated without any exceptions under Leylin's rank 2 magi spell that covered a vast area. There was no longer any living beings within the entire basin. It could be said that the dense fog forest guild had disappeared from the face of the earth. Looking at the uproar from the guild headquarters, together with Iron and the people that went forth to subdue them, Leylin smiled icily. Next, perhaps it's time for the rank 2 magi. How long had it been since such a large-scale attack, and such a vile way of exterminating an entire guild, had happened in the entire eastern Twilight Zone? No matter how dim-witted the large-scale guilds were, they would have to make a stand. Moreover, according to the latest news, the Dark Elven Empire was starting to become restless, and it was also nearing the time when the darkness creature horde beyond the Twilight Zone was approaching. It was precisely during this period of time where Magi were supposed to collaborate that Nature's alliance's move could be said to be going against the tide. So what? Leylin's face revealed a smile that seemed to suggest that he did not care. It is precisely because of this that I am making a move now. The combining of forces to deal with external forces not only restricts the Nature's alliance but all the other large-scale guilds as well. Would they be willing to, under these conditions, lose a rank 2 magus? How can the strength associated with a medium-scale guild measure up to a newly promoted rank 2 magus? Furthermore, we still possess sufficient evidence to prove that the dense fog forest had started the fight first, and had even encroached into our headquarters and caused a large number of casualties. With strength and evidence, even large-scale guilds would not act recklessly. With regards to this, Leylin understood the logic very clearly. After 10 minutes or so, Skrill and Iron returned. My lord, the Eight-Clawed Spider Guild has officially disbanded. This is our high-grade meditation technique Abyssal Breath. Skrill respectfully half-knelt and passed a black crystal wand to Leylin. Well done. Leylin took the wand gently, with a thread of his silver spiritual force reaching into it. Increasing the power of Nature's alliance was only part of the reason why Leylin had destroyed the guilds. The main objective behind his actions was actually to collect the high-grade meditation techniques. As time passed, Leylin frowned, which caused Skrill to start trembling. Only rank 3. Leylin sighed. The Eight-Clawed Spider Guild's meditation technique had the same flaws as Celine's crystal mask. Not only was it hard to develop, it was only rank 3. This implied that the Magi from the Eight-Clawed Spider Guild could at most be promoted to rank 3, and not beyond. Your subordinate, I'm ashamed. Our high-grade meditation technique does only have 3 levels. Personally, I have been stuck at rank 1, and can only use the irrigation of the abyss, strength. Skrill lowered his head and quickly explained. Of course, I know. Leylin knew that this abyssal breath mostly used the strength of the abyss to continuously change the body to adjust to a physical state more fitting to the abyss. Skrill's half-human half-spider appearance was the way it was due to the imitation of a special being from the abyss. And this is merely rank 1 of the abyssal breath. According to the introduction of the meditation technique in the AI chip's deductions, if one were to promote the meditation technique to its highest level, one would be able to return to their original state and have the physical appearance of a normal person. Only then would the Magus, who had been entirely transformed by the Abyss, be known as the spawn of the Abyss. But of course, these were only deductions made by the AI chip. According to Leylin's estimations, to reach the state of the Abyss spawn, one would have to develop the abyssal breath higher than rank 5. Honestly, one could not be sure whether the high-grade meditation technique even had a rank 5. However, after all, this is a high-grade meditation technique and is a grade higher than the crystal mask. This can improve the AI chip's meditation techniques information database. Leylin kept the black crystal wand. Because many ancient magi were passionate about researching about all living beings in the world, they looked for patterns, obtained strength, and frequently interacted with beings of different realms. Hence, many ancient meditation techniques had a strong and strange aura. With respect to the abyssal breath, Leylin estimated that it had a deep relationship with the abyssal world, and could even have been released by a strong and powerful being living within the abyss. Dense Fog Forest has other auxiliary guilds, namely 3 other small-scale guilds, and 15 unrated guilds. All of you shall break into 3 groups. Iron and Skrill will lead 2 groups to sweep the unrated guilds while I will be in charge of the small-scale guilds. Leylin immediately gave out his orders. As you wish, my lord. The surrounding magi all bowed with respect. Leylin nodded. Iron was a peak rank 1 magus, and Skrill was a semi-converted elemental magus. To put them in charge to deal with the unrated guilds was a terrifying force to be reckoned with. The unrated guilds did not stand a chance with the teams led by the 2 of them. Furthermore, upon performing this deed, these newly subdued magi would have no way out, and would only be able to come under Leylin's wings. Several days later, explosive news spread across the entire eastern twilight zone that caused a sensation in the magi world, and even continued to spread in the 4 other zones. After having existed for a few 100,000 years, large amounts of contracted guardian beasts, countless official magi, and even a peak rank 1 magus that oversaw a medium-scale guild, the dense fog forest, were entirely destroyed. The one responsible for it was actually Nature's Alliance. This news had revealed that the honorary professor of Nature's Alliance had made a breakthrough to rank 2. A peak rank 1 magus was considered as a large power, while a rank 2 magus was the goal of many official magi, which were also known as the elites of the human forces. Typically, a rank 2 magi would only appear in large-scale guilds. The presence of the 1 or 2 old and experienced rank 2 magi was that of the trump card of these guilds. Nature's Alliance, on the other hand, was only a small-scale guild. At this point in time, the entire eastern twilight zone was shocked. Under Leylin's control, the actions of Nature's Alliance went extremely smoothly. Not only did Nature's Alliance attack all of the dense fog forest's auxiliary guilds and wiped out all traces of its history, many magi had joined Nature's Alliance and enhanced its strength, such that it had been promoted to a medium-scale guild. These were all within Leylin's expectations. Moreover, the taking over of the dense fog forest's resources was also proceeding smoothly. This, of course, was not in accordance with the rules set by the council members and had sparked their displeasure. However, under Leylin's suppression, Nature's Alliance continued doing whatever they wanted to without any hesitation. The guild sent out many troops and their strength increased day after day. With regards to small matters like the strength of the guild, Leylin could not be bothered to oversee them and would casually instruct his acolytes to handle them. The newly joined magi that were now part of Nature's Alliance were all given roles as professors or guest professors, but in actual fact, they would only listen to Leylin's bidding. Celine's powers were suppressed to the maximum, but she could only force a smile, and could not complain much. Leylin had suddenly been promoted to a rank 2 magi, and just his strength alone would make Celine's previous plans prove futile. Furthermore, in terms of trickery, back in the southern coast the underhanded means that Leylin had employed did not pale in comparison to that Celine's. Under these conditions, Celine could only give up. Due to her special status, other official magi would still be slightly respectful towards her and would not reject her requests towards small matters. Furthermore, these magi were still under Nature's Alliance, even if only in name, which gave Celine some comfort. Dragon King's Mystic Might Nature's Alliance headquarters. The headquarters had now undergone renovations. The reconstruction had started from the bottom, with magic spells fixed up and the acolytes who had died in battle buried. Powerful energy fluctuations were concealed within these few building structures. They were like multiple stars aiming to bring out the moon, crowding around a laboratory right in the center. Whether it was the original acolytes of Nature's Alliance or the newly joined Magi, they would always unconsciously slow their footsteps when they passed by and exhibit their respect. In the middle of the laboratory, Leylin stood by a table, deep in thought while gazing at the few items on the silver desk. These 10 or so items were very simple. There were green leaves, red earrings, a short brown rod, and even the black crystals that Skrill had previously given him. The silver surface of the table was made using a special alloy. It was incomparably hard and had a high resistance against specific magic experiments. Hence, it was widely used in this area. Currently, the shining, sparkling metallic surface reflected Leylin's troubled expression. These were naturally the numerous high-grade meditation techniques Leylin had forcefully obtained. Though the Twilight Zone had obtained a larger number of complete inheritances from the ancient Magi, high-grade meditation techniques weren't anything common. Some unrated guilds only had the simplified versions that had been altered based on incomplete high-grade meditation techniques, which were completely useless to Leylin. There were also a few guilds who had the same high-grade meditation technique as the dense fog forest. However, they only had the first or second levels, and these were slightly modified. Leylin could immediately recognize this. These guilds must have been the Magi guilds that had split up from the original dense fog forest. This was not uncommon. It was not unusual for Magi in the Twilight Zone to split up based on differences in opinion while still having a good relation with the original guild. This was somewhat similar to a branch of the original guild. Hence, though Leylin had technically destroyed 10 or so guilds, what Leylin actually gathered were only 6 high-grade meditation techniques. Of course, the rate of advancing was much higher here than in the South Coast, but Leylin was still in a bad mood. This was because out of the 6 high-grade meditation techniques, there were 5 that were incomplete. This was not something that could be explained just by the chaos of war. Only after checking some documents regarding this guild did Leylin gather a more reasonable explanation. In ancient times, the inheritance of high-grade meditation techniques was not open to everyone in one go. Only 1 or 2 levels would be passed down at a time, and only after Magi succeeded would they gradually be passed down more. This was to ensure the secrecy of the high-grade inheritances. The other reason was to prevent Magi from seeking instant returns. However, after the fall of the ancient Magi in the final war, there appeared a huge problem, a discontinuity in the passing down of meditation techniques. The higher-ranked Magi had fallen before they could pass down the other portions of their meditation techniques, which had resulted in the Magi of the Twilight Zone being unable to advance further. The level of Morning Star Magus was the bare minimum requirement to participate in the final war, and hence, the high-grade meditation techniques left in the Twilight Zone mostly had 2 or 3 levels, and there was a lack of information on the essential later portions. In ancient times, Rank 2 and Rank 3 Magi were considered to have just finished their apprenticeships, and as such, they were naturally not required to enter the battle. They had survived and passed down their meditation techniques. However, it wasn't as if there were no surprises. Leylin extended his hand and picked up something like a part of a white bone joint from the table. Though it had an interesting appearance, this was actually a tool used for storing information. Leylin connected his spiritual force to it and information about a high-grade meditation technique appeared. Ancient symbols appeared at the beginning of the meditation technique, emitting an ancient aura. There was even the sound of a dragon's roar. Dragon King's Mystic Might. High-grade meditation technique for Dragon Magi split into 4 levels: Infant Dragon, Young Dragon, Adult Dragon, Elder Dragon. Leylin slowly read through the content regarding this high-grade meditation technique. In ancient times, Magus was a term that was inclusive of all powerful beings, whether they were of other races, humans, or even high-energy creatures. As long as they possessed intelligence, had strength, and pursued the truth, they could all come under the umbrella of being a Magus. This Dragon King's Mystic Might was obviously a high-grade meditation technique meant for the dragon race to train in. Based on the AI chip's estimations, as well as a few illustrations from Dragon King's Mystic Might, creatures of the dragon race would accelerate their growth rate if they trained in this high-grade meditation technique. They would develop twice as fast as their peers, and would enter the sequence of being a mature dragon earlier. Leylin unhurriedly caressed this bone. This Dragon King's Mystic Might was what the dense fog forest had in storage, but it was a pity that this was merely a decoration for dense fog forest, as it was comprised of only humans. This was a high-grade meditation that was meant for another race and was unsuitable for the human body. Even warlocks that had the bloodline of dragons could not do this. However, After Leylin discovered this Dragon King's mystic might, it was like he had gained a treasure. Though he could not train this technique either, he could see the traces of a new bloodline in this high-grade meditation technique. Similar to the Chemoyan's pupil, the Dragon King's mystic might was a high-grade meditation technique that had very stringent requirements in terms of bloodline. It was probably even more strict than the Chemoyan's pupil. This would be of immense help to him in completing the next few parts of Chemoyan's pupil. The Chemoyan's pupil that Leylin had acquired only had 3 levels and lacked the most important part, which was a description about the Morning Star realm at the 4th rank. Dragon King's mystic might could be used to make up for this. In addition, the other high-grade meditation techniques had their unique features, which could be used to improve the AI chip's database. No matter how different they were high-grade meditation techniques and had to have some similarities. This was what Leylin was going to rely on to complete Chemoyan's pupil and sacred flame. Even so, the last few portions of the Dragon King's mystic might are missing. Leylin felt a little regretful. He still wanted to know what was after the 4th level of the Dragon King's mystic might. In ancient tales, after the Elder Dragon were the ancient dragons, top creatures that could contend against great rank 5 magi. And after that, there were the beings that only existed in legends, the immemorial dragons. However, the Dragon King's mystic might lacks content after the 4th level. Leylin looked at the description of the 4th level of the Dragon King's mystic might. The Morning Star realm for humans is equivalent to the Elder Dragon in our dragon race. At this position, the power of domain has penetrated into our bones, and our dragon might have also been developed to the limit. In addition, all our spiritual force, magic power, physical strength and even bloodline will, under influence of some rules, concentrate into point mass. This point mass is what humans call Morning Star, and what we call a dragon crystal. So at the Morning Star realm, it is where magi pathways will become condensed. All creatures of the Magus world at this realm are all the same. Point mass formed from hundreds and thousands of energy all can refine one's strength. Hence, there is a difference like that between heaven and the earth, between Morning Star and rank 3 magi. Leylin gradually understood. In his mind, the AI chip constantly recorded information regarding high-grade meditation techniques to fill its database. After goodness knows how long, a prompt from the AI chip appeared in Leylin's mind. Beep. Recording of 6 high-grade meditation techniques complete. Dragon King's mystic might, abyssal breath, completeness of high-grade meditation techniques at 14.7%, beginning to infer actual level of the meditation technique. Following this, the Magi strength chart in Leylin's database experienced some changes. On top of the rank 1 and rank 2 Magi, information regarding rank 3 Magi constantly generated. This was the most accurate information the AI chip had gathered after doing simulations with multiple high-grade meditation techniques. Beep. Requirements to advance from a rank 2 Magus. Spiritual force reaches the boundary of 200, solidification 100%. Paired with the momentum from the essence of the wisdom tree, probability of advancing to rank 3 46.9%. I'm a warlock, so I have an added requirement from my blood. However, my bloodline directly came from a giant Chemoyan serpent at the Morning Star, rank 4 level, and completely fits the requirements. It even aids me when my rank is too low. In addition, having almost a 50% chance is not a low percentage. It's no wonder Alistair had made his move and did not hesitate to betray his faction. Leylin touched his chin. The conditions that the AI chip inferred were based on the most regular magi that trained in high-grade meditation techniques. This meant he was not included in their AI chip. If I use myself as a model, what are my chances of advancing to a rank 3 warlock? Leylin asked silently. Immediately after, a virtual 3D image that looked similar to Leylin was projected in front of him, and large amounts of information streaked through. Chances of host body advancing to rank 3 warlock, 61.72%. This was with the added bonus from the giant Chemoyan serpent bloodline. It was a matured body that had reached the Morning Star realm. To break through rank 2, it was still able to provide an impetus. Looks like breaking through is not an issue. The most important part is to accumulate more spiritual force. Leylin suddenly sighed, looking at his data. Leylin Farlier. Rank 2 Warlock. Bloodline, Giant Chemoyan Serpent. Strength, 21.1. Agility, 14.4. Vitality, 27.9. Spiritual Force, 104.3. Magic Power, 104 Magic power is in synchronization with spiritual force. The injury to his sea of consciousness had only recently healed, and during the time where he had solidified his spiritual force, rather than improving, it was already very fortunate that he was able to maintain his strength. It was for this reason that the numbers for his spiritual force did not rise. Now, with the repairs to his sea of consciousness completed, his spiritual force could increase once more. Leylin couldn't help but ask, AI chip, based on my current speed, how long will it take me to be able to meet the requirements to advance? A few minutes passed, and the AI chip gave an answer. Host body is estimated to reach the limit after 200 years, 12 days and 13 hours. That long? Leylin's eyes widened. He had increased his lifespan after advancing to become a bloodline warlock, and after rank 2, he could live past 500 years, but 200 years. That was an extremely long period. Rank 3 Magus. One property of high-grade meditation techniques was that they tended to get harder to cultivate towards higher cultivation levels. Typically, many magi would not be able to wait for their meditation techniques to be promoted because they tended to die of old age before their meditation techniques could be cultivated to a higher level. This was why magi were all passionate about collecting data, since they wanted to increase the pace of the cultivation of their meditation techniques. Leylin let out a long breath. Looks like it is imperative that I use potions or other methods to hasten the pace of the increase in the level of my meditation cultivation. 200 years is way too long. There were many differences between the resources of the Twilight Zone and of the South Coast. Perhaps it would be possible to find spiritual force potions suitable for a rank 2 warlock. Leylin remained confident in the resources that the Twilight Zone possessed. Beep. Rank 3 Magi simulation data has been completed. Completion level 69.24%. The AI chip intoned. Behind the data on rank 2 Magi, a new data was quickly generated. Rank 3 Magi, estimated spiritual force, between 200 to 400. There are 3 stages in the spiritual force: vapor, liquid and crystal forms. The differences in strength between every rank is estimated to be between 3 to 5 times. The AI chip projected a large paragraph of information before Leylin. Towards the end, the spiritual force span within one rank will be of a large amount and is terrifyingly difficult to achieve. Leylin sighed. An acolyte's spiritual force was within 20 degrees, whereas that of a rank 1 magus was between 20 and 80, that of a rank 2 magus between 80 to 200, and upon reaching rank 3 the spiritual force was between 200 to 400. The larger the spiritual force span, the more obvious the differences between the displayed strength. As a result, newly promoted rank 3 Magi and rank 3 Magi with crystallized spiritual force would have an unimaginable difference in strength. After understanding the strength of the rank 3 Magi, Leylin had recognized the formidability of a Morning Star Magi. He had known vaguely that rank 3 Magi would enter a very long transformation period. Should the Magi be promoted successfully, they would have a rank equivalent to that of a Magus from ancient times. That makes sense. Even in ancient times, Morning Star Magi were the rulers of a region and hence could have had a role in the final war. How can it be so easy to level up one's rank? Leylin stroked his chin. Only through the continuous concentration of the spiritual force can it crystallize and turn into point mass, before promoting to a Morning Star Magi. At this moment, the path that a Morning Star Magus took had appeared in its entirety within Leylin's mind. First, the elemental essence conversion. Only when the elemental essence conversion had reached 80% were Magi qualified enough to transform their essence and be promoted to rank 2. Upon promotion to rank 2, all spiritual force would have to have a substance form, appearing as the smallest spiritual force particles. These spiritual force particles, upon approaching rank 3, would gradually be condensed. Through the 3 stages of vapor, liquid, and crystal, they would condense further to form point mass. At this point in time, these Magi would have entered the Morning Star level. The path of a Magus is indeed getting tougher. Merely 80% of elemental essence conversion would easily kill many Magi. Needless to say, the barrier at the end would be an even more difficult task. Leylin exhaled deeply. Thankfully my path ahead is clear, I only have to follow the path accordingly. I chip. Set up a long-term mission. Deduce what happened to Chemoyan's pupil and sacred flame. Leylin immediately ordered. The AI chip automatically projected 2 progress charts that deduced the mission progress. The progress had not even reached that of 1% and had been increasing incredibly slowly, but at least Leylin could see hope. Amongst these, Kemoyan's pupil was the main meditation technique that Leylin was cultivating and was the path that he had decided to take a long time ago, and as such, it could not be easily changed. On the other hand, Leylin had gained interest in Sacred Flame, the meditation technique that had its roots from the prophetic Botelli family. Even after having accumulated so many high-grade meditation techniques, from what Leylin could see, the value of Sacred Flame was above that of the other meditation techniques, and could even be on par with that of the Dragon King mystic might due to its ability to predict the future. This ability was honestly a tad too terrifying. Even though there was the possibility of errors, Leylin still longed for it. Based on the AI chip's deductions and information database on high-grade meditation techniques, one day it will be able to prophesize things. Of course, if I am able to continuously add in new high-grade meditation techniques, the process will be accelerated. Leylin was very clear on this line of reasoning. Boom! Suddenly, a wave of invisible spiritual force passed through numerous barriers and exploded next to Leylin. Is it finally here? Leylin's eyes revealed a hint of a smile, and he immediately flicked his hand. The numerous high-grade meditation techniques had disappeared after a silver flash, and Leylin turned into a phantom before arriving in front of Nature's Alliance's headquarters. Following the directions of a thread of spiritual force, Leylin arrived at a location. This area was originally a wasteland, but in the middle of it now lay a silver-white metallic building. Leylin went up to the door and raised his hands with the intentions to knock. Ka-cha! But before Leylin had transformed his thoughts into action, both steel doors, decorated with floral patterns, had opened automatically and revealed the interior of the building. In the middle of the huge living room sat an old man on a steel chair who smiled gently at Leylin. Distinguished Leylin, you have indeed been promoted to a rank 2 magus. The old man stood up and smiled while having given up his seat. This magus wore burlap clothes and had an average appearance, like that of an ordinary old man, but Leylin had not dared be brazen in front of him. I'm lucky to have advanced a little further on the path in search of the truth. Leylin appeared extremely humble. From this old man, Leylin could feel that he had a deep solidified spiritual force that had surpassed his own accumulation. Of course, having a high spiritual force was one thing, but having the actual strength was another. Leylin had, in addition, the strength of his bloodline and a few other hidden trump cards, did not think he would be at a disadvantage, but felt no need to show his abilities. Ha ha ha, please take a seat. You still don't know my name, do you? I'm Logan, the Melhawk Guild's leader. Logan beamed and introduced himself. Magus Logan, the protector of the Eastern Twilight Zone, I have long heard of your name. Leylin smiled and replied, and at the same time sat down on a chair. Though the chair's exterior still had the glow of steel, it did not have the hardness of one and instead felt like a sofa that had caved into a certain arch. It comfortably supported Leylin's body. How's that? This is a steel life form I had specially acquired from the external zones. Logan revealed a smile as he observed Leylin's expression. Not bad. Leylin indifferently evaluated the chair. Though this steel life form could not compare to the organisms entirely constructed from the elements of the steel world, this was already very hard to come by. If I'm not wrong, this entire room is a huge steel life form, right? And we are currently speaking to its body. Haha. Dark steel has an innate gift in concealing its life aura. You are the first person to be able to guess this so quickly. Logan chuckled and hit the tabletop. Dark steel, come and say hello. Ka-cha ka-cha, the steel flowed like liquid and formed a rough face on the tabletop. Hello, Mr. Leylin. At this point, because there was no need for dark steel to hide anymore, Leylin could clearly feel a wave of energy that was of a certain standard. Should it be a magi, it would be of peak rank 1. After conversing for some time, Logan entered the main topic. Magus Leylin, I think you should be clear about my intentions, no? At this point in time, the old man's face became more solemn. Of course. Leylin nodded his head. In that case, with regards to the matter of Nature's Alliance Guild violating the rules and exterminating the Dense Fog Forest Guild, and subduing all other subsidiary small-scale guilds, what is your explanation? Logan glared at Leylin as if he would make a move on Leylin should he say something not conforming to what Logan expected to hear. With regards to this, Leylin smiled mildly and took a step back, his fingers crossed, and seemed to be very uneasy. The dense fog forest first robbed and killed us, then barged into Nature's Alliance's headquarters and engaged in so much killing that they almost exterminated the Nature's Alliance Guild. As a result, out of self-defense, we naturally retaliated. If I remember correctly, Shouldn't this be in accordance with Eastern Twilight Zone's laws for revenge? Leylin continued smiling and passed the crystal ball with Celine's previous records to Logan. Furthermore, we have eyewitnesses as well. If you would like to hear the words from one of them, you can leave with me now to meet him, but the Dark Elven Empire is left running amok, and the tide of darkness creatures is approaching. Distinguished Leylin, aren't you being too reckless? If you were to just showcase your abilities, Gus would probably surrender. Upon receiving the crystal ball, Logan did not immediately look into it, but the gloomy clouds on his face had dissipated to a large extent, though his brows were still furrowed. He offended me. The dignity of a rank 2 magi. Leylin squinted his eyes, the atmosphere suddenly became tenser. He almost interrupted my promotion. Only by offering all his blood, will it be enough to cleanse his sins. Are these all the excuses that you have? Logan looked right into Leylin's eyes. These are all facts, not excuses. Leylin retorted without restraint. 2 rays of silver glow seemingly collided in midair and produced a crisp sound. Ha ha. All of a sudden, Logan's face revealed a smile, resolving the tension in the atmosphere. Since the opponent started it first, and offended you, then I would have nothing else to say. Thank you for your understanding and support. Leylin smiled respectfully. All of these were actually within his calculations. After all, magi were all smart people, especially the more so the older one gets. A medium-scale guild or a rank 2 magi, this decision did not need deliberation to choose between. 3 years the Magus world was extremely pragmatic. No one would make life difficult for a rank 2 Magus just for a guild that was already exterminated. Given that the demise of Nature's Alliance would benefit quite a few other guilds, if dense fog forest still had survivors who could repeatedly report them and collude with the authorities, there would have been a small bit of hope. However, Leylin had directly uprooted them. Under the massive toxic bile attack on their headquarters, not even a dog had survived. Thus, this matter had been met with little resistance. This was another reason why Leylin had to exterminate the headquarters of dense fog forest, not only to protect the secret of the icy world. Since the way forward had been decided, the other matters were much easier to take care of. Hence, Logan immediately remarked, in that case, the joint conference will handle this situation appropriately. Dense fog forest's remaining strength should also be handed over to another guild. Don't worry, I'll get Nature's Alliance on the path to becoming a medium-scale guild once I go back. However, will the council members cooperate? Leylin asked. Eastern Twilight Zone's joint conference was held once every 20 years, and the current one had just ended. That's not a problem. The 9 enforcers can make an exception for you, but the matter would still have to be presented at the next joint conference for the sake of formality. Logan waved his hand. That'll work. Leylin immediately returned the favor, saying, for the upcoming wave of dark creatures as well as the looming threat of the Dark Elven Empire, I will help with the defense. After all, I'm a part of the human race as well. After being reassured by Leylin, Logan chuckled, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out. In that case, Leylin, since you're a newly promoted rank 2 Magus, you must have many new perspectives and enlightenments. Now is a good time for us to discuss our viewpoints. Logan beamed, and with a flick of his hands, the steel table folded inwards, and 2 cups of steaming, warm, beverage floated up. I'm extremely honored. I too have many questions pertaining to meditation techniques that I wish to consult Mr. Logan on. Leylin said, smiling and raising his cup. A few hours later, Leylin left Logan's estate. After he left, the exterior of the steel building immediately changed. The 4 thick legs on the steel building stretched out, and the building slowly moved away. Meanwhile, at the side, Leylin's mouth revealed a smile which showed his good mood. This time around, not only did this move help prevent any future troubles, the experiences Magus Logan offered to him were all very useful. Because he had experienced a rapid advancement into a rank 2 warlock, he had lacked some understanding in regards to rank 2, especially in regards to the path of pursuing the truth. Even though these things did not look very important right now, they would definitely create a lot of inconvenience for him when he attempted to condense the point mass as a rank 3 Magus. Now, there was a chance to remedy this. Moreover, Leylin's depth of knowledge, acquired from the accumulation of information from a different part of the world, greatly surprised Logan. The insight he had gained from this exchange was no less than Leylin's. Ever since Leylin had returned, Nature's Alliance's strength had reached a new peak. Rapidly, all the remaining factions within the dense fog forest was absorbed, and the influence of Nature's Alliance had even spread its net even wider. Regarding these actions, the Joint Conference enforcers turned a blind eye. They eventually even produced a formal letter that openly announced Nature's Alliance's promotion to a medium-scale guild, a move which left many magi dumbfounded. Through the development during this period, Nature's Alliance had broken through from a declining small-scale guild to a peak medium-scale guild. After all, with a rank 2 magus like Leylin overseeing the guild, it could be considering as a trump card that could surpass most medium-scale guilds. However, Leylin obviously knew Logan's bottom line. The 9 existing large-scale guilds had already stretched the resources of Eastern Twilight Zone to their limits. The remaining resources were insufficient to support the birth of yet another. Leylin had no intentions of vying to make Nature's Alliance a large-scale guild, and hence Nature's Alliance finally stopped growing and began to consolidate their strength, which left many magi heaving a sigh of relief. Honestly, Nature's Alliance's expansion this time was way too aggressive and depended solely on Leylin's powers. The guild's foundations were very unstable. However, after passing this period, everything they took in would have been assimilated, and their abilities would naturally improve as a whole. As the ceremonial guild leader, Celine had been so busy lately that no one knew of her whereabouts. Leylin was far too busy to care about tangible powers. Hence, since Celine was the original guild leader and as someone who shared an intimate relationship with Leylin, she had obtained a great portion of this power. At this point in time, Celine was full of gratitude for Leylin. Nature's Alliance had once again achieved glory under Celine's leadership, and the extent of its success exceeded that of the past. If her mentors knew about this, they would have been very pleased. Leylin did not care about any of this. After the situation had more or less stabilized, he continued staying in the headquarters of Nature's Alliance and sank into the deciphering of high-grade meditation techniques along with his own cultivation. No matter what resources and materials he required, an instruction to his subordinates was all it took for them to be collected immediately and sent to him. Hence, Leylin became even more reclusive. He could feel that he had improved at a pace that was way too fast, and hence, he needed to reinforce his foundations for a while. As a result, he chose to enter seclusion. Time passed bit by bit without anyone noticing. 3 years later, the borders of Eastern Twilight Zone. At the outskirts of a small town stood a small wooden house. Some animal skins were hung on the walls of the house, which attracted many envious stares. Many townspeople passing by would greet the female owner of the house through the walnut wood fence. "Good morning, Madam Jenny." "Good morning, Aunt Via." Currently, Jenny had already grown to become a mature woman, her face revealing more of the charm of a young lady, while she smiled and conversed with the lady at her side. After Aunt Via had left, Jenny looked at the burlap clothes she wore, and the basket of wheat bread in her hands. Her face revealed that she was distracted. How time flies. 3 years have passed just like that. Jenny muttered to herself. It must have been 1 or 2 years since she had defected from her family, and it had been another year since she had escaped with Balin to this place, and changed her name to Ginny. Initially, when she had decided to elope with Balin and was escaping the Argus family's assassination attempts, they had encountered numerous dangers during their journey. Thankfully, Balin was already a grand knight, and hence they reached the peak of commoners' lives. In addition, Jenny was an acolyte with the knowledge and experience of nobility. After escaping the incessant pursuit of soldiers and the many dangers nature had in store, Jenny finally crossed the border and arrived unharmed. Although this small town was positioned at the border of the Eastern Twilight Zone and was extremely remote, it was considered a safe location and no one had ever called on them. But Jenny gritted her teeth. Vengeance for her father. Her own hatred. Was she to just give up on them? After several chaotic memories came to mind, Jenny unknowingly clenched her fists, until a voice roused her. "I'm back. Do you want to see what I got?" Balin, who was wearing a hunter's outfit and carrying a bow and arrows, dramatically raised the pot in his hand. "Yellow oil. This is high-grade yellow oil. I exchanged a gray-toothed snake for it. If you spread it on bread, it's something that even royalty might not be able to enjoy." "You." Jenny rolled her eyes and led Balin into the house. Though the house was not big, all necessities had been provided through Balin's capabilities. Even though they had to maintain a low profile, they were still living better than commoners. In regards to the lives they were leading now, Balin was naturally very content, but Jenny seemed to have other ideas. After the door was closed shut, Jenny solemnly turned her head around. "We need to leave." "Leave? Why? The environment here is so good." Balin was at a loss. Immediately after, his face tightened. "Could it be that the men from your family have tracked us down?" "No. It's war. The horde of darkness creatures is approaching soon, and the Dark Elven Empire might even commence their attack. Jenny smiled wryly. You haven't discovered anything after all the constant hunting you've been doing. Now that you mention it, there does seem to be something like this. Balin rubbed his head. Currently, the number of dark creatures has increased by a large amount. A few days ago I was chased by a giant wolf that was the size of a hill for almost an entire day. Now you understand. With regards to the horde of darkness creatures, towns like ours are the least safe. Any small wave of attacks will be able to demolish the town. We have to move closer to the central region, or even the capital before we are safe from them. But, Balin scratched his head, I'm worried about our identities. Although the Argus family has very deep connections within the eastern regions, we are in the northern region, where they have much less influence. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Jenny comforted him on the surface, yet she was not too confident on the inside. What she said only applied to regular humans, she had no confidence if the powers of magi were involved. Even if that was the case, they still needed to move. Jenny was extremely aware of the looming threat of the horde of darkness creatures. Balin was just a grand knight, even with her might as a level 2 acolyte, they would only be swept away by that force. However, with her drive to survive and encouragement from her hatred, Jenny had advanced into a level 2 acolyte in these 3 years, and could now cast rank 0 spells with some effort. Alright, I'll leave it to you then. Balin smiled boorishly. However, can't we leave in 2 days? Uncle Via's birthday is approaching, we have to at least congratulate him before setting off. Aunt and Uncle Via were a couple in the small town that had played a huge role in Balin and Jenny's settlement here. Hence, no matter what, Balin had wished to leave the town after the birthday celebration. 2 days is doable. Jenny bit her lips. Large-scale battles often took a long time to prepare, so 2 days was not a significant amount. However, it was regretful that, sometimes, the events in the world have anomalies. For those in northern Twilight Zone, the wheel of fate was beginning to slowly turn. A coincidence on a dark field, a group of cavalry chased after a lone figure. The fleeing figure was a strange sight. He floated a few meters above the ground and had a pair of white translucent wings sprouting from his back. Each flap of these wings propelled him forward a great distance. Behind the winged figure was a group of knights chasing after it. These knights rode on large spiders, each with 8 brown, clawed legs. There were also icy blue stripes on them, and their eyes shone with bloodlust. These were underground winter spiders, the mounts of elite dark elves. The knights riding on these spiders were not humans, but tall, slim creatures with exquisite skin. They had beautiful androgynous contours on their faces, with sharp ears and silver eyes that granted them vision in the dark. Bang! The figure that was escaping in front suddenly turned his head, which revealed his handsome features and pointed ears, before he started chanting something undecipherable while swinging his arms backwards. 5 crimson-red fireballs were fired out of his palm but were all dodged by the underground winter spiders, exploding on the ground. Surprisingly, the escaping figure was a dark elf as well. They really think highly of me, huh? Even sending the underground winter spider knights after me. The silhouette continued to escape but was unable to break away from the knights chasing after him. Not only could these underground winter spiders move at an incredible speed, they could crawl over any terrain, regardless of whether it was in mountains, fields or even the misty canyons. Their advance could not be stopped. Memphis, how dare you betray the glory of the Dark Lord? I will make you suffer, and offer your head as a sacrifice to the Sovereign Mother. The knight in charge wore a thin layer of leather armor. The underground winter spider below him was a bit larger than the ones around it, and its upper body was covered with golden stripes. He inhaled deeply, and the underground winter spider increased its speed. Immediately after, he aimed his bow and shot an arrow that flew elegantly, the arrowhead containing a secret, constantly glowing rune. Zoom! A black ray of light emitted out of his hand, piercing through the sky and eventually landing on Memphis' back. Ah! A fiery red barrier of light appeared behind Memphis' body, but when the arrow came into contact with the shield, the barrier could not even last a second and shattered instantly. The black arrow continued its flight, and with its unknown strength pierced Memphis from behind, protruding out of his chest. Memphis screamed, and the glowing arrow in his back disappeared. He collapsed to the ground, his flowing blood forming a pool of red streaked with silver. Hiss hiss. The knights in the front surrounded him. Cut off his head. The knight in charge heartlessly said and motioned to his men, resulting in 2 of his men walking up. At this moment, The expression on the knight's face changed. No. Fall back. But it was too late. Bang. A strong wave of energy emanated from the body of Memphis, who was suddenly holding a scroll. Two huge balls of light were shot out, and the two approaching knights were burnt to ashes, creating a huge cloud of smoke and dust. After waiting for the aftermath of the explosion to subside, the knight in charge stepped forward with an irritated look on his face, but by that moment Memphis had already disappeared from the ground. Find him for me. His face contorted in anger. He has been injured by my curse, he will not be able to travel far. Leylin aimed with his crossbow, and it cut through the air with a swoosh, hitting the wild boar in front of him. The wild boar squealed loudly, bleeding non-stop, but all Leylin did was to pull his crossbow bolt out. Ha ha, uncle, Leylin's present is here. After a fierce battle, Leylin smiled slightly while looking at the beast lying on the floor. At this moment, a silhouette appeared from the other side of the battlefield. Who is this? Leylin walked up, and the silhouette turned around, revealing a handsome white face. 2 hours later, Jenny was on her way home when she saw the dark elf that Leylin brought back. Putting her hand on her forehead, she groaned in despair and shouted, "You idiot! We've already offended the higher-ups and caused enough trouble." Hearing Jenny's complaints, Leylin innocently touched his head. "I had no choice, seeing how pitiful he looks." Pitiful? Do you know what that is? It's a dark elf. He is a purebred dark elf. Jenny's face was flushed. This may be the border, but if you bring a dark elf, it could bring so much trouble to the town. In these recent 3 years, the Dark Elven Kingdom had frequently caused much insecurity and restlessness among the people. Just with one look at the dark elf's luxurious clothing, Jenny only had one thought, and that was whether or not the dark elf was like her, a member of nobility on the run because of a failed power struggle. Thinking about this connection, Jenny started to break out into a cold sweat. Regarding the cruelness of power struggles, she finally understood and knew that regardless of where this elf hid, in the end, it would just be extending an endless cycle of fleeing and being hunted down. On top of this, her own people would suffer the consequences. Thinking up to here, her eyes flashed with ferocity, but could only sigh when she saw the confused and helpless Leylin. Her tone also changed to one that was milder. "Whatever happens, we must send him away quickly. I'm sure you don't want to cause Aunt and Uncle Via any more trouble, right?" Leylin scratched his head. "Oh, all right." At Leylin's former hunting ground, a bunch of underground winter spider knights surrounded a pit where Memphis the dark elf was concealed. A small underground winter spider that was no bigger than a dog placed one foot into the cave, and then clicked at the knights. He said that aside from Memphis, a human scent was found. Human. The expression on the leader's face sank, but then he suddenly started laughing maliciously. No wonder Memphis is well known for peace. He has already been making connections with the humans. He gestured to his men, "Follow them. I don't care who dares to protect him, I want to chop their heads off personally as sacrificial offerings." "Yes, my lord." The underground winter spider knights responded in order. The relationship between the people of the Dark Elven Kingdom and Twilight Zone was not the best. Crossing the border by a little bit was not such a big issue, but currently, it looked as if a new war was about to break out. Even so, they could still kill a few more men, steal their food, and enslave their women. At this point in time, the eyes of many underground winter spider knights flashed red. An hour later, a horse wagon pulled by an old, slow, horse. Leylin was guiding the horse, while Jenny was lying on a pile of straw with the dark elf that Leylin had previously saved. The elf's clothes were cut open at the front, revealing a skinny body. His delicate chest was marred by an arrow wound bordered by a black aura, shaped like a spider and continually expanding. "How is he?" Leylin turned to ask. "The external injuries are almost healed, but a curse was cast on him, and I do not have any ideas or methods to cure it." Jenny raised her hands. Although this injury was shocking, what surprised Jenny even more was the elf's vitality, which had allowed him to persevere and survive this long while suffering from the combination of such a serious injury and curse. "The more that I think about it, the more I feel that this is not such a good idea. Judging from the curse, it is obvious that there is an official magus after this fellow. If we do this, we will definitely infuriate his opponents." Jenny's face turned gloomy. Upon hearing that, Leylin could not help but tremble. This was an instinct that had been cultivated over many years. As an official magus, something like Lord Leylin. "Yes. Do you now understand how much trouble you have brought us?" Jenny gave Leylin an arrogant look. "But haven't we already saved him?" Balin bitterly laughed. What else can we do now then? All of a sudden, a burst of flames from afar roused Balin from his thoughts. In the dark, vast surroundings, this blaze was getting more and more obvious, almost dyeing the color of the entire sky a fiery red. That is, our town. Balin stopped the horse, a frightened look on his face. What happened? Why would this big fire suddenly appear? Jenny had a bad premonition. At this time, Balin turned the horse without hesitation and headed towards the direction of the fire. Are you crazy? Jenny cried out loud. Uncle Villa and the rest are still inside. I want to save them. They can't be saved. Can you calm down a little? Jenny said with an agitated tone. What? How can you be like that? Have you forgotten? Aunt Villa has treated you so well all this time. Balin said as he choked on a breath of air. This is not. Sigh. While the two were arguing, the dark elf in the wagon suddenly coughed and woke up. A human, he blurted out in the Twilight Zone language. Jenny's heart went cold. The dark elves spoke a different language from humans, and this elf's proficiency in their language was jarring. In the subterranean world, knowledge was a trademark of nobility, and mastery of foreign languages was prominent amongst them. When she was young, Jenny had been taught the languages of dark elves, gnomes, and even grey dwarfs by a private tutor. Learning them despite the physiological differences was simply a nightmare. And yet, this dark elf spoke so cleanly that it took Jenny by surprise. Where is this place? The dark elf asked as he sat up and looked at the lost Balin. This is the Twilight Zone. Who are you? I'm Memphis, and I need to go now. I've given you enough trouble already. I'm really sorry. The dark elf named Memphis had an apologetic look on his face. Destiny Memphis struggled and wanted to get up. But immediately, the spider made of dark aura on his chest let out a hiss. His face went pale, and he fell back down as large beads of sweat rolled down his face. Shuffling Balin suddenly heard a mild, yet periodic rumble. It's coming from the town. Did someone survive? Balin beamed with delight. In contrast, Memphis' face suddenly changed. It's the footsteps of the underground winter spiders. They have caught up with us. A short while later, the silhouettes of 5 underground winter spider knights appeared before Balin's eyes. Memphis, you're really here. That's great, we actually found you. His head will definitely give us some merit. The knights started chuckling, talking in their language. Jenny only managed to understand a few terms, whereas Balin had a blank face as he could not understand it at all. Very quickly, the blank look on his face turned into one of horror. This was because the knights were sharing the backs of the underground winter spiders with groups of severed human heads, which were still dripping with blood. He could even see a few familiar faces amongst them. UNC Uncle Veeya. What did you do to them? Balin's veins popped out with anger, and he unsheathed the cross sword on his back. Haha. Although the underground winter spider knights could not understand Balin's reproaching them, they could infer his fury from his body language. One of them used a spear to pick up a head and started taunting Balin at the same time. Another knight held a spear and rushed forward. Ah! I'm going to kill all of you. Balin's eyes were bloodshot, and he too rushed forward. Secret technique. Cross star. Balin's life force abruptly exploded and formed an illusory armor around his body. Kill. Crossblade and spear collided, and Balin and the underground winter spider knight both retreated a few steps. Underground winter spider knights were the pinnacle of an army whose regular soldiers each matched human grand knights. Combining their own ability with runes in their mounts, their strength vastly surpassed that of the average grand knight. However, Balin himself was no ordinary grand knight and could fight him evenly. Unfortunately, Balin had to fight not one opponent, but 5. After seeing the life force explode out from Balin's body, a few knights looked at each other, shouted a few words Balin could not understand and rushed forward. A black ray shot through the sky and landed on the shoulders of an underground winter spider knight, piercing into the knight's shoulder with some difficulty. Jenny stood on the carriage, bow in hand. Her face was calm whilst she shot arrows non-stop. Naturally, she could see the situation clearly. Under present circumstances, the only way to survive was eliminating this small party. The problem was that they were badly outnumbered, and each of their opponents was stronger than Grand Knights. Exterminating them would not be easy. Jenny smiled bitterly in her heart. As was to be expected, Balin was slowly surrounded by the knights and seemed unable to endure any more attacks. The illusory armor around him began to appear as if it would explode any moment. Creak, creak. One of the spiders, under its rider's commands, leapt past Balin's resistance and arrived before the carriage. The black spear pierced forth, and the resulting winds caused Jenny's face to change. Ouch! Nearby, Balin let out a groan. His armor had disintegrated, and blood was gushing out from all of his wounds. Buzz! Buzz! Suddenly, Jenny felt a strong energy wave explode violently next to her. She turned her head and saw Memphis struggling to open a scroll in his hands. A gray ripple swept out, the ring of light seeming to be a spirit avoiding both Jenny and Balin as it reached the underground Winter Spider Knights. It was like a halo that bound the knights and their mounts. The knights that had been bound by the halo immediately felt the enormous power they were proud of dissipating. Even their mounts began trembling as if they could not stand under their own weight. A weakening imprint. Retreat. A knight immediately shouted. But at this time, Balin lost all self-restraint. Die. Crossblade. He violently used the last bit of his spiritual energy and executed the killing stance of the cross-sword technique. A blade of light in the shape of a cross mercilessly slashed through the four surrounding knights. Their faces became lifeless, and in a few moments, they disintegrated along with their mounts. Whoosh! Jenny seized this chance and used a single arrow to pierce through the neck of the last escaping knight. Memphis let out a smile, but abruptly spat out black blood, after which he fainted. Half a day later, on the carriage, Jenny looked at the defeated Balin, and Memphis beside her, and was speechless. Why? Why must we kill? Why must there be war? Balin muttered under his breath, the world having lost all color. This is an answer that I've been looking for, but unfortunately I have not reached a conclusion. Currently, Memphis was using the sap from a green plant to wrap the wounds on his chest. He laughed bitterly, the two of you have saved me. I, Memphis, swear upon the honor of the dark royalty that I will repay the two of you. Let's not talk about that for now. The conflict you mentioned previously, is that real? Jenny was obviously more concerned about this issue than other matters. It's real. I have suffered from persecution and attempted assassination from others just because I advocated for peace. Memphis' eyes glowed, and his voice sank. What's our plan now? Jenny looked at Balin. I have decided. I must do my best to prevent the war this time around. I don't want to see more people shedding blood. Balin's voice was coarse but held an unquestionable resolve. You're crazy. Jenny was trembling. Based on your ability alone. No. There's still him. Balin pointed to Memphis. I will escort him back to the Dark Elven Empire and try my best to stop the war. Having made that decision, Balin suddenly felt like he was heating up. He ripped open his clothes, revealing a gold coin that had a peculiar exterior. On one side of the coin was a skeleton, whereas on the other side was a lucky bird. The rim of the coin gave off a dim glow. Balin had pierced through the gold coin, run a string through it, and hung it on his neck. Balin caressed the gold coin, his eyes showing signs of even more determination. Mr. Leylin. Master, you support me as well, don't you? Eastern Twilight Zone, Nature's Alliance. Headquarters. Currently, Nature's Alliance had stabilized its strength as a medium-scale guild and had countless hundreds of acolytes, far from what it was like in the past. Moreover, the increased presence of magi strengthened their defenses greatly. They were now a few ranks higher than before. In the forbidden area in the middle of Nature's Alliance, within a huge laboratory. Leylin blanked out and immediately looked towards the golden crystal in his hands. Currently, the crystal was emitting a faint heat, and the golden light generated from within enshrouded it. A portion of the spiritual force has been received. Leylin suddenly laughed. It looks like Balin has already started walking along with his destined spiritual path. The strength of fate will accumulate in his body. Leylin glanced at the AI. Chips progress with the recovery of the meditation techniques. Sacred Flame, the high-grade meditation technique that Leylin longed for, the same one that could predict the future, had finally been fully recovered. There were even a few areas that were being constantly improved. On the other hand, Kemoyan's pupil had not advanced at all in the past 3 years, remaining at halfway to completion. Leylin assumed that the lack of high-grade meditation techniques meant that advancing it to the 4th grade was exceedingly difficult. After all, the only one rank 4 technique in his possession could only be cultivated by dragons, while the others had no information that could assist in the progress of Kemoyan's pupil. On the other hand, Sacred Flame had been recovered much earlier, and even went through a few modifications to remove the negative repercussions. It was a pity that the AI chip only managed to simulate it to the 3rd rank. This meant the technique only went this far, and that left Leylin feeling slightly regretful. Since the gears of fate have started to turn, then I can only continue to scatter more of these seeds, so as to anticipate a harvest in the future. Leylin stroked his chin and looked towards the experiment table. The silver-white tabletop had a few peculiar objects on it. Among these items were a black ring, a 5-colored pendant, and a tattered notebook. AI. Chip. Begin. Leylin's eyes shot out a blue glow, and he picked the few objects up. Limited AI programming has been completed, inputting data. The AI chip intoned. After a few minutes, Leylin picked up the black ring. A ray of light shot out, and out came the figure of a scholarly-looking magus. I am the legendary Grand Magus Merlin, you lucky fellow. You will receive my advice and become the Twilight Zone's strongest genius. Leylin's mouth quivered. The Grand Magus figure seemed to have life, as it spoke with charm. These were the limited artificial intelligences that Leylin had been designing. He had the ability to control the programs remotely, which made them very useful. Having been pleased with himself after the adjustments, Leylin placed the few items into an empty bag and walked out of the laboratory. My lord. Along the way, no matter whether they were official magi or acolytes, all of them lowered their heads in respect. Some acolytes would even bow from a distance, and quickly walk away. I can't believe that even I would receive such treatment. Leylin abruptly laughed. If high-level magi had not intentionally exercised restraint, the strong radiation that emitted from their bodies would be a type of contagion that could even be lethal to low-level acolytes. As a result, previously in the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, there were many forbidden areas, which were actually the living areas and experimentation areas of high-level magi. In the past, when Leylin had seen those magi, he would also bow from a distance before quickly avoiding them, but now, it was time for others to do so instead. Dahlin, in a short span of 3 years, Nature's Alliance had cemented its status as a medium-scale guild. After absorbing dense fog forest's remains, it had even managed to become a peak medium-scale guild. All of these achievements had been largely attributed to Leylin's contributions, a fact that went undisputed. Even if he did nothing personally, the mere presence of a rank 2 magus would eliminate most of the Alliance's troubles. Hence, the faith that he commanded from members of Nature's Alliance had been increasing day by day up to a point of reverence, even deification. Additionally, a lot of magi had joined during this period of large-scale recruitment. Although Celine's strength as a rank 1 magus afforded her some bit of status, there was no longer any influences that she could have. This meant that even if Leylin intended to take away her nominal position as the guild leader, he needed but to ask. Passing through layers of glowing spell formations, Leylin ended up at a purple villa. My lord. Celine and Iron respectfully bowed. Leylin nodded, and directly asked, has anything happened recently? The guild's development has been very smooth. Currently, our influence has expanded to the vicinity of the Ural Mountain Plains. 2 local small-scale guilds have also expressed their desire to subordinate themselves to us. Iron took the lead and bowed while reporting to Leylin. A peak rank 1 magus, Leylin's strongest military force. Iron ranked highly within Nature's Alliance, where he specialized in the guild's expansion. What about the approaching horde of darkness creatures and the Dark Elven Empire? Leylin asked. Reports of abnormal activity of the darkness creatures are starting to come in. In addition, the warmongering faction in the Dark Elven Empire successfully staged a coup, eliminating all influence of the pro-peace faction. They've mobilized the entire army, and are ready to attack any day now. Wars were not uncommon in the subterranean world, but they rarely coincided with the attacks of the horde of darkness creatures. This was so rare, in fact, that even a peak rank 1 magus like Iron had only encountered such a situation once in his lifetime. That period had seen the loss of many magi and numerous large-scale guilds. It had come to be known as the subterranean world's great power reshuffle, an event that destabilized the world of magi would obviously be a long period of suffering for the commoners. From the looks of it, a big war is inevitable. Leylin sighed lightly. A war between 2 intelligent species wouldn't be quick to occur. It would be prefaced by a long period of strategy and preparation, with very little surprise attacks occurring. High-ranking magi had started keeping tabs on their opponents as early as 3 years ago, and their preparations had begun even further back. However, precisely because of this long preparatory phase, any and all strategies tended to be useless. The war would devolve into a contest of information gathering and military might. Have we made any moves yet? Leylin looked at Celine. Recently, this woman had become much more beautiful. It was as if the power she'd gained made her glow more than she already did. Power was an elixir to men. This was no less true for women as well. It was a pity that although these women were as beautiful as roses, every rose has its thorns. To conquer them was not a simple task. Were he on Earth, Leylin would naturally not think like this. But the Magus world was different. Dominance, status, everything came from his own power, and he was not in the least bit concerned that Leylin would one day surpass him. Forget the commoners, war for now. The Joint Conference has commissioned a war council headed by the 9 enforcers. It issued a formal request for your assistance. Leylin arranged her hair. This revealed a translucent earring inlaid with a glowing red ruby. The request was a result of Leylin's agreement with Logan. In exchange for his participation in the war, Nature's Alliance had been allowed to expand unchecked. Where have they stationed me? Leylin asked with interest as he sat on a reclining chair. He raised up a crystal goblet, the fresh red wine within as thick as blood. Dahlan City. A large number of the Magi who responded to the call have gathered there. Of course, Duke Fendix and the royal military have been stationed there as well. Dahlan. Leylin raised his glass, and a map of Eastern Twilight Zone appeared within his mind. They've retreated too far. That's basically giving up the borderlands. Most of the commoners have already been evacuated. Leylin smiled wryly, but for some areas, it's beyond our control. As a Magus, Leylin generally thought of problems purely based on how they affected her, but now that this matter concerned everyone, she exhibited the sympathetic nature of a woman. Immediately, the sympathy turned into worry. The War Council intends to use Dahlan, Wakeshire, and Sidor to form a tripartite defense that makes full use of our geographical advantages. When the war begins, my lord, you will have to face the military might of the Dark Elven Empire, including many of their matriarchs. The Dark Elven Empire was still a matriarchal society and was more a united kingdom made of numerous smaller clans than anything else. The matriarchs of the smaller clans were at least as strong as official magi. The ones Leylin referred to were the matriarchs of the larger clans, existences that rivaled rank 2 magi in might. Dark elves were naturally gifted with extraordinary strength, something which made the average elf much more powerful than the average human. Were it not for their low fertility, they would have conquered the Twilight Zone long ago. Leylin's face was full of worry. After all, she was very clear that the powers she had came from Leylin. Should anything befall him, even if Nature's Alliance didn't crumble, it would fall dramatically in power. Don't worry, I have confidence. Leylin let out a smile. That he had decided to go forward meant he was amply prepared for anything that he might come across. At the very least, his personal safety wasn't an issue. After all, even in a war as large in scale as this one, rank 2 magi rarely fell. Furthermore, he was not there to fight but to observe. The moment something was amiss, he would flee. Which matriarch would dare sacrifice herself to prevent his escape? Leylin had already recovered his strength as a rank 2 warlock, even advancing in some areas. He was confident that, as long as he didn't meet an old freak that rivaled rank 3 magi, nothing could stop him. However, thinking up to this point, Leylin felt a bit depressed. In a world of beings with extraordinary abilities, large-scale wars generally depended on the strength of the higher-ups. Wouldn't the humans turtling up mean that even his monstrous strength would not be able to turn the tide of this war? Neither Leylin nor Iron was qualified to know of this. Perhaps only rank 2 magi would be able to see the situation more clearly. No matter what, I need to go and have a look. If I were to pass the completed techniques to the acolytes of Nature's Alliance, it would arouse suspicion. Furthermore, the shifting landscape of war could hold good opportunities for me, Leylin considered. Upon seeing Leylin deep in thought, Iron immediately took his leave. Leylin was a little disappointed and just curtsied. Just as she turned to leave, Leylin grinned. Leylin, don't go just yet. Having heard that, Leylin's face revealed a charming smile. Dahlan City was a military town along the Eastern Twilight Zone's border. The town was built purely of black granite, which made it look like a huge fort from afar. Currently, militia lined the entrance of the town, and soldiers and fleets of carriages crossed the gates occasionally. Flags bearing the royal family's crest were everywhere, and the silhouettes of knights leading small patrol teams were scattered around. The entrance was guarded by official magi in gray robes, and stringent checks were performed on everyone. Dahlan City originally supported 100,000 residents. Most of its current population, however, comprised of soldiers. Now that the Joint Conference had commissioned a war council, the royals they backed could only execute their battle plans. All of Dahlan City was preparing for war, and had begun wartime operations. The center of the city was occupied by the grandest villa in town. However, this villa was not for royalty, It was meant, instead, for distinguished magi. Numerous magi, robed in all colors, could be seen on premises. They'd even set up a large spell formation for defense. Some of the magi patrolling the city walls would occasionally cast spells on the wall to strengthen it. The atmosphere here is so stifling. A rank 3 acolyte wearing a gray acolyte robe walked along a deserted road, and intermittently glanced at both sides of the street. Passing soldiers would bow to this mighty magician. With one foot already in the grave, how can I still be considered a magician? Aaron smiled wryly. This acolyte was among the first group of people Leylin had met when he was transported here. Back then, Aaron was among the party of 3 acolytes and 2 grand knights that Leylin had saved in the woody wastelands. As recompense, Leylin had scanned their souls, which resulted in them losing a lot of things. Aaron sighed deeply. During his previous reckless foray into the woody wastelands, he had luckily obtained biomaterials worth a lot of magic crystals. Still, he felt like something was amiss, although he could not put a finger on it. What terrified him further was that, after his return, he found out that his aptitude had dropped a grade. Aaron and the other acolytes had been lucky to survive Leylin's reckless scanning of their soul. However, his random tampering of their memories had grave consequences. The development of magicians depended largely on their aptitude. Aaron's original aptitude was not astounding, a mere grade 3. When it fell to grade 2, he felt as if the world began to crumble down on him. He still remembered the regret and disappointment in his mentor's eyes after the examination, as he said, "Perhaps an abnormal being attacked you, leading to the demotion of your aptitude. It might never be reversed. Pity. What a pity." Anya with the drop in his aptitude, he turned from an acolyte with a bit of hope into a good-for-nothing. After seeing Aaron's state, his mentor did not beat around the bush, telling him directly that he no longer had the qualifications to train in a high-grade meditation technique. Some high-grade meditation techniques had stringent requirements for those cultivating them, and currently, Aaron did not qualify to cultivate his. It's much more difficult to advance to an official magus using the simplified version of the high-grade meditation technique. Doesn't this amount to completely giving up on me? And then there's her. Aaron lowered his head, fingernails digging into flesh. After finding out that his aptitude had lowered and that he could not train in the high-grade meditation technique anymore, his relatives and former friends had shunned him. Even his fiancée had abandoned him. The memory of her firmly leaning into another's embrace as she looked at Aaron in disdain left him feeling like his chest would burst into flames. What infuriated him further, even driving him into the pits of despair, was that his enemies in the guild had taken the opportunity to beat him up. There were even traces of evidence showing that woman pulling strings in the background, for him to be dispatched to a place like this. Leylin City was at the front lines of the war. Official magi might be able to retreat calmly if the city fell, but level 3 acolytes like him had no chance. In wartime, the army would be much more willing to give up on cannon fodder like him than on those of higher rank. Historically, an intense war like this would spell doom for over half the acolytes. Aaron found himself feeling numb. He had to drag his body to the city gate. Level 3 acolyte Aaron, reporting for duty, he said, trying his best to look more alert. The magus at his post nodded, neither finding anything strange nor getting mad. He'd seen numerous acolytes who were dumped here. With no backing, this fellow wouldn't live past a month, so why would he grow angry at a walking corpse? Your mission is to maintain this detection spell formation. I've already adjusted it. White dots are regular people, while red dots are acolytes and knights. The purple dots are official magi. Is that understood? Yes. Aaron nodded. Suddenly, the spell formation rumbled and produced a loud bang, cracking apart at the edges. A black ray of light exploded forth. And what does black mean? Aaron asked, dumbfounded. Rank 2. A powerful existence that is at rank 2 or above that. The magus answered in a daze, and then snapped out of it. Quick. Sound the alarm. Not far away, a black dot expanded in the sky, gradually forming a human figure. Watching the city gates where there was an uproar, Leylin shook his head slightly. Looks like there's been a misunderstanding. He ceased advancing and silently waited. Minutes later, 2 streaks of similarly powerful energy undulations burst out from Leylin City, and 2 figures transformed into rays of light, darting in front of Leylin. These were 2 rank 2 magi, 1 male, and 1 female. The man, in red robes with silver patterns embroidered on, laughed heartily as he greeted, Sir Leylin. It's great that you were able to get here in time. The female magus merely stood aside and smiled, seemingly leaving the situation to her counterpart. It's my honor to meet you, Sir Fendix. Leylin bowed while smiling gently. In these 3 years, it was not as if Leylin had done nothing. At least, he had gotten familiar with a few rank 2 magi in the east. This rank 2 magus was a leader of a large-scale guild. Duke Fendix was one of his descendants. Come, if there's anything else, let's talk about it after we get back. Fendix looked at the uproar around them and laughed towards Leylin, then slowly descended. Leylin and the female magus followed behind him. It's a rank 2 lord. Quick, bow. Leave alone ordinary soldiers, even high-ranking military officers and nobles knelt in front of him, while the official magus from before respectfully bowed to his waist. Aaron quickly bowed as well, and then raised his head, confused. He secretly glanced at the young person in the middle. I seem to have seen that lord before somewhere, but I don't remember where. Just as Aaron's gaze swept over him, the magus seemed to sense it and a pair of black pupils flitted over. All of a sudden, a surge of darkness and shadows surrounded Aaron, causing him to retreat a few steps, feeling suffocated. Aaron was so afraid he broke out into a cold sweat and quickly lowered his head, not daring to raise it. It's actually him. I didn't expect us to meet here. In contrast, a grin appeared on Leylin's face. Strictly speaking, all that he knew about Twilight Zone had originated from this acolyte's memories. To be able to meet again, he was considered quite lucky. I'll choose you first then. The notion of a twisted delight seemed to rise in Leylin. This thought flashed past, but Leylin's expression remained unchanged as he descended to the mansion at the center with the other 2 rank 2 magi. The interior decoration was not bad, and it looked to be the residence of some nobility or even mayor of the city. Of course, it had now been taken over. The 3 magi entered the hall and took a seat, a few acolytes bringing drinks and some fruits, and then carefully making their way out. The main forces of the Dark Elves have reached the border. They seem to be very determined this time and have even dispatched the matriarchs of several ancient families. Looks like we'll be under immense pressure this time. Fendix looked grim but smiled at Leylin. Of course, with Sir Leylin here, we'll have even more hope. As a human, I naturally can't shirk my responsibilities. While Leylin said this solemnly on the surface, he was meanwhile thinking about retreating the moment the situation wasn't in his favor. Though he didn't mind helping human beings occupy more land for the sake of survival, this was only if this would not harm his own interests. If not, there was nothing to consider. Of course, this was also how many other high-ranked magi thought. Even if the War Council was aware of this fact, there was little they could do. Meanwhile, Fendix was still speaking. Battles between humans, as well as the regular Dark Elves and Beast Waves are usually handed to the Duke to settle. Underground Winter Spider Knights and Dark Elf Magi, as well as powerful darkness creatures will require Magi to act, and there is but one reason for our existence, which is to prevent the matriarchs of the Dark Elves and the Emperor of the Darkness creatures from meddling. Leylin nodded. The powers of rank 2 Magi were good at suppression and deterrence. After all, if a rank 2 existence let go of all their inhibitions, even the Dark Elven Empire would not be unharmed. By the way, why is the Dark Elven Empire so confident this time? Leylin's eyes flashed and he asked. Hearing this, Fendix and the female magus exchanged glances and smiled wryly. This is supposed to be top secret, but Leylin, you're a rank 2 magus as well. You've also joined up with us, so there's nothing left to hesitate about. Fendix set up a soundproof boundary, the protector of the entirety of our Twilight Zone. The person who has become a rank 3 magus does not have much time left. The limit of the lifespan of a rank 3 magus is 1,000 years. Only Morning Star Magi can break through this limit. Ever since he started protecting this region, it has been over 900 years. Leylin went silent for a while. Then, he asked, in other words, this war is but a probe. The Dark Elves must have received some information from their end and started probing, but now, Fendix forced a smile. All I can say is that Twilight Zone is not allowed to fall back. Leylin's heart fell. It looked like this rank 3 magus was not in a good condition. Under these circumstances, the Dark Elves, probing would likely become an invasion on a large scale, perhaps even threatening the existence of humans. Something flashed in his mind, and he suddenly thought of Balin. Chaos and suffering will give birth to the child of destiny. Looks like this is the overture to troubled times. With Leylin's silence, the hall was filled with a tense atmosphere. Alright, let's not talk about these. Shall we prepare a grand welcoming banquet? We could use this opportunity and let those Magi meet you. Seeing that the atmosphere seemed to have frozen, the rank 2 female magus smiled slightly and suggested. No, there's no need. Let me rest for a while and then prepare a few rank 2 spells. Leylin did not have the slightest interest in these customs. That's fine. Magi were generally antisocial, and this was even more so for higher rank magi. Fendix and the others did not take it to heart. Central Twilight Zone. This was the core of Twilight Zone, and where there was the largest population. Caravans passed by the routes frequently and were bustling with life. In an unknown area deep in the Earth's crust, a green ray of light illuminated a room. Bathed in the green light was a withered old man. His body was covered with wrinkles and his eyes had sunk so deep into his skull that he seemed like a dead man walking. A large bizarre flower had tendrils wrapped around his back. Its densely packed sizable leaves and branches were a dark green that made them seem fat and juicy, and many of its feelers hung low, extending deep underground to an unknown destination. The stolon penetrated the man's flesh as if taking root there, the man's eyes shining as the roots swelled, channeling a great amount of plant matter into him. A black ray shot out from the back of the old man's hand, projecting a totem in the form of a large spider. My old friend, I can sense your feebleness. The aura of life is constantly waning from your body, and you can't even reject my life absorption much longer. This was the voice of a young lady. It was pleasant to listen to, and even a little bewitching. Anya, the ruler of the Dark Elven Empire, the most respected matriarch of the ancient clan. The old man slowly called out this woman's identity, and immediately after, an absolute formidable energy undulation exploded from behind the old man. You can't stop me, the woman in the totem imprint sighed. Serendipity snap. Space seemed to freeze for a moment, but then it seemed like nothing had happened. The black spider totems began to dissipate slowly, and Anya's voice sounded out, "You've grown old already, bang." The black imprints dissolved into light. There were fewer stalks on his back now, and milky white sap flowed out of his injuries. When the old man raised his head once again, he seemed older, patches of gray had begun to appear on his skin. Has this body's vitality been taxed to its limit? The old man looked at the spots on his body, and couldn't help but laugh bitterly, his eyes dull and lifeless. Time, the old man said with a long sigh that instantly swept away the rays of light. The cave turned dark once more. Aaron had returned to his room. The last rays of twilight revealed a mix of rotting wooden boards and moldy corners. This stinky room was the luxury he was awarded sole residence in. This dilapidated room showed how much he was valued. Yet, at this time, he could not bring himself to care about it. His mind was occupied with his earlier encounter. Patrol. Detection spell formation. The youth with black eyes, memories flitted across his mind. I've definitely seen him before. But why can't I remember where? He was trying hard to recall. Suddenly, he covered his face and started screaming, veins popping out at his temples. The pain caused him to black out. His screams permeated the room until he returned to his senses a few moments later, finding himself on the ground. Hot sweat rolled down Aaron's face as he gasped. Again and again. This disease from my adventure in the wastelands is wasting away my spiritual force, bang. At that moment, as if unable to withstand his frustration, a piece of the floor rose up. A black gleam immediately caught Aaron's attention. What is this? Curiosity piqued, he dug out the black object and placed it on his palm. It was a ring with ancient writings on it, one whose surface was coated in black. Aaron's heart skipped a beat. A ring. He twisted it around. It's still giving off faint energy waves. Is it a magic artifact? Magical artifacts, regardless of size and grade, will save your life on the battlefield. As his thoughts turned towards that direction, Aaron couldn't help breathing heavily. All of a sudden, he felt a surging pain from his hand, a prick which caused him to shout and almost throw the ring to the ground. What's this? Aaron looked at his forefinger, stunned, as blood dripped onto the ring from the punctured skin. A small thorn could be seen on the edge of the black ring, which was what had hurt him just now. Shoo! The blood drop was immediately absorbed like water on a sponge. The black ring flashed before turning gray. Simultaneously, the energy waves it was previously giving off vanished and the ring seemed to lose all power, now just an ordinary object. This, is it the binding ceremony? In myths, Aaron scratched his head with uncertainty. Although Aaron did not know much about magic artifacts, he was aware that some high-grade magic artifacts that were extremely rare required a ceremony to bind them to oneself. And the catalyst to begin these ceremonies was blood. Ha ha ha. Kid, you're right. At this moment, a voice sounded in Aaron's head. Who is it? Who's there? The sudden voice bewildered Aaron and he began to look around. He could see no one. I'm in the palm of your hand, replied an aged voice. You are, the ring. Aaron's eyes suddenly widened. Kid, how about we make a deal? The old man laughed heartily. No, I will not make any deals with you, nor will I sell my soul to you. Aaron said firmly. Magi were not reclusive people. Aaron had heard stories about ancient beings and exotic creatures that made deals with humans, toying with them and harvesting their spirits. Really? You don't want to restore your aptitude anymore? The old man's laugh was sinister. Restore my aptitude. Aaron's heartbeat quickened. I've grasped the mysteries of the soul. If your aptitude had been this low originally, it would have been difficult to increase it. But it's still possible to reverse the effects of the damage to your soul, the old man explained. Who are you exactly? Why would you help me? Aaron asked, reining his emotions in. I am the ancient legendary magus, Merlin's memory fragment. The old man paused, causing Aaron to slip. Memory fragment? Yes. My physical body has long since decayed, but this fragment has remained here, stuck in this ring. The old man seemed to be reminiscing. As for why I'm helping you, I told you before. I want something in return. What do you want? Although Aaron was desperate for a cure to his problem, he was still alert and vigilant. Don't worry, you're someone destined for death. How much can I really ask of you? I'm not a devil that is here to collect your soul. Merlin chuckled. I need you to gather my remaining fragments. And in return, not only will I cure your disease, I'll even pass on a complete high-grade meditation technique to you and help you advance to become an official magus. High-grade meditation technique, an official magus. Aaron was delighted, but this was immediately followed by piercing agony. Originally, he had hopes of achieving all these, but now. Your remaining fragments? What do you mean? I'd originally made many magic equipments into which I'd placed fragments of my spirit. I'd been expecting big misfortune, and prepared them to tide it over. You need to help me find the remaining fragments of my spirit. Every artifact you find will be of great help to us. Merlin reassured Aaron upon noticing his hesitation. Besides, the current you is too weak to help me, so I'll also help you increase your strength as much as possible. What are you trying to do? Do you intend to resurrect yourself? Aaron guessed. The rules of death aren't something a trifling magus like me can interfere with. I'm only a remnant filled with unfulfilled desires, and I'm unwilling to remain cooped up in a ring forever. I need your help to find my remaining fragments. Do this one thing for me, and we will be even. I swear on my own spirit. You don't need to swear, I will help you. Aaron fiercely said. You're right. What have you to gain from fooling a dead man like me? For that woman to abandon me for her own pleasure, I will not stand for it. Aaron said with red eyes. All right, even if I'm a mere fragment, I still possess a huge amount of knowledge. All you need is that to become Twilight Zone's premier genius. Then, you can easily rise above the others once again. Magus Merlin laughed heartily in Aaron's head. Then, let's summon the Trials Eye and sign a contract. The fury on Aaron's face disappeared, and he calmly stated this condition. Of course, the old man said after a brief period of silence. Aaron's eyes flashed and he immediately summoned the Trials Eye hologram as a witness. Under the witness of the Trials Eye, in the room, the voices of two people swearing an oath could be heard. It's done. On the other side, Leylin, who was in the laboratory, laughed, looked at his own body bound by Trials Eye and held a pitcher with the solution of a nefarious filthbird's feathers. That thing was sent on purpose by the ring. Merlin was just a limited AI, but it could fool the inexperienced Aaron. Furthermore, at critical moments, Leylin could control him from afar. All in all, this was just a counterfeit of a certain ring and grandfather. With what I've given you, how will you affect the wind and waves of Twilight Zone? I'm looking forward to it. Leylin chuckled, and an intense light flashed in his eyes. As a nervous atmosphere permeated Dahlin City, all the commoners were evacuated. Within days, many darkness creatures surrounded it, and among them could be seen the faint silhouettes of people. Sir Leylin, Sir Fendix has invited you to the city wall. A middle-aged man wearing golden armor respectfully informed Leylin. This middle-aged man was Duke Fendix, the commander of the army. The Fendix family had consecrated numerous official magi, many of whom were famous. Furthermore, this included two of Fendix's own descendants. But in front of Leylin, they were required to lower their heads like a commoner in the presence of a noble. Got it, Leylin said as he slowly closed the big book in his hand and arrived at the city wall. Because this was the first attack, not only were there numerous soldiers and generals, but magi were also present to watch. Sir Leylin. Fendix greeted Leylin, floating in midair. Leylin laughed as he flew up to join him. The two looked at a black line at the difference that was rushing at them like a tide. Magnificent, is it not? The beginning stages of the war would be fought by cannon fodder. These creatures did not possess much strength, and Fendix's expression did not even change. Magnificent indeed. Leylin could not help but say lightly as he looked beyond the wall. There were hundreds of thousands of darkness creatures down below. He had not expected so many darkness creatures to be here. And this number was only that of those in the area. The total number of darkness creatures in all the armies was definitely astronomical. Darkness creatures, human beings, and the other species, this land cannot support all of us. Thus, every once in a while, all these races go to war, a female rank 2 magus said softly at the side. Among all the races, war and alliance both have occurred countless times since long ago. This war will have no winners and losers. Only after all groups have used up nearly all their resources, supplies and soldiers, only then, can the war end. Bestowal. Upon hearing that, Leylin turned silent. History showed that, when both sides in a war had equal military strength at all levels, this was indeed the largest possibility. With the lifespan of the Protector of Twilight Zone being at an end, they were actually at a disadvantage. Although the entire race wouldn't be exterminated, the humans would lose large amounts of their territory. Our strategy this time is to rely on using the 3 cities to defend. Every city has 3 rank 2 magi stationed there, as well as a large army. The Protector of the East is on standby, ready to reinforce any of the cities as required. Leylin stroked his chin. The bloodbath here will truly be terrifying. As if tired of waiting, many darkness creatures started an uproar as they charged towards the city's walls. 10,000 horses charged on the field, causing the ground to tremble a little. Fendix's face remained unchanged and he used a secret imprint to pass a message. Engage the first layer of defense. Instantly, many runes appeared on the massive city walls of Dahlin, radiating light that shaped itself into a barrier. Boom. Flames. Tongues of flame shot out, swallowing the darkness creatures nearby. They gradually grew larger, slowly spreading out further. Isn't it a little early to be using fire elemental formations? Leylin cringed his brows. These darkness creatures may not be strong, but there are too many of them. We cannot let them exhaust our strength in numbers with just the first exchange. In addition, we need our troops to have high morale. We still have a lot of magic crystals in reserve and these outermost formations don't consume as many. There's no need to worry. Fendix gazed at the battlefield and explained to Leylin casually. Raging flames burned like a giant torch in the middle of the night, attracting innumerable dark moths to them. Aaron stood at the top of the city, his face pale at the sight before him. The burning corpses had a pungent odor which sent shivers down his spine. After waiting for the fire to burn out, the darkness creatures charged to the base of the walls and were about to enter battle with the city guard. Out of the corner of his eye, Aaron noticed a ferocious beast with sharp claws and fierce, pearly white teeth drooling. Immediately, he looked at the gray ring on the forefinger of his right hand and shouted out within his mind, "Grandpa Merlin. If you don't help me now, I'm definitely dead meat. Fret not. With me here, nothing will happen to you." Merlin's voice sounded inside Aaron's head. This was not Leylin talking to him, but the limited AI. Originally, you could simply have defected and run away, but it's a pity that we are now in the middle of war. If you try to escape, all the magicians in Twilight Zone will be left with no choice but to immediately hunt you down. Merlin seemed to sigh. If this was during times of peace and Aaron had defected and escaped, naturally only the members of his own guild would be hunting him down. But all that changed during war, of course I know this. Aaron panicked. Move 3 steps backwards. Use the secondary energy fireball technique. Aim 50 degrees to the right. Merlin commanded with a cold and stern tone. Aaron's body could not help but obey the voice, and he moved 3 steps backwards, avoiding the claws of a beast. Quack, quack. A huge black crow spiraled downwards and upon seeing Aaron's escape, an almost human glint of regret flashed in its eyes. Damn it, I want to kill you, Aaron said quickly as he paused at each syllable and swung his right hand at the bird. A small fireball cut through the air and struck the crow. Boom. A scarlet-red flame burned the crow to cinders within moments. The creature did not even get to make a sound before it was burnt to a crisp. Just now, that was, Aaron's eyes lost focus. He was certain that his fireball had been aimed nowhere close to the crow. Still, it seemed to have foolishly flown into its path. Foresight. This is something you must learn quickly if you don't wish to die on the battlefield. Merlin said from within the ring. And Aaron looked at the admiration in the eyes of the acolytes surrounding him, and clenched his fist tightly in the dark. I will. A few hours later, the sound of a desolate beast's howl traveled from afar, and like the tide, all the darkness creatures retreated. Fendix nodded his head. It seems like today was just a probe. Let us head back. At this moment, several dark elf knights on their underground winter spiders stood on the mud slope before the horde. Gazing at the scene, one of them nodded. The enemy's 3 rank 2 matriarchs are gathered here. This is where the battle shall occur. Send the signal. One of the knights said a few words to a white carrier pigeon and released the bird immediately after. The white carrier pigeon circled in the air and flew away into the horizon. Night had fallen, and military curfew had made the entirety of Dahlan quiet. Back in that small, moldy room, Merlin was talking to Aaron with assurance. You have already been sent here. No matter what reason you have, escaping your duties is a one-way street to death. There is only one thing you can do now, and that is serve. Accumulate a lot of contribution points, and use them to speed up your advance to a rank 1 magus. Magi all have the power to make their own decisions, which will greatly increase your chances of survival. Although the entire battlefield was full of danger, there was still some hope. At least for the magicians, the War Council had set up a reward system. This allowed one to exchange contribution points for resources. It is difficult for one to rise to power in periods of peace. War, however, produced countless heroes. It was a time when high risk met high reward. Of course, I know this. Aaron thought deeply. But my aptitude and meditation technique. He hesitated. I'm working to fix your aptitude. After yesterday's minor operation, you felt it too, didn't you? Merlin chuckled. The only thing manipulating him now was Leylin, who was free at the moment. It was Leylin himself who had harmed Aaron's aptitude in the past. Now, with the AI chip and the information he had obtained from his time in Nature's Alliance, this sort of minor injury was easy to heal. Hearing this, Aaron's expression relaxed. Ever since Merlin had conducted an operation on him, the pain from his injuries had alleviated, and his aptitude had been restored. However, just this is not enough. Merlin continued explaining, your aptitude is only in the 3rd grade, and this is your limit. Magi who can increase your aptitude have long since gone extinct. Although with your current rank you can force yourself to practice your guild's high-grade meditation technique, it doesn't really suit you. Aaron's face sank. The high-level meditation technique passed down in this guild was Blazing Heart, and it didn't have many requirements. As long as one had affinity for the fire element and possessed an aptitude that was at or above the 3rd rank, they could practice it. But there was a problem here. His primary affinity was not fire, but water. Fire was only a secondary affinity of his. Furthermore, for a magician to practice Blazing Heart, the higher the aptitude the better. His 3rd rank aptitude just barely met the standards. Basically, you have no way of getting recognition and learning the high-level meditation technique from your guild. Merlin concluded. Yeah, so what now? Aaron's eyes were tinted by dejection. Ha ha ha. At this time, Merlin laughed out loud and said, have you forgotten? I, Merlin, am a legendary magus. How would I not have high-grade meditation techniques of my own? I will bestow upon you a complete high-grade meditation technique. Furthermore, it has the frightening ability of allowing you to peer into the future. If you can predict the future, you can control everything. Merlin's voice was full of confidence. Foresee the future, control the future. Aaron's breathing grew heavier. That's right. This meditation technique is called Sacred Flame. In Dahlan City, Leylin's bedroom was vastly different from Aaron's. The gold-plated floor, the soft, silk brocade quilt, huge crystal chandeliers and gold and silver plates holding many fruits. Comparing Aaron's room to this place was like comparing a beggar's shack to a grand palace. Few acolytes can resist the temptation of a high-grade meditation technique, Leylin sighed. With his connection, he could tell that Aaron had begun using this new technique, and he let out a soft gasp. Although the AI chip had repaired Sacred Flame and eliminated its side effects, Leylin was still cautious of it. The soul was a huge mystery. While Leylin had previously assumed that his research into spirits was profound, after being at the mercy of a ghost, he had realized how ridiculous his thoughts were. The amount of research he had done in the field of spirits was negligible. He had realized he was like a frog in a well, and completely abandoned any previous notions he had about the depth of his research. Even more so, regarding the high-grade meditation technique Sacred Flame, he wished only to admire and respect it from afar. Although he thirsted for the power of destiny, he did not want to devolve into a schizophrenic madman. Thus, it was necessary to collect data through live tests, which was what he had put into motion. Leylin had a blank expression on his face, full of indifference. His gaze pierced through a veil of light and stared into the future. The next day, the darkness creatures besieged the city as usual with their cannon fodder. Boom! A fireball was shot and turned a huge black bear into a torch. Aaron calmly retracted his hand. Uncaring of the increasingly reverent looks of the acolytes around him, he walked to the side and began meditating to restore his spiritual force. How does the new meditation technique feel? Merlin and Aaron were conversing inside his head. Aaron had previously only practiced in a simplified meditation technique. Even Leylin felt unfathomable that the transition was this smooth. And after practicing the Sacred Flame, Aaron's aura had faintly changed. 10 years in a flash, I feel great. Be it restoring my spiritual force or during cultivation, high-grade meditation techniques or leagues beyond the simplified versions, Aaron told Merlin as he stood up. But what about the aura that I'm giving off? If any of the guild members find me, I'll definitely be caught and interrogated. Haha, don't worry. This magic ring that I've smelted can conceal your aura and create artificial fluctuations in your spiritual force. With your current strength, even an official magus won't be able to discover you. Merlin was very confident. Really? Aaron's eyes brightened. Of course, don't you know who I am? Furthermore, this is a magical artifact. A magical artifact. Do you know what that means? You're far too weak, right now, or else you'd be able to display more of its power. Not really, but I've heard about them before. Aaron scratched his head. What do I do next? Keep killing our enemies and accumulate merit points. I took a look at the reward list yesterday, and the potion there that can suppress your spiritual force will be of use. You absolutely must get that. I understand. Aaron clenched his fist tightly, eyes showing his resolution. That lowly woman and the Botelli family, I'll be back. 2 months passed by. Outside the walls of Leylin, the war raged on. Numerous armies of dark elves had stationed themselves across from the city, their camps stretching out along tens of miles. Several golden tents stood at the center of their army camp, the aura within enough to cause even Leylin to furrow his brows. Under organized command, the battle power of the darkness creatures and elves had risen by several levels. Leylin City was embroiled in intense battle, with the weakest rung suffering the most casualty. However, there was a steady supply of cannon fodder from the eastern region which allowed them to hold on. Under such high pressure, the atmosphere in Leylin City grew increasingly heavy. A sense of an impending crisis enveloped everyone's hearts. Aaron was now a little famous, the limelight finding him after he beat up a few acolytes who had been sent to make trouble for him. Given that Magi valued strength more than anything else, his residence had now been shifted. This one was bright, clean, and much larger than before. Aaron was currently sitting on a blue-striped bedsheet with beads of sweat rolling down his face. Leylin, in the meantime, was monitoring his actions from within the black ring. This was the first time he was using the unique spiritual force born from his new meditation technique, Sacred Flame, to explore the tides of destiny. Leylin paid close attention to this and ordered the AI chip to periodically collect data and accumulate information in his database. The Sacred Flame Aaron trained in was obviously not the one which the AI chip had perfected. This version had been modified by Leylin using the chip, and many manipulative portions had been added in. It's here. Leylin laughed, and black undulations filled his eyes. Immediately after, the visions were intercepted by the ring. Above the city, Aaron rose his arms and shot out a fireball, causing a huge wild boar to roll down, while a grin appeared on his face. But at this moment, an anomaly occurred. A large black monkey jumped out of the retreating horde. It had 3 eyes, and the center one shot out a red beam. The monkey itself exploded forth with a power that equaled an official magus. Without any time to dodge, Aaron was blasted into smithereens. Such scenes flashed across Leylin's eyes but were rather blurry and unordered. So that's how it is. At this rate, Aaron will die in the siege 3 days later. Leylin touched his chin. Information from the meditation technique has been intercepted. Allow transmission. The AI chip's robotic voice intoned. Yes. The moment Leylin spoke, Aaron's body trembled on the bed, his 2 eyes losing focus and rolling back as if he had seen something terrifying. Leylin's had implemented backdoor changes to the sacred flame. By coupling these changes with the limited AI in the ring, any premonitions Aaron had would be intercepted and first seen by Leylin. Only with his approval would these scenes from the future enter Aaron's mind. Besides interception, Leylin could modify these bits of vision at will. In other words, Aaron only saw what Leylin had wanted him to see. After all, it was better to be cautious towards acolytes whose training in this allowed them to see the future. If not, what was he to do if they got a hold of his plans through their prophecies? Of course, Aaron did not have a strong cultivation in this technique yet. He was only capable of prophesying events at the ability of a level 1 acolyte, which kept him from being able to sense anything about Leylin. Even if he advanced to become an official magus, with Leylin intercepting first, he would not sense anything. To become cognizant of the interception, he needed to, at the very least, equal Leylin in power. This meant he could not predict Leylin's actions and prepare against them until he was promoted to a rank 2 magus. Unfortunately, Leylin would not give him the opportunity to do so. Although the AI chip could not upgrade Sacred Flame past rank 3, at least it's no longer restricted to only females. Leylin touched his chin. There aren't enough guinea pigs yet. He turned around and glanced at the colorful necklace and incomplete notebook on the table. These were at most special magical objects. He only called them magic artifacts to fool acolytes like Aaron. But it was enough. On the battlefield, one cannot control their own life nor death. If I put out this bait, they'll have to bite no matter how suspicious they are. Leylin beamed confidently. As for why he had not bought slaves or chosen people from nature's alliance, it would be too obvious that he was the mastermind, which was not conducive to Leylin's plans. Meanwhile, Aaron was scared stupid by the prediction. Ha! I'll die 3 days later, at the hands of a darkness creature with the strength of an official magus, he huffed roughly. He had visibly paled and was trembling in the aftermath of that premonition. What are you afraid of? This is just a possibility in the river of destiny. I've already predicted my death tens of times, but haven't I gotten through alive and well? Merlin appeared, looking disdainful. Yes, yes. The light in Aaron's eyes brightened. He now knew the many benefits of being able to make use of the power of destiny. What should we do now? Aaron began to ponder enthusiastically. It's simple. Just apply to leave this region or pretend you're injured and hide for these few days. Merlin seemed to be very experienced in this. The Dark Elves' offensive was not limited to just the eastern region of Twilight Zone. The northern region had also suffered the charge of the Dark Elves. City after city fell until a few rank 2 magi struck out, finally stabilizing the situation. Still, they had been able to push the battlefront inwards by a few hundred meters. They had even dispatched elite underground winter spider knights who seemed to be scouts sent for reconnaissance. The eastern region was comparatively quiet. The tripartite defense of Dallin, Wakeshire, and Sador, with the continuous supply of troops, maintained an uneasy stalemate. Even so, capitalizing on the endless darkness creatures as cannon fodder, the Dark Elves had caused many injuries to the Magi defending the posts. It was a given that numerous acolytes would die, but even some official Magi had fallen. As for regular soldiers and knights, too many of them were lost to even count. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. Leylin had been relieved a few times and periodically returned to nature's alliance. In this period of time, however, he kept a low profile and seldom did anything flashy. Hence, he did not have a large reputation. Only he knew how much he had improved during this period of time. Leylin, I've received the heart of the earthen fiend. There are 50 here, and I've sent them to your lab. A rune lit up and transmitted Fendix's voice. Thanks a lot. I'll get in touch with you later. Leylin answered delightfully. I've finally gotten it. Now all the requirements have been met. He hurried to the laboratory, where a magus dressed in black robes was waiting for him. The man respectfully bowed his head, saying, "This is the heart of the earthen fiend that Lord Fendix wanted me to pass on to you. Please sign here to show that you received it." Leylin nodded and took the ingredients. After checking every single one, he nodded in satisfaction. He waved his arm over the piece of parchment the magus in black robes proffered, and a black snake imprint formed immediately. Seeing this, the magus bowed and respectfully left. Leylin entered his laboratory and activated spell formations for isolation and defense. A layer of various lit runes began to circulate outside. With all the ingredients here, I can finally attempt to brew potions. Smiling, Leylin looked at his stats. Leylin Farlier. Rank 2 Warlock, Bloodline, Giant Chemoian Serpent. Strength, 21.1, Agility, 14.4, Vitality, 29.9, Spiritual Force, 127.9, Magic Power, 127. Magic power is in synchronization with spiritual force. He had spent every day of the past 10 years training in his high-grade meditation technique, slowly tempering his spiritual force. Over the course of his training of Chemoian's pupil, he began to feel that the issue of irritability that was caused by his premature advancement was slowly corrected. Given the quick pace of his advancement last time, an unstable foundation was only to be expected. However, all of that was made up for in the past 10 years. Giant Serpent's Breath Potion. 10 years was a long time. In this period, besides training in his meditation technique, Leylin constantly absorbed more information regarding Twilight Zone to supplement his AI chips database. Given that he was already a rank 2 magus, he was respected everywhere. To his benefit, most guilds simply gave up all the information they had to him. In addition, he'd exchanged his contribution points for large amounts of the best research in Twilight Zone. This new research synergized perfectly with the data he had already stored from the South Coast. AI chip. Begin experimentation on brewing the Giant Serpent's Breath potion. Leylin's eyes flashed as he commanded. Immediately after, with a pad of his spatial pouch, all sorts of ingredients filled the table. The Giant Serpent's Breath potion was an unexpected gain from the storage of a small-scale guild in Twilight Zone. It was originally an incomplete recipe for an ancient spiritual force potion. It was originally not named such, but Leylin and the AI chip had modified to suit warlocks in general, and his own giant Chemoian serpent bloodline in particular. Thus, it had been renamed after all the changes. In other words, he had adjusted the foundations of the ancient formula to suit his individual needs. After he'd advanced to become a rank 2 warlock, all the previous ancient potions he had gathered, such as the Tears of Mary, were now useless to him. On the other hand, this giant serpent's breath was the fruit of 10 years of laborious research. It was a potion capable of increasing the spiritual force of warlocks. Pitifully, Leylin had been unable to find a substitute for the heart of the earthen fiend until now, and he was not able to proceed any further. Training in ancient high-grade meditation techniques was about relentless effort which would eventually pay off. Time was of the essence. But at this point, the improvement in Leylin's spiritual force had begun to slow down. This was common when cultivating using high-grade meditation techniques. The farther one went, the more difficult it was to advance. Sadly, the increasing intensity of the war, as well as the deaths of several official magi had left Leylin feeling a rising urgency. The heart of the earthen fiend came at the right time. After 10 years of hard work, all the hidden damage to Leylin's body had been healed. He could now continue to advance his strength using potions. This was obviously a good thing for him. But that was not all. Leylin shut his eyes and took over Merlin's role in Aaron's ring. Aaron was now 10 years older, but due to the unique ability of Magi, he still looked rather young on the outside. Finally, I'm finally back. Aaron stroked a road sign, looking emotional. This was where the headquarters of his guild was located. Seeing the unchanged architecture, Aaron felt like nothing had changed. Ha, Aaron, are you not dead yet? Weren't you at Dahlin City? Why are you back? Did you desert your position? A young magician with an aquiline nose said with an incredulous look on his face. Immediately, large numbers of acolytes came out of their rooms, following behind a young man, as if grouping around a revered leader. Behind him was a young woman who was glancing at Aaron with a complicated expression. The magician at the center was dressed in luxurious robes. Although he only had the energy fluctuations of a level 3 acolyte, he wore quite a few magic artifacts. Aaron, he furrowed his brows, and then looked at the woman behind him. Is this that Aaron? Yes. The young woman nodded and grabbed the young man's hand, but I no longer have any relationship with him. I was the one to suggest that he go to Dahlin. Did you forget that? Ah, yes, that did happen. The young noble patted his head. Aaron, who was watching this, looked increasingly gloomy. I don't care how you came back. Just remember this, she's mine. Behave, or else, the young man yawned, bored. Waving Aaron away just as one would a beggar, he prepared to leave. The surrounding acolytes all snickered, matching his actions. Hee hee, what a great show. Aaron suddenly lifted his head, and the spiritual force of an official magus suddenly burst out of his body, sweeping across the area. Many of the acolytes were paralyzed and fell to the ground, not even daring to move. Ah, An official magus. The young noble's expression changed, while the facial muscles of the woman twitched. She had never imagined that the trash she'd abandoned would one day come this far. Her regret lasted only a moment before it morphed into fear and resentment. Destroy him. Destroy him. She may feel betrayal and resentment now, but such was the truth. The young woman's expression distorted further. Which magus has arrived? Shoo. A black figure flashed, and all of a sudden, a white-haired old man appeared. Mentor, I'm back. Aaron bowed towards this old man. Ah, you're Aaron. The old man rubbed his eyes, thinking he had seen an illusion. A few hours later, in the old man's office. Haha, this is great. Not only have you regained your innate talent, you've also used the simplified version of Blazing Heart to advance into an official magus, and even accumulated enough merits points to return. The old man's face was flushed red, and it was evident that he had communicated with the people at Leylin. While Aaron accompanied him in his laughter, he was sneering deep inside. Information about him was not a secret. If his mentor had been keeping tabs on him, then he would long since have found out. This display meant that this mentor of his had assumed he would die at Leylin and had long since given up on him. However, he was an adult who had experienced a decade in the war zone. He had long since grown adept at hiding his inner emotions. Mentor, I would like to apply for access to train in Blazing Heart, as well as the treatment that official magi in the guild have. Aaron spoke indifferently. Ah, that's right. You should train in that since the simplified version is useless after you become an official magus. The old magus nodded. As long as you pass the test to confirm your meditation technique, everything you request will be granted. Aaron touched the black ring on his finger and laughed nonchalantly. Techniques to check for the aura of a meditation technique were invented by these guilds to screen traitors and spies. Deep down, he was communicating with Merlin. Grandpa Merlin, why do we have to ask for Blazing Heart? Over the past 10 years, as Merlin saved Aaron's life multiple times and taught him a lot, the two had grown very close. Even if you train in Sacred Flame, you'll still need to put up a front. Merlin appeared in Aaron's mind in the form of an old wise man as he slowly explained the situation. You were initially a worthless acolyte without a high-grade meditation technique. If you didn't gain a guild's high-grade meditation technique as a front, how else would you explain your advancement from now? Also, don't forget the guild's resources. I have a magic artifacts blueprint for you. If you can craft it, it will definitely increase your strength by a huge margin. What magic artifact? Merlin's words piqued Aaron's curiosity. Meteor Sword, a high-grade magic artifact. Although I still have the designs of more powerful artifacts, they're all too much for you right now, Merlin said nonchalantly. Aaron nodded. With his current strength as an official magus, it was practically impossible for him to make magic artifacts. Only rank 2 magi had the opportunity to have a high-grade magic artifact, and for him to get one this early was already very lucky. I have to help find Grandpa Merlin's other fragments sooner. Aaron was currently feeling extremely proud of his achievements. Beep. Recorded the high-grade meditation technique, Blazing Flame. Saving into high-grade meditation technique database. A few days later, the AI chip prompted thus. Aaron had received the high-grade meditation technique, which meant that Leylin got it as well. Although Leylin salivated over the power of destiny, the high-grade meditation techniques of other guilds still attracted him greatly. Other than to keep away unwanted suspicions, this was another reason he didn't use his own acolytes for this experiment. As a bonus, Leylin was now bringing into reality the sword he had designed. Meteor Sword was a warlock-exclusive weapon he had designed for himself. He had drawn inspiration for it from Rays of Dawn, the middle-grade magic artifact of the South Coast. He had spent much time and effort on it, and it could be said that most of the time he had spent in Potter Town had been dedicated to this experiment. However, the materials for this warlock-exclusive weapon were far too hard to find. Even Leylin did not possess all of them. Hence, he intentionally disseminated the blueprint parts to his apprentices, learning Sacred Flame, using them to gather the materials. Their ability to see the future gave them a high success rate at this. I also lack some raw materials for my potions. I can get them to look for those as well. Leylin touched his chin and had an idea. The seeds he had planted were now beginning to bear fruit. Through distributing numerous grandpas, he had picked out a few talented acolytes and taught them the modified version of Sacred Flame. He was now gathering all the information from their foresight without being anywhere near them. After collating all the information, Leylin managed to roughly discern what the future held. He had even seen himself in some of the acolytes' predictions. Of course, these scenes were all intercepted, so the acolytes were unable to receive them. Suddenly, Leylin's brows furrowed. He saw a scene in front of him. A blonde female acolyte's eyes were rolling back, her body trembling uncontrollably. Scattered images were sent to Leylin. Longbottom strikes in the many scattered images, there was also a figure that Leylin was extremely familiar with. Balin. A smile crept upon his lips. Are you sure it's here? Balin asked, swallowing hard. The pitch-black hole in front of him seemed like the mouth of some weird creature. The aura on his body rose rapidly, nearly exceeding the limits of a regular human. We dark elves get all our underground winter spiders from this hallowed place. It is where the underground winter spider emperor lives. Do you really think I'd risk my life to bring you here if I wasn't sure? Memphis rolled his eyes. As long as you can kill or dominate it, the underground winter spider knights would immediately fall apart, and this war might just end, he said with a sigh. How powerful is that underground winter spider emperor? Balin felt uncomfortable looking at the hole as if he had been laid bare before someone's eyes. At least rank 2. Memphis waved his arms, but luckily, it's deep in slumber right now, and won't notice you. I can't help, though, he added, any dark elves who've signed contracts with underground winter spiders will wake it up as soon as they enter the vicinity. Not all ancient creatures were at the Morning Star realm. Morning Star magi were considered formidable even in ancient times, so how could such strong creatures be common? Balin and Memphis had a very simple plan. They would either kill the underground winter spider emperor or force it to submit, a move so drastic which would cause enough damage to the dark elves, military that they would be forced to withdraw. Fine, Balin huffed. He turned and said, I'm ready. Come. In front of him was a bizarre lump of meatball that looked like a huge poached egg. What was even more terrifying was the presence of dozens of eyes on the thing, all open and staring at Balin without blinking. How many times must I tell you? Even if you received my owner's inheritance and advanced to become a rank 1 magus, the current you are far from an opponent for rank 2 magi. Leave alone you, even with me joining the fray, we won't survive this encounter. The lump said, blinking. It had the delicate voice of a child. That was an order. Balin's expression darkened. All right, whatever. I finally find a new owner, and he turns out to be an idiot. The egg-like creature shook its head. With the order given, it shot over to Balin's body, extending countless meaty feelers that fused with him. Balin grew much larger than before as the meat solidified and formed a dull red armor patterned with tens of eyes, something that made it seem very mysterious. The moment the armor formed, Balin's aura broke through the limits of humans, stabilizing at the strength of an official magus. This map and amulet have been passed down from generation to generation. I wish you luck in this venture. Memphis sincerely blessed him. Thank you. Balin answered, a pair of metallic large red wings spreading behind him before he charged into the hole. The journey to escort Memphis back home had been arduous. Balin, Jenny, and the dark elf faced danger after danger, all while being hunted down by people from both sides. Fortunately, they had managed to survive the ordeal and infiltrate the Dark Elven Empire, getting him to a safe area. In addition, Balin had acquired a unique inheritance which had led him along the path of a bio-booster, a branch of ancient magi. After gaining this inheritance, Balin's progress soared, until he became an official magus. With the bio-boosting armor that he had obtained and inherited as well, his strength was beyond that of a regular official magus. The moment he jumped into the hole, he suddenly felt as if the coin he hung around his neck heated up. In the laboratory, Leylin glanced at the golden crystal in his hands. Golden liquid now occupied more than half the volume within and appeared to be glittering splendidly. As expected of the child of destiny. This rate of improvement is something even I might not be able to match. Leylin sighed. Back then, he had tested Balin for his aptitude, but it had appeared to be meager. It was basically impossible for him to advance to be an official magus. In addition, Leylin was only teaching him out of curiosity and playfulness, and would naturally not impart knowledge only magi were privy to. Now though, destiny had played its hand. Balin's strength was growing boundlessly, to the point that he could now affect the results of the war. In ancient times, the spread of ideas between different worlds, as well as the creativity and tolerance of ancient magi, had led to the formation of many different branches. Some examples were bloodline warlocks, elemental bards, branded swordsmen, steel knights, and even the recently rediscovered bio-boosters. Leylin recalled the information he had recently found from an ancient volume about bio-boosters. These ancient magi were extremely strange and required their inheritors to have the aptitude to become both knights and magi. In addition, they had to have bio-boosting armor. After obtaining the armor, a bio-booster's strength would rise sharply, and after fusing, the armor would automatically change the body of the host. This strengthened them continuously. In addition, this armor could be inherited. The moment a bio-booster gained the armor left behind by a higher-ranked bio-booster, they would immediately gain more strength. In Leylin's eyes, Balin was quite suited to become a bio-booster. Destiny, Leylin sniggered and left the laboratory. Fendix, thank you for the hearts of earth and fiends. I'll make it up to you for whatever I haven't paid you. Holding a cup of coffee, Leylin chatted with Magus Fendix, who was in front of him. These are all small matters. You don't need to be so polite. Fendix laughed but did not reject him. Magi were quite clear about this. I just came out from the laboratory. How is the situation with the war? Leylin asked after some small talk. It's still the same. The tripartite defense is barely holding off the matriarchs. All our manpower is being whittled away. Fendix's expression showed his excitement. Quite a few darkness creatures have been eliminated. The regions we've given up already are enough for them to proliferate, so they've begun to show signs of retreat. All sorts of voices are already sounding among the inner circles of the Dark Elves. Although the matriarchs are currently suppressing them, they, too, have to worry about the repercussions of such an act. Leylin nodded. He knew that there were dissenting voices among the Dark Elves, and then there were Balin's actions as well. I reckon that if there aren't any large changes, this war will end within 5 years. Fendix seemed to heave a sigh of relief. This conclusion was about the same as what Leylin had come up with, and he nodded as well. Bang! The door to the parlor was suddenly pushed open, and a female rank 2 magus entered, looking grim. Some things happened in the north. A while earlier, Potty City was the center of the North's defense. The human armies, backed by numerous magi, confronted the coalition of darkness creatures and dark elves at that location. A young magus passed through a long paved pathway and arrived before a golden door. Magus Longbottom, is anything wrong? The 2 magi at the golden door asked. I have something pressing to report. Please let me see Lord Yade. Longbottom looked to be in a hurry. Something pressing to report. Fine. We'll pass on the message. The 2 magi exchanged a glance, and one of them immediately ran inside. A moment later, the magus returned and nodded. Lord Yade is willing to see you. Longbottom immediately entered through the door. Behind the golden door was a large room, with a milky white radiance around it. A magus that looked very youthful wore a loose and comfortable robe and was sitting behind a large writing table. Longbottom greets the great protector of the north. Longbottom respectfully greeted while half kneeling. It's little Longbottom. What's wrong? An aged voice was produced from the young man's mouth. I found a small group of dark elves while on patrol. I discovered this after the fight. Longbottom respectfully held a black scroll above his head. A streak of blue light flashed, and it scanned the scroll up and down. No abnormal energy reactions. Level of danger, 0. A gentle female voice sounded, and Longbottom trembled. He knew this was the voice of a spirit genie. Let me see. With a wave of the young man's arm, the scroll in Longbottom's arms flew to the table and was unfurled. Something that looked like a map appeared in front of the young man's eyes, with all sorts of red markings appearing all over it. Oh, this is. Magus Yade began to look grim, his body automatically leaning forward. Suddenly, the situation changed. A translucent black seed appeared from the map and turned into a ray of light, entering Yade's forehead. A parasitic seed. Yade was enraged. Right after that, large amounts of black tendrils and vines wrapped up his body, sealing him within. Warning! Warning! Intruder! The spirit genie's voice became frigid. Powerful magical rays formed from a powerful spell illuminated the room. I've been waiting for this. A fiendish smile appeared on Longbottom's face, and he waved. A black ray traveled by Magus Yade and destroyed the oil painting behind him, revealing a complicated spell formation. Revolution, the core of the spirit genie. Longbottom sighed slightly, unhesitatingly releasing a shockwave to destroy the spell formation. TSS. Instantly, the spirit genie's voice faded, and Potty City immediately grew chaotic. Rumble. As if long since prepared, the opposing dark elves and beast wave unleashed their most ferocious barrage of attacks. While the magi were engrossed in battle, the defensive spell formation that had lost its spirit genie sputtered out. What are you doing? Two magi immediately rushed out. Life absorption. Longbottom's expression remained unchanged as he waved his hands. A few green beams flashed on the two, and they began to age visibly. Their life force was rapidly depleting. Begin localization. Longbottom took a glance at Yade, who was still sealed, and produced some materials and began setting something up. Rumble. Minutes later, with the guidance of a spell formation that glowed purple, 8 large spider legs pierced through, tearing the ceiling apart. On top of the giant spider that entered was a completely naked girl. This girl had a slight smile on her face, her skin pale and ears pointy. She radiated a captivating charm. Greetings, matriarch. Longbottom immediately bowed. Well done, Longbottom. The young girl giggled, causing Longbottom's heart to leap. Though you've wasted a portion of a precious earthen fetal membrane, it's still not a bad result to be able to deal with a clone of your opponent. After all, that person's a peak rank 2 existence. The young girl spoke slowly. Just her voice was enough for his heart to be inflamed with desire. Rank 2 magi were powerhouses in their own right. If one was prepared, even the dark elves, matriarchs would find them difficult to deal with. Additionally, there were bloodline detection spell formations scattered throughout Potty City. Any dark creature that entered would immediately be discovered. But Longbottom was different. He was a pure human, and what more a magus. Though he was a wandering magus, he had some achievements and was well received. Earthen fetal membrane was a top-class treasure of the Dark Elven Empire used to conceal one's aura. Only when all sorts of conditions were favorable to him could he make use of the parasitic seed. This had made Longbottom very proud of himself, but her words had surprised him greatly. Clone. Yes. Aren't you going to come out? The girl giggled while speaking at the air beside her. Shoo shoo. 2 pure white arrows of light shattered the tendrils, revealing a hazy human figure. This figure transformed into a long line and shot out, entering another figure that had just appeared. This is the real body of Protector Yade. Longbottom stared at the figure overhead that looked exactly the same as the one before, his fists tightly clenched. I didn't expect Her Majesty, the Empress, to come personally. Yade, who was floating in midair, paid no attention to Longbottom, who was on the ground. His eyes were riveted on the young girl before him, gaze tinged with fear. Hee hee, with your clone heavily injured, how much of your strength can you really use? 70%, or 80%, the girl could not stop laughing, while her back tore open. A monster that was a cross between a human and a spider appeared in the air, and a massive darkness drowned out Protector Yade. Not far away in the horizon, magi were stunned to find that, besides the dark elves and the horde of darkness creatures, dwarves and gnomes had joined the battle. Half a day later, an earth-shattering piece of news spread throughout Twilight Zone. Potty City had fallen. The Empress of the Dark Elven Empire had personally acted and killed Protector Yade of the northern region. The dwarven tribes in Gnome Kingdom had also entered the battle, and the entire northern Twilight region fell into enemy hands, entering a reign of terror. Still in Potty City, the master of this region had changed. Squads of elite underground winter spider knights patrolled the streets, and one could occasionally see dwarven warriors and gnome puppeteers passing through. In the great palace hall at the heart of the city, the Empress summoned Longbottom in. You did very well this time, Longbottom. The girl spoke from the bottom of her heart. If not for him plotting against their opponent's clone, she could not have killed him as easily. It is my honor to be able to serve the Empress. Longbottom gazed at the girl's absolutely beautiful face, seeming enchanted. Now, I need you to travel to the central region and drum up hate against magi. The girl did not seem disgusted by his gaze, instead of wriggling her body to expose more of her skin to the magus before her. Hate against magi. Longbottom could not understand the reasoning behind this. Yes, magi and the nobility all hold large amounts of knowledge and power in their grasp, restricting peasants and regular humans from obtaining them. Animosity, abhorrence, and anguish have been building up through the generations. What we need now is a tipping point, an opportunity for it all to explode into a huge uproar. The girl continued quietly, I need you to go to the central region and cause unrest in the name of a revolution. When the time comes, you can even spread high-grade meditation techniques. Yes, Longbottom answered after a pause. He would cause a rebellion at his enemy's side, and then flank the enemy from both sides. He knew that under the governance of magi, commoners had been living miserably. The magi and nobles enjoyed everything, while the rest had to suffer from day to night. Even then, they might not even get a good meal out of it. Crimes could be pinned on them for offending nobility, or in the worst-case scenario, they would be killed without recourse. It was difficult for commoners to be allowed to grow even if they had the aptitude. Even if they were lucky enough to enter a guild, they would still be discriminated against and even treated as guinea pigs or cannon fodder. Of course, if one only had resentment and no strength, they would only be mercilessly massacred by magi. After all, power was still in the hands of magi. But it was different now. Magi now were confronting a great enemy, and their mental and physical efforts were mostly spent. In addition, there were calls for a rebellion. Sometimes, resounding catchphrase and beautiful promises for the future could attract many hot-blooded teenagers to turn their heads. If they were given some power, it would be a disaster. When that happened, there might be internal strife amongst magi. How many people would die? How much blood would be spilled? Longbottom knew this very well, but he had no thoughts of opposing this, nor any pity. All he had in him was the thrill of taking revenge. Leylin, I'll make you suffer tens and hundreds of times for what you did to me. I promise. Longbottom howled in his heart. If Leylin was here, he would find that this traitor called Longbottom was the little boy, Longbottom, he had played around with in Potter Town. Very good. When you're back, I'll carry out the bloodline changing ceremony. From then on, you'll be part of us dark elves, even in blood. The girl nodded. Many thanks, Empress. Longbottom touched his head to the ground. Longbottom, hearing the rank 2 female magus words, Leylin suddenly had the urge to cry and laugh as well. Though the name might just be a coincidence, I have a feeling that this traitor to our race, Longbottom, is the same person as the one in Potter Town. Leylin sighed ruefully. When he had found out that this boy had left to seek better opportunities, he had not taken it seriously. The chances of success were much too low. Unexpectedly, he had actually succeeded and even become a rank 1 magus. Without proper tools, Leylin could not tell a magus aptitude. Hence, he did not know that Longbottom had the talent to become a magus. But this is interesting. Looks like Potter Town is a place where Twilight Zone's destiny converges. Leylin touched his chin, deep in thought. Potter Town had seemed like a regular little common town and had probably already fallen into enemy hands. However, it was surprising that it had given birth to both Balin and Longbottom, the two darlings of destiny. Balin and Longbottom are like the two sides of a coin. One day, they will meet again, and that day will be when Twilight Zone's power of destiny is most concentrated. Leylin suddenly had a strange premonition. It's quite interesting being able to shape history. Strictly speaking, he had personally created this entire situation. It was in Potter Town where everything began. It made him feel like the destiny of Twilight Zone was in his hands. But this only left Leylin sneering. In that case, let me be the one to end this all. These thoughts merely flashed in his mind, while the other two rank 2 magi's expressions were filled with worry. Now that the entire northern region is gone, we have lost a fifth of our power. Fendix caressed a ring on his hand that had a ruby the size of a pebble, a dark cloud seemingly hanging over him. Not only that, besides the dark elves and horde of darkness creatures, even the dwarves and gnomes have appeared. The female magus smiled wryly. Twilight Zone was a small area, and the subterranean world had all sorts of incredible races. The humans and dark elves were the two largest powers, but one could not underestimate the gnomes and dwarves either. When they joined forces, the humans were definitely in a disadvantageous position. This war could result in genocide. Fendix drew in a deep breath. We need to get the war council and mobilize everything we have. Before that, we need to first deal with the threats outside. A golden ring on Leylin's finger lit up, and he immediately straightened his back. The dark elves are on the offensive once again, and it can be confirmed that they have 3 regiments of elite underground winter spider knights, backed by 3 matriarchs. Those wretched pointy-eared bastards. Fendix got up, furious. Red mist emergency sirens were blaring throughout Dahlan City. Leylin, Fendix, and the others floated across to the front of the city, watching the scene outside. 10 years where life and resources were constantly lost had visibly reduced the numbers of the horde of darkness creatures. The newest reports suggested that the Beast Emperors had already made plans to withdraw their troops and end the war. If not for the fall of the north and interference of the dwarves and gnomes, the war was on track to end in a few years. The current situation was different, however. The humans of the subterranean world were now facing the possibility of extinction. Underground winter spider knights, and their elites. Leylin looked up. 3 regiments of underground winter spider knights' huge spider legs trod the ground silently, their dark elf riders wreathed in exquisite thin armor that looked ornamental. The surface of the armors was composed of intricate patterns. Matched with the handsome faces and lances, they seemed like a royal parade to Leylin. Although these knights seemed extravagant and pretentious, the searing bloodlust they emanated was tangible. This was something only battle-hardened elites with fearless hearts could have. These are the Dark Elven royal family's knights. I didn't expect them to be sent out. Fendix looked grim. Elite underground winter spider knights are slightly more powerful than our grand knights. Those at the level of vice captain and above are even as powerful as official magi. 3 formations of 1,000 each, there are 3,000 here. The female magus inhaled sharply. They're planning to conquer Dahlan City in one go. Leylin sighed lightly. Do we need to act? There's no other way. Fendix smiled wryly, but their matriarchs are sure to obstruct as well, and we have no guarantee that we can win against them. I can already feel the power of the abyss emanating from their bodies. Cities were usually watched over by rank 2 magi. The opposing camp had 3 matriarchs whose mission was to tie down the rank 2 magi of the defending city. If they could not, the 3 rank 2 magi would cooperate to cast a few large-scaled magic spells which would decimate these troops. There's no choice. Let's use it, Leylin suddenly exclaimed. Fendix chanced a glance at Leylin. That's our trump card that we're planning to use in the final battle. This is already the final battle. The female rank 2 magus interrupted before Leylin could answer. I agree. Alright, I'll agree too. Fendix glanced at the large dark elven army and laughed wryly. This truly might be the final battle. With the 3 magi cooperating, a unique order was sent down using secret imprints, and under the lead of the magi, the troops on the ground shifted some special items onto the city walls. They were numerous giant casks. They were like the wooden barrels found in bars to store beer, with firm iron hoops on either side keeping them steady. There were also letters of the Twilight Zone written on them in blood red, indicating danger. Now, let us wait and see. The 3 magi exchanged glances, and then fixed their attention on the fighting. Attack! With the signal from the dark elves at the other side, a large wave of darkness creatures charged towards them. Engage the 3rd layer of defense. Fluorescent light exploded at the walls, revealing unending defensive runes. Large amounts of energy particles brought with them a terrifying destructive power, launching outwards. The darkness creatures charging over were injured by energy particles of multiple elements, covering their bodies with wounds. It resulted in a rain of flesh and blood. A few of the more powerful ones dodged the attack. They climbed up on the carcasses of their comrades and clashed with the soldiers and magi on the walls. In a moment, blood and fire exploded. The magi and knights on the walls bellowed, and all sorts of spells and energy fluctuations were released. Numerous darkness creatures fell from the walls. This scene had repeated often in the past, and each time the dark elves would end up retreating, which ended the fight. Now, however, things seemed to have changed. The horde continued to charge with reddened eyes, unfearing of death. Talk talk talk. Regular explosions sounded. The elite underground winter spider knights seemed to have received an order, as they began to advance. Although they were merely 3,000 strong, they were like a surge of steel flooding over when they acted together. Go! Underground winter spiders with barbs on their legs easily climbed up the city wall like monkeys. For darkness creatures, the city wall was lofty and difficult to reach, but for these underground winter spider knights, they were like a level road. Attack! One of them rushed towards the wall, brandishing the black lance in his hand. Multiple snowy white pointed javelins were sent thrusting like blooming flowers, and a few soldiers in leather armor collapsed, blood splattering everywhere. Amongst them, there was even a knight in heavy armor. In front of the elite underground winter spider knights, regular soldiers and knights could not take on even a single blow, and only grand knights had a chance to win. Secondary energy fireball, vine winding, icy pearl. The magicians waiting on top of the city walls immediately acted, and the knights who had just rushed up the walls were drowned in the colorful rays of magic spells. Their powerful bodies and mounts that they had always been proud of were torn into pieces by various spells. However, the surviving underground winter spider knights still charged on fearlessly, and many captains and vice captains launched forth with spells of their own, clashing with the magi on the walls. Hands of corrosion. A knight in gleaming armor, riding a larger spider than its peers, called out loudly. Numerous black palms extended from the air and advanced towards the opposing magi. Ah! A level 3 acolyte's face was caught by one of the black hands and immediately wasted away, blood and flesh wearing away. Be careful, he's a vice captain and has the strength of an official magus. A middle-aged magus with white hair spoke in a low voice, his innate defensive spell formation flickering. The situation doesn't look good, Leylin commented, watching the scene below. At this moment, the three magi felt a few bursts of spiritual force aimed at them that equaled their own strengths being released from the enemy camp. If they dared intervene, they would be faced with a terrifying attack by the matriarchs. In a situation where the higher-ranked forces were level, whoever first made the first move would be at a disadvantage. Thankfully, Leylin and the others were not planning on doing so. From the looks of it, though, only rank 2 magi could change the outcome. Let's begin. Leylin spoke lightly, the apathy in his eyes becoming more evident. The command has been sent down. I only hope the matriarchs won't go crazy and fight with us. The ring on Fendix's finger flashed red as he smiled wryly. At this moment, it looked like the official magi on the city walls had received the command. Begin. Activate. They shouted, and all sorts of spells were aimed at the casks, causing them to explode into fragments. Rumble. The wooden boards exploded open, and the red liquid within spilled to the ground. This red liquid was very muddy and looked to be some red wine that had yet to settle. After reaching the ground, it became volatile and created a red mist. In that moment, the top of the city wall was wrapped in red mist. Be careful of the toxic attack. Activate your defensive runes. A dark elf in golden armor ordered. Wang wang. In the twinkling of an eye, multicolored rays rose from the dark elven knight's armors. After being wrapped within this layer of light, the knights charged towards their enemies once again, undaunted. They were very confident in the durability of their bodies, since they were members of a high-energy race. Dark elves might have lower reproductive abilities, but the durability of their bodies far surpassed that of humans. This racial ability extended to the immunity to many toxins. It wasn't as if the humans hadn't considered using poison, but most poisons that were deadly to humans only left dark elves feeling slightly giddy, or gave them a nosebleed. Using poison would only hurt them more, and lead to more city guards dying. Thus, after a few attempts, the humans had given up on this method. Now, however, the situation was slightly different. An underground winter spider knight rushed up the city wall and sent a grand knight flying. Just as he was about to stab his lance into his opponent's heart, he suddenly lost his grip, and the lance fell to the ground. Recalling the short burst of weakness, the knight wondered, what's going on? How did these toxins paralyze me? Didn't I already activate the runes that defend against this? The sudden realization that the red mist had passed through the defensive layer without obstruction alarmed him. It was as if these runes were fake. Large numbers of yellow pustules and blisters erupted all over his skin, bursting as quickly as they had formed. The knight screamed out, miserably. Attack! A ray of light flashed, and the grand knight that had been sent flying grasped this opportunity and brandished the giant steel sword in his hands, slashing it at this dark elf's neck. A line appeared, which soon turned into a fountain of blood. This dark elf's delicate, pale neck was severed, its skull rolling on the ground. Similar events occurred all along the city walls. Even the underground winter spiders weren't spared. Their 8 legs crumbled down and their eyes dimmed, following which they were overrun by stampeding troops. This frightening effectiveness in battle managed to surprise even Fendix, who was hovering in the air. This toxin is truly very strong. If we manage to produce it in large quantities, his eyes beamed with excitement. It isn't as simple as you'd think. Leylin smiled bitterly. I specifically concocted this using plant concentrate based on the anatomy of dark elves. On its own, it isn't a toxin, which is why it can pass through their defensive runes. Once it enters their bodies and begins circulation, it begins to react with their endocrine system. In a matter of moments, the benign gas transforms into neural poison. This is just a petty trick that makes use of a gap in their defenses. Once this battle ends, the Dark Elves will change their runes to protect against this method of attack, which will render it useless in the end. In fact, Leylin based this poison off his own rank 2 spell Toxic Bile. With the help of Nature's Alliance's research, he managed to get the approval of the Joint Conference, which only helped him improve upon it. Even so, Sir Leylin's research on Dark Elves has far surpassed ours. The female magus showed admiration at Leylin's accomplishment despite him downplaying it. That alone showed the level of Leylin's ability in alchemy and the depth of his research on Dark Elves. After this, I'm afraid that even I will have to pay a visit to the Joint Conference to learn from Sir Leylin's works, she said as she broke into a smile. I would gladly welcome any discussion with you. What's more, any fresh thoughts you may have on the subject, Leylin said humbly. This isn't the right time to speak about this, the matriarchs are about to act. She pointed at the Dark Elves. camp across them where the spiritual force was climbing to its peak. They seemed to have become anxious now, and might leap into action at any moment. We should prepare. Fendix took out a short black gentleman's cane. A sparkling diamond, as large as an egg, was embedded into the top. Leylin smiled without saying a word. Nearly 3,000 of their elite underground winter spider knights were fighting in this battle, half of their entire force. It was only to be expected that the turn of the situation had made them anxious. At this moment, darkness energy particles gathered together, and a strong wave from a spell arose from the opposite side. Black torrential rain. A sweet female voice was accompanied by a large amount of water vapor condensing above Dahlin City. This was followed by a storm of endless black raindrops descending upon the city. When the black raindrops and red mist came into contact, an explosion sounded out. They fused into a charred black liquid that dropped to the floor, revealing the underground winter spider knights who were lying on the ground, on the verge of death. Leylin's poison was only powerful against the elite underground winter spider knights. A rank 1 magus could use the energy in their body to resist it. As for matriarchs who were rank 2 existences, it could not affect them in the slightest. Pung, 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 pung. The ground cracked apart, and numerous strands of black hair emerged from the depths. These snake-like hairs wound around those knights who were still alive and pulled them back. In just a moment, the hairs had managed to pull back a dozen miles, bringing the knights to safety. Still, half of the underground winter spider knights had already perished. A few rage-filled voices emerged from the sky above the enemy camp. The black vapors dissipated, revealing the appearances of the 3 dark elf matriarchs. Leylin examined them. These matriarchs all possessed the ravishing beauty intrinsic to dark elves. The revealing clothing made of a leather-like material displayed their voluptuous bodies and their hands were adorned with thorn whips. Yup, they definitely resemble the dominatrixes from my previous world. Leylin thought as he rolled his eyes. At this moment, the opposing 3 matriarchs were already on the verge of exploding into anger, powerful spells taking form in their hands. You guys dared to go against the agreement and take action. Fendix touched the short cane which he was holding and remained stoic. Humans, how dare you use such despicable means to bring harm upon my brave soldiers? I will behead the lot of you and gift them to Her Majesty. The matriarch at the center lashed out in the dark elven language, paying no heed to Fendix's accusation. She wore the most revealing outfit of the 3, and the 2 golden rings at her bosom gave off a sensual vibe. Hee. Since when did the dark elves that are renowned for being sinister and cunning start accusing others of using despicable means? The female magus said with a sneer before Leylin had a chance to speak. Speaking any more is useless. Take action, Leylin exclaimed. Large amounts of black mist appeared, forming a gigantic black snake whose back was filled with patterns. It sucked one of the matriarchs into it. Leylin had grown bored of remaining in this place in spite of the minimal danger and occasional respites. He wanted to end this once and for all so he could head back and further his plans. Begin the counterattack. Fendix sent out via secret imprint as he sneered. Retaliate, retaliate, retaliate. A sea of voices flooded out from within the city walls. The door which had been closed for a long time started to creak open. Numerous knights and magicians rushed out, heading for the Dark Elves' camp. After the previous battle and Leylin's poison, the Dark Elves had suffered a devastating blow that had forced a retreat. It looked like the humans had taken hold of the advantage now. Leylin did not pay much attention to the situation below. After some probing attacks, he had begun to lure one of the matriarchs to a suitable battlefield. A dark elf matriarch had strength comparable to a rank 2 magus, and Leylin could not afford to let his guard down against such a strong opponent. In addition, both the extent and range of destruction brought down by a rank 2 spell far surpassed that of one at rank 1. Thus, his opponent willingly followed him so that they could avoid unnecessary casualties. After all, the 2 armies were in a melee, and any attack would definitely harm both parties. Considering their already low population, the loss would hurt the Dark Elves more than it hurt the humans. In actual fact, looking at the 2 sides engaged in battle, the matriarch was pain-stricken by the loss. Dark Elves took 300 years just to reach adulthood. This made it much more difficult to recoup the loss of their soldiers, and every single member of their army was irreplaceable. On the other hand, humans with their high fertility and short life cycles had no such problems. 1/3 of the elves on this battlefield belonged to this matriarch's army, and among them were her own descendants. Here should be fine. Leylin brought the matriarch to a plain which was not far from Dahlin City. There were a few cities near this plain, but they had all been evacuated long ago. The roads leading to the plain were already covered with weeds, and unnecessary casualties were unlikely to occur here. I am known as Alicia, you are worthy of knowing my name. This matriarch had completely calmed down, as she had to face an existence whose power rivaled her own. Looking at this elf who was dressed in revealing leather, Leon flashed a smile. I am Leylin, Kacha. As he said that, he suddenly shot backwards, dodging a shadow spider. This floating shadow spider had ominous green eyes, and the mouth which had just tried to bite Leylin was now producing a crunching noise. Do all you matriarchs act this shamelessly? Leylin had been stumped by her actions. There is no use for face when up against someone of a different race. Surrender and defect to our side. I'll gift you with my family's bloodline and bestow unimaginable rewards upon you. The matriarch licked her sexy lips and flaunted her voluptuous body, hinting at him subtly. Hee, this kind of seductive energy once again. Leylin shook his head. A large amount of spiritual force chased the energy out. Scorching touch. He scattered a red powder just as he was chanting the spell, and red rays started ripping across the sky and immediately appeared in front of Alicia. The might of the two forces. From the ray made her pale. Aldershkree. Alicia started to chant and a white shield started to hover in front of her. On the surface of the shield was the image of a spider web and flowers. Pung, pung. The scorching rays attacked the shield one by one, and screeching sounded out. Cracks started to emerge on the surface of the shield. Kacha. Under Alicia's stunned gaze, the white shield shattered to pieces and fragments flew in all directions. This shield was smelted from the ore of the mine guarded by the underground winter spider emperor. You shattered it. Alicia's gaze at Leylin was now filled with dread. Could you consider my proposal? You can have all the females in my clan, including me. Sorry. I can't see any sincerity in your words. Silver spiritual force continuously shot out with Leylin's detached reply. He was not a lecher, and the price of betrayal was far too steep when compared to the profits he would obtain. Defeat and assistance. Anyone who betrayed their community for profit would immediately be labeled as unreliable. How, then, would they do well in the opposing camp? Furthermore, Leylin was confident in the humans' ability to defend. Even if the protector of the Eastern Twilight Zone were to perish, and the entirety of it fell into enemy hands, he still believed the humans in the subterranean world were not weak enough to go extinct. As a result, Matriarch Alicia's temptations did not affect Leylin in the slightest. On the contrary, Leylin was eager to fight this rank 2 matriarch. Perfect. The template of a rank 2 magus, as well as the rank 2 spell models the AI chip deduced, can now be tested. Leylin's eyes flashed, which caused Alicia, who was opposite him, to feel cold within her heart. She had a bad premonition. But Leylin would not give the other party a chance, and he swiftly made the first move. Shadow flames. Dark red flames poured into the sky, forming a pillar of raging fire. Shadow flames. Rank 2 spell. Elements. Darkness, fire. Might. 120 degrees, elemental essence conversion added. These were the AI chip's stats on the spell, which had been evolved from the latent fireball that he had previously made. Over the last 10 years, Leylin had obtained the spell model of a powerful rank 2 spell from Nature's Alliance. The guilds that they had consumed had also net him quite a few such models as well. Of course, the Alliance, as a medium-scale guild, had possessed the most outstanding model. Thereafter, during his stay in Dahlin, he had exchanged for many more rank 2 models. By luck, he had even managed to collect 2 damaged rank 3 models, which he had treated like gems and diligently copied down. The AI chip had been tasked with restoring these 2 models. The power of these dark red flames had clearly surpassed that of scorching touch from before. Matriarch Alicia had a solemn face. Suddenly, she took out her whip and cracked it in the air. Pa! The cracking of the whip had compressed the air, producing a sonic boom. Come out! Complex black patterns emerged on Alicia's face, covering the right side of it like a mask. As you wish, my lady. Space seemingly split apart, and a cute spider as white as jade materialized out of thin air. The blood-red lines across its carapace only served to make it look cuter. Hiss! The matriarch let out a hiss, similar to the sound of a spider stridulating. That white jade spider immediately targeted Leylin, its back shooting out large amounts of thread that emitted cold air. The densely packed threads tangled together, forming a white cocoon that surrounded the elf and beast. The AI chip made his vision flash blue, and the details of the white jade spider surfaced immediately. Underground frost spider, a mutation of the underground winter spider. Has an extremely strong ability to mutate. Strength, 35, agility, 16, vitality, 46.9, spiritual force, 27, special abilities. 1. Thread defense. The underground frost spider's threads have the ability of ice, and is the bane of many rank 2 fire-type magi. Stealth. The underground frost spider's shell has abilities to reflect light, allowing it to be concealed with the surroundings. Leylin had never slacked off on feeding the AI chip's database with information after entering Twilight Zone. By now, a large portion of Twilight Zone's special items were already recorded within it. A matriarch with an underground frost spider is a familiar. One that can suppress fire elemental magi. Leylin smiled lightly. What a pity, my shadow flames are mainly composed not of fire, but of darkness. Along with the change in Leylin's intent, the dark red pillar of fire immediately transformed. The red glow at its center quickly faded, being replaced instead by a dark black which took over most of the space. In a moment, the shadow forces occupied most of the pillar. In jest, Leylin grabbed at the air with both hands, and the large pillar swept Alicia's giant white cocoon into itself. Large amounts of white gases appeared on the surface of the white cocoon, moving about in the air. Leylin even heard the blood-curdling sounds of the giant spider. Boom! The large white cocoon suddenly exploded, smashing into the reddish-black flames. From within the white fog, a silhouette surfaced. The matriarch had connected her body directly on top of the underground frost spider, forming a monster that was half human and half spider. It reminded him of his subordinate, Skrill. This look is very compatible with Skrill. Leylin laughed mockingly, but he knew that these two parties were vastly different. Skrill had used his meditation technique to alter his physical appearance, but this matriarch had fused her body with that of her pet, maybe even her soul. Based on strength alone, Skrill could not compare to this elf who was already rank 2 and possessed many techniques that he did not. Disgusting humans. The elf that formed the upper half of this abomination hooted on the spider's back. Ding, ding. The elf held a spider leg that looked like white jade. The long spider leg instantly transformed into a white scimitar. Along the elegant curve of this scimitar were pretty patterns that glowed repeatedly. The blade emitted some white fog, which emanated cold rays. Kill. The voice of the elf transformed into a wave of bright rays that enveloped her, which gradually disappeared into the air. Is she concealing herself now? Leylin stroked his chin and smiled wryly. Although dark elves were quite capable in open combat, they preferred more underhanded tactics. They would make use of their own bodies and beauty to tempt their opponents, or hide away in corners, to launch sneak attacks. However, as a dark magus, Leylin had come across many of these tactics, and employed them himself. He tilted his head and smiled, rooting himself to the spot and narrowing his eyes. A few minutes later, a ray of cold white air quickly slashed across Leylin's body, but was met with the exterior of his body rippling. The body had been a mere phantom. You've fallen into my trap. Leylin materialized in a corner, his body ringed by defensive darkness elemental particles. You were the one who fell into a trap. Alicia laughed softly, as another body shot out explosively from the side, targeting him with his own tactic. Boom! A large white web filled with mucus flew out and trapped Leylin. White sap fell onto him, and the sounds of corrosion rang out as it continuously seeped into his body. So that previous attack was fake. Leylin smiled gently, but his expression did not show any dejection, as if the person trapped was not him. With a flash of white light, Alicia appeared in front of Leylin. Currently, she looked apathetic. She held a white scimitar and was about to directly chop off Leylin's head. However, Leylin's demeanor made her feel uneasy. Boom! As Leylin's head flew upwards, a strange transformation occurred in midair. The head dissipated into a large number of black shadows, condensing many darkness elemental particles to form a cage that bound the matriarch. Rank 2 spell, illusory body, second stage. The surrounding space flashed as Leylin removed the darkness elemental waves concealing his body, appearing in front of Alicia. Closer inspection revealed the sensuality of this matriarch's body, the temptation it induced was shocking. However, Leylin's expression was as cold as ice. A black spear ringed with red flames instantly appeared in his hand. Rank 2 spell, Lance of Corrosion. Go die, Leylin said beneath his breath, the black spear in his hand being launched forward. The space warped where the spear passed, and a strong corrosive force continuously condensed onto its tip. Explode. Upon seeing the terrible force the spear contained, as if able to destroy the very earth, Alicia's face changed instantly. She resolutely chanted a few spells under her breath. Suddenly, the underground frost spider screeched irritably, the blood lines on its body enlarging and dyeing almost its entire body red. Moreover, weirdly, its body swelled up. A ray of white light swiftly separated Alicia and the white spider. Boom. The spear exploded intensely at Alicia's original location. The black chains instantly exploded, which caused the exploded flesh and blood to strike the black spear. Two large energy forces melded and grew denser, causing large distortions to the void. Bam, bam, bam. When the distortions had condensed to a point, it ended off with a violent explosion. Even though the forces collided in midair, the remains of the energy waves they generated headed towards the ground, blasting off layers of stone and soil. The waves swept the area, causing large-scale destruction. Alicia's silhouette flew out of the explosion. However, things did not seem to look good for her lower body dripping with fresh blood. Being caught right in the middle of the explosion, she'd naturally received the brunt of the force it generated. However, she currently did not have time to care about her injuries. Looking over herself restrainedly, she turned into a ray of blood that disappeared into the horizon. Leylin stood where he was silently, and did not give chase. To him, helping the humans retain their lands was just a passing favor. He did not want to kill a rank 2 existence of the opposing party, as he did not desire an animosity that could not be resolved. Of course, some preparations had to be made to expedite the end of the war. Leylin smiled wryly. Having roughly figured out his next course of action, he rushed towards the other two groups. Fendix's opponent was the matriarch who wore the 2 rings on her bosom. This opponent's strength was tyrannical, and she had suppressed Fendix and limited his movements. Fendix ended up constantly on the defensive, which embittered him. Death and insanity, At this moment, Fendix and the dark elven matriarch looked toward the side. Fendix, I'm here to help. Leylin closed in rapidly, his clothes rustling in the strong wind. Umbra's hand. Large numbers of shadows emerged from behind him, and transformed into what looked like a giant hand which obstructed the matriarch. What's your situation? How much magic power do you have left? Leylin glanced at Fendix, who was already slightly pale. Half, and I can release one more. Formidable spell. How about you? Upon seeing Leylin's arrival, Fendix heaved a huge sigh of relief. I've already sent that matriarch away. All that's left is her. Leylin pointed at the matriarch across them. I remember you still have a powerful offensive spell, Violent Thunder Chains, right? I'll keep her occupied. Quick, go and prepare it. All right. Fendix gritted his teeth. Though he had seen through Leylin's intentions, this matriarch was his archenemy. In the past, Duke Fendix, the army's commander and a member of his family, had been killed by this person's army. He could not wait to end her. Besides, they were at war. Killing a matriarch would reward him with an enormous number of merit points. Leylin watched the matriarch, a slight smile creeping onto his face. Minutes later, Fendix roared. A dazzling blue light filled the region, and snakes of electricity began dancing in the air, trapping the opponent within. Innumerable streaks of lightning fell, and a few minutes later all that was left of the matriarch was ash and charcoal falling from the air. The dark elves are withdrawing. Just as Leylin and Fendix had taken care of the situation here, the other rank 2 magus hurried to them. The matriarch who was fighting me seemed to have received some news, and suddenly escaped. I couldn't catch up to her at all. Ah. You killed her. The female magus clapped her hand on her mouth, unable to express her astonishment with words. The dark elves that surrounded Dahlan City retreated quickly. The 3,000 underground winter spider knights that had attacked were a very large power in the eastern region. Many of them had temporarily been transferred over from the other 2 armies. Now, with Leylin's poison facilitating a counterattack, a good number of them had been lost. The siege of Dahlan had ended, and their victory even led to a chain effect. What's more, the death of a rank 2 matriarch had caused Dahlan City to become the heart of the battle. However, Fendix and Leylin did not choose to rest. Instead, riding on this momentum, they led troops in to save the other 2 large cities. After their formidable forces had been weakened considerably, the Dark Elves were pushed back step by step, and were finally chased out of the east. This gave the human race a ray of hope. As for the merit points from killing the matriarch, Since Leylin was intentionally keeping a low profile, all of them ended up in Fendix's hands. He cared little for reputation, and this seemed to be very important to Fendix, as if there was a grudge involved. Hence, he was happy to do him a favor. After all, Fendix had helped him quite a bit previously, and had also promised to make it up to him in the future. We won in the East. That's great. Aaron, who was currently in another city, heard the news. Shockingly, he was dressed in a gray, tattered cloak, and soot covered his entire face. The ring in his hand concealed his energy fluctuations. The whole city was now caught up in a wave of joy. Whether it was nobles, commoners or knights, they darted to the streets the moment they received the news, exhibiting their ecstasy with no inhibitions. The threat of the Dark Elves had loomed over this area for far too long. Hopes had plummeted further when the north was broken through, and the news of whole cities being slaughtered had terrified everyone. The people needed some good news to raise their spirits. The city master's residence had been opened to the public, and he'd even ordered chefs to serve great amounts of oatmeal bread and fruit juice to the public. This may be good news, but it's much too distant from you right now. A white ray of light shot out from the black ring, projecting the image of a wise old man in Aaron's mind. Leave the moment you get it. The Mambo family that governs this city is not something you can take on easily. I know. Aaron nodded seriously, and disappeared into the crowd. Minutes after he left, a small squadron surrounded the area, red flames burning. Among them was the figure of a woman in a pink gown. He was here not long ago. Seal the city. We can't let him escape. The woman exclaimed grimly, and the soldiers immediately dispersed. Soon, the shrill sound of bugles resounded throughout the city. You actually dared to steal my family's most valuable treasure. You will pay for this in flesh and blood. The woman glanced at the area once again, and issued this frightful vow before traveling through the flames. Rumble. A tongue of flame swept up to a height of 5 to 6 meters, and the figure of the woman completely vanished. After a few close shaves, Aaron stealthily left the city and reached a hideout he had previously prepared. This was an underground karst cave. After doing away with all traces of the entrance and activating a defensive spell formation, Aaron finally heaved a sigh of relief and sat on the ground. That was too dangerous. It was only one item. Did they have to chase after me so fervently? Aaron complained, and then glared at Merlin in his mind. Let me make this clear. If it will still be this dangerous to gather materials for the meteor sword in the future, I might have to give up on it. The sword may be a precious high-grade artifact, but it isn't as precious as my life. Don't worry. This teardrop gemstone was the most difficult material to obtain. As long as you have your predictions, the rest are relatively easier to get our hands on. Immediately after, the old geezer looked stern. The teardrop gemstone is a precious treasure of the Mambo family, and it's only natural that it was guarded so tightly. The weakening curses cast on your body are a pain, and I'll need to spend some time analyzing them. For these next 2 months, your strength will be restricted to that of an acolyte. Sigh, but it can't be helped. Aaron sighed, and then thought back to the female magus in the pink gown, his facial muscles twitching. I'm still far too weak. Grandpa Merlin, is there any method to advance in sacred flame quickly? Of course. Merlin stroked his white beard. Although most high-grade meditation techniques become harder to train in the further you train in them, and require many otherworldly materials to allow one to advance, my sacred flame is different. Merlin's voice carried a hint of pride as he delved into his memories. Not only does my sacred flame give you the power to see the future, it can also allow you to advance quickly through the convergence of destiny's powers. In theory, as long as you interfere with destiny as much as possible, you can advance at a terrifying rate. Aaron breathed in sharply, so if I cause havoc in Twilight Zone, doesn't that mean I can rush to becoming a Morning Star Magus? Dream on. Merlin was ruthless as he glanced at Aaron disdainfully. How strong is the power of destiny? Just prodding the river of destiny could cause you to be ground into powder by the inertia of fate. I trained in sacred flame for hundreds of years and still only dared follow in destiny's footsteps, merely speeding up the process. No matter what it is, this can help me increase my strength. I'll do it. Aaron suddenly clenched his fist. He had returned to his guild an official magus. He had also made them pay, to a certain extent, but the result was far from what he had imagined. That young noble who had stolen his fiancée still had a magus family backing him, with an official magus in charge. Aaron could do little more than accept his apology for stealing his bride. After this experience, his thirst for power had become more intense. This was why he was in a hurry to wander around, as well as gather materials to forge the meteor sword. So where is the area where destiny converges? Aaron looked at Grandpa Merlin, eyes full of hope. You'll need to find out yourself. Merlin seemed to be implying something. I have to use sacred flame. Aaron's eyes brightened. That's right. You've been promoted to an official magus, and can therefore take a peek at the real long river of destiny. Merlin gave an amiable smile. I'll take a look now. Aaron impatiently sat down and entered a meditative state. A unique spiritual force emanated from his body, linking with passage of time in the underworld and the rivers of history. Aaron suddenly moved, holding onto his head and crying out miserably. Scattered images, containing the bloodlust and vengeance of spirits flooded his mind. In the central region of Twilight Zone, a young magus in black robes was currently speaking in a basement to an audience of malnourished and sickly teenagers. These teenagers, however, had extremely bright eyes that were almost blazing. Behind the magus, the twisted image of a spider seemed to appear the dark elven empire. A teenager riding on a large underground winter spider cheered excitedly, with a dark elf smiling wryly beside him. These and a few other sporadic fragments appeared in Aaron's mind, making him feel like a brick had been stuffed into it. About half an hour later, Aaron reawakened, but he was breathing roughly. Those two people must be the ones around which the powers of destiny converge. He sounded resolute. As long as I'm by their side and gain their trust, I can affect the children of destiny and accelerate the progress of sacred flame. When the time comes, you will all die. Ha ha. Aaron began to laugh madly, a faint trace of insanity in his expression. Invitation from the central region. The war had ended. Leylin, who had returned from the battlefield, was now leisurely drinking some coffee. With a thought, he accepted the scenes that the AI chip transmitted to him. Balin truly is Twilight Zone's child of destiny, but Longbottom is really surprising me. Leylin stroked his chin, watching Longbottom, who was currently spouting resentment. Using a revolution to cobble together an army, gathering wandering magi who are unsatisfied with the rule of the guilds, and passing high-grade meditation techniques to common acolytes. Ingenious. Even he had to appreciate Longbottom's methods. The magus world had never been a fair place, but the immense strength of magi had meant that nobody could overthrow them. To cause trouble in the magus world, it was necessary to incite disharmony within their ranks. It looked like Longbottom was doing well. He was even bringing about a revolution. Perhaps this happened in the South Coast's past as well, causing the power of guilds to wane and letting academies take their place. Leylin made a sudden association. However, the first of the revolutionaries would not be able to find peace, as the conservative factions would attack them, giving them a horrible death. This was why Leylin had no intention of introducing the system of academies to Twilight Zone and had instead kept a low profile and assimilated into their culture. It looks like Balin and Longbottom are like two sides of a coin. Both are the children of destiny for this era. However, one is a hero, while the other is a rebel. Leylin picked up the cup of coffee on the table and took a sip. Sometimes, rebels were merely heroes who failed in their conquests. If Longbottom's revolutionary efforts succeeded, then he would be immortalized as a model in the magus world, extensively praised and recorded down in magus history. If, instead, Longbottom was bested by Balin, he would go down in the books as a rebel, a traitor who had betrayed mankind, forever shamed by history. The final decisive battle will definitely be between these two. Before that, the force of destiny will quickly increase their power, even if it might not be beneficial to them in the long run. Leylin was very clear about the path a child of destiny could take. While they were making their mark on the world, they could obtain an inheritance just by wandering around. By going into a random danger zone, there could be a grandpa giving out techniques, allowing them to advance quickly, and thereby causing many geniuses to be so ashamed of themselves that they committed suicide. Longbottom seems to have gained a bloodline, and Balin is even better off. Not only has he even found the path to becoming a bio booster, which suits him best, he has even subdued the underground winter spider emperor, which is a creature with a might similar to a rank 2 magus. Leylin, who had seen much in the world, could naturally judge their general strength through these scenes. The unexpected luck they had caused even Leylin to envy them. At the same time, he had been frightened slightly. If I had continued with him, wouldn't I have been played by destiny and become the grandpa handing out techniques? Leylin looked grim. Balin had actually gotten some benefits from him. Although he had been affected by his emotional instability as a warlock, one could not deny the hand of destiny in this matter. After all, destiny was not created out of anywhere. It needed a form of catalyst, which would infinitely increase the probability of it appearing. For instance, Leylin could have chosen to craft potions instead of taking in a disciple to while time away, but he had instead chosen to teach Balin the ways of knights. Out of everyone in Potter Town, he had settled on Balin. How much probability and luck was involved? Since you want to play, let's have a good time. Leylin raised his cup and sent a challenge out to the skies. Beep. Based on scans by the limited AI, slight instability has been detected in target Aaron. The target seems to be in the early stages of mental breakdown. Immediate adoption of countermeasures suggested. At this moment, the AI chip prompted, and an image of Aaron going crazy was projected in front of Leylin's eyes. Looks like things are getting quite troublesome. Although the effects when training as an acolyte were removed in this new version of Scarlet Flame, the effects don't seem sustainable for those who advance to become magi. Leylin's expression darkened. This was why he had not trained in Sacred Flame. Not only did he already have Kemoyan's pupil, he feared the side effects brought about by training in the technique. The spirit had far too many secrets. Even with the unworldly calculative ability of the AI chip, it was still not able to analyze the mysteries of the spirit. AI chip, gather stats from Aaron's current condition, and modify Sacred Flame again. Also, check on the other guinea pigs. Leylin commanded. Immediately after, the images of 2 other people were projected before Leylin. He had not limited himself to forging the ring. His counterfeit grandpas had been passed on in secret during these past 10 years, disguised by various methods as a coincidence each time. The AI chip's scenes showed him a young female acolyte and a strong man who also trained in Sacred Flame, cold sweat rolling down their faces. The power of destiny. All of a sudden, the 2 of them opened their eyes and looked at the central region. Everything starts and ends at the same place. There's them as well. The 2 of them made the same prediction, fear flashing on their faces. Through the interception of this information, Leylin naturally knew what they were afraid of. Have they sensed the others' training in the technique? It seems Sacred Flame still can't be practiced by more than one person. The high-grade meditation technique, Sacred Flame, had come from the Botelli family. Traditionally, only one person in a generation could successfully train in this meditation technique, while the rest would suffer a mental breakdown and die. However, with modifications from the AI chip, as well as Leylin's lack of concern, this meditation technique had been passed down to many acolytes, and they had all risen to become official magi through Sacred Flame. Due to the unusual nature of this meditation technique, they will need to kill each other to determine a victor. Only then will Sacred Flame be complete. Leylin smirked at the AI chip's newest conclusion. This Sacred Flame really is a fraud. His thoughts were now very clear. He would definitely not train in such a bizarre meditation technique. How to take advantage of their prophetic powers and set up the situation was worth looking into, as well as the question of who would win the fight. Leylin touched his chin, deep in thought. 5 days later, an unexpected guest paid a visit to Leylin's villa. Clang. 4 giant metallic legs charged straight through and finally stopped by Leylin's garden, setting off a cloud of dust and creating a ruckus behind them. My apologies, Magus Leylin. This large guy hasn't been easy to control. It might be because it's in its mating season. Logan jumped off the back of his metallic lifeform, looking apologetic. No worries, Magus Logan, Leylin smiled. Shaking his head to show he did not mind, he gestured to invite the Magus in, continuing, please come in. I've collected some items which may interest you. A bit later, Celine, who'd rushed over for some business, saw the protector of the East, Logan, sitting on a chair and singing praises of the giant grilled fish on the long table. What type of fish is this? I've never seen it before. It's a hybrid of the mamhar fish and the barracuda. I bred it myself. Leylin laughed. This creature was an accidental product of a bloodline experiment. Unexpectedly, it had ended up tasting quite good, which prompted Leylin to serve it to guests. As the flesh of this fish was extremely delicious, and also had the function of strengthening the body of a rank 2 magus, it was very popular. After finding this out, Leylin immediately ordered Celine to open up a massive aquafarm, preparing to breed this type of fish at a large scale. It would be another addition to his profits. While learning under the light magi of the south coast, Leylin had taken care of numerous secret planes and had learned that something like that had a lot of significance and value. As a bonus, Celine had been extremely agreeable to him recently at night, her eyes so bright it seemed like she could blink out liquid. Leylin's conjecture was that she had thought he had been diligently managing the guild, which touched her. Leylin had merely laughed off her misunderstanding, not bothering to explain and instead enjoying his luck with her. After enjoying the fine liquor and good food together, Leylin finally cut to the chase. I wonder what I can do for Protector Logan, that you've come all the way here. I came here today because I have a presumptuous request of you. Logan looked serious, and slightly embarrassed. What is it? Leylin seemed calm, while Celine who was beside him grasped his fingers. On behalf of the Central Region's Guilds Alliance, I invite Nature's Alliance to move to the Central Region. We have prepared the resources afforded to a large-scale guild for you, and there is a seat for Nature's Alliance waiting amongst our ranks. In other words, once you go there, Nature's Alliance will become a large-scale guild. Logan went straight to the point, saying everything in one breath. The moment the words left his mouth, Leylin could feel Celine's breath becoming more hurried. Large-scale guild. That was the ultimate dream of all guilds in Twilight Zone. As the heart of Twilight Zone, the Central Region was also where the population was the densest, and represented the essence of the subterranean humans. Most guilds could only wish to expand there. Celine had always been striving for Nature's Alliance to rise through the ranks, and she did not seem to find this situation to be strange at all. Meanwhile, Leylin was thinking of something else. Has the situation in the Central Region become that bad? He suddenly asked. Logan's expression froze. Moments later, he laughed wryly. Movement? I really can't hide anything from you. Logan laughed bitterly. As you know, the situation in the Central Region is not favorable. The Dark Elves are a part of it, but the Protector of Twilight Zone is the more pressing issue. Leylin roughly understood the situation. Powerful Rank 2 Magi normally overtook the duties of protecting the north, south, east, and west of the Twilight Zone, but Central Twilight Zone was different. That area housed the elite forces of Twilight Zone, so the overseeing Magus was titled the Guardian of the Realm. The current generation's Guardian possessed the strength of a Rank 3 Magus. But intelligence reports said that the lifespan of the Guardian was nearing its end. He hadn't even appeared in public in the last few decades. His seclusion was so foreboding that it was probably the main reason for the Dark Elves, dwarfs and gnomes to gang up on them. Celine clenched her fists tightly, her face turning red from anger. She had finally realized the meaning of the invitation. If it was during peacetime, and one was allowed to enter the Central Region and become a large-scale guild, that was a truly fortunate event. But now, the Dark Elven army had just been routed in the east, giving them some room to breathe. On the other hand, with the fall of Potty City, the center was facing a surge of Dark Elves and other enemies from the north. This meant the situation in the center was currently much worse than in the east. At such a time, what sort of invitation was this? Wasn't this just a request for troops and cannon fodder? Celine almost cursed before she realized that the person sitting across her was the Rank 2 Protector of the East. She suppressed her rage by force of will, leading to nothing but a smudge in her expression. Leylin remained silent for a while. He finally let out a bitter smile. The Central Region was originally protected on all four sides. It was extremely stable and peaceful, and was the best choice for accommodation. But currently, it's being eyed by our enemies. Logan, do you really want me to suffer? I understand your problem, but, Logan said hesitantly, firstly, I can tell you, this is an order of the Guardian of the Realm. We are to summon forth assistance from all four regions. Additionally, regardless of the other large-scale guild's intentions, I can guarantee that my own guild will step forward and enter the Central Region. Logan stood up and bowed solemnly to Leylin, even bending his head all the way to his knees. Sir Leylin, for Twilight Zone, and for the entire human race, I hope you can help us. In that moment, Leylin felt like Logan's body was glowing. That expression greatly moved Celine who was at his side. Leylin locked his brows, and seemed to be deep in thought. Logan and Celine, on the other hand, were afraid to even breathe. Too loudly for fear of interrupting Leylin's ruminations. I'll help you. After a few moments, Leylin produced an answer, bringing a sudden streak of joy across Logan's face and causing Celine to worry. She wanted to speak out, but was abruptly thwarted by Leylin continuing, but I have a few conditions. Speak. Logan's voice could not conceal his excitement. Leylin raised his index finger. Firstly, the resources and seat you promised previously must be handed over to us unconditionally. Of course, you're entitled to the resources and treatment given to a large-scale guild. If that bunch of brats dare to embezzle anything, I will kill them immediately. Logan's tone was merciless, but during war the Protector did indeed have the authority to do such a thing. Great. He raised another finger. In addition, I need to keep my land and position in the east. Want to leave an escape route? Sure, I can promise you that. Anything for mankind. Logan considered the condition for only a few moments before he agreed in delight. Anything for mankind. Leylin chuckled to himself. He had always known that the central region would be where everything would come to a head, and his plans also required that he go there. Hence, he had already considered going to the central region. Keeping a hold of their land here was obviously for him to retain the icy cave. There would have been no further negotiations if this point had been rejected. Leylin would rather secede from Twilight Zone than share the icy cave with anyone. Now, he didn't mind putting on a little show. Logan was truly touched. Many large guilds that he had visited previously had refused to help. After all, magi were all rational beings, and they too had to think of their subordinates. The central region was now full of danger. How then was it more alluring than the east? Sir Leylin, Twilight Zone will forever remember your contribution. Logan appeared very reassured, as he entered his metallic life form and hurriedly left. It seemed like he still had many guilds to visit. Sir, why did you? Immediately after Logan left, Celine asked with urgency. I have already decided. You can stay behind and guard this place if you wish. In any case, we will retain our land in the east. Going to the center is merely a gamble. It doesn't matter if we fail, and if we do manage to succeed, Nature's Alliance will become one of the central region's large-scale guilds. Isn't that what you've always been dreaming of? Leylin smiled at Celine, placid. But, what about your safety? Celine knew that the rise of Nature's Alliance was founded completely on the formidable strength of the man before her. Were they to lose him, the consequences would be unimaginable. You do not need to worry about my safety, for I will not put myself in a deadly situation. Furthermore, do you not trust my abilities? Leylin persuaded her calmly. Celine nodded and her heart calmed. As the person who came into contact with Leylin the most and the one closest to him, she deeply believed in the man's unfathomable abilities. Sometimes, the display of just a fraction of his power could scare her breathless. Okay, pass the orders. A new batch of magi and acolytes are to be chosen. We set off in 10 days. Leylin commanded. Yes. Celine saluted, withdrew herself with a bow. Nature's Alliance was currently under Leylin's sole command, and nobody in the guild could disobey him. Although there were some small troubles initially, Leylin's absolute authority ensured the orders for the mobilization of their forces were sent out methodically. Although many acolytes feared the disorder in the central region, they also craved adventure. Despite the danger, there were also many magicians there who had gained rewards aplenty. As for the higher-ups, their fates were in Leylin's hand, so what choice would they have? After 10 days, an enormous squadron had been formed, and began advancing towards the central region. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Canyon of Nature's Alliance, Celine was clad in a purple gown. She observed the squadron proceed slowly until they disappeared along the horizon. Due to some considerations Leylin had, he wanted Celine to remain here. You must definitely return alive. She prayed as she returned to Nature's Alliance. Guild Master. Several official magi and acolytes hastily greeted her. They knew of Leylin's and Celine's relationship, and the fact that both of them were the nominal masters of the guild, so they did not dare to be negligent upon witnessing this scene. Celine felt some emptiness in her heart, but shortly after, another unfamiliar feeling arose. You may rise. The dark elves in the eastern region have already retreated, leaving behind many resources for us to conquer. This is our chance. Celine's voice was cold yet noble, and no one dared to look straight at her. Things will only be interesting when some leeway is given to these sorts of women. Meanwhile, on a luxurious vehicle pulled by a giant salamander, Leylin stroked his chin and he broke into a demonic chuckle. A woman like Celine could only bloom completely if authority was given to her. Hence, Leylin had intentionally given her position and power in the guild. He was sure that, in their next meeting, she would definitely not disappoint him. Furthermore, his goals during this journey to the center were too large for Celine's strength to be of assistance to him. He was also not in the mood to get intimate with her, so he had left her behind. The central region. Leylin quietly went over the intelligence he had gathered regarding the central region. It was the core of the entire Twilight Zone with a very high population density. The strength of its large-scale guilds largely surpassed that of guilds in the other regions. Yet, this was not the most horrifying fact. The guardian of the realm, Leylin, let out a sigh. The position of the guardian was normally given to the most powerful magus in the entirety of Twilight Zone. But the protector of the East, Logan, had met him several times and their abilities should be on par. Hence, the guardian of the realm should be a powerhouse even amongst rank 3 magi. If not for his lifespan that was almost depleted, Leylin would not dare to play such tricks. The squadron proceeded gradually, and the roaming darkness creatures and bandits on their path fled in all directions the moment they spotted them. They did not dare to obstruct Leylin's party and offend them. The bandits were observant and naturally realized that this squadron was composed of magi. As for the darkness creatures, they could sense the strong aura traveling towards them and escaped for fear of death. Thus, the journey was rather a peaceful one. Along the way, Nature's Alliance had amassed a following of several other medium-scale guilds as well as a few small-scale guilds. They, too, had heeded the call and wanted to go to the central region to keep watch. Upon witnessing Nature Alliance's standard, the guild masters of different guilds immediately came forth to visit him, and even let go of their pride to discuss the possibility of joining forces to advance. After all, the fact that Leylin was a member of Nature's Alliance was made known to many. That was a rank 2 magus. With him there, the procession would definitely make it to the central region without any hiccups. Although there are a few idealists in there, most of them are those with great ambitions who are willing to take a gamble. After a look, Leylin evaluated these people indifferently. However, he still agreed to their requests. The horse carriages, which formed a large procession resembling a river, began to travel towards the central region. As magi could illuminate the path ahead with spells, there was no need for the carriages to carry torches. The giant sunstone was placed on the top of a carriage, illuminating the surroundings and their path brightly. A fair trial rumble. Faint fluctuations traveled over, and for there to be so many undulations despite the long distance allowed the people in the carriage to ascertain their identities. They're magi, official magi. It looks like they're battling. Do we still proceed? A peak rank 1 magus guild master approached Leylin's carriage and bowed, asking for further instructions. Of course, Leylin spoke indifferently. With the power they held when they banded together, they could easily go on a rampage in the eastern region. Thus, they were fearless. The guild leader seemed to have the same thoughts and, after a moment of pause, they continued to advance. The rest of the party noticed the energy fluctuations as they closed in. One of the two seemed to have reservations with approaching them, while the other hesitated for a moment before heading in their directions. Trying to use as to block the enemy. The magi in the group of carriages silently waited while smirking. Shoo! Seconds later, a red streak shot over from afar, and a young magus appeared. This magus looked quite ordinary but for the black ring on his right index finger and his resolute eyes. After seeing so many official magi, his eyes widened and he tried to take a long way around them. You can't escape. How dare you steal our family's treasure? A woman's voice sounded out. The young man quivered, bit his lips, ground his teeth, and then dashed towards the group of carriages. Save me. I'm a wandering magus, and for some reason, this mad woman is chasing me. She keeps slandering me and saying that I stole her treasure. This young magus was naturally Aaron. After recuperating from his injuries, he had been unlucky enough to meet with the magus from the Mambo family, and had been chased all the way here. As for blocking this group's path, that was naturally Merlin's idea. Will they save me? After all, Aaron worriedly communicated with Merlin in his mind. Don't worry, I've already completely concealed the aura of the teardrop gemstone. That crazy woman behind us won't find anything. Merlin promised confidently. As for that confidence, it was definitely due to a certain someone within the carriages. Hee hee, young man, you're pretty good to have actually helped me gather the teardrop gemstone. I didn't even know the Mambo family had this in their collection. Leylin smiled lightly, a cold glint in his eyes. Shoo. At this moment, a pink ray shot into this area, and the female magus who had been chasing after Aaron appeared in their midst. After seeing the group of carriages with so many magi, she felt her chest tighten perceptibly. I am Ophelia of the Mambo family. My apologies if I am offending you, but please do not stop me from pursuing this vile thief. The group was arranged haphazardly, with a few small-scale guilds in front. Ophelia's tone was therefore not that polite. After all, the Mambo family was quite famous in this region. How dare you? Who do you think you are? The Mambo family? Never heard of it before. Although those in front were just few small-scale guilds, their higher-ups were watching on from the back, and even the legendary rank 2 magus in charge of Nature's Alliance was present. They were naturally unrestrained in their answers. You, Ophelia's voice lowered, and a faint aura of danger emanated from her body. How many people in her family dared to speak to her like this? At this point, however, more carriages had arrived, and the markings caused Ophelia to swallow the words she was planning to say, making her dumbstruck. The Lost Clock, Twisted Black Clouds, Infernal Blood, and Nature's Alliance. Ophelia's eyes widened. These were all medium-scale guilds, and each one of them was powerful enough to pressure the Mambo family, especially Nature's Alliance, which had a powerful rank 2 magus in charge. The moment they were provoked, they would squash her like one would an ant. On the other end, Aaron gaped, stunned. So many magi and acolytes. Are they migrating? Ophelia had no intentions of offending anyone, please forgive me. Cold sweat rushed down Ophelia's spine, and she immediately dropped to the ground and bowed. Haven't you dealt with this yet? At this moment, Leylin opened the door and descended from the largest and most luxurious carriage in Nature's Alliance's group. Lord Leylin. All the magi there immediately bowed. Leylin, the legendary rank 2 magus said to have heavily injured a dark elven sovereign mother. Why is my luck so bad? Ophelia was snarling on the inside, but she wouldn't dare to even break into a cold sweat in this man's presence. What's going on? Leylin furrowed his eyebrows, asking even though he knew the situation. My apologies, my lord. A magus from the Alliance was frightened so badly he couldn't even speak clearly. What's going on? Leylin repeated once again, but the atmosphere had frozen. The entire group was quiet, and even some guild leaders of medium-scaled guilds, who were peak rank 1 magi themselves, did not dare to make a sound. My lord, it's like this. Ophelia tried her best to make herself sound calm, narrating the whole story. Oh, is that so? Leylin turned, and Aaron was pressed to the ground by an invisible force. I'll give you one chance. You said you used your family's secret method and found him. Do it again in front of us. If the teardrop gemstone is on him, then he shall be judged by us all. If not, Leylin's dangerous gaze landed on Ophelia, causing her head to tingle. If it isn't, then Ophelia is willing to accept punishment. Ophelia grit her teeth and forced out an answer. Not only that, those of us here are responding to summons from the central region to engage in battle. If you are proven to be wrong, you shall be prosecuted by the War Council for obstructing military affairs. Leylin smiled to make up for his harsh words. Well then, begin. What do I do? What do I do? Aaron watched Ophelia, who had already begun to use her family's secret method, and the official magi who were preparing to watch a good show. He repeatedly asked Merlin in his mind, while not even daring to look at the legendary rank 2 magus at all. Don't worry, I'm the legendary great magus Merlin. What is a little rank 2 magus to me? Merlin boasted shamelessly, with my spirit force concealing it, this girl definitely won't find anything. Then why didn't you use it previously? Aaron felt like he had been conned. A lot of my spirit force has been used, and it hasn't been replenished, Merlin explained vaguely, causing Aaron to immediately begin reproaching himself. How could he not trust Grandpa Merlin, whom he had grown up with? You're dead meat. Ophelia snickered while lowering her head, pointing at Aaron with the ring. There's a tracking spell formation on the teardrop gemstone passed down by my ancestors. As long he has it on him, my ring will emit red rays of light. Look, my lords. Ophelia pointed the ring at Aaron, and shouted a word, Mambo. Aaron's heart was at his throat, and he almost closed his eyes to wait for the judgment of destiny. All sorts of sounds resounded by Aaron's ears, but none of them were the accusations he had expected. He secretly chanced a glance at Ophelia, who was now looking lost and dejected. How is this possible? How is this possible? It wasn't like this the last few times. She lifted the ring and scanned him a few more times. The ring had no response, as if it were just an ordinary ring. Haha, how is it? Aren't my concealing methods powerful? Merlin chuckled heartily in Aaron's mind. In reality, all of this was Leylin's work. If not for him being there, Aaron would definitely have been seen through. How? Ophelia shrieked, unwilling to give up as she took off the ring and inspected the formations within. Moments later, she yelled out, it must be you. You must have hidden the teardrop gemstone somewhere along the way. No, it must definitely be on your person. Hand it over. Blazing pink flames appeared on her body. Enough. What a farce. Leylin was still playing the role of a fair, altruistic judge. No, my lord, you need to believe me. Ophelia's voice cracked, sounding a little hoarse. Bang! A resplendent, silver light flashed, and the flames on her body were extinguished. She retreated a few steps and fell to the ground, her expression still full of stubbornness. Haha, that girl actually dares to resist. She's in trouble. Merlin rejoiced in Aaron's mind. What's happening? Aaron immediately asked. That Lord Leylin is a rank 2 magus. His solidified spiritual force is not something a little girl like her can withstand, but she actually dared do so. What should have been a light injury will now become more serious, and might even affect her sea of consciousness. Then what's going to happen to her? Aaron began to blame himself. What else can happen to her? If a rank 2 magus wants to discipline her, she'll still need to endure it even if she's not in the wrong. She can't complain either. Merlin continued taking joy in her pain, and took the opportunity to educate Aaron. This is the law of the magus world. Leave this place and never appear in front of me again. It seems like you just made a mistake this time. I won't report it to the war council. Leylin hummed lightly and returned to the carriage. Thank you for your mercy, my lord. His actions elicited words of gratitude from the female magus. Ophelia left the area in a daze. Although she was in despair, were she to continue staying here, a few peak rank 1 magi would make short work of her without Leylin even lifting a finger. What are you looking at? We're leaving. Soon enough, the carriages continued their journey. Infiltration into the central region. Aaron stood in a spot alone, and no magi bothered him. This was his second time experiencing a feeling of loss. The first time, naturally, it was when his spiritual aptitude had deteriorated, and his engagement was broken off. Aaron held onto the black ring in his hands tightly. That was the gloomiest moment of his life, but thankfully he found this. Grandpa Merlin, when do you reckon I will reach the level of Master Leylin? Aaron silently asked in his heart. It had never occurred to him to use his connections. In Dahlan City, he was but a small acolyte, whereas Leylin was a powerful rank 2 magus. The latter would surely not remember him. Relax, isn't it just rank 2? Merlin had inherited Leylin's twisted sense of humor. It whispered into Aaron's mind, as long as you can find the 2 children of destiny, and trigger the river of destiny, your cultivation in sacred flame will increase exponentially. Advancing to rank 2 or 3 will be a simple task. In that case, I have to increase my speed. Aaron clenched his fist and looked into the far distance. For an instant he was filled with hope. To Leylin, what happened to Aaron was but a hiccup in his journey. Even though Aaron was a chess piece of his, he never requested Aaron to join him. After all, keeping Merlin at his side was enough. Moreover, he did not want to give Aaron or the others any clues, lest they discover his intentions. Leylin lowered his head, concealing the bottomless glow in his eyes. After advancing for half a month, the squadron had entered the central region. Their journey there had been very peaceful, with nothing happening. Their squadron was one that was composed of magicians. They had no lack of even peak rank 1 magi, and Leylin, a rank 2 magus, was leading them. It was already considered pretty good that they had not looked for trouble with others, forget anyone daring to offend them. With the aid of spells, they traveled rapidly, not being impeded even by rough terrain. Commoners would face difficulties when trying to trek through narrow valleys and scale steep cliffs. Magi just settled any problems with a few spells. As this central twilight zone, the quality of life here far surpasses that of the east. Leylin had lowered his hood and looked around at the neatly built houses by the roadside. He nodded at the occasional farmer he saw. The center was the essence of Twilight Zone. Darkness creatures were a rare sight here, and the population density was very high. However, currently, Leylin could see squires dressed in leather armor running across the region. The farmers mostly looked worried. With North Twilight Zone having fallen, the big war was at their doorstep. The dark elven soldiers and dwarves, gnomes and even darkness creatures from outside the region could all directly arrive at the central region after bypassing the north, which could create a lot of trouble for them. The central region lacked the strength to repel such raids, especially in terms of magicians. They had no choice but to send out orders to all 4 zones and recruit more acolytes. At this point in time, a Nature's Alliance magus came forth and reported to Leylin, "My lord. The leaders of a few medium-scale guilds have come forth to say their goodbyes. They are going to return to the zones they came from. Let them go. They don't have to specially report to me." Leylin coldly ordered. A large number of orders sounded in the distance. Some of the smaller troops, like the distributaries of a river, left nature's alliance's side. What a pity. Leylin glanced at the small and medium-scale guilds that were leaving, and let out a sigh. Even though the resources in the central region were good, they had to be exchanged for with one's life. If these guilds could survive the big war, they would naturally get land as their reward. However, if they risk suffering heavy losses, or even being completely wiped out, then leaving would be the best choice. Though the central region was rich in resources, even it could not support all the guilds that came. The war would choose the real winners who would end up with the last laugh. Still, many guilds swarmed to the central region. Even though they knew it was all a gamble, they did not hesitate for a moment to stake everything on this wager. They hoped to gain a lot from it. After the war, how many guilds would there be left? Leylin sighed lightly and closed the windows. Send the orders down, we are to advance at full speed and rush to our territory as soon as we can. On the surface, Leylin was still representing nature's alliance's interests, and hence he had ordered so casually. As you wish, my lord. The orders were quickly passed down through magic spells, and the sounds of the earth salamanders and wildebeest came repeatedly as the entire squadron's speed increased a level. In yet another region, a few haggard travelers entered the boundaries of the central region. Is this the central region? Balin swept off the dust on his body and looked at the big city ahead. He was dressed in oversized gray gunny robes, and a spider streaked in gold would pop out onto his shoulders from time to time. Yes. Advancing after Trans City should lead us to Central Twilight Zone. Memphis was next to Balin. However, he had currently lost all resemblance to a dark elf, and only looked like a pale-skinned royal. Could you get your underground winter spider emperor to hide? It's very easy to attract attention here. He once again looked at the mischievous spider that climbed onto Balin's shoulder, and smiled wryly. This golden spider seemed to be able to understand human languages, and upon hearing what Memphis said, it let out a threatening screech. Uru says that he has restrained his aura, and only rank 2 magi can see through his transformation, so even if formal magi were to see the underground winter spider emperor, they would only treat it as a mutated ordinary spider. Balin translated for Memphis, also, if you dare to suggest this ever again, he'll eat you. Alright, Memphis was rendered speechless. This underground winter spider emperor was Balin's reward from their excursion into the Dark Elven Empire. Originally, they had planned to attack or subdue the underground winter spider emperor to halt the war. However, the underground winter spider emperor had confoundingly decided to follow Balin, becoming the magus contracted familiar. Memphis had not expected that, and after he found out that it could have been the workings of his ancestral amulet, he felt so cheated that he almost went and banged his head against a wall. Although he knew that his ancestors were royals of a strong clan, he had not expected them to have left such a strong agreement that the owner of the amulet could actually control the underground winter spider emperor. That was a being with the strength of a rank 2 magus. Were he to have gained control of it, the underground winter spider knights would have defected to his side, but now. Memphis smiled wryly as he looked at Balin, who was standing at the side. Even though they had the underground winter spider knights, the proud dark elves simply would not admit that a member of another species could exercise control over their sacred objects. On the contrary, they had viewed this as a great humiliation, and had even launched into a relentless killing spree. Memphis had seen the Dark Elven Empire's plans fail. He learned through his connections that the Dark Elves were plotting yet another scheme in the central region, one that could potentially destroy the foundations of the human race. Upon receiving the news, Balin had become restless and filled with a strong sense of duty. After ensuring that Jenny settled down, he secretly entered the central region with Memphis. What happens to us after this? Do we tell the Magi what we found out? Balin suddenly realized that he had no idea about his next course of action. Just based on our own merits. Memphis pointed to himself and smiled bitterly, then pointed to the underground winter spider emperor on Balin's shoulders, a dark elf and a suspicious man with an underground winter spider emperor. I'm afraid that, before we even utter a single word, the other side will have started flinging spells at us. Needless to say, this information would only be heeded if a rank 2 magus passed it on, and Uru's stealth would not hold up against such an existence. Furthermore, upon seeing an underground winter spider emperor, a rank 2 magus would even kill us immediately. After all, their bloodlines ensure that dark elves would instantly weaken the moment an underground winter spider emperor dies. They would even lose their endless supply of mounts. This would definitely be a huge blow to the Dark Elven Empire. What do you think they would choose to do? Essentially, There's still no way. Leylin squatted down and felt dejected. However, it is not entirely hopeless. Memphis. Tone changed. There's hope. Leylin's eyes lit up. Do you remember that I mentioned Magus Leylin earlier? Master Leylin. Leylin's voice held a tinge of respect within it. He saw Leylin as a teacher and was grateful and respectful to him. Yes. That Leylin. Did you know that he is actually the most recent Magus to reach rank 2? Memphis lowered his voice. Even though Leylin was a member of another species, he still held a respect for the strong. According to the news I received, not only did he help Fendix attack and kill a rank 2 matriarch at Leylin, he had defeated another matriarch before it. My clan's intelligence has already marked him as a threat with a danger level of 8. Master. He is actually so strong. Leylin's eyes widened. He had personally witnessed the strength of a rank 2 matriarch. In the Dark Elven Empire, he and Memphis had been hunted down by a matriarch. If not for the protection of the underground Winter Spider Emperor, they would definitely not have been able to escape. The matriarch's unyielding strength had left a deep impression on the minds of the two. And now, he was being told that the Master Leylin who had taught him before was even stronger than a rank 2 matriarch. Leylin's feelings at that moment were very complicated. There was pride, but there was also regret. Yes. Memphis nodded his head. Though we're not of the same kind, I admire him greatly as well. This Master Leylin is definitely a heavy presence in the Magi world, and even has ties with you. You need only pass the intelligence to him, meeting him, that is indeed a good idea. But, Leylin had nodded, but then felt a little guilty. He had only left behind a letter when he took Jenny away, not even wishing the man goodbye. It was slightly irrational, and even ungrateful. This had always been a thorn in his heart. However, he had been impulsive as a teenager, and his worry for Jenny's safety had led him to go through with what he had done. He had planned to wait until things got better and he managed to make something of himself. He would return as a successful man with a reputation. If he then begged for Leylin's apology, he believed he would be forgiven. Lord Leylin might even make an exception and acknowledge me as his disciple. Leylin occasionally dreamed of such. However, the timing was still not right. He was a poor, penniless youngster who was even being chased by the Dark Elves. If he were to head over now, he would even need to rely on Leylin for help. Blood rushed to Leylin's head, and his cheeks flushed. What's wrong? Memphis asked. Oh, nothing, it's nothing. You have a great idea. Let's do it. I don't recommend you do that. At this moment, a cold female voice sounded beside them. Who is it? Leylin immediately jumped a distance away, his cloak fluttering open. His bio-boosting armor, comprising of countless eyes, fused with his body and the underground Winder Spider Emperor on his shoulder hopped off as it expanded from the size of a fist to that of a 2-storied building. It turned towards the voice, a translucent liquid dripping from its white teeth. On the other side, Memphis started to prepare his spells as well, his body glowing. The relentless pursuit they had escaped from until now had made them paranoid, and they were easily startled. Red flashing lights revealed the source of the voice to be a female magus. This woman wore a large white robe, her charming eyebrows were long and narrow, and the lines on her face were soft and exquisite. She could be considered a rare beauty. What made her stand out was the 5-colored gemstone bracelet on her pale neck. Energy fluctuations that did not lose out to that of an official magus emanated from her body. Who are you? Leylin asked guardedly. This human magus seemed to be proficient in stealth techniques. She had been able to come close without being noticed, closer than even the dark elven forces that had chased them could get. I have no bad intentions. The female magus smiled good-naturedly, and then spread her arms. My name is Venus, and I'm a wandering magus. I'm here to give you some advice. The female magus voice was very calm, and there was a mysterious aura about her. It was an aura found only on the erudite and wise, like elders who had long since learned the ways of the world. No, not erudite. She's confident, as if the entire world is a toy in her hands. Memphis was secretly shocked. This confidence was seldom seen even among matriarchs. This conclusion drove him to further shock, and he went on high alert. This sort of person was bound to have unfathomable strength or a special ability. It was best if he and Leylin did not do anything that they were not sure would go well. All right, well then, Ms. Venus, what would you like to tell us? Memphis had stealthily retreated a few steps, and was using his right sleeve to conceal his actions as he took hold of a simple magic scroll. You don't have to be so wary. I'm a friend who is here to help you. Venus smiled wryly, and without waiting for Memphis to inquire, She began to narrate, there's a traitor among the upper ranks of Twilight Zone's magi who has colluded with the Dark Elves. I don't know this person's identity yet, but I know he's shrouded by the fog of destiny. However, he might have a guardian, be it the guild leader of a large-scale guild, or even the magus Leylin you spoke of. If you enter their hands, the consequences will be dire. There's a traitor among the higher-ups of magi. Balin cried out, where did you get that news? The guidance of destiny lets me see this, just as it lets me see your futures. A pious expression appeared on Vina's face as she walked forward, focusing on Balin's face. You will become a hero in the future, and I shall be your most loyal subordinate and assistant. As she said this, she actually half knelt and performed the rites to vow her loyalty and devotion to him. I'll become a hero. Balin seemed to turn a little stupid, but Memphis had zoned in on the main points of her speech. A prophecy. Could you be the legendary witch of destiny, capable of peering into someone's entire life? Under the guidance of destiny, nothing can be hidden. Venus nodded and confirmed her identity. A female magus that can predict the future. So cool. Balin cheered. History has given birth to many legendary figures like the Lion King and John the Golden Knight. Each of them had a wise and powerful magus aiding them, one with the power to see the future. Only with this aid did they become the masters of their generations. The stream of fortuitous meetings, as well as having the Witch of Destiny standing on his side made him feel slightly complacent. Perhaps, I really am destined to be a hero. These thoughts could not be contained as they took root in Balin's mind, a seed that kept growing. Balin, wake up. Memphis was a little speechless. They hadn't even ascertained whether this person was friend or foe, or whether her prophecy was real, yet he had already begun to daydream. My lady Magus, can you prophesize the conspiracy stirring amongst the Dark Elves? Memphis asked what he was most concerned about. I'm afraid not. The current of destiny is far too powerful, and I can only see certain images, of specific times and places. Venus smoothed her long hair at the back, laughing wryly. Also, the Dark Elves seem to have a helper that is the same as me, able to predict the future. What? Balin and Memphis involuntarily cried out at the same time. Since when did terrifying magi who could predict the future become so commonplace that they could be found everywhere? Alright, looks like I wasn't the only one. Well then, Venus, are you willing to become our companion and adventure with us? Balin laughed, stretching his arm towards Venus. It would be my honor. Venus' voice revealed a tinge of emotion. However, the moment their hands touched, her expression changed. A white circle spread from the centers of her eyes, turning her pupils pure white. In her line of sight, a young magus with a black ring was rapidly rushing in their direction. That person also looked in this direction, as if through the power of destiny, they had also noticed her existence. This is bad. Red light flashed from her body, and she quickly turned to leave. Don't even think of running. On the other end, Aaron now knew the reason why he had been hurrying his journey and feeling so restless. Another person training in Sacred Flame had already rushed ahead of him and arrived first. Boom, boom. Two rays streaked through the horizon, causing Balin and Memphis to be unable to make heads or tails of the situation. Is she the other magus? Aaron's expression was dark as he asked in his mind. Yes, I can feel the aura of another magic artifact I forged on her. Merlin's voice was low as he answered quickly. Rumble. The two rays clashed, and quickly separated. However, with that attack, Aaron and Venus could now see each other clearly. It was a beautiful female magus, Aaron judged, but immediately after, a powerful desire exploded from the depths of his heart. This was a violent surge that could not be stopped. Devour her! Devour her! Devour her! What's going on? Aaron pressed his hand to his heart, looking ashen. He asked Merlin, why do I feel like I need to kill this woman to be whole? Sigh. Merlin huffed out a long breath. It looks like the necklace contains a memory fragment of mine, and it has imparted Sacred Flame to her as well. Sacred Flame is an exclusive high-grade meditation technique. In other words, only one magus in a generation can successfully train in it. The rest might not die, but they won't be able to attain a higher level in their meditation technique. My apologies, don't worry. Aaron was now a lot more mature. If not for Sacred Flame, I might have died countless times. Why would I care about that? But does that mean I'm enemies with that female magus? Yes. Only one person will be able to have the last laugh between you two, and I hope that will be you. Merlin's voice traveled. Don't worry, I will do all I can to support you. Everyone has gathered. The show is about to start. Leylin occupied the central tent in Nature's Alliance's temporary encampment, and it was the most luxurious. Through the AI chip, he was now checking up on his guinea pigs and their progress in Sacred Flame. By distributing the old grandpas and his modified technique, he obtained not only a lot of experimental data but also the high-grade meditation techniques that he'd had them steal. These high-grade meditation techniques were normally only passed on to guild members. However, with an unwitting spy amongst their ranks, obtaining them was very easy. Looks like I've managed to successfully modify prophecies. Leylin scratched his chin. That prediction of a traitor had been a cock and bull story he had conjured up, but it had successfully deceived Venus. This allowed Leylin to be even more confident in his future plans. But that last guinea pig is really exceeding my expectations. He actually chose to side with the Dark Elves. How daring. Life absorption. Leylin was actually full of praise for the last guinea pig. To be able to overcome the pressure to help their own race, and to disregard the norms and side with the enemy race, that required courage and decisiveness that not many possessed. It's a pity that since all the information you get is transparent to me, it's useless no matter what you do. Leylin sighed, eyes flashing with a dangerous light. My lord. At this moment, a magus voice sounded outside. Come in. Yes. The fabric for the tent was pushed aside, and a kindly old geezer entered. This was Iron, the peak rank 1 magus Leylin had forced into his service. He had many plans for the central region, and had naturally brought his strongest helpers to put them into practice. The inconveniences around Ardent Gale Lake have been taken care of. We can move in at any time. Iron respectfully lowered his head, reporting to Leylin. Though the central region had gone all out and agreed to give Nature's Alliance resources that were usually reserved for large-scale guilds, there were still many problems which Nature's Alliance needed to handle themselves. Magi could be controlled, but dangerous creatures would not obediently listen to the orders of the War Council. You did well. Leylin nodded slightly. Ardent Gale Lake was where they were going to be garrisoned. It would be Nature's Alliance's headquarters in the central region. Iron responded deferentially to Leylin's indifferent commands, and withdrew quickly. Also, just as Iron was about to leave, he heard Leylin's voice, I want to go out for a bit, and I'm leaving you in charge. Be careful of the surrounding dangers. Of course, my lord. Iron bowed even lower. Leylin nodded, waving his arms and letting Iron leave. The next job was construction, something that was both troublesome and time-consuming. Leylin could not be bothered with helping, so he left everything to Iron. If this was his previous world, this might result in him becoming a mere figurehead, but the Magus world was different. His own strength rivaled or even surpassed that of the rest of Nature's Alliance combined. Not to mention, he still had full control of Iron's life. He still had the man's spirit source. Hence, Leylin did not worry one bit that Iron would betray him. It's also time to see some old friends. Leylin laughed slightly, and his body was suddenly engulfed in black mist. Pock! With a light noise, the black mist suddenly exploded, and Leylin's figure disappeared from the tent. Ernest, are you sure that he is vulnerable right now? This is a rank 2 magus we're talking about. Somewhere else underground, Longbottom wore his black robes with an image of a spider twisting on the back. 8 jet black claws stretched towards the air, as if trying to draw in some mysterious energy. Of course, my lord. The magus named Ernest was a pale, sturdy man. His features were clear and he wore exquisite handmade armor. The tattered notebook in his hand stood out, as if it didn't belong there. The great Magus Rosby, the guild leader of Green Water's Garden, will be weakened by restrictions in his high-grade meditation technique, and his strength will fall from that of a rank 2 magus. I've already foreseen the exact time, and even his hiding spot. Ernest sounded very confident. Ever since he'd begun practicing Sacred Flame, every prophecy he'd made had played out in real life. Naturally, he had grown to be sure of their accuracy. Good. This operation will be a big one. Longbottom closed his eyes, as if he was communicating with the spider on his back. He then suddenly spoke, the magi that belong to guilds all own the most land and have the best resources, and restrict us from advancing. They monopolize high-grade meditation techniques and cruelly exploit we acolytes and magi who have humble backgrounds. Can you tolerate that? Longbottom's body floated to the air, sound magic amplifying his voice tenfold such that it resounded in the underground cavity. No. Within this cavity, there were a few acolytes and magi besides Ernest. Though they looked to be down and out, their eyes seemed to be ablaze. Few magicians were lucky enough to find inheritances on their own. If the rest were not nurtured by guilds, their futures would be bleak. As a result of unfair treatment and having been pushed around for a long period of time, Longbottom had easily lit their hearts aflame. He had needed to spend little energy in gathering a large group of magicians to his side. With the secret support of the Dark Elves, as well as Longbottom's generous distribution of high-grade meditation techniques, these magicians had increased their strength by a level or two. Magi who were able to survive in the cracks of society were all quite capable in their own right, and the amount of power they had been able to muster had left Longbottom tongue-tied. Now, by brainwashing them into desiring change by revolution, Longbottom had played these magi into the palm of his hands. What do we need? Longbottom's voice boomed. Revolution, revolution, revolution. The sound waves almost launched Ernest off his feet. He stood aside, hearing the acolytes and even official magi shouting themselves hoarse, and flushed red. He felt incomparably cold inside. At this moment, he felt a mysterious power shrouding them. It seemed as heavy as the mountains and seas, but it had no element to it. After training in sacred flame, Ernest was extremely clear of what this energy was. The power of destiny, and so concentrated at that. Ernest muttered, "We are now going to destroy a large-scaled guild and kill the rank 2 magus, Rosby." Longbottom ordered, full of spirit. Behind him, the spider totem's eyes suddenly brightened. Ka-cha, ka-cha. Soft booms sounded from Longbottom's body as elemental rings of light appeared around him. These were the symbol of a semi-converted magus. Immediately, numerous energy rings appeared, creating brilliant lights and vibrant colors. Longbottom's aura constantly strengthened, until it would not lose out to a peak rank 1 magus. Life absorption, a high-grade meditation technique used by dark elven matriarchs. Through drawing on the life force of others, one can advance very quickly, but the aftereffects are severe. If they cannot gather the requisite amount of life energy every day, then the magus' own life force will quickly wither, until the technique has drained them completely of their life. Ernest lowered his head, hiding the glint in his eyes. Looks like Longbottom has been gaining a higher status at the Dark Elves, and I have pretty much entered the Dark Elves' camp and turned into a traitor. A sardonic smile appeared on his lips, but so what if I betrayed them? Magi should only consider their own benefits. My counterparts are still contesting the other child of destiny, how would they have the advantage I gained by being alone? I will be the one with the last laugh. Ernest roared in his heart. He felt his own body twist, and the meditation technique that had been advancing at a snail's pace began to progress at a rapid rate. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Longbottom, who was ready and waiting. In his vision, of the powers of destiny that had gathered on Longbottom's self, a part had quickly turned towards him. Ka-cha, as if he had broken through some bottleneck, tiny elemental rings appeared in his hands, along with a crisp sound emanating from his body. From a normal magus who had just advanced, he had become a semi-converted magus. As expected, by changing the course of the river of destiny and taking in its power, sacred flame can improve at a rapid pace. The burly man's eyes were filled with a crazed excitement. How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I? A voice suddenly sounded from the tattered notebook. I was too careless previously. I apologize, dear Magus Merlin. The man did not hesitate to lower his head, since he would lose nothing by apologizing. You really are quite gutsy to dare tamper with destiny on such a large scale. Longbottom could very well die there. The old geezer Merlin touched his beard, even I have rarely done something this crazy in the 3,200 years of my life. Hee hee. Longbottom is a child of destiny, he won't die so easily. As for the other magi, what do their lives have to do with me? Ernest snickered, even if the child of destiny really were to die here, that will alter the course of the river of destiny as well. How much power could I get from that? And after that, you will be devoured and killed. Merlin refuted without hesitation. It's all a gamble. I don't care. The burly man chuckled, radiating an aura of determination and madness. These two auras mixed together and formed something even more contradictory. Merlin sighed, but did not speak further. Inside, however, it was sending the main AI, Chip and Leylin some information. Target has developed Type 2 mental breakdown. Data has been recorded as such. Somewhere at a high altitude, Leylin halted his footsteps. Interesting. What an interesting plan. His lips quirked up in a smile. The central region is unstable right now, but it hasn't been pushed past the tipping point yet. Let me be the one to do that. Backlash. The field had been partitioned, with a large mill occupying the center. Not far away, there was a small farm and a stone castle. However, It was very small and lacked a moat. At a glance, it looked to be the territory of a small aristocratic family. In a shadow, Ernest had respectfully lowered his head and was reporting to Longbottom. My lord, I can confirm that this is a secret stronghold of the Green Water Gardens Guild. The great Magus Rosby, who is in his down period, is hiding here. This is their nest, and there should be many defensive spell formations. Since they're a rank 2 Magus, even if they were weakened temporarily, they cannot be compared to an ordinary peak rank 1 Magus. Longbottom muttered to himself, and then glanced at his subordinates. Those following him were all official magi, but few were even semi-converted. He could unearth their potentials, but what he needed was time. He had brought them along now as a declaration of allegiance, to form an impassable divide between them and the ruling class. Longbottom glanced at the few figures dressed in black robes. These people had slim bodies and had concealed their features with large cloaks. The cloaks were so large, in fact, that one could not even tell the men from the women. These were the backup he had been given by the Dark Elves. All of them were at the peak of rank 1. As for the rank 2 matriarchs, every single action of theirs was being monitored. It was impossible for one to sneak across the border to conduct an assassination. In addition, even if they somehow got in, they would be surrounded and attacked by the Magi of Twilight Zone. Dark Elves could bear the deaths of rank 1 Magi, but rank 2 matriarchs were the backbones of their clans. Their presence was a spiritual support to the clan members, boosting their morale. The death of a matriarch was a heavy loss for any clan. It was for this reason that Fendix, who had killed a matriarch, had gained large rewards from Twilight Zone as well as a huge bounty from the Dark Elven Empire. Honestly speaking, the rewards that the crazed Dark Elves promised had even tempted Leylin. Fendix himself was so frightened that he spent all his time at the headquarters of his guild, and had naturally not come to the aid of the central region. Go. With Longbottom's order, flames of death descended on this peaceful field. Rumble. Fireballs rained down like meteors, sending sparks flying everywhere. What's going on? A knight dressed in the garb of nobility rushed out, shocked. An attack from Magi. Why? Are they Dark Elves? Shoo. After seeing the situation, he retreated without the slightest hesitation, leaving his territory, subjects and even family behind. As a knight who had entered the battlefield before, he knew the terror that Magi brought with them. He knew that once they attacked, this place was doomed. Don't let any of them go. Longbottom watched the knight who was darting away and pointed at him like one would at an ant. A deathly light streaked across the sky and reached his back. Like cutting through cotton, it easily penetrated the knight's defense and exploded on his back. Bang! A hole that could fit a basketball was opened up, revealing white bones and black blood. The knight's eyes were filled with fear, as well as shock. The powerful inertia allowed him to run a few more steps before he fell with a thud. Under the constant onslaught of spells, the village turned into a sea of fire. None of the peasants lived, and it soon turned into a white land. However, Longbottom was still not satisfied and ordered the Magi to quicken their actions. Layers of soil were lifted, revealing a glossy rock wall, with runes on it concealing any energy fluctuations. He's actually like a groundhog hiding under the feet of regular humans, and has even carved energy runes to conceal his aura. This Magus Rosby really is rather timid, Longbottom sneered, and pointed at the magic wall. Destroy it. Rumble. Numerous spells were interrupted by several rays of light before they could reach the rock wall. Rumble. The rock separated, revealing a large door. Thud. Thud. Accompanied by heavy footsteps, 4 large silver guards walked out. These silver guards were all adorned in heavy armor, and their expressions were molded to be blank. There was even some light flashing out of their eyes like a searchlight. Ernest immediately stepped forward and spoke. Rosby is very careful and cautious. He hasn't revealed this location to any other Magus, and even the guard has been set up by him alone, consisting only of secret silver puppets. Hence, he's the only one in here. We need to prevent him from fleeing. As for how he had found this out, it would stay a secret. When working together, these 4 secret silver puppets are equivalent to 2 peak rank 1 Magi. The 2 of you, go up there and stop them. The Revolutionary Army will be around to keep them from fleeing. Longbottom quickly sent down the command. The 2 black-robed people charged up without a word. Roar. The secret silver puppets yelled and brandished their large silver swords, battling the black-robed elves. Immense energy fluctuations gave rise to a storm, sweeping through the region. The Revolutionary Army Longbottom had brought with him dared only to watch on from a distance, occasionally supporting the two and pinning the guards down. Ernest and the rest, follow me. Longbottom shook his robes, and the rest of the Dark Elves and Ernest followed him. Only after they were far from everyone's eyes did Longbottom speak to Ernest, quick. Find the escape routes Rosby could be using. Come with me. Moments later, Ernest led the way. Go. Longbottom watched Ernest who was leading the way, eyes darting everywhere. Nobody could guess his thoughts. In a little farm about 5 kilometers away, Paula. The soil flipped over, revealing a dark pathway. A grim middle-aged man in dark red magus robes walked out. After glancing at his surroundings, he immediately unfurled a scroll. Green hurricanes blew forth, and a large pair of wings formed on his back. I can't stay here any longer. How did this get out? This magus was obviously Green Water Gardens Rank 2 magus, Rosby. He was obviously in a stale mood. The location that only he knew of had been leaked, and someone had even found him while he was weak. The whole situation reeked of a conspiracy. However, he had another question. I didn't tell anyone about this place. How did they find out? However, he did not dare dwell on this for long. This place is dangerous. I'll think about it after I leave. Just as Rosby was about to spread his wings, an extreme sense of danger came upon him. He immediately retreated, his figure turning into an afterimage. Rumble. A large explosion occurred right where he had been standing, and the energy particles that were dispelled caused massive damage to the ground. Shoo, shoo. 2 black streaks of light flew across the sky, forming a cross in midair. These arches accurately homed in on Rosby's wings. This trajectory, it's the Dark Elves, curved archery. You are Dark Elves. The wings fell apart, and Rosby paled before crying out in alarm. Shua. Black light flashed, and a distortion appeared in the air, revealing a few figures. Longbottom took the lead, and the 2 robed people behind him also took off their clothes, revealing pale, handsome features and pointed ears. The twisted runes on their fantastic black bows were now flickering. Humans and Dark Elves. Looks like you are the Revolutionary Army that has been causing such a ruckus. You are the leader, right? Longbottom. Rosby calmed down. Yes. Longbottom bowed. As a rank 2 magus, you are my senior, but for our hopes and future, please die. Rumble. Just as his words sounded, the Dark Elves suddenly attacked. Black streams of air formed what looked like a spider web and fell from the skies. On Longbottom's body, the phantom image of a large giant appeared and jumped onto the web, hissing loudly. Combination magic. Its power is almost as much as that of a rank 2 spell. A strange smile appeared on his face, but just that isn't enough. Rumble. A torrential power exploded forth from Rosby's body, as if a landslide or tsunami had come upon the area. Silver spiritual force slashed at the skies like a sharp sword, and quickly severed the web into 2. The phantom image was also bisected, causing both Longbottom and the Dark Elves to pale. Rank 2 strength. You're not weak anymore. Longbottom had become deathly pale, his voice quivering. Impossible. Impossible. Ernest could not believe it either. Recognize the reality of it. Your opponent is a rank 2 magus. How could he not have a few trump cards? Even if his strength might have been lowered because he was in his down period, he can still suppress that for a while and reveal true rank 2 strength. Merlin's voice sounded in Ernest's mind. How is this possible? I didn't predict. Ernest was flushing red, but suddenly became silent, like a duck that had been grasped at the neck. Do you understand now? You're only a rank 1 magus, and in ancient times you'd be considered as just having crossed the gates of becoming a magus. With just this bit of strength, it's impossible for you to completely predict the trump cards of a rank 2 magus using Sacred Flame, even if he were weakened or heavily injured. The fog of destiny may shroud him, or even counterattack. Merlin's voice was as cold as ice. Now, do you know why I fell? Clone Seed Ernest looked defeated. So I'm definitely going to die. Merlin sneered in his mind. Not necessarily. Longbottom is a child of destiny, and is not one to fall so easily. Besides, do you think the matriarch backing him doesn't have any contingency plans? You dare offend me, a respected rank 2 magus. You will pay for this humiliation in blood. Rosby declared grimly, and a line of spiritual force converged that was tinged silver. The rank 2 magus had even been slightly frightened. If he hadn't possessed a technique that could temporarily suppress his weakness, he could have died just then. A rank 2 magus dying at the hands of a group of rank 1 magi would be the biggest joke in Twilight Zone's history. Rosby felt like a robust adult who had been bitten by an ant. The humiliation irked him to his soul. This secret technique was not without cost. His period of vulnerability would be extended, and in the times of war, this could have had deadly consequences. Hence, he was now truly enraged. I shall turn you into maggots, making you rot and suffer underground for 10,000 years. I swear it. Rosby's eyes were completely red, and great amounts of solidified silver spiritual force swept through the area. Damn it. Use that. Longbottom yelled. The two dark elves behind him exchanged a glance and nodded, silver rays shooting out of their eyes. In that moment, their expressions were that of those preparing for death. They then produced jeweled daggers with a strange curve, aimed them at their own hearts and jabbed in. Pook, pook. Two peak rank 1 elves collapsed, a bloody mist spreading from their chests. The phantom image of the spider behind Longbottom had been seriously injured by spiritual force and was on the verge of disappearing. However, it suddenly twitched and absorbed the red blood mist, quickly restoring itself. Its aura continually strengthened, until it was almost strong enough to rival the rank 2 magus ahead of it. What's going on? Ernest was astonished. Hee, nothing much. It's just a sacrifice. The same old thing that the Dark Elves always use. Merlin laughed sarcastically. Dark Elven society is made up of clans. Every clan has its matriarch, and they all have immense control over their descendants. This control runs deep in the blood, and is very difficult to free oneself from. Even if it's a peak rank 1 magus, a mere spiritual suggestion would convince them to kill themselves without hesitation. The meditation technique Longbottom is training in is one that absorbs life energy. After absorbing that of 2 peak rank 1 magi, although he can't defeat his opponent, he will most likely escape. What about me? Ernest was suddenly put in a difficult spot. Longbottom could leave, but he was just a semi-converted magus. How was he to escape? This is the retaliation of destiny. Longbottom, being a child of destiny, can escape successfully. You'll be left behind as an outlet for the rank 2 magus to vent his anger upon. Merlin's voice was frigid, rendering Ernest silent. His eyes turned white again as he tried to think up some countermeasures. He was trying to make a prediction, but he did not get anything. What should I do next? Ernest's voice was hoarse. Pray. At this point, you can do nothing but pray. Merlin's voice displayed his helplessness. If I still had my body, killing him would be as easy as crushing an ant. But now, you can only hope he doesn't prolong your life to torture you. No, I still have hope. Ernest stared hard at Longbottom. As long as my lord is willing to save me, I can. Ernest's words stuck in his throat. He watched as Longbottom, who was manipulating the phantom spider and battling with Rosby, quickly withdrew. Black gas flew everywhere and increased his speed. In a moment, he disappeared into the horizon. Ernest's eyes were filled with despair. On the other end, Rosby, who had lost Longbottom, turned his attention to the semi-converted magus. A giant silver claw flew forth, its strength not something that Ernest could resist, and grabbed him. Am I going to die? I can't accept this. Ernest closed his eyes. Powerful solidified spiritual force causing the magical power in his body to become sluggish in its movements. He could do nothing in the face of a rank 2 magus wrath. Rosby. At this moment, a low voice sounded from the horizon a long distance away, carrying with it a berserk energy. An opportunity. A person seeking revenge against Rosby seems to have appeared. I'll use my power to cover your presence. Quick, run. Merlin's voice was hurried, and with a sudden feeling of coldness infiltrating his senses, Ernest found himself able to move once again. He quickly escaped, dodging the attack of the giant claw. Without looking behind him, he quickly left. Rosby did not pursue him, because a rank 2 spiritual force was now focused on him. He raised his head and saw a black figure rushing over from the horizon. This figure's face was shrouded by black mist, causing him to be unable to tell the real appearance of this person. Who are you? I don't think we've met. Rosby sounded out. He was currently in a very dangerous situation, and his secret technique could lose its effect at any time, causing him to fall down to rank 1. That would be very dangerous. It doesn't matter who I am, but this is a seed I planted. How could I let you harvest it? The figure's voice was robotic, obviously having been altered. Seed. Harvest. Are you? Rosby's stunned expression immediately warped into an immense fear. Mist. Large amounts of black mist brought with it a silver luster, forming a large maze that trapped him within. He plans to limit my strength, and after my secret technique stops working, he'll deal with me. Rosby could tell his opponent's intentions with a glance. He waved his arm, and numerous silver arrows flew into the mist. Poo-poo, poo-poo, poo-poo. The arrows of light flew into the wall of mist and instantly disappeared, causing Rosby to pale. You don't need to consider calling a friend or anything of the sort. This place has already been sealed by me, and no information can be transmitted out. The voice from before sounded in the black maze, but it did come from a single location. His opponent was very cautious in dealing with a rank 2 magus that had used a secret technique to somehow return to his regular strength. He had not appeared, preventing him from using some powerful force that could destroy everything. A look of hopelessness appeared on Rosby's face. 10 or so minutes passed, and Rosby bellowed, unresigned. The aura on his body quickly weakened, and lines of wrinkles appeared on his face. His appearance changed from that of a middle-aged man to that of an old man. This meant the secret technique was no longer in effect. He was once again weak, vulnerable. Seeing this, large amounts of mist pounced on him, pock. The black maze dispersed, and a single black flame fell, burning Rosby's corpse to ashes. Leylin weighed the green ring in his hand, a smile blossoming on his face. As expected of the guild leader of a large-scaled guild. He's accumulated plenty of things, and there's even a spatial magic artifact. He stared closely at the ring in his hand. It was extremely slender and looked like it was for a female to use. Its surface was decorated with flowers and vines, forming an exotic image. There are many good items in this spatial ring, but the defensive layer on the surface is slightly troublesome. I'll need to use the AI chip and slowly analyze it. Leylin scratched his chin and kept the green ring away. Rosby was a rank 2 magus and had a spatial item. He would definitely have a lot of resources on his body, the total value of which could even exceed that of those stored in Greenwater Gardens headquarters. Gaining this was akin to robbing a large-scaled guild, as well as all the property belonging to a rank 2 magus. The gains aren't too bad this time. Also, Leylin laughed coldly. On the surface of the ring, he felt a tiny connection to a being a distance away. This meant that Rosby had yet to truly die. The connection was minute, and if not for Leylin already being a rank 2 magus, as well as the AI chip's help in carefully scanning the ring a few times, he might not even have noticed this. If his opponent were to escape this time and find the ring on Leylin's person, things would be bad. But now, Leylin glanced in the direction that Ernest had fled, a slight smile on his face. It's great that you could come back. Longbottom glanced at Ernest, revealing a bright smile. I was just lucky. Ernest laughed wryly, though the seed of distrust had been planted within him. The two of them had already returned to the little manor. The 4 secret silver puppets had been reduced to dust after being attacked by the 2 dark elves and many magi. Do you know who that magus is? Longbottom asked Ernest. No, but he should be an enemy of Rosby's. The strength of a rank 2 magus is too far off, so I couldn't gather any useful information. Ernest seemed a little regretful. All of a sudden, he felt a prophecy entering his mind, and his eyes turned white. Rosby is dead, but the seed of a clone is still within the headquarters of Greenwater Gardens. Ernest quickly passed on this information to Longbottom and asked, what should we do? Is there a need to ask? A sinister smile appeared on Longbottom's face. Summon our people. We shall go to their headquarters. Intrinsic quality. There was still something else that Longbottom had not mentioned. Since the magus that appeared seemed to have some squabble with Rosby, I'll definitely get into the good books of that magus if I kill Rosby completely in Greenwater Gardens and destroy his guild. I can then try to rope them in. As a spy of the Dark Elves, Longbottom never forgot his own mission: create chaos and lower the might of Twilight Zone. If he could rope in a rank 2 magus, that would be an immense merit. At this thought, his heart began to blaze. It had not been a mere day or two since the Dark Elves had infiltrated Twilight Zone. Longbottom immediately procured a map of Greenwater Gardens. In addition, Ernest had supported him with information about their defensive spell formations and weak points. Green Radiance City was the central region headquarters of Greenwater Gardens. Today, it had been met with a calamity. Flames burned everywhere, painting the sky half red. The defensive spell formations had collapsed, and the magi lying in wait outside all charged in. Kill. Longbottom took the initiative, mysterious green light bursting from his hands. The magi who were obstructing him wilted, drying up into corpses on the road. Amongst them were magi who, like him, were at the peak of rank 1. Greenwater Gardens was a large-scale guild, and there were quite a few peak rank 1 magi and contracted creatures in charge of it. However, Under the attacks of Longbottom's revolutionary army and the Dark Elves, they were unable to endure for long. This way, Erniz's eyes turned white, and like someone familiar with the route, he brought Longbottom further in. Minutes later, they arrived beside a large ancient tree. Crack! The ancient tree was prized open violently, revealing a descending passageway. Luminescent defensive spell formations appeared. Having been set up by a rank 2 magus, they possessed immense magic power. Longbottom sneered, looks like Rosby's clone seed really is underneath. He did have a certain amount of knowledge about these clone seeds. Each seed could only live on and grow after the death of the original body. In addition, he could not immediately regain his strength of rank 2. It would be miraculous even if he managed to keep the strength of a rank 1 magus. The value of a clone seed was that it was a second life. Even when one was training their way up again, there would be no bottlenecks impeding them from achieving their original rank. The clone would originally be very weak, but as time passed, it would grow even more terrifying than the original. Hence, it was wise to exterminate it as soon as possible. Ernest tested the formations with an instrument, and his expression warped instantly. These defensive formations set up by a rank 2 magus are quite strong. A peak rank 1 magus will have to attack them for about half an hour to break them apart. There's no need for that. Longbottom waved his hands, producing a black crystal. This is a gift from the matriarch. Sealed within is one of her full-powered attacks. It just so happens that this is a good place to use it. Longbottom crushed the crystal in his hands. Chi-chi. The confused cries of numerous bugs echoed out. A huge phantom spider appeared, this one purple. Its compound eyes shone with wisdom, even sentience, as it swept past Longbottom, Ernest, and the rest. Ernest felt his heart go cold. When he was being stared at by this spider, it felt as if all his thoughts and secrets had been discovered by it. Pock! The purple phantom spider condensed into a ball of energy, striking the defensive radiance. Creak! A large depression appeared on the defensive layer. All sorts of runes flashed, and there were also sounds of something breaking. Upon seeing this, Longbottom's eyes brightened and he shouted at Enrys. Attack together! All sorts of spells and lights crashed onto the surface of the defensive spell formation. Like the last straw that broke a camel's back, the two spells reached the layer and caused the spell formation to tremble. Petals of light with runes on them continuously withered and fell, turning into little bits of light that floated away like fireflies. The defensive spell formation set up by a rank 2 magus were broken through with their combined effort. I can feel his aura inside. Longbottom's eyes brightened, as if he had smelled something delicious. His eyes glowed green as he rushed in. Ernest hesitated for a moment, and followed him inside. Ha ha! After passing through a short passageway, Ernest heard Longbottom laughing maniacally. He entered an underground laboratory to see Longbottom holding a little boy's throat, laughing loudly. Great Magus Rosby, guild leader of Green Water Gardens, O powerful rank 2 magus. Where is your power? Where is your might? Where is your grace? Where has it all gone to? Longbottom chuckled brashly in front of the child. Vile characters always sought revenge not pass the night. He had just escaped from his opponent with difficulty, but he could now grasp his opponent by the neck, controlling his opponent's life and death. Longbottom was left feeling drunk on this feeling. He had even assumed Rosby to be another rank 2 magus. Ernest was shocked to find that this little boy's face was similar to Rosby's, who he had seen previously. His skin was slippery, with the placenta and mucus still attached to him. At this moment, he knew this person's identity. Although Rosby had successfully reincarnated using the seed he had prepared beforehand, his current body only held the power of an acolyte. In front of Longbottom, he was as weak as an ant. But you still have your uses. The Green Inn. Longbottom's eyes seemed to solidify. Though you are an acolyte, you are still a rank 2 magus at your core. Absorbing you will further my insights into rank 2. Longbottom smiled slightly, and lights flashed in his hands. Thin threads of red and green were drawn from the boy's body, entering his palm. The boy aged rapidly even as Longbottom seemed to be drunk with pleasure. Moments later, face frozen in terror, Rosby collapsed to the ground. As if a mere dried husk, his body cracked apart on contact. Longbottom's face flushed red, as if it had received some great supplements. Quick! Move everything of value away before support arrives. Destroy what we cannot take. Longbottom's aura had changed after absorbing the life force of a rank 2 magus. Ernest deferentially lowered his head, not daring to meet his gaze. At the same time, in the cover of shadows, Leylin's figure somehow appeared above Green Radiance City. Pock. With the complete death of Rosby, the green ring in his hands also produced a crisp sound. Scans by his spiritual force and the AI chip revealed that all connection to the outside world had been broken completely. This meant that Rosby's clone had been annihilated. Not bad. A smile appeared on Leylin's face. The prophecies from before were planted by Leylin, letting him eliminate green water gardens and Rosby's clone. Furthermore, with the most valuable items all in Rosby's spatial ring, Leylin had no intentions of vying over anything with these poppers. Time to leave. He looked up at the sky far away, and disappeared with a shake of his head. Moments after Leylin left, the sounds of hurried huffs sounded from that very position. The Magi who had newly arrived looked very benevolent. Green Radiance City was now in a state of chaos. A few days later, a monumental piece of news was transmitted throughout Central Twilight Zone. It spread to the other regions as well, and at an alarming rate. Green Water Gardens, the large-scale guild, had been destroyed by Longbottom's revolutionary army. Even Lord Rosby, their guild leader who was rank 2, had fallen in this battle. The fall of a rank 2 magus caused a sensation. With the loss of Rosby, their official Magi, and their inheritances, Green Water Gardens would soon become an unrated guild even if there were a few acolytes lucky enough to survive. With this task, Longbottom's name spread throughout Twilight Zone, and the War Council put out an astronomical bounty on him. His danger had even been rated at 7 stars. Elsewhere, Leylin had also visited Logan, the protector of the East. Logan was one to abide by his promises, and he'd brought his guild to the central region. He had even stationed himself near Nature's Alliance and a few other guilds. We need to suppress them. I've already sent out the enforcers and soldiers to wipe out their strongholds. Logan huffed roughly, but Leylin maintained a thoughtful silence. These rogue Magi are really out of control. And then there's Longbottom. We need to behead him and store his spirit in the council as a reminder to all Magi. Logan heaved. Leylin laughed in his mind. Logan was truly feeling anxious. Previously, rank 2 Magi could disregard Longbottom and his revolutionary army, but now that one of their own had fallen at his hands, they could ignore him no longer. In the middle of a great war, there are still so many lawless Magi who are causing trouble at home. We definitely can't give way. We have to suppress them mercilessly. Logan declared his stance. This is the unanimous decision of the War Council. In addition, no matter which wandering magus it is, as long as they dare have any opinions about having sympathy or support for the revolutionary army, they shall also be punished. Leylin nodded. Guilds still held immense influence, and were entirely capable of ending these fads. A competition for geniuses. Leylin deliberated over his phrasing. But to do that, you'll have to deploy the higher-ups. If the guilds joined forces, they could naturally extinguish the scattered rebels, but part of their forces would be tied down. With the north down, and casualties stacking up at the center, the cost outweighed the benefits involved. Then what do you suggest? Logan seemed to be able to tell the hidden meaning in Leylin's words. The rebels led by Longbottom definitely need to be suppressed and exterminated, but I believe we can try to pacify the wandering Magi. Leylin stroked his chin. How? Twilight Zone has a limited amount of resources. Are you, Nature's Alliance, going to pay out of your pocket? Logan was slightly annoyed. No, of course not. Leylin smiled while he shook his head. What do you say we hold a competition for young Magi? Competition? Logan was baffled. Yes, a competition between geniuses. It will be targeted at young Magi, with generous rewards and the opportunity to join some guilds. If they obtain a certain ranking, they can even enter a guild of their choice. Leylin declared his scheme. With this, not only can we unite more wandering Magi and express our goodwill to the organizations behind them, we can also shift their focus from the unfairness of guilds to the vying for a position, causing internal friction. This, let me think. Logan scratched his beard. Leylin paid no attention to him and smiled, because he knew Logan was considering his suggestion. As expected, minutes later, Logan roughly slapped the table. It's a good idea. Of course. Why didn't I think of it? He stood up and quickly paced around the room. No matter how much we try to tempt those old Magi, it's all going to be in vain. They've already lost all chances of improving anyway, and won't be able to cause many problems. On the other hand, the competition offers young Magi more than just glory. The generous rewards and the opportunity to join a guild will surely tempt them. We just need to hand some things out, and it will definitely change the dynamics of their army. We might even be able to pick up some good seedlings. Not bad at all. Logan kept nodding. He, too, knew that pressuring the lower strata was not a good idea, especially in times of war. Prying them apart would lead to a much better ending. I'll go and report your suggestion to the council, they'll definitely agree. He did not even bother to hide his excitement, yelling out his agreement. Meanwhile, Leylin revealed a profound smile. There was something else he had yet to say, but he was sure Logan understood it as well. Setting up a competition to select magi and taking them into guilds was also a type of revolution. This was a step in the direction of the setup of the academies on the south coast. This way, Longbottom's righteous cause would be wounded in multiple ways. When that happened, it would be the best time to capture and kill him. At the same time, the various magi training in Sacred Flame all fell into a stupor. They were all receiving a prophecy. Countless stars are congregating there. It is the location of both the beginning and the end of everything. Aaron's eyes recovered from having been all white, the fear still lingering in him as he patted his chest. I actually automatically made a prophecy. Looks like the force of destiny is unprecedentedly powerful. Of course, a competition between genius magi. Not only wandering magi, but also geniuses of guilds can also enter. The judges will be the protectors of the 4 regions who are at least rank 2, and the legendary protector of all regions might even appear. In front of him, Venus rolled her eyes and said sarcastically, "You." Aaron was so furious that he turned red, almost getting up. All right, can you not quarrel? Balin was now wearing his bio-boosting armor, his aura more vast and profound as a result of the power of destiny converging on his body. Though he couldn't feel anything himself, for Aaron and Venus who trained in Sacred Flame, the change was as obvious as the lighting of a torch in the darkness. What did you see? Balin asked curiously. Under his supervision, these 2 prophetic magi were currently at peace, having decided to first crush the Dark Elves' conspiracy before battling it out among themselves. Sometimes, however, the 2 would be at odds, which would end up giving him a headache. Not too long later, Central Twilight Zone will hold a competition for young genius magi. The only restriction is that one must be younger than 50 to attend. In addition, the champion of the competition will even be able to meet the great protector of all regions and be given access to profound magi academic knowledge, as well as assistance to advance forcefully. Aaron couldn't help but gulp. Even he was enticed by such temptations. The young female magus called Venus continued, most of Twilight Zone's geniuses will attend, including Longbottom who's sided with the Dark Elves. He'll be waiting to cause trouble. And because there's another magus like us helping him and covering him with a fog of destiny, I can't tell for sure what their exact plan is and whether they'll succeed. Longbottom, Balin muttered, his eyes dim. He knew that this kid that he had thought highly of had quickly become an official magus and even sided with the Dark Elves. He'd probably played a big role in the fall of the North. I remembered him being a very polite and enthusiastic boy, and his sister, Balin's expression looked complicated. If Leylin had chosen to impart his knowledge to Longbottom, everything would have been different. Aaron noticed Balin's indecision. Lord Balin, Longbottom is now a traitor to humanity, a destructive person who is masterminding a rebellion. You need to draw the line, and capture him yourself, he advised. That's right. I can tell that the large conspiracy in the central region involves many rank 2 magi, and they will show their strength during the competition. You need to defeat Longbottom there and thwart their plans to save humanity. Venus sounded incomparably resolute. She believed she was now walking the path of ancient heroes and was working hard to protect the harmony and stability of the human race. There was an aura of piety about her. I understand, Balin smiled wryly. Somewhere else, Longbottom had also obtained this information from Ernest. A competition for young geniuses. A pageant for the magus world. Many rank 2 magi and protectors will even appear there as judges. Upon hearing this, green light shone out of Longbottom's eyes. This truly is a great opportunity to finish everything in one fell swoop. Ernest was silent as he felt 2 powers other than his own in the river of destiny. They would surely meet at the competition. Is it finally here? The final victor shall be me. Only I will be able to train in Sacred Flame till the peak and become the ruler of Twilight Zone. Ernest roared in his heart, though he looked calm on the outside. Send down the orders. All sections are to halt all activities and enter stealth mode, preparing for the upcoming competition. Also, inform the matriarch that I need support. Powerful support. Ernest respectfully bowed his way out upon hearing Longbottom's orders. Longbottom's aura had become an enigma. After absorbing the essence of a rank 2 magus, His strength had soared so high that Ernest could not tell the limits of his strength. Leylin, Balin, everything shall be settled there. Longbottom mumbled, and the large phantom spider figure became more solid, as if becoming real. Time passed, and news of the central region holding a competition for young geniuses spread like a hurricane to all four corners. There was only one requirement for entry: all participants needed to be below 50 years of age. The rewards were very generous. Not only were there great amounts of precious resources and research to be won, the top 30 could freely enter a guild of their choice. The large-scaled guilds in the central region all provided a few places, and there was even a small rumor going on that the guardian of the realm would meet the champion and take them on as their disciple. All of Twilight Zone was elated. Many young wandering magi, and even guild geniuses, all left their stations and headquarters to head to the central region. Many of them cared little for both the resources and the opportunity to join a guild, but apprenticeship to a rank 3 magus was a temptation they could not resist. Leylin expected this. The plan was accepted as soon as Logan reported it. The Magi of the Council were definitely smart enough to see the benefits of such an event. They even decided to make it a recurring thing, to ward off such troubles permanently. However, even Leylin was initially surprised that the Guardian of the Realm would announce such a thing. It led him to make a few guesses. Looks like the Guardian of the Realm doesn't have much time left. I just don't know if the inheritance is meant to draw out the malefactors, or is sincere. Leylin touched his chin. However, he was very optimistic towards all this. With it, the competition would be even more popular, and work even better for his plans. Those so-called genius magi probably brought with them forces of destiny. Though they could not be compared with Balin and Longbottom, when they were all added together, the sum was not something that could be ignored. Response and countermeasure: the Dark Elves were rather quiet in this period of time. Although they had managed to take over the north, navigating through territorial disputes with the dwarves and gnomes consumed most of their energy. Hence, although Central Twilight Zone was under immense pressure, the situation seeming dire, all they had to deal with till now were a few scouts and wandering riders. Balanced on this razor's edge, the central region had still remained peaceful. The preparations for the competition even made it seem like it was flourishing. As more and more magi rushed over, it had gained fresh blood and increased strength. After seeing this, Leylin suspected this was another intention of the War Council. They wanted to attract more magi over to increase their fighting strength, in a shady swamp. A toxic purple fog permeated the place, the rotten sludge concealing the bones of various darkness beasts. Occasionally, a few three-eyed crows would caw as they flew past, which was jarring to the ears. In a dimly lit cave, the walls were lined with spells that made them impermeable to the sludge and fog. A black-haired old man was running his hands through the hair of a young magus, his touch containing affection. My child, in the 10 years you've been here, you've learned everything I have to offer. Now, you are free to explore. Gom has brought back some information. The Holy Land for us Magi, the central region, is holding a competition for young geniuses. Not only can the champion obtain great rewards, they can even meet with the Guardian of the Realm, a rank 3 existence. What's more, they could even get the opportunity to become his inheritor, a rank 3 magus. The youth, who had until then not looked in the least bit serious, suddenly turned solemn. Yes, you are the most formidable genius I've ever seen, and I believe there are few who can match you in the entirety of Twilight Zone. I believe the victor shall be you, though I'm afraid I won't get the chance to see it. The old man sounded slightly regretful, and his hands halted in midair. His originally smooth and tight skin began to age rapidly, layers of wrinkles forming as if an old branch that had lost all its moisture. His black hair gradually grayed out. His body withered at a rate that could be seen by the naked eye, ending up a dried corpse. Master, master. The young magus was dubious as he looked at the master who had always accompanied him. Thud. The old magus turned into a withered, dried black corpse. Poof. The youth bumped into the magus arm, and the corpse turned to dust in front of his eyes. Ashes spread out, leaving a complete set of magus robes on the bed. The young magus was dazed, and only recovered after a long while. Even if magi could manipulate the radiation of energy particles to obtain a longer lifespan than regular humans, there was still a limit. Even with dangerous modifications to the body, Morning Star magi could only extend their lifespans by a few decades. It was difficult to succeed, and could cause magi to end up with a strange, terrifying appearance. This old magus life energy had been exhausted, and he had reached the end of his life. Regular rank 1 magi, those that were not of ancient branches like warlocks, had 200-year lifespans. This old magus had lived for a very long time, and had not advanced in his meditation technique. His time was now up. Master. The youth stood there silently, images of the times he spent with his master flashing across his mind. A long while later, he turned and left. Rumble. After he left, the earth caved in, forming a void that allowed the surrounding sludge to enter. Master, don't worry, I will definitely be the glorious victor. The youth swore to the heavens, and left without hesitation. As he left, a tear fell from the corner of his eye. The family's honor is in your hands. In the southern region, in an ancient magus castle, dim rays of light fell on a long, rotten table. This black wooden table was about 10 meters long, and extended from the head of the hall to the door. On the tablecloth, there was a silver lampstand and all sorts of fruits and delicacies. A few figures were seated sparsely around it. The old woman at the master's seat, who wore a black high hat and multiple red gems and emerald rings, was giving a young girl a reminder. She was silent for a while, and then spoke resolutely, "I understand, grandmother." Only she knew that, under the cover of luxury, this family was already waning. The wooden table was already rotten, and the castle had not been repaired for decades. Even their defensive spell formations were deactivated due to a lack of magic crystals. Among the aristocratic magi, they were basically a joke. The silver lampstand and delicacies at this table, too, had been gathered with some difficulty. The ornaments on her grandmother's fingers. Fake trinkets. The originals had long been pawned off. The girl was silent, knowing that in order to raise a magus like her, they had paid a large price. I'll definitely become the victor of the young magus competition and revive the family. She vowed. Good. Let us drink to Leylina's promise. The old woman laughed and raised her cup. Cheers. The rest of the relatives all cheered and finished all the alcoholic drinks in their hands. After, they pounced on the delicacies on the table. Even though they were the descendants of a magus family, fruits were not things they could have often. Upon seeing this, the old lady had a bitter expression. This caused Leylina to be even more resolute in her convictions. In the faraway northern region of Twilight Zone, groups of human slaves were tied up with thick ropes, and herded towards a city. There were countless humans, and the one similarity between all of them was the shared expression of despair and numbness. All of them were originally people of the northern region, but after it was attacked, they lacked the time and strength to move and all turned into slaves. They would be lucky to be enslaved. Most captives only had one choice, which was to become offerings to the various matriarchs. At the highest point of a city built in Corundum, an absolutely beautiful dark elf maiden was staring on coldly. Humans' reproductive ability is too powerful. Their population is 10s or even 100 times ours. How should we rule them? The only way is to kill them until they are fewer than us or to the brink of extinction. Then we wouldn't have to worry about any instability. A command that was cold, detached and inhuman was produced from her lips. Behind her, elite dark elven secret guards drew back respectfully and passed down the order, resulting in the formation of a Red Sea. What was more terrifying was that the corpses of these humans would be recycled to be used as army provisions for the gnomes, dwarves and even dark elves. How is it going with the underground winter spider emperor? She asked indifferently. Through investigations, we can confirm that the mother body is not dead, and we've also appeased our elite knights. However, in the Holy Land, the disappearance of the mother body's aura is still causing a disturbance amongst the underground winter spiders. Another matriarch with a gold crown on her head in black leather revealed a great amount of skin as she bowed and reported. Trash. A cold glint flashed in the maiden's eyes. Sacrifice the original head guard of the Holy Land. Yes. The icy intent behind those words caused the matriarch behind her to quiver. That mere human dares profane the Holy Land of us dark elves. We need to use his flesh and soul to scrub off this humiliation. The maiden bowed. My lord, here is the newest intelligence from Longbottom. At this moment, the door opened. A dark elf shrouded in translucent black muslin held a brass circular cylinder and knelt, offering it to the maiden with both hands. The girl laughed slightly, and a slight wind blew the cylinder over to her hands. After seeing the letter, she bit her lips, her reddened lip providing a stark contrast to her pale skin, causing the guards around her to gulp. A genius competition in the central region. She muttered to herself again and then ordered, gather the matriarchs. I to convene a meeting of dark nobility. She felt that this was a turning point that could give her the chance to take care of the Magi in the central region in one go. However, she had a sense of extreme danger from the will of the darkness. After pondering over this for a long while, the maiden sighed and decided to put this question up for discussion. After news of the genius competition spread, the entirety of Twilight Zone and even the surrounding Dark Elven, Gnome and Dwarven empires all responded to the news. All sorts of Magi, regardless of race, hurried towards the central region. In that moment, there really seemed to be a sense of instability. Leylin, who was meanwhile waiting for the fish to bite, patiently waited for the competition to begin. As he had been the person to suggest this and was plenty strong himself, he was able to get a position as a judge. As for the people in Nature's Alliance, all of them had been sent off on miscellaneous missions. As Leylin's #1 subordinate, Iron was nowhere to be found every day, and nobody knew what Leylin had ordered him to do. The competition commences. The competition was to be held on the Walker Plains in the central region. This place was close to the central city, so a few large-scaled guilds had branches nearby that could send out resources and personnel if anything unexpected came up. The miraculous abilities of Magi ensured that it took but a few months to transform the heart of the Walker Plains into a vast field. Before the competition started, a few Magi had arrived earlier to settle down and do business. Thus, a few fairs had sprung up on the outskirts. Many fairs merged together, forming a rudimentary Magus city. If this competition could be pulled off without a hitch, given the War Council's plan to make it a regular affair, the place could really become a new Magus city, even surpassing the cities of the other 4 regions. Waves of Magi surged in from all over the place and filled the area. Seeing such a bustling scene, Balin took a deep breath and pulled off his cloak, and then hastened as he rushed through a street. He walked quickly, and after 7 or 8 turns, he arrived in front of a residence and knocked. Ka-cha! The door moved slightly to form a narrow slit, and a pair of guarded eyes appeared. After realizing it was Balin, the eyes disappeared into the darkness and then opened the door. Balin turned sideways and squeezed in, not letting the door open fully. It was a small room inside. The oil lamp produced a dim, flickering yellow light, while Aaron, Venus and Memphis were all waiting quietly. Memphis was in the worst state. Not only were there many black bandages around him such that he was similar to a mummy, his ears had even been pierced through with a large nail, revealing a large hole. Hey, when can I free myself from this weird appearance? Memphis raised his hands with bandages wrapped around them, looking like a mummy as he protested. As a former member of the nobility, he could not stand being low profile. Balin furrowed his brows as he explained. Wait a while longer. This place is being monitored using bloodline aura detection spell formations. Even if you're siding with the humans currently, we can't let the fact that you're a dark elf be revealed. Venus shot Memphis a glance. Don't bother with him. He's just been restrained and wants to go out to breathe some fresh air. My lord, how's the situation outside? Aaron gestured to show that he was listening. There are far too many Magi gathered here. I couldn't find Longbottom and the others, so it's very likely that he's modified his appearance or is in hiding. Balin smiled wryly. Looks like we can only catch them during the competition. Competition? Do you mean you're planning to enter the Genius Magi competition? Aaron got the point quickly. Yes, that's right. I'm only 30 years old, and bio boosters are considered a branch of ancient Magi. In that case, I meet the qualifications to enter. Balin laughed. Only in the competition will I have the chance to meet Longbottom and persuade him to turn back. Balin mumbled. Venus and Aaron, who knew that this child of destiny's shortcoming of idealism was making itself known again, could only sigh. Honestly speaking, this child of destiny was basically perfect, but his flaw was in his kindness. In Twilight Zone, kindness was the one thing that one could not have. Sooner or later, Balin would pay the price for this. Aaron and Venus exchanged a glance, as if having made some decision. Balin was totally oblivious to this, still sighing for Longbottom. In his memories, Longbottom had always been a good child. What had happened? At the registration point, a deathly pale magus in green robes walked out. Hee, Leylin, Balin, I'm here. Longbottom's appearance had undergone a huge change. His spiritual force had been suppressed till it was that of a semi-converted magus. On the Walker Plains, this level of strength was considered mediocre at best and not eye-catching. It was unknown what methods he had used to get past the detection spells at the registration point. The youth looked to the center of the competition area. Hatred, elation, and an emotional struggle all flashed by his expression, before they disappeared. He quickly took his coat and used his hood to conceal his face, disappearing into the crowd. Leylin could somewhat sense the arrival of these people, but he could not be bothered with them currently. He was in his personal laboratory, an empty test tube beside him. Threads of black liquid were still wriggling at the mouth of the tube, producing slight hissing sounds. The giant serpent's breath potion. It was the fruit of his labor, formed from 10 years of study, and with the help of Fendix's hearts of earth and fiends, he was finally able to make it. Leylin turned green after he ingested it, his aura dark and unstable. This situation continued for an entire night before he recovered. Leylin glanced at his condition. Leylin Farlier. Rank 2 Warlock, Bloodline, Giant Chemoyan Serpent. Strength, 22.5, Agility, 16.3, Vitality, 31.1, Spiritual Force, 145.5, Magic Power, 145. Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. A standard giant serpent's breath potion can increase my spiritual force by 10 points, and the other attributes also increase as well. Not bad. Based on this rate, after taking 5 standard giant serpent breath potions, I'll meet the spiritual force requirements. Leylin looked at the numbers, his eyes sparkling. Giant serpent's breath potion was the culmination of his hard work in these 10 years. With the ancient rank 2 magi of Twilight Zone as the foundation, he was able to create a spiritual force potion suitable for warlocks. With the aid of this potion, he was confident that the estimated 200 years given by the AI chip could be shortened. The requirements to become a rank 3 magus is to raise spiritual force till the 200 mark, and then completely solidify it. These were the 2 requirements for magi to advance, and neither could be overlooked. Warlocks also had specific requirements pertaining to their bloodline. Leylin laughed, raising his hand. A thread of bright silver spiritual force shot out from between his eyebrows. Like a mischievous little snake, it wriggled live lily between his fingers. Though it was only as fine as a strand of hair, this thread held within an immense energy. The solidified spiritual force of a rank 2 magus was something lower ranked magi were unable to comprehend. All spiritual forces that had not reached this level would be smashed through in a direct clash. Hence, rank 2 magi were usually capable of crushing lower ranked opponents. This was also one of the reasons why rank 2 magi could lead. Amongst rank 2 magi, to appraise the extent of solidification of spiritual force, one needs to look at how deep the silver color is. Leylin muttered. After gathering numerous high-grade meditation techniques and with the simulations by the AI chip, he was extremely clear on what he was supposed to do to advance. At the early stage of solidification, spiritual force is a light silver. At the middle stage, it will become more concentrated and become silvery white. At the peak stage of the solidified spiritual force, it will be a bright silver. After reference to countless other meditation techniques, Leylin had broadened his perspectives and progressed at a rapid pace in his own. He smiled lightly as he peered at the light silver spiritual force in his hands, and produced a thought. This bright silver spiritual force danced in the air, attracting energy particles of various elements and formed spell models of various shapes, and then disappeared back between Leylin's brows. I've completed all my homework on the solidification of spiritual force, and my manipulation of it has reached the peak. Leylin evaluated his own strength. Through 10 years of settling down and working towards rank 3, he had accumulated a lot. He had even touched the boundary of rank 3, and even Logan, the protector of the East, was no longer in his sights. With my current strength, I'm probably the furthest ahead amongst rank 2 magi. With the bonus from my bloodline, I'm basically matchless within rank 2. With the help of the AI chip, Leylin was very confident in his strength. But there's still ways to go before I can handle rank 3 magi. At this point, the ones capable of causing Leylin fear were only Anya, the Dark Elven Empress, the Guardian of the Realm, and the remaining few rank 3 magi. No matter what it is, this competition is tied to my own advancement, as well as my choices and conjectures about destiny. It must proceed smoothly, even if a rank 3 magus were to attempt to stop it. Leylin made up his mind, eyes sparkling. Boom, 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 boom. Multicolored fireworks exploded into the air, various spell lights and tassels forming gorgeous images in the sky. The Genius Magi competition held in the central region had begun magnificently. The competition area was similar to the ancient Roman Colosseum. With support from magic, this construction was much larger than the ancient Roman one. It was big enough to hold tens of thousands of magi. At the heart of the Colosseum, tens of individual arenas had been created. The young magi who were participating would first begin with the elimination rounds. How boring. Leylin and the 8 other rank 2 magi sat on the platform which had the best seats, doing their jobs as judges. Though Leylin was seated here, he had long since gotten annoyed by the host's speech. The only reason why he was still sitting here was because he was forcing himself to do so. As for the other few rank 2 judges, they looked just as bored. The battles at the beginning were usually not very intense. The magi were lowly ranked, and most were level 3 acolytes. With a competition of this level, it was more than enough for peak rank 1 magi to watch over them. Hence, Leylin and the others were bored to death.